15 hours. That's how long this course is. Yes, I know it's crazy, but everything I know is in here. I don't know any other way to give as much value as possible, but it's here. I decided to give my entire course away for free. All my frameworks, all my knowledge, all my tactics, all my strategies, all my systems, everything to create a viral personal brand with short form content. It's in this video. I used to sell this course and I made a pretty good amount of money from it. Now that I am giving it away for free to those of you who genuinely want to succeed, I'm talking to like that 1% of you who was genuinely watching this, because I know only a small percentage will actually watch the entire 15 hours and take it seriously, like their life depended on it. To that person I say, if you want to win in this content game, watch the entire 15 hours. I don't know what else to say. All of the value is in here. Some modules are old, some modules are recent. You're gonna see a lot of different versions of me, but nothing is outdated. So yeah, enjoy. What's good, everyone? Welcome to phase 2, the brand course. Let's go. In this course, you're basically going to go through building the foundations of your personal brand. Literally the building blocks before the house itself. This includes stuff like finding your creative purpose in Christ, obviously, creating a mission that will impact millions of people, and etc. The key with our course is to actually take action while watching, because I don't like when I watch a course and I'm just like taking notes down and not doing and implementing anything. So what we did throughout all the phases and all the courses, not only in this one, we incorporated something called quests. Now you may have seen some quests around in the forum already, but if you haven't, they're basically just homework to do. They are actionable challenges / steps that you can take after watching every module. There's not going to be a quest after every module, but in some specific modules there will be, and I highly recommend doing them, because that'll actually keep you accountable throughout the entire course, not only the brand course, by the way, and they are the key to success. So yes, please do the quests. See you in the next module. Alright people, welcome to the tools module of the brand course. To create your own vision board and ikigai, which is what we're going to do next, you're going to need your own graphics design tool. This includes anything around Canva, Microsoft Paint, Adobe Illustrator, anything that can allow you to edit, place, and position multiple pieces of text. This is because we're going to go through a lot of trial and error. The process of creating your ikigai and vision board is going to require a lot of deleting, a lot of misplacement, a lot of that stuff. So you're going to need a ton of space to work with. So tools like Adobe Illustrator is what I use, and I definitely recommend that if you do have Adobe. If not, Canva does the job. If not, Microsoft Paint does the job. And again, if you lack these resources, you can just use a notebook. That's completely fine. You're just going to have to expect a lot of writing. So before moving on to the next module, make sure you select your tool and then write it down in the quest below where everyone else has written their tool down. All right, once you're done, let's make your vision board.
The vision board is a collage of images that represent your dreams and desires as a content creator. The purpose of this activity is to serve as inspiration and motivation. However, you might be thinking, what is the point of putting images together for inspiration and motivation? Just hold up, I want you to bear with me for a second, because this activity actually made me realize a lot more than inspiration and motivation. Before I created my vision board, I was thinking the exact same thing. Then I gave it a shot, and it took a couple of hours to choose my images carefully, and now I have much more than just a vision. First, I have more clarity on what my passions are. Second, with all of my images, I noticed a common color palette that I could use for my own brand. Third, I realized more about me and my character as a content creator. It's actually really hard to explain all of the benefits of a vision board because it's all subjective. The only thing I can say is to try it out for yourself and follow along in the next module. Once again, you're going to need to use the tool that you've selected. Also, I would like you to open up these 3 websites before we get started: Pexels.com, Unsplash.com, and Pinterest.com. These are the main websites that you'll be using to find all of your images in. And yes, Google Images counts, of course. You can also download and use the free template that I've attached in the module below. Now let's build your vision board. So the first thing you're going to do with your vision board, if you're not already using this template, is to write down these 4 sections right here. The first one is called Love, Romance, Confidence, and Self-Esteem. The second one is called Wealth, Prosperity, Career, and Life Path. Third is Mind, Soul, Family, and Community. And fourth is Health, Wellness, Travel, and Discovery. So we're going to start with the first one, Love, Romance, Confidence, and Self-Esteem. Make sure you have Unsplash, Pexels, and Pinterest ready to go so you can download plenty of images for this activity. So as you guys can see here, this is what my vision board looks like. And what I'm going to do today is add more images to each and every 4 of these sections. So first, starting off with love, romance, confidence, and self-esteem. As you can see, my color palette throughout all of my images actually, or mostly this part right here, is like the orange, yellowish, sunset type of vibe. So what I'm going to do is search up sunset on Unsplash, maybe download, maybe go through some images that really resonates with me in terms of like love and romance. I actually really like this one. This whole activity is pretty much searching for images that really resonate with you and your soul. It's not about finding something that connects with your brain or your mind. It has to have a deeper meaning to it. Like the colors of the photos, the people in the photos, and also the location and the deeper meaning that you can interpret from those images. For example, these colors really resonate with me because I love these types of sunsets and I love the color orange, and this image just speaks peace to me, right? So I would download that and put that into the first section. And what really helps is to find images that have people in it, so that when you look at your whole vision board, you know that it's possible. You know that people are actually living the dream life that you want, right? For example, here, or for example, here, right? So I'm just going to put this image in here and add it to my first collection. I think I'll leave it at that for my first section. If you guys haven't finished, you can pause this module and continue when you've put all of your images in here. Now for the second section is called Wealth, Prosperity, Career, and Life Path. Now this is pretty much what your profession or your career that you want to look like in the future. So what do you envision for yourself financially? Like think of your future job, your dream job, and try and like predict what it's going to look like in terms of like the lifestyle you're living. For me, I'm going to try and search for some more images on Pinterest. This is such a dope image, I'm not gonna lie. I would paste this image, but it's not realistic. That's why, it doesn't really help with your vision board because, even though it's based off of real life, it's pixelated. It's an artwork. So if you find artworks and graphic images that people have made and it's not like a real life photo, then it might be a little hard for you to envision your, future. So I would try and find a replacement for this. All right, I got a few images that speak to me and resonate with me, so I'll show you guys what I got. So far as this one, I think you guys can guess why. The orange color palette, as well as this one, I guess so. What else? This one? Nah, not really. This one, hell yeah. This one, nah. This one, nah, not really. So only these images. Alright, I'm going to paste them into Adobe Illustrator, size them up, and I think that should be all for my second section. Like I can't fit any more images, so I think that's it. Next section, we're going to do the mind, soul, family, and community. So what you're going to do here is think about what your future family will look like. Think about the relationships you're going to have, the community you're going to be in, or the communities you're going to be in. Think about the mental and spiritual state that you're going to be in the future, or like at least what you want to be. For example, I find inspiration from like the hero archetype. So I suggest you guys take your time with this one and try and find images that really, really connects with you well. And remember, you don't want to spam images in here, right? They have to actually mean something to you. Even if you can't explain it to people, like it has to have that connection. It has to resonate with you a lot, right? You can't just put random images that you think, oh, this looks cool, this looks cool. Like you have to feel something when you look at these images. That's what a vision board is supposed to do. All right, I'm going to leave that at that. For the final section, it's called Health, Wellness, Travel, and Discovery. Now, I've already put some images here in terms of like health and sports. So what I'm going to do is find some more images similar to this. You see, when you look at some pictures, you have these recommended ones, so you can always scroll and look for more and really be picky with the images that you choose, because you got all the time in the world to vision your future, right? I actually did a little bit too much. Now we're gonna have to do some eliminating here, so I'm just gonna shorten these and maybe delete the rest. All right, cool. That is pretty much my vision board. Now I hope you had fun making your vision board, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a module quest below this module. So once you've finished, screenshot it, upload it down below, and we'll go from there. We'll move on to the Ikigai now.
The next framework is actually, matter of fact, the most important step to starting a personal brand. It is called the Ikigai. An Ikigai can be used as a guide for your daily life and your business. It's basically the reason why you get out of bed, in the morning. And it boils down to 4 fundamental foundational pillars of your personal brand. Number 1 is passion, 2 is vocation, 3 is mission, and 4 is profession. Now, your passion includes all the things you love in your life. We're going to get deeper into all 4 of these in the next walkthrough. Your vocation includes everything you know well or things you are good at. Your mission includes everything that you can provide in the world and serve to others. And your profession includes all the things you can get paid for and make money with. These 4 pillars are required to be written down, right, and merged in order to come to a synchronized Ikigai. Your Ikigai is essential to your creative purpose. All right, so here's how we're going to walk through it. I'm going to take you through all 4 pillars one by one in the next walkthrough coming up. And this will require you to pretty much write a lot of stuff and do a lot of deep thinking. So get ready. Again, you can either use a graphics design software, a notes app, or a normal notebook with a pen and paper, right? And I attached a free template below this module if you want to download it and use it as a guide when we do create your Ikigai together next. So get yourself ready, because this next part might take a while, heads up. But this is okay though. It's actually a good thing if it does take a while within the first steps that you take in Creatopia, because the more time you spend, the more patience you invest, the more reflection you spend time on in this, especially in this part of the course, the easier your growth journey is going to be when you move on from phase 2 and onwards. You're going to have a ton of clarity. You know exactly what you're going to do, exactly what your mission is, exactly how you're going to get paid, etc., etc. And trust me on this, I've made over like 10 different versions of my Ikigai. Legit, I'm like on my 12th one or my 13th one. I don't even know at this point. Maybe it's even more, but like, trust me on this. The more clarity you have now, the more time you think, the more time you spend on this Ikigai, dude, you're going to do so well. But then again, you can also expect new variations of your Ikigai every 3 months, every 6 months. If you're lucky, every year, if you don't change your mind that much as I do. This is because as individuals, of course, we love to change, we love to adapt and rebrand our identities as we walk through life and in our journeys with Christ. All right, so please follow along and create your Ikigai while I take you through the step-by-step process. Let's go.
All right, people, welcome to the Ikigai walkthrough. I'll make this a simple walkthrough. I don't want to overcomplicate it and start yapping like I usually do. I have a bad habit of that. First and foremost, very first step 0 is to write a heading of your name and your Ikigai. Right, so for me, it's Ken's Ikigai. For you, it could be Joe's Ikigai. Whatever your name is, write that down as the heading. All right, I'm on Adobe Illustrator, as you can see. And the next step you want to do is make 4 sections in your page. I definitely suggest and recommend that you do this on a horizontal plane, and then split your entire page into 4 sections like I have, or just at least make 4 rectangles. This is the template that I've provided from the last module, so you can download the picture, insert it into like Canva or something like that, and then yeah, just move on from there. You don't have to make the template yourself. But if you are making it from scratch, writing on paper, just write down these 4 headings. First, we're going to start off with your passions and writing everything you love down. Now, I just mentioned it, but your passions mean whatever you love and all the things that you have been passionate about since you were a child, since you were a little kid. So I'm going to make this white. And I'm going to start off with the top 3 things that I love. God. Jesus. Holy Spirit. Father, Son, Spirit. Bible. Scripture. That's not top 3, but you guys know what I mean, right? So that's the first line. I'm going to leave it like this, in this type of format. What I usually do with all of these, this passion section and vocation section, at least, is just list down everything, not in dot point format, because the final version it actually looks like that. All right, so this is what we're going to create. This is what you want it to look like at the very end. Okay, so we're going to start off with this. This looks like a good first line. That's okay. You know, a good tip to creating and writing down your passions, excuse me, is actually making every single word like correlate in order. So like you go from God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, Bible, Scripture. Then the next one could be like studying, right? Then the next one could be like, actually no, let's go Bible, Scripture, speaking. Okay, I like speaking. I like being authentic. I like talking on camera. Yeah, that's the same thing as speaking. I'd say filming, right? I like editing. Let's fit one more in here. I like scripting. Totally. Just kidding. Yes, I do like scripting on a good day. Scripting, what else do I like? I like editing, designing. I like designing. I like cinematography. Oh, what else is related to cinematography? Movies. I like movies. I like films. Those are dope. Come on now. Okay, and then I also like cinema. No, I already said that. Film. Yeah, film, superheroes, I guess. I've always loved those. Where my Marvel fanboys at? W's in the chat. Okay. Sorry, I have OCD. I'm just gonna... Okay. Marvel. DC. Star Wars. Is there another genre? I don't like Lord of the Rings. Those are the top 3 I like. What else do I like? I really like technology. I guess that relates to Star Wars. I like space too. Adventure. Oh, that changed the font. I don't know why. What else? Exploration. It's pretty much the same thing. I don't want to do that. City. I like cityscape. I also like nature. Basically, what you want to do with passions is list everything that comes up on your mind that you enjoy, or that when you look at, you just like it. If you have any sort of interests, any sort of passion towards it, it doesn't have to be major. It can be the most minute interest that you have. Just write it down. It's fine. Do you know why? Because when you write down certain passions, quote unquote, these are the type of things that are going to potentially inspire your personal brand. in terms of the colors that you choose for your color palette, in terms of the text fonts that you use, in terms of the, I don't know, the content series that you're going to make, in terms of the content ideas that in terms of the niche in general that you're going to be in, the industry that you want to enter, right? So just write it down. I'm going to get to sports in a bit. Let me just move on from nature. Nature. I like dystopian. I also like utopian. I'm a very bipolar person. Any concepts, any topics, any subgenres, genres, music, rap, worship, pop. Let's move on to pop culture. Pop culture, I guess? Yeah, I'll just write that down. What else can we write for here? Toys. Yeah, I like toys. Transformers. Action. Fighting. Boxing. See how I'm like relating all of these? Isn't this just smooth? Smooth like Vaseline? That's what you want, guys. Make it simple. Relate everything. Link everything. Everything's connected. This is your brain that we're trying to dive deep into. Boxing, I guess MMA, I guess. Yeah, it counts. Or just UFC. I like UFC. What else? Running. Training. Strength and conditioning. Swimming. By the way, I hope you guys are doing this along with me. That's just really awkward if you're just watching me write this down without you doing it alongside. Swimming. I was going to write something else. Oh yeah, fitness. And then I'm going to relate it to health. And then I'm going to relate it to self-improvement. And then I'm going to relate it to self-mastery. I don't know what that means. It's like, I guess studying. I'm going to add dieting here. Gonna add studying here. Oh, whoops. Gonna add dieting, and then I'm gonna add food. Self-improvement, yeah, that's cool. Studying, and then we're gonna relate to business. Oh yeah. Entrepreneurship. To make it more simple of what we're doing here, we are finding the keywords that appeal to you. The keywords that you love to hear, that you love to read, that you love to see. The keywords that you've lived and grown up with as a child and as an adult, right? Keywords. What's it? Entrepreneurship, social media. Oops. Social media. What's after social media? What do I like after social media? The internet. Nah, I like short form content. I like long form content. I like reels. I like short films. Oops. Podcasts. What else do I like? I was gonna say something after short form. Long form, podcasts, music I already wrote down, social media, internet, social media, reels, short films, podcasts, virality, content, strategy, marketing, content marketing. Actually, no, it's the same thing, whatever. Content marketing. What else do I like? What do you guys like? Virality, content strategy, content systems. Asian. I'm gonna go completely unrelated. It's okay if you guys come to a mind blank. You can write something that's completely unrelated and just spam everything down. That's what you want to do in this section anyway. Asian culture. Gonna write Japan. Indonesia. Australia. Sydney. What else? Martial arts. I already kind of wrote that down, but it's okay. I'm gonna cheat and take a peek. Oh, games. Cars. Yeah, that's true. Cars. Futurism? Sci-fi? Oh yeah, sci-fi, that's true. Yeah, you're gonna come to a point, guys, where you just can't relate any more keywords together and list them in that method, so just spam. It's fine. Whatever comes to your head, it's okay. God will tell you. Drama, photography? Okay, yeah, photography. Whoops. What was that? I wrote some artists down too. Videography, I guess. Kanye West. Kendrick Lamar. Tyler, the Creator. Hillsong. Oh shit. Traveling. I don't know why, but I'm gonna write Grand Canyon because I've always wanted to visit there. I'm also gonna write New York because I've always wanted to visit there. It's a good activity to get to know yourself a little bit more, to be aware, you know. Dystopian podcast books, yeah, I used to like books. So it doesn't necessarily have to be your present passions. We're not writing down your present self, we're also writing down, and that, my friend, includes your past self. What did I write? Marketing, e-learning, that's right, I forgot about that. This is what you guys are going through now, e-learning. E-learning, online education. Products. Oh, whoops. I keep pressing that. So I'm wearing these glasses and you can barely see, you can't see any color. Everything's just orange. So I'm like, what is going on? E-learning, online education, courses, coaching, products, clothing, street wear, digital products, drop shipping, web design, creativity branding. Wow, can't believe I forgot about that. Change the font back. Sorry. Motivation? I guess so. Mentality. I'm gonna try and fit one more line after this one because I might have a few things. God might have a few things to speak through me. Motivation, mentality, success mindset, grind set, alpha male, Andrew Tate. Coaching, teaching, speaking, social media, I did that. Business, products, communities, yep. Oops. Drama, nope. Storytelling, yep. And then, last one, I guess we can say Asian culture, travel, friends, driving. I don't think it matters at this point. We'll just say weightlifting. I don't even lift weights anymore. Okay. That's it. I'm going to select them all, make them nice and make them fit inside the box. Obviously, I'm not assuming that you guys will take the same, be at the same speed and pace that I wrote this down, because I already know what my passions were beforehand, right? Because I've made like 10 versions of my Ikigai. But basically, yeah, this is what it looks like. This is what my Ikigai looks like, right? This is what my passion looks like, sorry. Okay, now what we're going to do is move on to vocation, right? That's step 2, guys. The first step to moving on to step 2 is to copy and paste your passions into your vocations. Okay, now, actually no, an even better way, do not copy and paste it, because some of you guys don't have, you guys aren't even on computer, some of you guys might be on paper. So what you want to do is this white? Yes, it's white. We'll make it yellow. Oh no, we'll make it orange because it's the same color as vocation. We're going to circle the ones that we're good at. We're going to circle the ones, the interests, the topics, the genres, subgenres, the passions that we know well, that we have beyond interest, basically. So a good set of knowledge. And let's bring it at that, right? So, all right, I'm going to circle God, I'm going to circle Jesus, I'm going to circle Holy Spirit, because I talk to him every day and he's talking through me now, hopefully. Bible, scripture, speaking, yapper, D1 yapper right here, authenticity, filming, yes sir, editing, yes sir, scripting, yes sir, designing, yeah. Actually, I'm not that good at designing. Cinematography, I'm good at simple cinematography. I'm good at solo cinematography. Movies, yeah. Film, I'd say film. Actually, yeah, movies. I know a lot of movies. A lot of Marvel movies. Yes, superheroes, yes. Imagine if I start a superhero channel. We're doing this and circling your vocations and the things you're good at and the things you know well, because we're going to have to relate it to your mission, which is this third step. Marvel, I know a lot of. DC, Star Wars, nah, I don't know that much of Star Wars, not much of technology or space. This is where I get Selective. Music, yeah. Rap, I guess. Worship, pop culture, toys, no. Transformers, yeah. Dude, I've been recently becoming a Transformers nerd. Again. I've always been since a child, but like, these days, again, action, fighting, boxing. I would say boxing I'm better at, fighting not so much. UFC, no, not at all. Running, nah. Training, I'm lacking. But I'll circle it for the sake of it. Oh my goodness, this is so annoying. Swimming, I'll circle it just for the sake of it. I'm not too bad. Fitness, circle it. You never know. Health, I'd like to think I'm healthy. Maybe not, don't worry about it. Dieting, I used to be good. I wouldn't circle it. I would not make my personal brand on dieting. So if you know for sure, with full clarity, with no doubts, that you will not relate your personal brand to any of these keywords, don't worry about circling it, alright? It won't get past the passions section, don't worry. Food, nope. Nope. Maybe, no. Potentially, no. I like it, but I won't make a personal brand about it, you know? It's like that type of question. Self-improvement, yes. Studying, nah. Business, yes. Entrepreneurship, yes. Social media, yes. Shorts, longs, I guess so. Reels, short films, podcasts, virality, content strategy, marketing, content systems, Asian, I guess so. Actually, nah. I don't know much about Asian culture. It's not like, yeah, I'm kind of whitewashed. Anyways, Japan, Indonesia, Australia, games, I wouldn't do gaming. Nah, wouldn't make gaming content. Cars, sci-fi, photography, perhaps. Nah, I would do videography better. Always. Kendrick, I'm a big nerd. Tyler, nah, not really. Hillsong, I pretty much know all their songs. All their popular songs. Traveling, I'm not good at that. I don't go traveling that much, I wish. None of these. Books, nah, I'm not a big book nerd anymore. E-learning, yes. YouTube tutorials, where my guys at? Let's go. Online education, courses, coaching, products, dropshipping, clothing, I guess so. Streetwear, I like streetwear. Digital products, I'm going to circle all these. Website, no. Creativity, yep. Branding, motivation, mentality, communities, you are in it right now, guys. Storytelling, weightlifting. No, I'm not going to circle that. Okay. Acting like I'm a Mr. Olympia or something. Okay, what we're going to do now, moving on to vocation. I mean, we pretty much already finished vocation. What we want to do now is to just select all the ones that we circled in our passions, and then we just copy and paste it into vocation. So I'm just going to select it. Need to get closer. Yoink, 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 yoink. Yoink. Yoink, 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 yoink. It's so hard to tell which ones I'm selecting with these glasses on. By the way, these are, if you guys are curious why I look like a 90s rock star, I am wearing, apparently these, these are, what are they called? Exactly, they're called blue light filtered glasses. And they're red. And they're supposed to block the blue light from my screen. And I'm always on my screen because I'm a digital entrepreneur, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Okay, I'm almost done. Feel free, obviously you guys know that you can pause anytime during these walkthroughs. We're going to go through a lot of walkthroughs in this course, not only in the branding phase, but also in the other phases too. I'm going to do a lot of walkthroughs because I love getting you guys and getting my students to just take action, you know, and like learn the process during the process. Learn what it's like when you're doing the actual action. Just like reps and how we post content. Like you learn along the way, you figure it out along the way. That's what I did. It took me a long time to blow up. And I wish I had a course like this back when I started. You know, when I first found the Ikigai model, the framework, man, my mind was blown of how like helpful it was and clarifying it was. Just knowing what my niches are, what my interests were, and what I wanted to talk about in my content, right? And it's just like, wow, like having exactly all the keywords. So that's why take your time on this. Feel free to pause. You don't gotta worry. Again, the more patient you take this process, hey, when you reach like phase 8, phase 5, phase etc., like it's gonna be so easy. You already know what I'll be talking about in certain aspects. Even in monetization, you already know, like you already have so much clarity just because you took your time thinking about what exactly you're gonna sell in your Ikigai. But during this, at least this brand phase of your journey in Creatopia, you don't have to worry about writing down. When we get to the step 4, which is professions, writing down what you can get paid for, you don't have to be very specific. You don't have to figure out exactly what business model, because some of you are inexperienced with personal branding or just building an online business in general, and that's okay. You don't have to, like, I'm not pressuring you guys. I actually recommend not getting into all of that, because right now you need to be focused on exactly what you want to talk about. Who are you really? And, you know, what are you here for? Right? What is your online presence all about? What story are you telling? Who are you serving? What are your niches? What are the topics? What are your interests? What are your passions, vocations? What are your things you're good at? Right? This is where it all comes together. Was I yapping? I might have been yapping. But anyways, we finished. My OCD is satisfied and vocation is done. So step 2 is done. What you want to do, moving on to step 3, is doing the exact same thing, but circling in your vocations box which keywords, which vocations are the ones that you can use to serve others. Right? So that's the thing here. Mission is all about serving other people, serving the world. Which one of these vocations, all right, by circling them, can you use to serve others? This can include skills and topics and knowledge, and even subgenres. You can like preach about subgenres like rap, or if you want to talk about pop culture, if you want your whole personal brand to be about pop culture, right? And then maybe incorporate Christ in that some way, somehow. I've seen that one creator actually that I've recently subscribed to on YouTube who actually does that, who talks about like Netflix and Christianity, and how like this one trending Netflix movie relates to the Bible, what the Bible says. Like, it's so interesting when you mix all of these vocations together, these passions of yours, and make it into a mission. And it's like, it's so relieving, it's so clarifying when you know, okay, this is exactly what I want to, you know, do. And when you read, I guess, when we get to the missions part, when you read it, you guys will see. I won't spoil it, but man, when you write down your mission statement, when you have this list here, it's like, dude, I want to wake up every day and just chase this, you know. That's when you know that's God's calling for you. And this is like a breakdown step by step, this whole Ikigai thing. So let's circle. Let's get to circling. Let's change this color to purple because it's mission. God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, Bible, Scripture. I'm going to change Scripture to the Gospel because I want to spread the Gospel. That is what we are called to do. Am I right, guys? Am I right? I better see everyone's. When I look at the when you post your, what's it called, ikigais in the quest below, I want to see everyone circling gospel. Let's go, bro. Praise God. All right, speaking. I guess I can help you. Yeah, I help you guys speak. I'm like trying to recall what what my mission is right now. Bro, why can't I circle this? Bro. Authenticity. Yeah, I help people to be more authentic. It's getting very what's it called? I forgot the word. Anyways, filming. I help you guys film. I help you guys edit. I help you guys script. I don't help you guys learn about Marvel. Cinematography, that's a part of Creatopia. Movies, film, I guess, nah. Superheroes, no. Music, nah. Rap, nope. Transform, nope. Training, no. Yep. Yeah, I guess so. Self-improvement, short form content, definitely. Virality, definitely. Short films, nah, not really. Reels, yes. Marketing, yes. Nope. Content systems, definitely. Strategy, yes. Videography, yes. Kendrick, nope. E-learning, yes. Online edu, yep. Courses, yep. Coaching, yep. Products, yeah, I guess so. Creatopia is related to selling products. Clothing, no. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I've always had a soft spot for clothing, so they all have meaning. At least to me it is. Not streetwear, no. Digital, yep. Dude, why can't I circle properly? Creativity, yes, 100%. Branding, whoops. Branding. Motivation, nah. Vitality, nah. I mean, I guess so. I have to circle it because whenever I speak on camera, I sound motivational. Oh my goodness. You know, drawing with a mouse is like the most painful thing, guys. Communities, yes, 100%. Storytelling, 100%, 110%. Long form, no. Unfortunately. Alright. Now, what we're going to do, the exact same thing as we did before. Select all the ones that you circled, all the vocations you circled. They're going to be called missions now. Alright, just give me a sec to select all of them. Yoink. Oh, whoops. Nope. Oh. Okay. Copy and paste them, put them into here. Oh, whoops. I accidentally selected 2 circles. Okay. Paste them into here. Into your missions section. Your third section of your Ikigai. Right? And I'm going to OCD this real quick. Okay, there you go. That's your mission. That's my mission. Alright. Hopefully you guys by now you've done enough pauses to get to the point where I'm at right now, which is the missions part. What we're going to do before we move on to the profession and start circling which ones we can get paid for, we actually have to write down a mission statement. Now, my mission statement is this. Okay. This is what it's called. Oh, whoops. What did I do? Okay. Help creators tell stories, build brands, scale businesses, and grow closer to Jesus by documenting. I'm going to delete that. That's way too specific. With your mission statement, okay, I used to teach people to make it very specific in terms of your Ikigai underneath here. And my previous Ikigais, like the 4th, 3rd, 5th variations of my Ikigais, they were very like, they fill the entire page. So it was like an entire sentence, just lines of them, like multiple lines. And it's just one sentence. It used to be like, I help creators this, and then I basically spammed all the keywords into a single sentence, and it did not make sense. It was supposed to, the purpose of it was to make it more clarifying, but it wasn't. Right? I have a new business philosophy that I want to teach you guys, which is called KISS. You want to kiss everything, meaning keep it super simple, right? So we want to kiss this mission part of the Ikigai, right? You want to kiss your entire Ikigai in general, okay? Especially your Ikigai statement, your mission statement. So what do you guys do to serve the world? That's the only question you're answering in this section, okay? What do I do? If you ask me, I help real creators build real brands. If I want to kiss this like crazy, I help real creators build real brands in Christ. That is my motto. That's my brand motto. That's literally on my website right now, as of September of 2025. Right? If you want to make it even more simple, I build real brands with real. Let me do it line by line so it's easier. Real creators in Christ. All right, and I know what this means, right? Because it's connected to all of these. Does that make sense? Right? See how it's like all linked and connected? When I read this, I know all of this is related to this one very simple sentence. I want you guys to come up with your own simple sentence and make sure it's clarifying to you and it speaks to you. How do you know if it's clarifying? When you don't doubt it at all. When you read it and you're like, yes, this is the reason I want to wake up every day and create content. This is the reason I want to script and spend hours and hours editing, right? And spreading this message and doing this mission. Right? Because it's not only, my mission is not only about building real brands. Okay, define real. Define brands. Define creators. Define, like, what does in Christ mean? I can go on and on about that. That's what my content is about, right? So you want to make a very simple mission statement, and yeah, it might take you a while, to be honest. It might take you the longest time if you guys are really looking for that nail pin drop piece of clarity when writing your mission statement. That's okay. You can spend hours, you can pray on it tonight, and then the next day, tomorrow, you can write it down. You can write multiple variations of it here underneath, and then compare and see which one is the top one that speaks to you the most. Because whatever speaks to you the most is the one that has the most, where you feel the most clarity, where you don't doubt, where it's very, very clear, and when it relates to you the most. That's how you know that is God's calling for you. Okay? Now, that's it for mission. I'm going to move on to profession. We're going to keep this process, this fourth process, very simple as well. We're going to kiss this one as well. If you know, you know. Matter of fact, I'm going to make a big reminder up here. And for you guys as well. Keep it super simple. Don't worry about it. Alright? Keep it super simple. There. Whoops. Keep it super simple. Keep calm and kiss everything. I'm just kidding. Don't literally kiss everything. I mean, like, keep it super simple. Life is just easier when it's like that, especially as a business owner. Alright? Okay, cool. Let's do this. We're going to go circle and do the entire selection process again with your missions. But this time, you're going to circle the ones that can get you paid, can make you money, that you can monetize. Okay? Can't do that with God. It's not my intention to monetize the name of Jesus or the Bible. I definitely don't want to get paid to host Bible studies and all that stuff. Some people do. That's okay. I guess that's their thing. For me, no. I don't feel good about that. Gospel, no, not even that. Gospel is free, man. It's free, amen. Speaking, yes, I can help people speak better, be more authentic. I can help people film. I can get paid by helping people edit, script, know more about social media and cinematography, even entrepreneurship. Oops. Yoink. Okay. Self-improvement. I guess so. Short form content. Yes. By the way, these circled ones are the ones that you guys want to actually get paid for. Alright? So don't be afraid to cross it out. Honestly, I don't really want self-improvement. So I'm going to cross that out. Virality. Clothing. Don't really want to get paid for that, but that is an avenue. So I'm just going to like circle it with an empty space there. Reels, marketing, yes. Digital products, yes. Content systems, yes. Content strategy, yes. Videography, yes. Think about what you guys can do as well when you circle these. Like, you can do freelancing, you can make your own agency, make your own school community, you can make your own course, whatever you want. Can get paid by teaching people branding, not by motivating them, not by their mentality. I mean, I guess so, because a lot of success comes from your mental. Communities, yes. Help people build communities, help people tell stories, and not e-learning. I mean, yeah, I guess it relates. Creatopia is e-learning. This course is e-learning anyways. Okay, don't want to overcomplicate it. You guys will already know when you're up to this. You guys will already be used to selecting anyways. So like, just consider which one of your missions are monetizable. Most of them are going to be. Most of them may not be. But there has to be something that you can monetize, right? If there's barely anything, that means you're a mission type of person. You're a mission driven type of person. And that is great. That's a good thing. That's a gift from God right there. But still, it's nice to get paid, right? And in this profession section, the fourth and final section of your Ikigai, you want to, again, keep it super simple. We're not going to dive into monetization too much now because there is further monetization courses down the line past phase 8 and phase 9. So we're going to move on to monetization topics and discussions when the time comes, okay? So for now, we're going to categorize all of these professions into subheadings. Some of your subheadings are already going to be written down. I think mine is already going to be written down. For example, social media is a subheading. Reels is under that, short form, virality, marketing, content systems and strategy. Actually, yeah. Okay, branding as well. So you basically want to allocate them, make it look neat. We're going to name the subheadings soon. Just make them bold for now and make them green. There, so you can tell the difference. Or I can tell the difference because I'm wearing these glasses. What else? Entrepreneurship. Guess that goes under branding, marketing. Okay, no, they don't. Speaking, filming, editing, scripting, that goes under creativity. Where is it? Where you at? What's creativity? Did I not? Oh, it's there. Sorry. There it is. Speaking creatively? Nah. Coaching. Courses. Storytelling. I'm gonna make these subheadings. Make them green. So you guys can see what I'm doing. However method you guys want to allocate this part, leave it up to you. Because you guys should have a lot of clarity at this point in your Ikigai. This is not an important part, this final profession section, but it will be when you reach future phases. digital products. Yes. Videography. Products. E-learning. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Social media, communities, mentality. Okay, cool. Coolsies. I'm gonna just put them separately. I'm gonna make these a little bit bigger so you can tell which one's which. Yoink, 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 yoink. Oh, whoops. Yoink. Yoink. And then yoink these together. Sorry, this is my OCD at its finest. Okay. Should be cool. You don't want to like overcomplicate this. You don't have to write any mission statement or anything like that. What I would do is this, right? Your profession section should look like this. And super simple, right? Underneath these subheadings. Your subheadings would be one of these keywords already in your missions. Okay? Keep it super simple. Remember the KISS rule. And that is going to be your Ikigai. Okay? God bless. Make sure once you've done your entire Ikigai, screenshot it, upload it, export it, and post it, and share it in the quest below this module. You can look at other people's Ikigais too and get inspired. Alright, see you in the next module. Hello and welcome to the Why Framework module. So first and foremost, what is this about? This is the belief system behind your Ikigai mission. So your Ikigai was the what behind your personal brand. This is the why behind the what. Okay, so make sure your Ikigai's mission from the previous module, that mission statement is completely written out and complete. Like it's finished, all right? Complete your Ikigai, especially the mission statement. This is very important. So yeah, check the previous module if you haven't already. Don't skip through. Why does this matter? Well, beliefs build brand clarity. Your why creates audience connection, and this helps you stay different from other creators. This is pretty much your wow factor, right? If you can write a specific why statement or statements, you have a unique reason behind your personal brand, and it's most likely going to be completely different from anyone else, especially if you have multiple statements and multiple reasons why. And I'll show you when I go through my ones. So what is the why framework? It's basically a list of belief statements starting with we believe or I believe. I'm building a community, right? Creatopia. So that's why I structured it as we, but you can structure it as I. Okay, so it's pretty much the same thing. They're my beliefs. It starts with me. It starts with my beliefs anyways, right? And these are the core convictions your brand stands on. It's like your personal manifesto. So it has to be like short, bold, and true, and really, really straight to the point. Right, you cannot leave any room for fluff when you write your why statements. So here's how to write it. You want to start every single point with we believe or I believe. There's a template below in the quest, and you'll get to complete it. I'll mention it after this, but you want to add 1 to 2 sub keywords to clarify the heart and the intention behind each one. Okay, this can be descriptive sentences. This can be just a group of keywords. I like to do just like sub keyword sentences. I'll show you my examples after. But this second step is also kind of optional. You don't really have to do sub dot points, but you do need at least, like, let's say 1 to 3 to 5 main why statement points that starts with I believe. So you want to reflect back on your Ikigai and ask yourself what beliefs led you to write that mission. Alright, so here are my why statements, and this will help you a lot more to understand why you need a why statement as well. First and foremost, as of obviously May of 2025, this will change as my Ikigai changes. It always changes, okay? First one is, we believe that we have been crucified with Jesus and live by faith in the Son of God. Most important one for me, right? So this is my main why statement, and these two are the sub keywords and sub descriptive sentences that I wrote below, just for more clarification. Okay, so that we no longer live, but Christ lives in us, who loved us and gave himself for us. This is requoted from Galatians 2:20. Okay, so that's my first why statement. Second one, we believe social media is a place to be unapologetically real and authentic. Sentences, dot points, not a place to brand yourself behind a fake mask. Okay, so you pretty much describe your reason why a little bit more. You dive deep into it. Embracing humility, selflessness, and honesty. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3 is we believe in breaking the algorithm through heart-driven and vulnerable stories by challenging norms, standards, and stereotypes, empowering poor-minded and struggling doom scrollers. Number 4, I think, is it number 4 or what? Yeah, number 4, right? Yeah, number 4. We believe in transforming ordinary people into purpose-led entrepreneurs who are passionate to serve their dream customer and elevating everyday peeps or people to build meaningful brands. Okay, and number 5, finally, is we believe short-form cinematic content is the future of the creator economy. A new era of the digital nomad, quote-unquote, solopreneurship niche, I guess. And also the next wave of organic social media marketing. So those are my why statements. 5 with sub-points and 5 main points. All right, so what makes this why statement or these why statements powerful? Well, people follow your beliefs, right? Not just your content. So, for example, I watched this one video from Simon Sinek talking about this framework. I'm pretty sure he made this up. And he explains that he used Apple, the company, as an example. And he's like, people don't buy from Apple mainly because of their features or the what they do or how they create their iPhones. People buy because of the reason why behind their brand exists, which is, I think he used this as an example as well. We're here to break the status quo or to challenge the status quo of digital devices or whatever, right? But this keeps you grounded when you feel lost or burnt out. So it's a compass for your content. It's a compass for your offers. It's a compass for your brand decisions and your ikigai as well. If you have a clear reason or reasons why you are creating content and building this personal brand, building this business, everything just becomes easier. And as soon as I wrote down my previous ones, like these 5, it just, like, the clarity just times 10, like 10x all of a sudden. Especially with these keywords that I love to use all the time in my content. I love to use them all the time, right? Fake mask, humility, selflessness. Like, these are my morals as well. So if you write them down in sentence format, mad clarity, just like the ikigai. So your quest is to write 1 to 5 I believe statements. Okay, so you write your own why statements. And this is optional. You also can include extra descriptive keywords or sentences like I did with my ones right here at the bottom. And yeah, post it in the comments underneath below. Okay. And here's your final reminder. Your why is what keeps you burning. Your beliefs are what turn a personal brand into a movement. It's more than just being an influencer, right? So you want to stay rooted, stay real, and speak what you believe. Good luck. Have fun. What's up? Welcome back to the new module called Icon Factors. Now, you've heard about being authentic on social media. I'm pretty sure you've heard me talk about it somewhere in some of my videos. You've heard plenty of other influencers talk about it. If not, you have assumed that this is the new norm for influencers and creators on social media, is to just be honest and real and open and just share more and more. That's what authenticity is, quote unquote, right? Newsflash, it's old news. It's no longer new. Nowadays, authenticity is the norm. Being honest is the new standard. Having an open brand, quote unquote, is typical. It's literally typical, right? Digital vulnerability is what you can call it. You know, being vulnerable online to get views and to relate to people more. It's the new average. It's literally like the new mediocre. Okay, so the question is, how do you stand out? That does not make sense. How do you, my script, man. How do you stand out from all these copy paste authentic creators? If everyone's being authentic, who is real these days? Oof, what a question, right? If you're being authentic and everyone else in Creatopia is being authentic, that means everyone else is a competitor against you and you're competing against them. And what makes you different from them? Oof, right? The answer is in the question, stand out. Okay, how do you stand out? You stand out. But Ken, how do you be different and unique and stand out? Like, what does this mean in the vast world of social media? How do you be different? How do you be unique? You find your icon factors, period. Let's get straight into it, okay? These are my icon factors right here. We're going to take a fat look and we're going to stare at this for the next 10 minutes or so, and I'm going to explain exactly what these mean, right? With your icon factors and how I structured them to blow up on social media, and just reminiscing on how I found viral success, is I split it into two avenues of standing out on social media and being a unique character or personality, right, as a creator. The first side is being an inner child, embracing your inner childishness, the inner kid inside your spirit that it's like, you know, when you look back and you reminisce of your childhood and you think about the TV shows you used to watch and the movies you used to love and the interests you used to have, the toys you used to play with, and your personality in general when you were born to all the way up to 8 years old, 10 years old, let's say, right? 12 years old. Because when you hit 12 years old, you become annoying and puberty hits, right? So basically, pre-puberty, who were you? Now, that is your past adopted traits, okay? And I'm sure everyone can relate to the fact that some of these traits spark out of you and just, what's the word? You still adopt these traits to this day. Sometimes you have sparks and, like, I guess the right word is tics, you know, when you spend time with your closest friends and you're just weird or goofy or cringy. So these are mine. Let me just list down my inner child traits, right? Hyper weird, very goofy and cringy. Like, I used to run a YouTube channel and it was this. If I could summarize it in 3 words, it was this, right? Ambivert. So I'm an introvert and an extrovert. I can be very reserved and I can be extroverted if I want to, right? I'm reserved, yes, and I'm a private yapper. So I can yap, but I'll yap if I want to, right? I can control it most of the time. Physically unstable. Yeah, I kind of have ADHD, like low-key ADHD. I'd say low-key ADHD, right? Because sometimes in boxing, I have fun. I have fun with boxing, and then during like just exercise and fitness in general, I like to have fun and move around. So sometimes I get unstable and I can't control myself and I just get excited, right? Some of you guys relate to that because my content has that energy sometimes, right? Some of my videos and my old videos has that, okay? Bipolarism and mood swings. I'm like 82% sure I'm bipolar. I have a lot of mood swings. Back then when I was in puberty or like just pre-puberty in general, like I used to have a ton of mood swings. Tons. It was crazy. Group and community orientated. I've always loved hanging around in groups. I've always found myself the best version, or like I found identity in a group. And then I am also obsessive and I have a lot of perfectionism standards, which means when I chase something like content creation, I will not stop until I get it done. And I'm sure some of you guys can relate to that because you guys are my dream avatar. Okay? Emotionally immature. How do I explain this? Yeah, so basically like how I'm physically unstable and how sometimes I can get out of control physically in exercise or in just like physical activities in general. Emotionally, I am immature. At least back then I was very, very immature. You know, when a girl didn't like me, I used to like crash out. Like stuff like that, you know? Yeah, that's my inner child. These traits can be positive and both negative, right? What you want to do is write it down. That's what this module is about. And I suggest writing down 5 to 10. Write down at least 5. Don't write down 3. Write down at least 5 because there's a lot that your personality holds, right? Everyone is very unique. You just got to think about your inner child. That's one side of you. And then second side, which I'll explain now, is called your mature spirit. Now, this is pretty much your present adopting traits. Who are you now? What are your traits now? What are your characteristics now? What's your personality like now, right? And this is mine. Deep and meaningful spirituality. I love to talk about spiritual stuff. I love spiritual orientated conversations, right? I love deep and meaningful conversations in general too. I'm that guy to ask and have a conversation with. Hyper vulnerable. I can be I can easily open up. That's not even a joke. I'm sure you guys know this, just hearing my content. And even like hopping on coaching calls with me or hopping on the group calls, very easy to open up. Yeah. Discipline, fear of God, obedient. I'd say I'm like the standard of this. Sometimes I fall short. I'm not perfect. I wouldn't say I'm like 100% obedient to God. We all fall short of the glory of God every day. But this is the best keyword that I can describe myself. I strive to be obedient. Let's say that. I strive to be disciplined. Let's say that. I strive to have a fear of God and to have a heart that reveres the Lord, right? And coach or mentor figure, older brother figure. I'd say I'm like that because I am an older brother, and I've always been an older brother, and I've always had a call, at least recently, which is why it's in here, present adopting traits, to mentor and to teach. Last year, I got a job at a tutoring center, so I was teaching primary school kids casually as a casual job. I was teaching them maths and English and all that stuff. It was an easy job, but like that pretty much, I guess, gave me a calling to mentor and coach people, and it was like an avenue that God used for me to learn how to, I guess, dabble my toes into coaching and mentoring and teaching in general. And then there's biblical wisdom, which I always strive to have. Like that's like the foundation of, true knowledge, to seek the truth and embrace what the Bible says and learn about it and constantly stay curious about it and just continue to be endlessly hungry for the Word of God. Amen. Strategic, systematic, and efficient. You guys will learn about this side of me in the next few phases because this course has a lot of systems and strategies, especially in scripting, in editing, in reps as well, in ideas as well, which is the next one, I think. Well, not even the next one though. Even in the next one, phase 3, the consume courses has a lot of systems and strategies. Anyways, that's a part of my present adopting traits. And then the last two are logical and rational, intellectual thinking. That's who I am. That's how I'm wired. And emotionally dramatic and expressive. So I have a lot of sides to it. I'm logical and emotional at the same time. I'm sure you guys are too. You just haven't explored that maybe. Who knows? But at the same time, that, this is you as well. Feel free to copy my stuff. I don't really care. As long as it's authentic to you. I do care if you are lying straight up. I don't want you guys to lie and say oh, I'm also hyper vulnerable. You know what I mean? It's come on, be real. Take a look at these and then you can see my client's one next, and then just be real with yourself and say, okay, what are the 5 things that my inner child was like? What was I like when, look deep into myself and ask, okay, I have a child inside of me, and everyone has that, we know, but how can I describe it specifically in a list format? Okay. And then your mature spirit, your present adopting traits. Cool. And I'm sure when you go down into the quest below, you will see a lot of examples of people who wrote their icon factors, and you can get inspiration from them too. It's important to have a balance of both because, and this is also important that I need to mention, you need to embrace it. You need to embrace every single one of them. Let's say you have 10 in total. You need to embrace all 10 equally because they are all your personality. They make you who you are. They make you iconic. They make you stand out. When you add those 10, 15 traits together, 14, 13, 12 traits together, it's nobody can replicate that because it's you and it's authentically you. It's more than authentic. It's iconic, right? So the reason why I made this new module, Icon Factors, is to prove a point that you guys cannot be chasing authenticity all the time and just being honest and open and vulnerable. Some of you guys actually suck at that, to be honest. As a coach, I have to say, Some of your authenticity skills need improvement. But then when you get there, you don't want to get into the trap of like there's one student, I'm not going to name him, but there's one student who's been making the same type of content for months and months and months, trying the same format and trying to be so authentic and like, what do you mean, like vulnerable, whatever you want to call that, but they're not iconic at all. Like, what makes you actually different? And I know that's a question that hurts people, but you have to answer it. You have to answer it. Like, what genuinely makes you different, right? And when you can overcome this question and seriously write down specifically the traits of your past that you can adopt and that you still have inside of you and inside of your spirit to this day, in addition with the mature spirit of you, the present adopting traits that you have today, that you are adopting every day, that is a weapon. Seriously. And if you can embrace that on camera, first of all, you're going to have a ton of fun. Second of all, people are going to love you. And like, just a reminder, you're not doing this for the approval of man. So you're obviously doing this for God and to serve him. Now, when you write things that are negative, that have no negative connotation, like you're emotionally insecure, obsessive, perfectionism standard, right? Physically unstable, low-key ADHD, right? These negative connotation things, you have to be mature about it and not go out of control, right? You don't want to sell yourself for social media just because you wrote one icon factor that you think will go viral. No, control yourself, all right? You are a child of God, not a child of the world. Do not love the world or the ways of this world, okay? Icon factors. These are my client's icon factors. I will name drop him. His name is Ryan. Love that guy. And he wrote this, and this is how I actually got the template for this. And this is how I got the idea for this whole entire module. He made this, and I was like, dang, I should actually make a template about this. So I told him this prompt, because I'm coaching him right now in the Creatopia clan, one-on-one coaching in my program, and I told him, think about what makes you different from the entire creator economy. Yeah, you're authentic, but what makes you iconic? What parts of your personality can you utilize to blow up? What parts of your personality not utilize, dude? You don't utilize your personality. I shouldn't have said that, but what can you embrace more that makes you unique and irreplaceable? Find your unique iconic points, icon factors, by tapping into your inner child and then your mature spirit. He wrote down these for his inner child. Shy kid turned observant, introvert. Waffler. Sarcastic plus dry humor. Bursts of random weirdness. Big introvert / extrovert switch, so he's an ambivert as well. Purposely cringy plus playful. Gamer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he likes to play FIFA. He's blunt, straight to the point, stubborn. Big emotional highs and lows. Low self-esteem, overshares excitement. Alright, and then there's his mature spirit. Athlete / discipline. Athletic discipline, I think he means, plus resilience. Excuse me. Shaped by rejection plus setbacks. So he's motivated by that type of thing. Obsessed, self-learner. Dang, these are actually really good compared to mine. Entrepreneurial plus independence driven. Direct honesty, no sugarcoating, that's good. Deeply values freedom over a 9-to-5. Growth mindset, so self-development equals success, driven to prove myself, and logical and strategic. And yeah, that's his mature spirit. I can relate to a lot with what he wrote down here, because at the end of the day, he's my dream avatar. He's my client. And I hope you guys also relate to him in some way or another and are inspired by his icon factors and the other icon factors that are in the quest below. Which, by the way, speaking of, you're going to have to write your icon factors before you move on to the next module. This is super, super important. Okay? If you're not aware of your icon factors, if you're not aware of the traits that you can embrace and showcase online in your digital presence and intentionally show it, right? Not chaotically show it, not immaturely show it, like some influencers and streamers do these days, you're going to find success faster than you know it. Okay? So, good luck writing them down. Again, I suggest more than 5 for both of these sides. I have the same amount for each because I have OCD again. If you're like Ryan, if you want to do less of this and more of this, less of this and more of that, doesn't matter. Just write 5 plus over 5 for each one. Okay? And yeah, God bless. I will see you in the next module. Do this one first though. Do the quest.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the Christ-centered module. This module is going to be a bit more personal. I'm going to lean onto the spirituality side a little bit more because I want to touch on the very interesting topic of building a Christ-centered personal brand. Now, with personal brands in general, they're very low-key. Actually, not low-key. They're pretty narcissistic. Let's not lie here. If your For You page is full of like influencers and creators, you know how it feels to like watch these people talk about their lives, and it's just like, ugh, you know what I mean? Like, and us as creators ourselves, when we rep it out, when we, you know, post daily videos and document our life and tell our story, it's like, it feels like we've become the narcissists. Or if you haven't felt like that, you're going to, because I definitely have. So how do we stay true to our values, especially as Christians, if we call ourselves that, as followers of Christ? This is not a scripted video at all. I was going to script this module, but I decided, you know what, I'm going to speak straight from the Spirit. I'm going to let God speak through me right now. Let me make it very clear. I wanted to make it very clear in this module especially that without Jesus, my personal brand is nothing. Literally nothing. And if you look at from the very start of my personal brand journey, when I started posting on Instagram at around December of 2023, I started posting like social media hacks and tips. I was one of those guys. I was a guru for months on top of months on top of months, right? I tried dipping my toes in storytelling here and there, but it never really worked out because I didn't try like to be authentic with it until I did. Actually, no, not until I did. Until I found Jesus. So when I found Christ, personally, obviously, not for the sake of my personal brand, when I personally found Jesus and when I, you know, read the Gospels for myself and when I found out that he is real, that did live and really die and really rose from the dead, you know, I gave my life to him. That's pretty much my testimony in a short like TLDR summary. But basically the point is, my personal brand wouldn't have blown up or went viral or found success or would have gone or touched anywhere near 100,000 followers, 200, 300, 500,000 followers now without Jesus Christ. I think, actually, no, I don't think. This is like a exhibit A right here. I am the exhibit A of what Jesus can do to someone. Not only professionally in their creative careers or in their, you know, entrepreneurial dreams, but personally as well. So I wanted to make that very, very clear in front of everyone that without Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, the one and only true King of the universe, I am nothing. This personal brand is nothing. This camera that I'm talking to means nothing. The people that I teach in Creatopia means nothing. My clients in the Creatopia clan means nothing. And I pretty much have no meaningful purpose if I didn't find Jesus. So here is me giving the credit to him and all the glory back to him because it really is about him at the end of the day. And I think real ones who are watching this know what I'm talking about. So yeah, that's the one thing that I wanted to clarify and get straight to the point in this module. Second thing is keep Christ at the center of it all. Keep God at the center of it all. What does that look like? Based on my experience so far, 2 years into a personal brand, around 1 year into my walk with a serious walk with Christ, as someone who likes entrepreneurship, as someone who creates content online, it's hard. It's really hard to put Jesus at the center because we are in a position, you and I, called to create and tell a story and put ourselves out there. And that's like the easiest trap to feed your ego and to feed your pride and to seek validation and to seek approval and to seek whatnot, you know, whatever's out there in social media especially, right? And everyone knows this. I don't have to preach to you about this. One of the foundations that I stick to in scripture is Colossians 3:17, which says, "And whatsoever ye do in word or deed, do it all in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God and the Father by him." I need to memorize that. I'm sorry, I couldn't get that out of my head. That is one of the biblical foundations that I run my business by. And yes, I've fallen short of that plenty of days. There's been periods where I just was too afraid of like using the name of Jesus, or using, reciting Bible verses on my like website, in my copywriting, or in my sales page. You know what I mean? Like it's just awkward as a business owner, as someone who creates content as well, right? When I talk about professional things like content creation, or if you're someone who is in a professional industry, it's hard to just out of nowhere mention the name of Christ. It's like, it's unnatural, but that's who we are called to be. Like, let's be real. Like, there is really no excuse in not having Jesus at the center of your business, at the center of your personal brand, at the center of everything, really, and not proclaiming his name. Like, you have to be bold. You have to be bold about his name. You have to be bold about our Lord. One of my goals for the future, or like my current goals right now as a creator who is just posting online, is to, normalize being bold about Christ in the business industry, in the entrepreneurship space, especially online, especially on social media, especially with creators and influencers, right? Because we are called to use our voices for the glory of God. There is a scripture on that. I know there's a scripture on that. I remember now, it's 1 Corinthians 31. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do, do it all for the glory of God. Let's keep it that simple. For those of you who have joined Creatopia and aren't that close to Christ, that's okay. This is like the community to like start that type of journey. You know what I mean? And I do want to say, it's a very serious thing. It's more serious than content creation. It's more serious than building a business. It's like, this community is nothing in comparison to Christ. Let me say that again. Like, the things that Jesus has done for me before I came to him, and after, it's like, you can't really describe it. So basically, in summary, I just want to say, in everything you do, in every business decision you make, in every script you write, in every shot you take, in every content idea that comes to your mind, may you make it obedient to Christ. May you let it and turn it into a vessel that glorifies the Lord, and make your worship very simple and pure, just like that. You don't have to make it overwhelm you. Just continue to pray that God uses you well, and that he stays at the center, in control of not only all your decisions, but what you say online, right? Because this is a serious matter. Whether you're spreading the gospel, or whether you're sharing your testimony, whatever, right? It's a serious matter, and continue to pray, fast. That's a great habit, by the way. It's not only a habit; it's a lifestyle. We're called to fast as Christians, and I'm yapping a little bit too much here, but basically the point is, keep Christ at the center, and everything will follow. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Seek first the kingdom of God, and all of these things shall be added unto you. Another one is Matthew 6, 19 to 21, where it talks about, you cannot serve two masters, bro. You can't serve God and money, right? Because you either hate one and love the other, or love one and hate the other. And you only have one master. Let's make it straight from now on. I wanted to put this module in the brand course, in like the first course, right? Before we move on, let's make it straightforward that you're doing this for God, to serve the Lord, to serve the Most High, and to serve others, to serve your brothers and sisters, to serve your friends, and to love others, and to love God, because that is the meaning of life. Okay?
Welcome to the color palettes module. In this overview, I'm going to give you a full rundown of how colors work inside personal branding, and how you can use them to instantly become more attractive, more recognizable, and more you. Let's go. So why do colors matter in personal branding? The reason why is because colors evoke emotion. Every color triggers a psychological response. Most of the time it is subjective because everyone is different, but generally colors have meaning. The first impressions of every personal brand online are visual, they're not verbal. For example, if you click on a profile, all you can see is their thumbnails, their posts, the amount of views they get, their bio, and of course, the colors that they use. So your colors have to speak before you do, at least to new viewers. Now, if you continue to use a consistent color for your entire personal brand, the stronger the memory is for your audience to remember who you are. People remember what they see repeatedly, right? So it's good to stay consistent and have a good color palette. Now, here's the color psychology breakdown. Now, red means excitement, strength, love, and energy. Orange means confidence, success, and sociability. Yellow means creativity, happiness, and warmth. Green means nature, healing, and quality. Blue means trust, peace, and competence. Pink means compassion, sincerity, sweetness. Purple means luxury, spirituality, ambition. Brown means dependability and simplicity. Black means formality, drama, and sophistication. And white means clarity, innocence, and honesty. Now, how do you choose your brand colors? Here's how I did mine. You basically pick 2 to 4 colors maximum. I wouldn't go over 3 personally. 4 is definitely the maximum you should choose, because anything more than 4, anything more than 3, to be honest, is just confusing at that point. It's hard for people to remember. My personal suggestion is for you guys to choose 2 to 3, right? But 4 is okay if you can make it work. Now, what you want to do with each and every color that you choose is to match with the emotion you want your audience to feel. So you got to ask the question, what vibe do I want my brand to carry? Another question is, what colors reflect who I actually am? So what do you reflect? What kind of vibe do you give off when you hang out with people? You can ask your friends. Now, if you go to the previous psychology breakdown, you can see all of these key words. You can take a look at them and see, what do you relate to the most? What evokes you the most, right? And then you can look also at the color wheel, which is also useful. It's everywhere on Google. Just search up color wheel. You'll find one of these images. For me, I chose yellow, blue, and black. So you want to spend that extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes to choose your color palette from the color wheel, from the previous psychology breakdown. You really want to take your time with this, because one mistake that I did when I started my personal brand was I kept on changing my color palette, and I used like 4 different colors, like purple, red, green, and blue. And it was such a confusing time because I didn't know what my quote unquote favorite color was, and I had to choose more than just my favorite color, right? At that time it was blue, and it took me a while to really get to the yellow color palette, the yellow primary and the blue the secondary for me. And the reason why is because I didn't really take my time initially to choose a good color. Now, where do you apply your colors? Obviously on social media, this means on your profile pictures, on your banners if you're on YouTube or on Facebook, text design and thumbnails and captions. Obviously you want to color your text whenever you can, background colors in your visuals, in your feed posts, in your videos. And a nice little trick is to include objects or lighting that are colored in your videos. For example, I like to use blue colored lights or yellow colored lights, stuff like that. You can see in my profile picture, or at least my old profile picture, I'm in front of a yellowish orangish sunset, and I'm wearing a blue hoodie. I don't know if anyone recognized that, but I like to add these little Easter eggs every now and then. Even in the Creatopia about page that we have right now, the main photo, which is the plans that we have, the offer plans, the picture itself is yellow and the primary text is yellow. And then the actual cover for Creatopia above the description is blue, which is the sky. So that's an Easter egg. And also, if you guys have seen the creatopia.world VSL page, the website that I run, there's a lot of blue and yellow. I just spammed blue and yellow there, so it's very clear there. Even in my thumbnails, I have my main titles, the series names is yellow, and then the episode names is blue. Now, here's the general design rules for good color use. You want to make sure that you have high contrast with your color palette. Why? Because high contrast equals more attention. If you have red and orange, that's not really going to grab attention if that's your main color palette, right? If you have blue and green, those two are very close to each other in the color wheel. So that's not going to work well if you want to grab attention or catch the eye whenever you're on social media or creating content, right? Just your profile in general. So you want to look at the color wheel and find opposites. Opposites means complementary colors, right? So for example, orange and blue, or violet, blue and red, green and pink. And that's how you get a good color contrast that grabs attention. Now, simple is better, so choose less. Once again, don't choose 4. I wouldn't recommend choosing 4 unless you can actually make it work, which is very rare. But I really don't see anyone doing that besides Hormozy. I think Alex Hormozy does that. I'm not sure. But simple is better. Choose less. It's going to be a lot easier for you as well to manage whenever you design thumbnails and whenever you film videos. If you want to add Easter eggs, whenever you light your shots. And too many is chaotic. Now, if you want to use bold and bright colors, that usually expresses a more fun and youthful type of emotion. If you want more neutral tones like black or purple, even white or gray, that usually expresses a more calm and mature type of vibe. which is why I like to have blue. That's pretty much why I chose yellow and blue, because yellow is bold and bright, blue is neutral. And obviously you want to avoid any random color changes, right? So your brand colors has to stick to your brand identity. Once you've chosen them, it's going to be hard to rebrand. I mean, it's not that hard to rebrand, but for me at least, if you're someone who has a ton of followers and you've gained this audience who knows you for being yellow and blue, it's hard to rebrand, and I'm planning to rebrand, and it's a big decision. So colors you really can't take colors for granted, because it becomes your identity and you get used to them so much. Like, you use them in all your fonts and in all your texts and all your videos and stuff like that, but eventually you might get bored like I do. I always like to change things up for no reason at all. So make sure you can at least stick to one color palette for at least 6 months, a year. Don't be like me. Now, this is a core piece of your branding system, as you guys have learned in this module. Once you're locked in, your content will feel more like you, right? Once you've chosen your own authentic colors and a combination that fits your personality well, it's going to feel more like you, and you're going to have a lot of fun with it. So complete the quest below before moving on to the next module. Welcome to the text design module. This one's all about how to make your captions, thumbnails, visual text, titles, all that stuff visually attractive. It's very important to acknowledge your text design, because you don't want people to just scroll past as if you're invisible. So why does text design matter? Now, here's the thing. People see before they read. So they don't recognize or understand what your text is saying. They literally see the font first. So your font is literally the first hook, or at least one of the first things that your audience looks at whenever they see your video. For example, if you're talking on camera, they might either see your face, number one, or your font, your text. So a great design helps your content feel quote unquote premium, right? Or professional. Even if you make your videos in your room, like I do a lot of the time, clean text reflects a clear identity. So it doesn't matter where you film, right? You can always make your video look clean. But when you have messy text, obviously that becomes more of a messy message. It's going to be harder to read as well. So please don't choose a messy font. Now, here's the font size strategy. Large text is usually for hooks, titles, keywords for emphasis. So that's usually the little emphasis words. I call them emphasis words whenever I'm on calls with the Creatopians. I call them emphasis words, where I literally just upscale my text, make them all caps, and color them red or yellow. So it's either red for something negative. Red is usually negative and something bad whenever I'm describing something, and then yellow is usually something positive. Now, with small text, on the other hand, these are usually for extra info, for the general captions, your general sentences and lines, value and explanation. Right, so this is an example of my small text. This is an example of my large text. Now, here's what bold, italic, and underline mean. Bold means you make the words stand out with strength, right? So whenever you use bold, you're pretty much making your sentence or your words more stronger, quote unquote. And this is my favorite, because I love saying heavy hooks. If you guys know, some members might know. I also like being very specific with different pain points and different desires and all that stuff whenever I describe certain stories and things that I've been through, experiences. So I would describe my scripts or my storytelling as bold storytelling, which is why I use bold text as well. Now, with italic, on the other hand, this adds emotions or emphasis, right? This is usually my least favorite. I'd never use italics on captions, but that's not me being biased. You guys can use italics if you want to. I would rather just keep it plain and simple, bold, right? Now, with underline, this usually signals urgency, like it's alerting, right? So it creates this sort of stress for the audience. Whenever you underline a word, a caption, Bible verse or whatever, maybe a key word in a Bible verse, that would add urgency or create stress on that one word or that sentence. Usually I don't do underlines unless I really, really want to emphasize it. Now, you don't want to overuse all three of these, right? I never use all three unless it's like a major announcement in the community, or like something major on my story, or not even in my videos. I don't use all three: bold, italic, underline. So if everything is bold, nothing stands out, right? If everything is italic, nothing stands out. Same with underline. Now, here's another important framework. Color plus contrast is king, which means color makes your text pop out, right? So use your chosen color palette. The previous modules that you've just watched about color palettes, use that with your text. Otherwise, if you use a different color, that's just going to be so messy. Please use your chosen color palette everywhere, including your text, especially your text, actually. Now, contrast, however, separates the text from your background. So the colors from your background, for example, my background is usually like it's white right now, like it has a white ambience. If I used a white text, that wouldn't really be contrast. If I use black text here, that would be contrast. So you want to maximize the visibility, which is why I use white text as my general small text captions with shadow. So it's like a white and black and people can read clearly, right? So it's visible, and that shadow effect really helps a lot. For example, yellow and blue has that contrast as well. Now you want to avoid colors that blend in or are hard to read. Okay, so you see this little gold crucifix cross, chain cross. If I put gold text there, that wouldn't be suitable, right? However, if I put white or blue or red, that would be a lot better than gold. Now, here are the text placement rules. You want to keep the text within the quote-unquote safe zone barrier. This is the safe zone. If you guys haven't downloaded this yet, you can download it. It's available below. It's literally just a PNG attached to this module. And if you guys recognize, if you're a fellow scroller like me, a fellow doom scroller, you guys can recognize that this little space here, this bottom part is the captions or the profile of the creators that you watch, or on Instagram Reels or on TikTok or on YouTube Shorts. It's all the same, right? At the bottom part here is usually where the profile picture is at, the username, their caption at the bottom, right? And then usually they have a long description. There's a button to click more, and then you can scroll through the caption, or at least on Instagram Reels. And then on here on the right side is usually the like button, the heart, the little heart icon with the like. There's a comment button as well in the middle here. And then there's also a share button, usually on all these platforms, right? The reason why you want to keep your text away from these is because these labels, these captions, these texts, they're default for all of these platforms, right? YouTube Shorts, Instagram, and TikTok are the main three. Now, if you put your text behind these buttons, now if you put your text within this barrier, it's going to be distracting. Right, your like button or the comment button is going to be distracting for viewers to see the entire text, especially on TikTok, because TikTok has they show your icon, they show your profile picture on the top here, and if you put text there behind, it's going to look like the text is behind your profile picture, and that's just really distracting. So do not make your text fully the same width as your video. Don't make it humongous. Keep it within this barrier. And if you see up here, you also have more space at the top here to put more text and stuff, which is why you see a lot of creators, I don't know if you guys know, but more than often, a lot of creators put their text titles up here at the very top. All right, because that's where they have most space. They wouldn't put it at the bottom. For me, I don't like to keep it too low and not even too high. I don't like to put my text here unless it's a title that I really want to put there, then I will. Other than that, I like to keep it at the center of the screen or towards the center. Usually I put it a little lower than the center, like this video right here. The center is usually like under my chin, right, or on my mouth. I like to put it, in this case, I would put it below my chin or a little lower than the center because it's going to cover my mouth or whatever I'm saying, right? And that's distracting. Nobody likes that. So whenever I have talking head shots as this exhibit A, I would usually put the text a little bit lower. Sometimes you guys can edit your frame a little bit just to adjust it. Maybe put yourself a little bit higher using your tripod, using post-production, crop it so that you can put your text right in the middle, dead right center. But it really doesn't matter. As long as you keep it within this safe zone barrier, you're good. And I always like to place my captions at random places sometimes, maybe on the side or in the top towards the bottom. It depends on where the objects and the subjects are. So for example, if I'm showing off a notebook, right, with some important framework that I'm trying to teach on my video, then I wouldn't put my text right in front of the notebook. I would either put it up, above, or below. Now, here are the things you don't want to do. Don't use too many fonts. Don't even use 2 fonts. I don't recommend using more than 1 font, because it's just confusing. Like it's confusing for you and it's confusing for me and everyone else as a consumer, right? Stick to one banger authentic font that you love, right? I love Molas. This font is not Molas, but it's close enough. That's why I'm using it. I'm on Google Slides and Molas isn't on Google Slides, but I use Molas. That's the name of my font. Don't use my font, please. There's no point copying me. You also don't want to do too much text on screen. 1 to 2 word captions in videos are recommended. It's good engagement because the words are always changing every like half second or quarter of a second, which is very, very engaging for people to watch, right? I mean, you guys would know. You guys watch my videos, and my videos are pretty fast paced. And I like to use 1 to 2 word captions, maximum 3 if they're really short words. Because on the other hand, if you put a whole sentence in your screen as your captions, they're gonna have to read that, right? And people are really like, their attention spans these days are really short, shorter than you think. And that's what I realized too. So for people to read a whole sentence, they're going to get so bored in seconds, dude. So I personally avoid titles. Now, I personally avoid titles unless it's a series episode. And it's also your choice if you do want to use big titles in your hooks. Completely up to you. But if you are planning to, don't use extra captions at the bottom. Just have your title for your first sentence, let's say, and then you can move on to your captions in the next shot. You also don't want to use random colors that clash with each other. Okay, again, opposites. And finally, you don't want text that covers your face. Hence why I told you guys before, move it down or move it up if it is covering your subject or anything important, right? So avoid covering any important objects or visuals. Now, you want to make it feel you. Take your time to choose a good font. Right? Spend that extra hour searching. I know it's a hassle, but it's worth it. It really is. I attached some resources below so you guys can click on some links and browse some fonts. And I also use the same one for everything, which is Molas once again. Again, please don't use my font. It's not gonna look good with you. There are plenty of other fonts that look exactly like Molas that you will suit, right? That suits better for you. Now you can use the exact same font. Once again, the same font, not 2, not 3, the same font for graphics, your VSL, your website, right? If you're selling something, your captions, your posts, your stories, etc. Now, consistency once again is key. Okay, so you also remember consistency is key. So having that one font that just feels like you, and you know that nobody else is using it, it's worth the extra hour of searching for it. Once you pick your font, use it for everything. Okay, like a tattoo. Now all you got to do is complete the quest below before moving on to the next module. Enjoy. Welcome to the thumbnail module. Before I dive into the walkthrough of how I make my series thumbnails, here's what you need to know about thumbnails. On a side note, I am going to be talking about thumbnails for short form platforms only, not long form. This is not a YouTube thumbnail course, because if it was, I could make a whole entire classroom about YouTube thumbnails and stuff. So this is about short form stuff, short form thumbnails, Instagram Reels, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts. Okay, why do thumbnails matter? Thumbnails are the first impression to new visitors to your profile. Okay, it's very, very important because this is literally how you make your first impressions. If it isn't your bio, if it isn't your profile picture, take away your bio, take away your profile picture, it's your thumbnails. Take IG for example. My profile has all thumbnails. Each and every one of these thumbnails has meaning, has an episode, okay, has a number. A good thumbnail sticks out. Most viewed reels always have them. Thumbnails help organize, clarify, and brand your videos. Keyword is brand, okay? So it's good to have this type of consistency with your series, also labeling them so that people know, oh, okay, this is your episode, this is what he's doing in these 7 videos or this group of videos. Oh, okay, that's about kingdom wealth, that's about repentance. Oh, okay, I'm gonna watch that now. So that's pretty much the role of short form thumbnails. It's very different with YouTube thumbnails because YouTube thumbnails is literally like one of the most important pieces of packaging a video is the title and thumbnail, right? But it's pretty different with short form stuff. Usually what attracts people to watch is the amount of views. So the more high the views are, people are going to be like, oh, I'm going to watch this viral video. And also it's the thumbnail, okay? So thumbnails also help, but they're not like detrimental or anything like that. For series-based content, they make your videos look like one ongoing story. So it's throughout multiple events, right? You want to express that throughout each and every one of your videos. You will learn how to create a content series in the later modules as well. But you want to create this impression that your personal brand has all these mini stories, aka episodes, okay? So it's literally like Netflix. They have thumbnails for every show and every episode as well. So that's what you want to do for your personal brand because that's how you keep people engaged and retaining on your profile. Like I've had plenty of people, even in Creatopia, tell me that they've binge watched my videos. And I'm pretty sure they can say that the thumbnails helped them out. Like just imagine if you went to my profile before you even joined this community and I didn't have thumbnails. Imagine that. Now here's how thumbnails work on each platform. Instagram Reels first and foremost. Custom thumbnails actually display well on your profile. So you can have a 4K picture and it'll actually be 4K or look really high quality on your profile, on your Reels page and on your feed. This is why I focus on Instagram for thumbnail design, specifically Instagram. because it helps show your episode order. It keeps your feed clean and also consistent. Whereas with TikTok, for example, it has an image thumbnail feature, but to be honest, I don't use it. Instead, I drag to the cleanest frame of my video before posting. So on TikTok, before you post, they have this little option where you can like click on the choose a thumbnail and then drag throughout the whole video to choose a frame for your thumbnail. Usually that frame becomes the thumbnail on my profile, and usually the frame itself is the one where I have the series name or episode. So in my video, I usually say, welcome back to episode 2 of Raw Faith, and then that would be the frame that I would choose for TikTok, at least most of the time. Sometimes I can't even be bothered, it's fine. Now finally, with YouTube Shorts, custom thumbnails are only available on the mobile app. It's not on desktop. I personally don't bother with this because I want less screen time on my phone, and I'm not bothered to go onto YouTube Shorts just to insert a thumbnail for my short. I would rather just post the content itself through YouTube Studio on my computer with every other platform that I post on. At least that's my personal preference, but you can if you want to, if you want that extra polish. It doesn't really matter. I don't think thumbnails, I'm not sure if thumbnails really matter on YouTube Shorts because people just click on the Shorts feed and then that's their For You page. They don't see any thumbnails, so it's okay. I wouldn't stress too much about it because the main short form platforms that you can invest in is obviously Instagram and TikTok. Now, when should you design a thumbnail? Only design thumbnails when it adds clarity or continuity, okay? So hence why I do the episode thumbnails and the series thumbnails, especially if you're doing a content series. So for example, episode 1, 2, and 3, that establishes and clarifies your timeline, your series, or whatever you're going through, right? Your documentary, your personal brand law. My most recent videos as of April 2025 have no thumbnails. I have like 5 videos that I'm trying out. Like I'm trying this new content style. Right now I'm on a break, but before I was trying this new content style, didn't have any thumbnails for those, just clean frames that I chose on Instagram. And we'll go through this in the phase 6. And either way, most of your frames should look nice in your videos. So you don't have to design thumbnails if you really don't want to, if it's a hassle. If you're already busy with editing and filming and all that stuff, you don't have to design thumbnails because your goal anyways is to have all your frames look nice, aligned horizontally and vertically, rule of thirds, etc, etc. You'll learn that in the film course, but we'll go through this in the phase. We'll also go through this in the phase 6 film course. But for content series, it's 100% worth doing custom thumbnails on Instagram, at least. So on Instagram, so if you're on Instagram and you're doing a content series, definitely do thumbnails, or at least select the frame that has your series episode and name on it. It turns your profile into a mini content library or a Netflix series. Now here's a little quick warning: don't over design your thumbnail if it's not going to show up. For example, some TikTok or YouTube viewers won't ever see your thumbnail. If you're short on time, which is most of us, focus on dragging to a clean frame, okay? So when in your posting page, before you press that post button, you have an option on Instagram and on TikTok at least to drag to a clean frame of your choice. You don't need to design from scratch every time. You can use a clean template, and I'll show you my one in the next module in the walkthrough, and it just makes the whole thing easy if you do use a clean template. And consistent, of course. So next up, I'm going to walk you through my exact process for making a series thumbnail on Instagram Reels. Alright guys, I'm back and I'm going to take you through the entire process of how I create my series thumbnails. First and foremost, the tool that I use to create my thumbnails is Adobe Illustrator. If you want to, you can use the exact same, but just a heads up, it is a paid tool. Otherwise, you can use any other free tools like Canva. Canva is probably the most used one out there. How I design my short form thumbnails is actually pretty simple. This is what my thumbnails usually look like. So it has me in the background and some big text in the middle. Usually my series text is highlighted yellow. My episode number is highlighted. The color of my episode number is blue. And I have a little short description next to that. And also this little subheading at the top just to add that dramatic effect. I usually get inspiration from like Marvel movie titles. So let's say like these, right? This is like huge inspiration for me. So like, for example, this, they have the Marvel Studios logo at the top, the main title in the middle, and then the subtitle at the bottom. So this is how I usually get. And I really like Marvel movies, so I think this is one of the main reasons why I stuck to this style. I see a lot of other creators like being really random with it. For example, putting different words across the screen and stuff. Even the description. Some people don't have a description. Some people use different fonts. But for me, I like to stick to one single font. and also this one main rule, which is the rectangle rule. I just made that up on the spot. But anyways, the rectangle rule is basically where you fit all of your text into a rectangle shape. So it's like this, right? So it looks neat and clean. And I think Marvel Studios also follows this rule too. I think you can notice that with a lot of their film titles. They like to keep it in a square or rectangle shape. If you like this style, feel free to copy me. Doesn't matter. Everyone gets inspiration from somewhere. So let me hide this and let me take you through how I would make it from scratch. So select your text tool, write your series text. For me, it is committing to the cross. Just write it down, right? And then obviously change it to your preferred font. I like to have it Molas bold, so that's my font. And then what I usually do is decrease the character spacing. So over here in Adobe Illustrator, I can select how much space I want between the letters. Usually I do about 50. Yeah, 50. So if I look at the shape of each word, I need to think about how I can fit them into a rectangle shape. So what I usually do is have 2 lines for the title. Because usually my titles are anyways like 2 words, 3 words. So for example, Detaching Self, or maybe like Kingdom Wealth, right? That's one of my series. Kingdom Wealth, right? So if your series has 2 words, which most likely it is because you don't want like 5 words in your series, then you want to fit it into a rectangle shape just like I did, right? So use both words in each line. 1 line, 2 lines, okay? What I'm going to do with this is have the last 3 words at the bottom line and the first word, which is committing, at the top line. So it's like pretty even. Most of the time, it's not going to be completely even. What I like to do, because I have OCD, I just align it with the text, just like that, right? And the shortcut to make it aligned, well, the keybinds really is Option, Shift, and then you pretty much just say hold Option and hold Shift, and then you scale it down, or you scale it up, right? Because if you don't hold it, it's going to do this, and it's wonky, right? Need to undo that. Okay, so Option Shift, and then it should align if you are using Adobe Illustrator. If you're using Canva, I'm pretty sure it'll automatically scale for you. Like it's a very easy tool to use. Adobe Illustrator is more complicated. But yeah, I'm going to zoom out, Command plus or Command minus, and I'm going to go to this align tool. You're going to have this too. Usually I like to align it in the middle. I don't like to have it at random spots. Just straight up in the middle, scale it up just a bit. And then I'm going to duplicate this text, change it to episode, say episode 1, right? Oh, no, episode 6. And then I usually scale this subheading down because, again, I want the description to fit in here. So usually I scale this down. Make sure it's obviously like readable from like if you zoom out, it's still readable, so it's cool. And you can tell that it's a subheading. And so yeah, that's the episode. That's the title. I might as well add the main logo or the studios, Marvel Studio, Ken Studios. Might as well. I usually have fun with this. It doesn't matter. It's not like copyright or anything, right? So I'm going to do Molas. I'm actually going to make this regular because I want it to differentiate from the bold title and the bold subtitle. So yeah, that's also a quick tip. If you want to differentiate different text, try bold, try regular, try italic. Yeah, that's the word, italic. I don't really use italic because that's not my style. I also like to separate this the spacing so it looks way different from the previous text. See? Cool. All right. Now that we have that, I'm going to duplicate that. Oh, by the way, if you want to know how to duplicate, I'm not sure if this is on Canva too, but I just hold Option and then I just drag it out. That's basically how you duplicate anything. Even in Premiere Pro and CapCut, you can do that too, which is cool. All right. Now I'm going to write the description. Let me just go to Notion and see what my description is. Committing to the cross. Okay. Let me copy and paste that. Boom. All right. That's the description. Okay. Usually what I do with this is probably the hardest part of like fitting your text into a rectangle, right? Because if you're planning to have a description in your text series thumbnails, then you're going to need to break down each and every line and make them semi-equal or like the same length. So if I do this, right, boom, 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 this isn't really like equal. The lines here aren't equal. So your goal here is to make them equal. Equal in length, I mean. So would this be it? So yeah, I reckon this is the best way for it to look. And usually what I do, I don't like to align it to this left side. I like to align it to the right side. So then when I scale it down and fit it into the rectangle, I basically just... let me... Committing... I might... Wait, before I do that, I might actually separate or delete some words, cut out some words, because it looks... Yeah, it's not really a rectangle shape, right? So I'm going to have to do something here. Mission: breaking down the steps to committing my life to Christ. Committing a life to Christ on a daily basis with healthy habits. Mental health shifts. Okay, maybe that looks a bit better. Maybe I'll put this A into the next line. Cool. I think that looks better. It's not going to be perfect if you actually want to copy what I do. It's not going to be perfect, so just make sure it just fits into that rectangle shape as much as possible. Now what you want to do is move your episode text out, and what I usually do is align the top and align the bottom together. So make them the same vertical length, to say, right? So like that, they're pretty much the same vertical length. And then I select both of them, again, Shift Option, and scale it down. So I go here, and then I fit it into the rectangle, the original rectangle, right? Maybe just press my arrow key just to make it a little bit more neat. And there, that's pretty much the text. I'm going to put this up a bit. Okay, cool. Right, oh, whoops. Okay, now, I'm going to zoom out. Now I'm going to change the colors, okay? I want this main title to be yellow, so I'm going to change that to yellow. I already have a preset. Let me edit it if I can. Can I edit it? Yes, there you go. I think that's better. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to change this episode one, because this is my color palette, like this basic color palette that you learned in the personal branding foundations. And then I have some other templates in the Cinemix playbook that you can use for color palettes. I'm going to use blue for this because my color palette is yellow and blue. Usually what I do, if you're confused with choosing what colors to use for your series text, definitely use your primary brand color for the main title and your sub or secondary color for your episode or for your description or whatever. I usually do this little Ken Studios, a bit smaller actually. I'm going to make it a bit smaller. And I do that and this description white color. Because if it's black and you put the image or whatever thumbnail you have behind the text, it's not going to look well, right? So usually white text does well with any type of image behind it. Also, that's not even it, because we're going to add a drop shadow effect. So usually I just select all of the text like that, and then go to FX here, or just go select Effect, Stylize, and Drop Shadow. And usually the mode I do for Adobe Illustrator is normal. On Canva, again, if you're using Canva, most likely, it's going to be really easy. Like, you can adjust the shadows however you want. But what I do, the special thing I do with shadows is obviously make the opacity 100%, because I want it to be like bold. I want it to stand out. The X offset and the Y offset, I want it to be as low as possible. Well, not as possible, but like lower than usual. So it's usually 3, right? 3 or 2. And the blur, with a lot of creators that I noticed inside Creatopia, the blur is actually more than usual. What I actually do, this is also a secret that you might like, I turn down the blur at least 1 pixel less than the offset. So if my offset is 3 and 3 on X and Y axis, then I usually put the blur at 2 pixels, right? And you can see here, it looks a little bit more clean than this. Yeah, definitely depends on your own preference, but I just prefer it to look like this. See, as you can see here, this little description down here, this looks a bit faded because the shadow isn't, because the blur is too much. So if I turn it down to 1 and the offset to 2, you can look at it and you can clearly see it more, right? So it stands out more. That's why I do that. Now with this main title, I'm going to increase the offset just because I want to add more shadow. So it's more visible and it stands out more. Probably just do 4, 4, and 3. And then with this Ken Studios, I'll probably do the same as the description. Actually, I'll leave it at that. 3, 3, 2. Yeah, it's cool. Okay. I'm going to decrease this just a bit down. Okay, cool. I'm going to make sure, I'm going to actually put these two. Yeah, I'm going to separate the main title with the subheadings so you can clearly see the difference. And it's not mashed together. I mean, it depends. If you like it mashed together, it's up to you. I used to do that. Nowadays, I just kind of separate it. Now what I do is add glow. So shadow is not the only effect that I use. So what I do is select my main title. Again, hold Option, drag it out so I can duplicate. Delete the shadow. If you're using Adobe Illustrator, I mean, it's very easy to delete the shadow. And then you go to Effects if you are going to use Adobe Illustrator. And go to Stylize and go to Outer Glow, right? On Canva, I forgot what this effect is called, but it should be really easy to find. Maybe it's like right below the shadow effect. I don't think it's called glow though, so yeah, just a heads up. Now what I do is change the color palette or color picker to the same color as the text, right? So that's where I changed it. The mode has to be normal, opacity 100. I always want it at 100. And the blur, I usually increase it by a lot because you will see the effect once I put it next to the shadow. So usually it's around 10 blur, okay? So now what I'm going to do is align it with the previous one. Is it aligned? Nope, it is not. Is it aligned now? Nope. There you go. That's aligned. Okay. Now what I do is right click, arrange, send to back. All right. And there. The shadow layer, this is actually really important. If you want to do this effect, right, the shadow layer has to be on top or the one at the front, right? And the glow layer has to be the one at the back. Okay, so that is you can do that. There is different shortcuts with your keyboard, but I'm just gonna tell you, like, you just right click and then go to arrange, and then click send to back or bring to front. That's how it works, right? So now it looks really cool. You can't really see the effect too well with this white background, but when I put the image behind this text, it's going to look really nice. I do the exact same thing with the episode text. So delete drop shadow, go to stylize, outer glow, make it blue, align it up. Make sure it's actually aligned, otherwise it's going to look goofy. Okay, there. Cool. Now that should be good. I'm actually going to make this, it looks weird. Yeah, I might just make this Y offset 1. It's pretty hard to read. Okay, cool. Maybe this one too. Cool. Or, okay, I'll just leave it at that. Really, what I usually do is just play around with it, you know. How I came up with this style, I literally just played around for like an hour. And turns out I like this style. If you're not sure what style you like, make like 4 or 5 drafts, or at least 3 drafts, and then ask the community. Like literally post it in the forum, and then people will choose for you. You can also create a poll, which is nice. What I usually do is I ask my friends, like, oh, do you like this logo better, or do you like that logo better? But hey, you have a community. Don't take it for granted, you know? All right, what we have to do now is actually go to the raw clip that you filmed for that one video, because we're making a thumbnail for a video at the end of the day. And usually I go to the very first one that I film. And the very first clip that I film is the talking head shot that I always introduce the video with, the hook, right? And I pretty much go throughout the frames, go through the footage, and choose a good frame for me to screenshot. Okay, so let me just browse around. Okay, usually I put it at full screen. Yeah, the sun was very, very bright. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do here, if you guys don't know, the Mac shortcut, keyboard shortcut for screenshots is Command-Shift-4, right? Where is it? Okay, there. Should appear. Now this has appeared. Command-Shift-4. Now what I do is go to the very corner of the screen, drag it to the very bottom corner. It doesn't have to be exactly the pixels, but just make sure you screenshot it, you know. Screenshot as much as you can. And then I usually wait for the file to go to my desktop, drag it in to Adobe Illustrator, center it, align it into the center, go to layers, and then put this, again, you can just go right click, arrange, center back, right? What I usually do, again, scale it up, but you gotta do the keyboard shortcut that I did if you are using Adobe Illustrator. Otherwise it's gonna look like this. So what I do is Shift Option, and I scale it up like that, right? Now I want to show my face, so I'm just gonna scale it up just a bit more. Okay, now what I usually do, because I wanted to crop it with this original resolution. Right now, I think it's, I forgot what the resolution was. Oh yeah, 1080 by 1920. So that's the resolution, right? That's what you want for all your Instagram thumbnails. Now to crop it out, I usually just right click, go to crop. You can find the crop tool in Canva very, very easily. And then I just crop it according to the artboard. And then you can see here, 1080 by 1920. Usually it might be off. That's just Adobe Illustrator, don't worry about it. But that's pretty much it. That is your series thumbnail. You can see that the glow actually helps the shadow stand out more, right? And if you didn't have the shadow, the glow would be a little bit goofy. Like it'll blend in too much with the background. It'll look blurry. So you need that shadow and the glow. Usually the glow is just for like dramatic effect. It makes the colors pop out more. And you can see the description pretty well too. So what I do to export, I go to File, Export, Export As, and go to Download, just put that as one, Export, then yes, okay. Usually I export as a PNG, but with YouTube thumbnails, if you're planning to make this as a YouTube thumbnail, definitely export as a JPEG, because PNGs are going to be huge. They're way too, the files for PNGs and YouTube thumbnails, that is way too much. But anyways, there is a quest down below this module for you guys to complete. It's where you share your own series thumbnail. So whatever series that you're currently working on, paste one of your thumbnails below. If you haven't created one yet, this is your tutorial. And yeah, enjoy. Welcome to the AAA module. This is one of the simplest but most effective frameworks I use to make content that gets consistently hundreds and thousands of views every upload. Now, what is the AAA rule? Every viral piece of content hits all three of these. Appealing, number one, which is grabbing attention visually and auditorily. Number two is effective, which connects to the audience emotionally. And number three is authentic. It feels real. It feels credible. It feels you. Now let's start with appealing first and foremost. Does this look and sound interesting? That's the question you have to ask yourself. It's a really tough question, right? Because most likely your answer is no. And that's okay, because that no has to be motivation for you to keep on improving your content, to make your content actually look and sound interesting. So strong visuals, this is what appealing means. Strong visuals like colors and lighting and movement, video movement, crisp audio. Please have clean music, okay? Clear voice, no noise, no wind in your audio. Verbal hooks like questions and problems and trending topics. Your audience should go, ooh, what's this? That's the question that you want your audience to ask. Okay, you want to actually be interesting, which is appealing. The second one is effective. Do I feel something? That's the question. When you watch back on your video, which everyone should, and be very critical with themselves, you have to ask yourself, do I actually feel an emotion out of this? Do me, myself, the creator, and the consumer as well, from a consumer perspective, do I feel something? Or is this just another one of my microwave videos that I have to get through just because I have to post every day? Just because all these gurus say I have to post like 5 times a day? Or is it actually effective? Is it actually making me feel joy or pain or curiosity or nostalgia, right? And this is possible if your video has some of these things like facial expressions, tone of voice, body language. You want to evoke the emotions of your audience and get them to empathize with you. Yo, I relate to this. Yo, this guy's spitting facts, you know? If your viewer feels nothing, they will scroll. I'm sorry. I had to say it, but that's most of you guys. I'm sorry. So you have to look back, be your own critic. Okay, do I actually feel something? Do you feel something when you watch your videos? If not, ask the question, how? Okay, facial expressions. Okay, you don't want to do facial expressions, fine. You can use a monotone voice. Okay, let's just say cross these two out. Monotone voice. You don't have body language, fine. Cross that out. How do you express or evoke an emotion without these? How do you express pain? How do you express joy, curiosity? Focus on the scripting. Focus on the things that you're talking about. Focus on specificity, which I will get into in the future modules. Now, here's authentic, the final A. Does this feel real? Can I trust this person? This is one of the things that I'll dive into in the last module of this course, which I'm planning to call it, authority. So this is the biggest question you can ask yourself as a content creator, especially if you've already been posting and you've been preaching the word, let's say, or you've been motivating and being an inspiration, quote unquote. These are the questions that they're going to hit you hard because you know the answer if you're being honest. Does this feel real? Can I trust this person? Your answer is probably not. Your answer is probably not. And we'll work on that in the future module. But first, I just wanted to raise this tough question, and you guys need to be constantly, every video, ask these questions. Triple A, right? Speak from your experience. Okay, this is just a basic stuff that I'll touch on right now, and I'll get into deeper in the next modules. Speak from your experience. We'll go deeper in the later modules. Don't copy. No fake guru vibes, please. Avoid microwave and recycled videos. I've seen people who have copied word for word my scripts, and I'm not surprised it doesn't work because it's not you. It's not authentic. It's not. People can tell. You know, people aren't dumb. You don't want to trick your audience. You want to serve your audience. So I try trend hopping sometimes, and from my experience, it does not work, or at least it rarely works, and it's not that fun. So create your own trend, tell your own story. Your story is your trend that you need to hop on. Share your values, your beliefs, the lessons that you've actually learned and lived out, which means the things that you've implemented, not the things that you've learned 2 days ago from a school course. You know what I mean? Like the things that you've implemented and that has actually given you results or changed your life in one way or another. I'll get into this way more in the other module. But your content should feel like it's a reflection of your own life, like a mirror, right? So it's not just your idea, quote unquote, or the framework that you learned, or the framework that you're teaching. Like you actually practice this every single day. Like this is your life and you're just telling it. It's not like you're forcing something. It's not like you're saying one thing and then you're also trying to do the same thing in real life. You know what I mean? Or at least if you want to be like that, be honest with it. I like to always say different, let's say Bible verses, right? And quotes from Jesus, and just be open about my vulnerability and how I'm not perfect and I mess up in this aspect of like whatever Jesus was talking about, or struggling with this temptation, you know? That's pretty much my personal brand. It's just built on vulnerability. So your content should reflect your life, whoever you are, okay? Not just your idea. Now, why does this rule matter? Even one missing A can ruin your video. That's why it matters. Appealing plus effective. Let's say your video looks amazing, sounds amazing, and you appeal to every single emotion for your audience, but it's not authentic. Like people can clearly see you being a class clown or just putting on a mask. Man, I've tried this and it feels fake. It feels forced, you know? People aren't dumb. Like people can actually tell when they scroll. Okay. You want to make them feel smart. You want to make your audience and the scrollers and your viewers feel smarter than you. You cannot trick the short form platform audiences, right? Let's say your video is really emotional and authentic, but not appealing. Like it's just a black screen. No one will engage with it. Now, let's say it's appealing, very visually engaging, and it's authentic, but it doesn't have that emotional aspect. Then it might get views. Some of these might get views, maybe, but it's easily forgettable. Like it's not effective. It doesn't appeal or affect their heart, your audience's emotions. So your goal is to check all three every time, or at least try to touch on all three. Not just two, not just one, but all three of these. Appealing, effective, and authentic. Now, how to use this moving forward. So you want to ask yourself the tough questions once again. Be honest, okay? If it's no, that's a good thing. If it's yes, then apparently you're perfect. Apparently You're the best content creator on earth. So congrats. Good for you. Is this appealing visually and verbally? No. Okay, how can I improve? Is this effective emotionally? No. Okay, how can I touch my people, my audience's hearts? How can I really dig deep? How can I be more specific with the pain points that I'm talking about? Is this authentic to me? Am I actually doing this because it's me? Am I being on camera and talking how I usually talk with a best friend? Or am I just putting on a mask and being fake in front of everyone? Now, you also want to question the idea before you actually work on it, which is probably the most important step that everyone takes for granted, is the idea itself. When you get a content idea, you need to question it like crazy. Like, that's the perfectionism aspect that you guys need to focus on. It's not the editing, it's not the filming, but it's the idea, it's the idea itself. So you look at your content idea, let's say it's just one sentence, this content idea, and you're looking at it, you're reading over and over again, and just being like, okay, is this story, is this lesson worth sharing, worth telling? Is this lesson can I make this idea appealing? Number one. Can I make this idea authentic? Number two. Can I make this idea effective? Number three. Always question it. If your answer is yes, then go create and post it. If it's not, restart or fix it up. Add a new element to the story, or be more goofy or weird, for example, or tell another story. And that's it. Simple but game changing, right? So when you're self-aware of your 3 A's, things just start to change so quickly, because the more you question yourself, the more you critique yourself, I'll get into this later, the better content creator you're going to be, and the more faster your journey is going to be too. Welcome to the Triple C module. If you want your personal brand to actually stand out and become an influencer, that's one of zero, quote unquote, this module is for you. This is one of the frameworks I use to build content that's not only engaging, but irreplaceable. Now, what is the Triple C rule? There are 3 things that make your personal brand feel unique and respectable. Number 1 is colors, number 2 is cinema, and number 3 is consciousness. Now let's start with colors. Colors are the visual identity of your brand. Your color palette sets the tone. We've talked about this before. It sets the emotion and the vibe of every post and every video you make. It shows in your thumbnails, in your profile picture, in your background, your color grading, your outfits, etc. Right? And it helps your audience recognize you instantly. You guys should know the general rule and the general framework and the importance of colors. And hopefully by now you've chosen your color palette and you've already started implementing it into your personal brand. Yes, as I was saying, it helps your audience recognize you instantly, okay, with your color palette. For example, red equals passion, blue equals trust, black equals authority. All right, you can use those 3. This is exactly what we talked about in the color palettes module. I don't have to get into it too deeply here. But these are definitely one of the aspects, one of the C's that make you unique, that make you stand out. The second one is cinema. Now listen closely. This is about your visual storytelling. So the angles and the cuts and the pacing and the motion of your videos, of your content. So you want to use proper shots to build structure, okay? Cinematic content is what separates mid, quote unquote, which means like okay videos, medium quality, from clean, quote unquote. Clean videos, high quality videos. Now, here's the thing. This doesn't mean you need pro cinematography skills. We'll get into this in the film course, but whenever I say cinema, it doesn't mean, don't think of cinematography. Don't think of like film gear and tripods and lenses and all this stuff. Even if you don't want to be a filmmaker, okay, that's fine. Cinema is still for you, because filmmaking is the original source of all cinematic content. Social media content, all right? Filmmaking is how vlogging started. Filmmaking is how YouTube videos started, right? That's the original source. And visual storytelling is the avenue that you want to always practice. It's not only about recording yourself, right? Your face. Even if you want to just record yourself, and if you just want your videos to just be full of talking head shots, you can still integrate visual storytelling. You can still talk to the camera while you're walking, for example, or while you're working out, training in the gym. You can have multiple shots, close, medium, long. You will learn that in the later course in phase 6. But it's about storytelling through movement and actions and presence. That's what cinema is. Treat your videos like movies. You're not just filming, you're producing, you're directing and editing as well. We cover this more in phase 6, the film course. This is just the warm up, just to let you know that this is one of the things that will set you apart. What makes you cinematic? Next up, we have consciousness. This is where purpose comes in. You want to talk about real stories that you've been through, real values that you implement in real life, and the revelations that you've received, for example, from God. And it's not just empty motivation like 90% of creators have. I want you guys as Creatopians to really set yourself apart and be unapologetic about your purpose, about your story. about whatever you say. Unapologetic. Do not apologize. Literally stand on business with that, because God got you. That's number one. All right. And that's all you need, to be honest. But it's also the reason, but it's also like you don't want to be another microwave content creator, microwave influencer who's just telling people to lock in and stop procrastinating and this and that, bro. You see, storytelling is the avenue for you to do all of this, for you to share value, for you to share actual lessons that are useful for people, because it's unique. Nobody can replace you with your story. Nobody can say the same thing as you. So the more you articulate your story, the more expressive you are and the more passionate you are with sharing what you've been through, the pains that you've been through, the things that you've achieved, it becomes more than just motivation. Speak from your spirit, not from the surface level trends. I like to pray before filming every talking head video or every cinematic film. Let's say I like to ask God to speak through me every time. I always say, God, I'm about to film in this session. Please help me through your Holy Spirit. Speak to the camera well. Speak to my audience, Lord, because this camera belongs to you. This personal brand belongs to you. This community, Creatopia, belongs to you. And it goes against my flesh. Like, obviously I want to take pride in all these things, but even in filming, during filming sessions, I always want to take pride and be like, oh, I'm authentic, I'm humble. At the end of the day, it's not about pride. So I definitely suggest praying before filming and just tapping into a source that is real. Tapping into your spirit so that you can speak from the heart and the soul. It's deep, It's more than just a script. It becomes more than just words that you have to repeat on screen, right? You can always change up your script spontaneously when you record on camera, when you're like, okay, this line is just so bad and I don't want to, I've been doing this 5 tries, 10 tries now and I've messed all of them up. I'm tired of it. I'm just going to say my own thing. That's fine. I do that every now and again, because this is what makes your brand authentic and soulful. You want to avoid just another motivation guru trap. So get deeper. Do not just get deeper. Just keep getting deeper. Pause, but get deeper. Okay, be real, be vulnerable. If people feel something deep, trust me, they will follow you for life. Now, why does this matter? Most creators only have one of these C's, which is unfortunate. You need all 3, or at least touch on all 3, just like the AAA rule when you question yourself. Is this appealing, authentic, and effective? You also need a question. Do I have the colors, the right colors? Do I have a cinematic aspect to my personal brand, to my content? And am I conscious enough? Am I soulful? Am I speaking through the heart and not just repeating whatever my script says? So if you want a complete brand that stands out, 1 of 0, you need all 3. Your colors grab attention. Your cinema keeps them watching. Your consciousness makes them stay. Now, every piece of content should reflect who you are. I think you guys know that by now, but that's the core of the creative branding, okay? It's not logos or slogans, or it's not even about colors most of the time. It's about putting all of these things together and making it so authentic so that it's irreplaceable, and that you don't apologize for it. You're not insecure about it, and you're like, yeah, this is what God called me to do, and you're standing on it. Colors, cinema, consciousness. Welcome to the VVA framework module. This is the easiest feedback tool I give to Creatopians whenever they post their reps. By far the easiest feedback tool that I give to all the Creatopians whenever they post their reps and ask me for feedback. It's called the VVA framework. It stands for visual, verbal, and auditory. Now let's get started with the visual. With your visuals, you want to ask another compelling question. Does it look good? Does your video look good? Right? And that's a very simple but scary question that we as creators don't like to ask ourselves. But it's important to. Does my video look good? Most likely not. Okay? I always say that. Is it framed properly? Is it vertical, center aligned? Right? Is there color contrast? Is your shot bright or moody on purpose? Right? Or did you do it on accident? Did you make it dark on accident? Did you make your exposure brighter on accident? Right? You want to be very purposeful with every single minor detail of your visuals. Are your shots dynamic? Are you switching from cinematic scenes to talking head to handheld vlogs? Is your editing clean? Do you have any random animations or overdone effects? If not, good. If you do, please remove them. Here's another tough question. Would someone stop scrolling to watch this? That one hurts, even me. Would someone stop scrolling to watch this? And you gotta be insanely honest with yourself when answering these questions. You can answer them in a second within your head, but admitting the answer, it's another thing, right? Your honest answer is probably no, and that's okay, because you want to use this motivation to improve. Your no means that you have some things to look forward to. Remember, the goal is the journey. Now, we'll move on to verbal. Verbal is basically, does it say something clear? Is your hook strong and super specific? Does the first sentence hit, or does it not? Is it just one of those microwave, bro, I learned to be more patient? Are you communicating one clear idea, or is it messy? Does your script tell a story? Are there twists and turns in each line? Which there should be, by the way. That's what makes a good story, is all the twists and turns, always pattern breaking, interrupting your own story, saying jokes, leading them on, teasing them, and then finally satisfying them, and then breaking that pattern again at the very end. You know what I mean? Are your captions readable, well-timed, sync to your voice, cut fast enough? And then here's the tough question. Would my target avatar understand this message instantly? Remember, your avatar can tell when you're trying too hard. So if you're trying to be, if you're tryharding to be engaging and using a nice little word, welcome back to episode 2, people can tell, bro, and it's annoying. You know what I mean? Remember, your avatar can tell if you're being fake or real. For me, I'd rather be real. Okay, be passionate and be creative. Don't force motivation if you don't feel it. Okay, if you feel tired, film yourself feeling tired. Film a long form video, a 20-minute video of you complaining, right? And then that rant, that ramble, that waffling, that 20 minutes of just yappity yap, you can learn so many things from that, because that's how you communicate to an audience, to your avatar. You'll learn this in the future courses as well. Now finally, we have auditory. Does your video sound clean? Is your voice crisp and balanced? No echoes or audio peaks. Remember, like I said before, no winds in the background, no wind noises in the background. That happened to me all the time when I used to record on my phone with my audio, but nowadays I have my mic plugged into my camera, and I have a wireless mic attached to my clothing. Does your background music support the mood or distract audiences from it? Are your sound effects subtle? Are they not too loud? Or are you overusing them? Are you not breaking the pattern and cutting the music from time to time? Are you not switching music? Or are you using clickety sounds too much with every single word that you have? Okay, now here's the tough question. Would someone stop scrolling to listen to this? Everyone scrolling is looking for something real. That's what you need to know about audiences. Whenever you, or at least like think of yourself as a consumer, everyone scrolls, right? That's how you found me. Everyone scrolls through content and their For You page because they want to look for something entertaining or educational, right? So it's either one of those two. But either way, both the educational and the entertainment has to be real. It has to be authentic, it has to be credible, or actually funny or fun or engaging. It's easy to tell who's fake. So easy, right? As a consumer, you guys know this. Even fake creators become memes, right? Because they become satire at that point. If you don't want to be memeable, be raw and authentic. And if hip hop beats aren't your thing, don't feel pressured to use hip hop beats in your videos just because it worked for me and this other person. Okay? Don't use it just because 50 other gurus told you to. Okay? I'm not here to tell you to use specific hacks and tips and tricks just to make your video go viral and engage more. No, I'm telling you to be real and not apologize for using jazz beats if you're into jazz. Right? I'm here to help you embrace and make your authentic self, your authentic content engaging. Now, here's one thing that I want to tell everyone in here. I'll probably announce this as well, but you should be watching your own content more than anything else. And this is like what? Really? But if you think about it, there's a reason to it. You should be watching your own content more than other content creators, more than other reels, more than other movies and entertainment. Yes, I don't follow this. I'm a hypocrite with this, but it's necessary to get the ideas you actually need, because you tend to be super criticizing. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone is very self-aware in this community. Like most of us are Christians as well, so I know it's scary to watch your own content, but that's what I did. Whenever I posted the videos, I kept on rewatching before I posted it. Even after posting it, I used to scroll through comments and I used to look at my videos and be like, okay, I did a good job here, but that could have been better. This one could have been better. So always be self-analyzing, always be self-critical. And of course, this isn't in a narcissistic way, but in a critical way. Okay, so you're always looking for improvements. You're never satisfied. You're always looking to change and transform. You're never satisfied with the content that you create, because you can always grow. Face the fear, face the cringe as well. I know it's cringy. And when I look at my past videos, especially the viral videos that blew up over like 2 million, 5 million, 10 million views, right? These days I just cringe at them because I'll be like, dude, I can't believe I said that on camera. So it's always good to be your own judge, or at least pray on it and let God be your own judge, and then He can speak to you to it. But you can't just post and pray to blow up. I used to do that, actually. It's so embarrassing, but I used to do that a lot, especially before I blew up. I used to be like, okay, this is gonna be it. God, please, let's blow up. Oh, man. Anyways, here's how to use the VVA framework. You want to go through your video draft. You want to pause and ask yourself, visual first and foremost. Is it scroll stopping? Is the first 3 seconds appealing to me? Okay. Is the whole video just engaging visually in general? Number 2, is it verbally engaging? Is the message fire? Is it worth it? Number 3 is auditory. Does it sound right? I think that's supposed to be tight or right. But either way, it's supposed to sound right. Okay. As a scroller, I like to I don't think I put this in the slides, but whenever I'm on Instagram and I'm about to post, I rewatch them with 2 volume, 25% volume, so like about there, because that's the volume that typical doom scrollers scroll at, right? People don't watch reels with full volume. That's just embarrassing. Nobody wants to like have other people hear what they're watching. So usually people watch reels at that volume, and you guys probably do too. That's what you want to watch your videos at in terms of questioning your auditory levels. 99.99% chance you'll find something to improve. Okay, and it doesn't mean you have to restart your entire video. You obviously just post it, but on the next video, you know exactly what to improve on, exactly what to fix, exactly what to change. Take it one step at a time. You know, there's always a new day, there's always a new level to level up to. There's always new opportunities, new video ideas. You're never gonna run out of video ideas, only if you let yourself run out of video ideas. So be patient with it, always improve.
What is authority? Authority is the trust that your audience places in you as a creator. It's what makes people stop, listen, and actually apply whatever you say. Now, without perceived credibility, keyword perceived, and another keyword is credibility, your content will feel empty. Even if it is actually valuable, like it actually works, without that, it's going to feel empty. Now, why does credibility matter? People follow the people who reflect who they want to become. Your message only lands when it's backed up by experience. Credibility isn't just perfection, right? It's clarity, it's consistency, it's honesty. Now, if you've watched the previous modules, you guys know that I've mentioned this from time to time again. Your audience knows if you're faking it or forcing it. So how do you access your authority, let's say? Well, it's very simple. You have to answer the questions you don't want to answer. Be brutally honest. Are you teaching these words out of wounds, out of pains, out of struggles, or out of wisdom? And you have to reflect on your own personal credibility. Are you mentally right? Are you mentally checked to talk about these things? Not only mentally, but also you have to answer the questions physically and spiritually. But that's the thing, you have to own your imperfections, so you cannot hide them. But a lot of you guys, especially in Creatopia, I see a lot of people try and hide their imperfections. Not many creators are willing to be extremely vulnerable on camera, especially in short form platforms like Instagram and TikTok. But if there's one thing that made me that set me apart and blew me up, I would probably guess it's vulnerability, vulnerable storytelling. That's it. And even if you guys haven't came to this humongous revelation like I have, let's for example, Jesus Christ is the way, truth, and life, and you guys don't really, you still have your doubts, you still have your struggles, your bad habits, let's say, it's fine to document it, but at least be credible with your own imperfections. Be like, hey, this is me and I don't apologize for it. I'm still working on it. And it'll feel like such a breath of fresh air. Other than that, there are some ways to build real life authority. For example, share a transformation if you've been through a physical transformation from flabs to abs, for example. You can be transparent about that as well. You can be vulnerable about that. Like, people go through pains in transformations. Whenever they change, there has to be a struggle at the beginning, and there has to be a dream at the end that they achieve. So be transparent with the things that you've achieved, how they made you feel, right? The struggles, especially the pains that you want to talk about, you want to be very specific with them, because that is your credibility. That is your story that nobody else can say. You can copy all my scripts and structures and all that stuff, but without establishing the initial foundational mindset of, okay, I'm trying to tell my story, not copy Ken's strategies. Without that, you're gonna fail. And obviously you want to speak from personal experience, not just secondhand knowledge. I mentioned this before, but I'm gonna get deeper into this. A lot of people just learn stuff and then they just regurgitate it on camera. That's pretty, I mean, I'm guilty of it, obviously, but we tend to do that because we praise the lesson itself. We praise the value itself, the knowledge itself, more than our story, more than ourselves. And I'm not saying you're supposed to take pride in yourself and like show off all the time. No. I'm saying you gotta own your realistic position, okay? So if it's really just about documenting and figuring things out, talk about the figuring out part, not the things that you figured out. You know what I mean? You can say that, you can mention it, like, oh yeah, it's good to, for example, don't rush relationships, for example, right? That's a good lesson. But the value that people learn from, or that they appreciate, doesn't come from the lesson itself, but the journey that you've been through. How did you come to that conclusion, right? So that's why in group calls and strategy calls, I always say 80% story, 20% lesson. So save the first 80% of your video just telling a story. My most viewed YouTube video, I think it's 200k views, is the do you actually need a girlfriend one? And that, great title by the way, is a great question. Besides that, I started that off with story, like just literally 2 years ago. I think that was the first line. Was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago? Something like that, right? I started off like that, and I just told the story from, I didn't leave anything out, or I tried not to leave anything out. So your authority is your story. And even if you're teaching content creation, like me, for example, I'm literally telling a story about that. You know what I mean? Like right now. As soon as I figured out, okay, this isn't really about who has the best advice, but who has the most unique and individual story, then I was like, bro, I can do this. Like, this is easy. This is me. Like, I can talk about myself, be vulnerable, extremely vulnerable, be very specific with my struggles, and make a joke out of myself. Like, that's just me. So I did. And then like 50 days, 40 days later, got 100k followers. Like, that's literally, it's so simple. And I know it's easy to say and hard to do when you are starting out and when you are learning all these skills. But if you need to have this as your foundation, especially to the new members who've joined. And like, for those of you who don't know, this is a new module compared to the other modules for scripting, filming, and all whatnot. But this is such a good lesson. You know, I want every single Creatopian, I'll probably announce this as well, to remember this framework, is that your authority is your story. I'm gonna keep on saying the word story until you guys like tattoo it in your brains, because that opens the doors to monetization. That opens the doors for you to open your business, your online business, your community, monetize that community, selling products, monetizing those products. And it's not only about past storytelling. You guys might think like stories, and whenever you hear the word stories, you might be like, oh, I have to think about the struggles that I've been through 10 years ago. No, it's not like that. You can do present storytelling, and I've done that as well, and gotten pretty good results from it. So it's not about the timeline itself, but the details you get into in each and every one of your videos. And obviously you have to demonstrate the lessons that you've learned, right, and actually implement it. But again, if you fall short, for example, from yesterday's lesson and be like, oh, lust is bad, I have to flee from lust, but then the next day you start jacking off again, let's say, right? You can be vulnerable about that. Like, you can share that online, and that makes you 100 times more accountable. That gets you into the 1% category, by the way. Like everyone else says, the 1% category. Things like that, sharing things that you don't want to share, being vulnerable and being real is just not only a breath of fresh air for audiences, but it's also, it categorizes you into this unique niche that's not only you, but so authentic that nobody can replace you. Nobody can. I mean, people can steal my content strategies and the way I film, sorry, and like my shots, for example. I see them all the time. I'm pretty sure people call it the Ken effect, right? But they can't steal my story. And it's something you guys really need to embrace. It's just, everyone has a story. Everyone has struggles, right? We're all human, and anyone is able to literally blow up on social media. You guys will learn more about being more specific, diving into specificity within your scripts, within your speaking, in the Dream Avatar modules coming up. I think it's next. Is it next? In phase 4, which is the ideas course. Stay tuned for that, because that's going to be probably the most useful thing that you will learn in Creatopia, is implementing, learning, and writing your dream avatar. So to summarize this module, become the person that your avatar wants to be, or at least show the process of doing it. And when you are showing the process, when you are documenting, be transparent with it. Fully transparent, not just 50% transparent. Fully transparent. Like, say, hey, I don't know how to do this, but apparently this guy I read from a book said, like, more better than you. I'm gonna try it out. So let's say this is my new content series, day 1 out of 30 of posting 30 days in a row, like that, something like that, right? You can add twists and turns within your story as well. So it's fun. It's not just like, oh, I'm documenting this journey from $0 a month to $10,000 a month, but then like you're boring throughout the whole series, throughout all your videos. You can add, like, stories open the doors to almost every creative outlet that you can do, including pattern breaks and jokes, comedy, right? Fun, entertainment, education as well. Like, mix them all up. You don't have any limits. Recommended ratio, once again, is 80% story, 20% lesson. So that 80% of your video is going to lead to that 20% final piece of your entire content idea, and that lesson becomes so much more valuable because you've entertained the people with your story. You told your story honestly and authentically, with full transparency, and being like, these are my ups and downs and twists and turns, but then I learned this, and then all of a sudden Jesus is the truth, for example, right? That's what happened with me. And then obviously your audiences, once again, will feel appealed to it. AAA rule, appealed to it, right? You can continue working on the AAA rule, but they will feel appealed to it, they will feel affected, and they will feel your authenticity. Storytelling, storytelling, storytelling. That opens the doors for all of that. So what is next? Now you're at the final task of phase 2, the brand course. And it's time for you to complete the final quest below. Follow the instructions in that post, and I will see you in the next phase. It is currently 6:41 a.m. and this topic has been bothering my head for the entire time I've built this course. I'm going to put this new module in this phase because it's really important, and the topic is guruing versus storytelling. And the concept of guruing is like the natural social media approach, right? Where you just want to be the motivator, you want to be the teacher, the mentor. You want to take on the mantle of a coach, right? Basically. And a lot of people do that on social media. At this point, I genuinely think it's saturated. Now, the point of this video is to compare the guruing approach versus the storytelling approach. I'm going to make this as raw as possible and straightforward as possible, and say that this course is not optimized for guruing. It can still work, right? But without credibility and authority, you guys know already, social media won't work. You know what I mean? Because, okay, I will tell you a story just to make it like make sense more. I started social media when I was like 19, right? And the approach that I took was full on just mentoring, coaching, and just being a guru. I wanted to be a social media guru, basically. The typical how to grow a social media account. Because I thought that my experience with growing a clothing brand and drop shipping and all that stuff helped me and made me credible to give tips, right? And I was somewhat somehow, but I didn't know that mentoring and taking on the mantle of a teacher was a whole different thing in itself, right? I succeeded before my personal brand with storytelling. I succeeded with my, it was mainly just my clothing brand, right? And those videos went completely viral because I told stories about my business. Stories, 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 stories. I will repeat this word for the rest of my life. Okay. And, okay, so the point is, basically what happened was like 3 months into my personal brand, posting every single day. Not even 3 months, like, I realized, dude, this is not working out for me. Like, giving tips, content tips, social media growth tips, hacks, and tactics, they didn't work out. Like, I was so bad at it. Um, so I moved on to a different niche where I kept on mentoring, and that niche was cinematography. And like, I didn't know how to teach cinematography, nor did I know how to actually do cinematography. I just knew how to like make videos, right? And shoot with my like zoom lens. That's it. Um, but I still took on the mantle of a coach, of a teacher, of a guru because I couldn't get out of that trap because I thought that would make me money. I thought that would make me go viral. I thought that, in order to build a business, you have to be a teacher, you have to be a coach, you have to have authority and credibility. But people do not understand that your credibility comes from your story. Why? Because as soon as I started making Christian videos, and I'm sure you guys have seen them before, like when I first blew up to 100k, 200k, all the way to 400, 500k followers, my videos were like mainly spiritual, faith-based, and Christian, right? And I was like, those videos were like content series about my testimony. I made multiple of one of those, and yeah, those videos were the ones that blew me up and built the foundation of my personal brand, of my Instagram and TikTok, and those were all storytelling. None of them were mentoring, coaching, none of that, right? Um, it was literally just telling a specific problem that I went through, just like I am right now to you guys, and then telling how I wrestled with that problem and then found a solution. Okay. Everyone has been through stuff like that. You go through that every single day, right? Whether it's physically in the physical realm, the mental realm, the emotional realm, or the spiritual realm, whatever, right? Everyone goes through that. So the point of this video is to say storytelling is the best and the easiest and the most efficient and the most authentic way to grow your social media. It is not guruing. Get out of that trap, please. And I know I sound like a guru right now, but I have my story to back that up. And I just told you that because I spent a whole year not blowing up and failing, getting less than 100 views, less than 1,000 views, less than 5,000 views until I actually went all in on telling a story. Do not say you in your video. Say I. I struggled with this. I found this solution. Here's how I did it. Not here's how you do it. Not here's how to do it. Here's how I did it. Okay? That is the approach we take in Creatopia. That is the main strategy, whatever you want to call it, tactic. It's very simple, very like such a tiny change in wording and in approach and perspective, but it changed everything for me. Don't be a guru, be a storyteller. You will learn this in the next few courses. I'm going to yap about soul and presence. Soul and presence is a pretty underrated topic for me because not many like content coaches or pretty much anyone who's making a course is talking about this. But let me tell you a story. Before I blew up, I was making videos every single day, and every one of them flopped. Right, just scroll down to my Instagram. You guys will see. I'm pretty sure everyone knows this story already. But basically, those videos I was not present at all. My content felt way too scripted, and each and every sentence felt like robotic. The way I spoke was not like I wasn't in the moment. I didn't feel and I didn't embrace the script. I didn't even embrace the idea fully because I was too used to making multiple videos a week, batching them, posting them every day. I was too fixated in the name of consistency. I was too, what do you call it? I was too stuck in the trap of, okay, I need to post today, so it can be anything, right? And sometimes that's a good thing to make you practice consistency, and you guys will learn this in the next phases. But I'm just saying, like, that was a mistake for me because I got trapped. I literally, um, content made the content I was making and that was supposed to go viral for me actually trapped me from going viral and succeeding and blowing up. Um, and it was the problem of being present with the camera. You guys will be introduced to a concept called the dream avatar, where I say basically you talk to one person whenever you turn on the camera. You just pretend that it's just one person you're having a conversation with, right? Not an audience. You don't want it doesn't feel natural if you just say, hey guys, this and that. Like, bro, stop. It doesn't feel authentic, right? And I always talk about authenticity, and the main tool to feel more authentic, to make your videos more real and conversational, is presence. To be present with the camera, and for your ideas to be relevant to you, actually relevant to you. For example, I could talk about color grading, or I could talk about spiritual warfare. Which one would be the topic for me right now? Is spiritual warfare, because I'm going through that right now, right? And that is pretty much like, you have to choose your ideas carefully as well, which you guys will learn in the ideas course. But at the same time, this is a warning for you guys. Don't be robotic with your videos. Be present, be in the moment, embrace your script. If your script sounds robotic, if it doesn't sound like you'll also learn this in the scripting course. Then delete your lines, edit your lines. This is just a heads up, because this is like the main foundation and approach of what authenticity is in our community, right? In content creation. And that's how you pretty much develop your online personality, and hopefully your real life personality, because like people like you because you're present, not because you are oblivious, right? And yeah, so you do the exact same thing on social media. You just treat your camera like a real person, and then your audience, again, will appreciate it. They will feel it. They will be like, your videos are so real, this and that. Like, I mean, I got many of my comment sections are like that, and I'm not surprised, because that's the approach that I had to learn the hard way. I had to learn, like, okay, my videos are actually so terrible right now, and I'm not being present. Um, my videos don't have a soul. There's literally no emotion whatsoever. It's literally just like script, 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 script. And I do not want you guys to get into that trap before, like even during when you go through the scripting course, phase 4, no, 5, phase 5, right? Even if you go through the scripting course, I don't want you guys to go through that like robotic phase. Please don't. Make your videos present, relevant to you. Be in the moment, be mindful of your surrounding, know the environment, know the context as well, know the idea. Let the idea marinate. Like, you need to be wise whenever you come up with ideas, and you will learn that in the ideas course. But I just wanted to come on here, add this new module, and say, be present when you turn on that record button. All right. Hello, hello, new module. Today I wanted to talk about breaking the norm. So basically, the main concept that I wanted to tell you guys in this module is to not make perfect content, right? Um, it's okay not it's okay to make bad content, and I feel like that should be a new norm these days, especially in the modern day content creator economy era, where people like spontaneous vibes, you know what I mean? And a lot of the times, especially in the personal branding space specifically, a lot of content becomes very scripted, very robotic, very monotone, and very copy and pasty. A lot of gurus as well, like I discussed before. And I do not want, like, personally, as a coach, talking to my students and making this module, I do not want my students to be a copy and paste version of me, and or anyone else really, right? Which is why, like, in the next course, I think it's Consume phase 3, you guys will learn how to take inspiration from multiple sources of people, not only just me or others, like another different creator, right? And yeah, everyone is individually unique and different. And a lot of the times people are uncomfortable with embracing their unique parts, unique attributes and characteristics and personas. So I'm here to say you should, because as soon as I started being more weird and open and more unfiltered on camera, started making more jokes and started, making all these weird faces and just being like embracing my freedom as a creator and just like 10xing my personality, I got more customers and I grew my business and I went crazy viral. And that's not to brag or anything. That's literally just to show you guys the social proof of how personality really builds trust and true followers and true fans. That includes customers too. So yeah, don't be afraid to make bad content. Don't aim for perfection, because you're never going to get there. There's always going to be, like, I made recently a really long, like not long, but it's like 70-second reel on Instagram. And it took me a whole week to make that one reel. So like every day I was shooting, every day I was re-editing my script and editing in Premiere Pro throughout the week. So basically I posted it at the end of the week, and like a day later after posting, I watched it again, and I mean, it got 400,000 views. I think right now it's at 400K, which is good. But to be honest, I expected more, right? I expected it to get like 1 million views, because, like that's my natural expectations. Especially spending a week making a video. By the way, this is story time. But yeah, basically, this video got 400,000 views as of right now, and um, so I watched it back and I was like, okay, I could have fixed that part of the audio. I could have fixed that part of my cuts. I could have fixed that part of my captions. There is always going to be something you can nitpick in your content. So you don't have to chase perfection. Just be you. And if you are very imperfect, if you are at a period of life where you're just struggling and you are in a rut, show that, because it is relatable and it is very human and people like that. People want to follow that. And yeah, that's my first point. Get used to making bad content. Don't be afraid to make bad content. Because at the same time, perfectionism will lead to procrastination, like a lot of procrastination. So yeah, you don't want to. Perfectionism is not a thing in here. We are very anti-perfectionism, but we are very pro improvement. We are very pro change, which means the more we post, the more we can pick out and nitpick our imperfections and the improvements and the things that we need to improve on, basically, right, in our individual reps, because we are big action takers, if you haven't seen the forum already. For those who are new here in this community. So yeah, there is always to improve on, and that is the art of content creation. That is why we do this. It's for the journey, not the results, right? And that is how you win, basically. When the goal is the work, you cannot be beaten. Now, third point is embrace spontaneity, which is, I kind of touched on it. So when you're on camera, let's say, right, don't be afraid to get uncomfortable. Don't be afraid to just like have nothing to say, and don't be afraid of silence as well. Yeah, I'm getting used to that myself with raw talking heads like this. I'm not used to making course modules like this, unedited, just raw. But I like it because it's like it's authentic and it's spontaneous, and like I only have like 5 dot points that I'm reading out for this module, right? For breaking the norm module. And it's like, yeah, I don't have to depend on a script. I don't have to depend on like, pages and pages of words to read out. I can just depend on who I am now, and there's a beauty in that. And if you're able to learn the following skill set that I'm about to teach you in the future modules, in the next phases, while also embracing this authentic side of yourself, it is such a good skill. I think I explained this in one of the coaching calls as well, that there is one side where it's like skill sets, right? You can invest in skill sets. Yes, this course will definitely like improve every part of your filming process, scripting process, ideation, everything, right? There's one side, but then there's another side where you have to learn how to be real, how to be raw, how to be authentic, and how to be honest, vulnerable, and truthful on camera. And that includes being a natural. And in order to do that, you basically have to treat your camera as, I've said this so many times, but you have to treat your camera as if it's a person that you're talking to, as if it's one person that is listening to you, who can't reply, but at least you can yap, right? And that's the goal, to productively yap and waffle. And one day, just like I did, you're going to go viral. If you can create the right structure, break the rules of social media, purposely do bad shots sometimes, make a meme out of yourself, be more vulnerable, be more, open and honest. It's like a breath of fresh air, and that is a part of our mission here in Creatopia. So yeah, I know it's scary just to think about it, just to be like, oh, I haven't even posted a single thing on the internet before. Like, how am I going to do this? Just take it step by step, because I literally, when I first started, I don't know if you guys know my story, but when I first started this personal brand, bro, I had to start from this same room, the same desk, the same chair, same setup, and I had to learn everything from scratch, from speaking in a monotone, robotic voice, from making like really terrible videos. Yeah, man, like all you got to do is like scroll down to the bottom of my Reels page, and you guys can see the amount of repetitions and the amount of failures I've done. And there's a beauty in that as well. There's a beauty in failing, and there's a beauty in the struggle. There's a beauty in making bad content, and there's a beauty in breaking the norm. So yeah, last point, vulnerability. Just touching on it again. It's a big thing in Creatopia. It's a big thing in this community because we tell painful stories. We tell stories that need to be told, that need to be that need awareness, right? Issues that are not talked about enough. And in social media, there's a lot of pride. It's literally basically like a competition of who is the best, who looks the best, who has the best attributes, who has the best personality, who has the most money, who has the most followers, right? And it's very competitive, and I get it. Sometimes it's healthy, but most of the time it can be very idolizing, and it can be very unhealthy. It can be very confusing too. And yeah, people can twist it a lot, right? So my point is, don't aim for the pride aspect of content creation. Stay humble, be vulnerable, and make yourself a vessel, right? Make yourself a vulnerable vessel. I think that's the term that I used in one of the calls that I did. Make yourself a vulnerable vessel for your audience, because your audience will appreciate it and they'll look up to you for that, right? There is a beauty in being humble. There's a beauty in being meek. There is a beauty in just being real, dude. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. This was a productive yap. I loved this module, and it's a very necessary module. Unfortunately, it's a new module, and unfortunately I made it now. It's a bit late, but better late than never. So yeah, enjoy the next modules.
In this mini course, I'm going to show you how I consume content mindfully by writing constructive notes and analysis. But you're probably thinking, why would you even bother? Well, there's a framework called the Pareto principle, aka the 80-20 rule. As a creator, I use this rule by spending 80% of my time creating content and the other 20% of my time consuming content. Whenever I consume content, mindfully of course, I like to rewatch my old videos so that I can write notes about the mistakes that I made and look for rooms for improvement. And I get really nitpicky with my own content because that's how I can find real improvement. On the other hand, I also consume my competitors' content by writing down as many notes as I can. This is an example of the steal like an artist concept, where I find little ideas that I can implement with my own content by watching my favorite influencers. And I say favorite influencers because I see them as competitors. So if you look at my YouTube subscription page, they're all my competitors. They're all there. These are the two main pillars of consuming and synthesizing content as a creator: self-analysis and competitor analysis. Now let me show you the tools to how we can make this process efficient for you. Now that you have a good idea of why we should consume and synthesize as creators, the number one tool that you're going to need is a note-taking app. And I say app because it's a little hard for me to write down notes and analyze my competitors with normal pen and paper. But that's just me. If you're better at writing with pen and paper, then go ahead and do that. But I use a software app called Notion, and I'll be using Notion throughout the rest of this course, just a heads up. So choose a note-taking platform that's most efficient for you to write down dot points. Another reason why Notion is the best tool for this is because I use templates and checklists. I do this so that I can organize all the tasks and all the notes that I take. Before we get started on your first self-analysis, let's make your consumption schedule first. Yes, you're actually going to need a schedule for consuming content. I know it's weird, but I've been using this system for about a month now and it's really ups my game as a creator. Now let's head to a blank Notion page and create a schedule together. First, you want to click on the plus button and create a table. Then on the first column, write all the days of the week, just like that. Then on the second column, first row, write self-analysis. Then click on the plus button again to add another column and write competitor analysis. Gonna color code both of them. Gonna make this one red, gonna make this one purple. Gonna click these two arrow buttons so it expands. Now this is pretty much the template you're gonna use for your consumption schedule. What you want to do now is to allocate your timetable for the analysis that you're gonna conduct. For example, I create long form videos and short form videos, so these two are my main focus. LFV and SFV are short for long form and short form videos. Therefore, these two formats are going to be the only things that I will consume. I'm not going to consume newsletters or books or anything like that, right? Let's put this on Tuesday and leave this on Monday for now. I'm going to color code both of them red again. With your competitors, it's the exact same thing. You're going to need to synthesize the same format that you create. So for me, it's LFV and SFV, long form and short form videos. Going to color that purple. Like if you make audio podcasts, then you're going to be consuming audio. If you make TikToks, you're going to be consuming TikToks. Now let's allocate the days. I usually find it best to consume and synthesize content during nighttime, which is like the lowest point of my energy and it's easy for me to write notes. So I'm going to write 8 p.m. next to each day, 8 p.m. I'm going to copy and paste these next to every day. Now, I start my process by analyzing my own long form videos. That's the first thing I analyze throughout the week. And I do this on Mondays. So I'm just going to leave it next to Monday under self-analysis. The next day I consume is on a Wednesday. The next day I consume is on a Wednesday, which is my competitor long form. So I'm going to copy and paste this into Wednesday right here. After Wednesday, I go back to analyze myself and my short form videos this time. So I'm going to copy paste that into Thursday. And finally, the last thing that I consume is my competitor's short form content. So I'm going to copy and paste that into Saturday night, which is usually when I watch it. And that is pretty much it for my consumption schedule. And yours is going to look pretty similar. This may not seem like much, right? But having time and delegating time just to consume and get inspiration and really take your time to steal like an artist really changes the game for you. I can't really explain it until you actually try it out for yourself, especially analyzing your competitors. It's a game changer. Next up, let me show you how to conduct a self-analysis. When it comes to analyzing your own content, there's many aspects and areas which you can look at. I use a Notion template to write down all the metrics of my long form videos, which include my impressions, my CTR, click-through rate, and my AVD, average view duration. These are the three main pillars that I use to look for improvement. For example, impressions and CTR determine how well your thumbnails and titles work. I mainly use AVD, average view duration, so that I can look at the exact time when my viewers click off my video. This gives me the opportunity to look at my mistakes and see where I went wrong and what made people actually click off, and obviously not repeat those mistakes on my next batch. I do this because I want to get my viewers to watch my entire video duration, which is pretty much called viewer retention. In terms of analyzing my short form content, I only use the AVD, average view duration. Again, I try and figure out what mistake I made at that exact second of the AVD. This is especially important for personal brands because if you have a business that you're trying to funnel your viewers through, you need to be able to retain your viewers from the top of the funnel, which is your short form content or your long form content. If you can't retain your viewers from your content, how are they going to go through the funnel? So let's say tonight I'm going to analyze my shorts. That means I'm going to pick each short that I want to analyze. Like I literally just grab the links and put it into Notion. I'm at the point right now where I'm analyzing my content from last week, not my old videos, because I've already done that. So every week I analyze the content that I made last week from my last batch. What I do after taking all of my notes based off of my mistakes and stuff, I write down weekly implementations that I can take action for my next batch. These implementations are basically a checklist for me to do for the next time I script, the next time I film, the next time I edit, etc. For example, if I watch a short form video of mine and I notice that the music doesn't really fit with the entire video, then my implementation or checklist would be take your time to choose the right background music or something like that, right? One of my most common struggles is using complex sentences, because whenever I look at my AVDs, most of them are usually when people click off at the point where I'm just waffling on and using long and complex sentences like this one, right? So my actionable step would be to shorten your sentences in your script and use simpler words in filming, in speaking. Here is all my weekly implementations for my long form and short form videos. As you can see, I have plenty to work on, and that's how we all should be. Content creation is a journey of self-improvement. Now, let me walk you through the entire process of self-analysis. So here is the template on this side that I use for my self-analysis, right? As you can see, here are the long form videos, template for long form videos, and here is the template for short form videos that I use. I'll also paste this into the quest below this module. And yeah, let's get started with analyzing, first of all, my long form video. So over here, I already did 2 videos. I'm just going to go through what I did. On YouTube Analytics, what I did was I went to the actual video analytics. Here is what 40 Days of Monk Mode did to me. That's the video. Impressions, I got, when you click on reach, it's 18K now, so I'm just going to change it quickly, 18.1K. CTR, 4.3%. AVD is, you can go on engagement and see 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So what I do, this is the key part. I go to the video itself and click on exactly on this AVD time, which is 2 minutes and 34. Or go about 20 seconds before and watch the entire segment.
I relate to that. I learned a lot about myself during this monk mode, and I realized that I'm so animalistic when it comes to like my dopamine behaviors and how I react and behave towards certain actions. For example, if I'm working and I'm like slowly burning out, I tend to like find anything that can distract me. For example, like listening to music or watching a YouTube video, or even going on my phone to find like anything, any sort of, you know.
So the mistake that I wrote down was extended the sentence for too long. So if we go back and like listen to what I actually said.
Towards certain actions. For example, if I'm working and I'm like slowly burning out, I tend to like find anything that can distract.
You guys can hear why it's so long, like why it's so complicated. And it's hard to understand especially for new viewers on my channel. So that's why I extended the sentence for too long, and I quoted myself. For example, like ... For example, I even said for example twice. If you guys noticed, that was my mistake, right? And the implementation that I wrote was whenever I film, so filming, put an arrow, shorten my sentences whenever I speak to the camera, right? So that's the implementation that I'm going to try for next week. Now, let's close that. That's for one video. Now, if we analyze the second video, which is I found the perfect framework for all content creators. Impressions, 2.9K. It should be, 2.9K. CTR, 3.4%. AVD is 113. So you can scroll down, check it out at we'll just check it out at 1 minute.
Building practical skills. You'll also be able to find your own style of content. And surprisingly, you'll learn a lot about yourself and what you like to create. On the other hand, I'm going to have trouble figuring out what strategy to use. I'll probably be studying different methods and approaches to how I can make my videos better. And don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. But at the end of the...
So right there is where people clicked off, right? Now, if we go back to what I actually said.
Skills. You'll also be able to find your own style of content. And surprisingly, you'll learn a lot about yourself and what you like to create. On the other hand, I'm going to have trouble figuring out what strategy to use.
So I said, on the other hand, I'm going to have trouble figuring out what strategy to use. If I think about it, if I remove that sentence, would the video change? Would the audience still understand it? If the answer is yes, then I would probably have to remove that sentence, if that kind of makes sense. So that's why I wrote, the point doesn't add any more value. And I quoted it. I'll probably be studying different methods and ... where I said it here.
skills. You'll also be able to find your own style of content. And surprisingly, you'll learn a lot about yourself and how I can make my videos. I'll probably be studying different methods and approaches to how I can make my videos better. And don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. But at the end of the month, who's gonna have...
So that is for another video. For my recent video that I posted a couple of days ago, let's do it together. The video title is My Worst Fear is Being Mediocre. I'm going to paste it in there, and then also paste the link, why not. Now I'm going to screenshot the thumbnail from my channel. I'm going to drag it into Notion. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, and then I'm going to copy and paste the template, remove these. Now let's look at the analytics. Impressions, I got 1K. CTR 3.9%. AVD, go to engagement, and it's 1 minute and 35. About the same as usual, as my usual AVD.
One of my biggest...
Now let's look at the actual mistakes that I made on that AVD time. So when I actually introduced the movie that I was going to talk about.
Movie called Ex Machina. Spoilers ahead, but...
Matter of fact, let's just go to the video itself.
Movie called Ex Machina. Spoilers ahead, by the way. The story starts when Caleb, a normal software developer, gets invited to his CEO's private island. He meets his boss there, Nathan, who offers him to be the first human test subject for his artificial intelligence robot.
Now, the only thing that I can think of, because when I'm telling a story about the movie, I can't really find anything that I'm doing wrong. It's like, it's steady, the pacing is good. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm not saying any unnecessary points. So the mistake was there was no flow from the previous segment to the movie segment, right? Because I want to introduce movies, and it's hard for me to introduce it with the topics that I was talking about before. So this segment is like having no plan B, me talking about like having no other options, about my potential career.
Really anxious about our futures, but I always remind myself that the only
blah, blah, blah. And then like right here, I shift into a different topic from just me rambling to a movie story, and it's hard for audiences to, you know, stay in the video because like I just talk about a completely different topic. So I would say in my mistakes that no flow, put an arrow, didn't relate talking points with movie story, didn't introduce movie smoothly, no relation to talking points. So I think my mistake, as well as around this area right here, was not introducing the movie properly. If you can see around this time,
movie called Ex Machina.
There's a movie called Ex Machina. I should have said, now this topic or whatever I was talking about relates to the movie that I just watched, Ex Machina. Maybe that would have been better and increased my AVD, right? Now that I have written down these mistakes, I'm going to add another implementation. Introduce movie in relation to talking points. And I'll put in brackets or an arrow, smooth transition. That's the implementation that I would make. And that would be in my implementations. Like I said before, I have weekly implementations. So I would put underneath long form video, underneath writing. Would it be writing? Yeah, underneath writing. I would copy and paste this into right here. So these are my current weekly implementations. Now I have to do this as well. Introduce movie in relation to talking points, smooth transition. Or if I wanted to make it simpler, introduce movie with smooth transition, right? And yeah, that's how I basically analyze myself and pick out my mistakes and come up with implementations. Now let's go through an example of my short form content. All right, let's take a look at this one first.
One thing I realized in my self-improvement journey is that the destination doesn't exist. People don't talk about the real work you have to put in, the repetitions, the routines. You can't stay consistent without sacrifice. So real improvement comes from destroying your past self. The fact that I want to improve means that I don't like who I am now. So I just stay true to myself and keep close to God, because authenticity brings me peace. And a lot of y'all are fake as hell these days. So just be real, man. That's it.
So that's a short. Now I got these. The red AVD is from YouTube, but we're going to focus on Instagram for now. So I got this AVD from Instagram. I just went on View Insights and scrolled down to where it says average watch time, which is AVD. 5 seconds, right? So I write down 5 seconds. Now, the mistakes that I could pick out from 5 seconds, which is...
One thing I realized in my self-improvement journey is that the destination doesn't exist.
Right there, the destination doesn't exist. That's where 5 seconds was. I wrote down, answer isn't compelling enough. Because I said, the one thing I realized from my self-improvement journey, and like people were, looking for the answer, right? People are curious of what I had to say. And my answer wasn't compelling enough for them to continue watching, in my opinion. I think that was my mistake, right? Because all of this self-analysis, you just have to pretty much guess and have trial and error for what your mistakes are and what the mistakes you made, right? So I said the destination doesn't exist, and that answer is just not compelling enough. It's not good enough, right? It doesn't really make sense. Might have done better with... Oh yeah, I also made a replacement that I could have used, right? So I wrote, the end goal doesn't exist. So my answer could have been, the one thing I realized from my self-improvement journey is that the end goal doesn't exist. Something like that, right? That might have been better. This part was the part where the YouTube viewers clicked off, and yeah, but you guys get what I mean. Now with this video, the average view duration is 16 seconds. So let's go to 16 seconds at the bottom here. This video is talking about 3 ways to get content ideas. So
grab a pen and paper and just write whatever comes to mind. Your ideas can be terrible. It doesn't matter. The third method is isolation. Spend 10 minutes.
Right there. The third method is isolation. So what I figured from, if people clicked off at 16 seconds where I said the third method is isolation, then I would probably write my final step isn't actually useful. And I'll put underneath that word isolation. It might not really make sense to people, to everyone. Maybe I could have used meditation, right? Could have used meditation. This is literally me analyzing my content. This is the whole process. The final step isn't actually useful. I'll quote it as well. The final step is isolation. ... That's the quote, right? The word isolation doesn't make sense. Yeah, just doesn't make sense. All right, I could have used meditation instead. Cool. So the implementation here would be to use easier / simpler keywords, right? And then now I go back to my weekly implementations page and go to my short form videos section. And then I would put underneath my script writing, use easier and simpler keywords, right? Cool. And that is pretty much it for self-analysis. That is how you analyze yourself. Cool. Now that you know how to analyze your own content, it's not so different with analyzing competitors. In fact, it's a lot more fun because you don't have to cringe at yourself, right? Just like the previous modules, I pick and choose which videos that I want to analyze from my competitors. For me, I analyze the creators that I look up to and that I'm subscribed to because they're the best example of competitors that I can find, right? So why not just consume their content while, taking my own notes? I think that's how everyone should analyze their competitors. I don't think you should take notes from, let's say, people who have the same amount of audience as you or the same content quality that you guys have. Like, you should always look up in order to, get inspiration and steal like an artist. For me, this includes Alex Hormozy, Dan Coe, and Heinz. These 3 competitors have a mix of long form and short form videos, which is why I love synthesizing from them. The only difference with the long form videos that I take notes from is their titles, thumbnails, script writing, filming, speaking, and editing. I basically write as many things as I can in all of these aspects that they have. For short form videos, I take notes for their captions, script writing, filming, speaking, and editing. Then out of all of these notes, I turn them again into weekly implementations. This is how I steal like an artist. Now let me take you through the process of analyzing my competitors. All right, this is the template for my competitor analysis. I attached this to the quest below. Once again, you can copy and paste it in your Notion. Now for videos, it's different. What I do is take notes for titles, for my competitors' thumbnails, for my competitors' scripts, and filming and editing style, right? And then I leave implementations at the bottom. Now for shorts, it's only captions, script writing, filming, and editing. So I take as many notes with all of these aspects and areas of my competitors' videos. So let's copy and paste this into my next competitor analysis, which is today. I'm gonna write 26, today's the 26th of June. I'm gonna go in here, copy and paste this, get the title for the first video, which is from Alex Hormozy. Copy and paste that into here, make that bold, copy and paste the link, copy and paste the thumbnail, take a screenshot, which is this one, drag it into Notion, and then let's get started. Now, first of all, let's take some notes about the title. Stop trying to get rich, get better. Now this is probably, I would say, a myth-busting topic. Sparks curiosity, very direct, very, very direct, and that's all I can think of for the title. For the thumbnail, it helps with the title because it says fix your shit, obviously 3 words, very, very direct, fits well with title, brand face. He has his face in his title. I mean, it's pretty much it. That's all I can think of. It's just the fact that it's very, very direct and it sparks curiosity because he's calling out the audience, right? I should probably say that too. Calling out audience. In terms of writing, let's watch the video.
Stop trying to get rich, get better.
First of all, he literally repeats the title.
And if you get better, getting rich will happen as a consequence. Getting rich is an outcome. Getting better is an input. Most entrepreneurs are focused on the output as the thing, and so they're scattered in terms of where their focus is because they're just trying to do everything they can to drive this number up.
Okay, this is pretty much him rambling, but it's really good rambling because, you know, Hormozy. Rambling about a broad business topic. So that's why he can go on for a pretty long period of time, 30 minutes. Editing, I can see that brand animation, if you guys saw that, caught that from before. Acquisition.com. Context. This little Instagram live thing is from context. It's for the context of the video, so I would put context Instagram live in quotes. And what else is there? And he has a branded website. He also has 2 POVs, which I don't have. So maybe that could be an implementation. Use 2 camera POVs. Question mark. Maybe use my phone as my second camera. Because he uses this little acquisition.com website in the corner of his video, maybe I could write use business website / funnel page in corner question mark.
So I had a friend of mine started a
storytelling. I'll tell you a story ... Maybe I could implement that as well. Use actual real past stories, storytelling. Let me tell you a story. Now that's what I pretty much do for the rest of the video if I watch the whole thing, right? But for now, we're not watching Hormozy. We're going to watch Dan Ko for the next one.
If you don't have ideas,
copy and paste the template.
But can't articulate them.
Copy and paste that into here. This is the next video from Mr. Dan Ko. As you can see from the title, this high income skill will make you irreplaceable. Full guide. Uses full guide, I guess, to establish credibility as an educator / guru. I might have to use that as well. Titles, arrow, use full guide. Or this high income skill will make you irreplaceable. Yeah, it's very direct and promises one single answer, which obviously sparks curiosity. Now the thumbnail, learn the skill if you want to thrive in the next 10 years. It helps along with the title, highlighted text, and he actually sticks to one color palette, which is like white and black and gray, which is interesting because people like to have saturation and, you know, contrast with colors, which is pretty unorthodox for Dan Ko. No bright contrasting colors. That's interesting, but I don't think I would implement that myself. So yeah, in terms of writing, let's see, because he's a writer too.
If you don't have ideas, read. If you have ideas but can't articulate them, write. If you have ideas and the clarity to execute.
I think he got that from his short, one of his short form content. He used short form video script as the hook / intro.
Ever since I can remember, I've had the goal of doing what I love for a living. Isn't that what everyone wants? My family, teachers...
Oh, I love the music, the production. Oh, it's so nice. Cinematic. Oh, I really need to implement this actually, now that I think about it. cinematic music slash audio slash sound effects production, fade in. I love the sound effects he uses. It's like you're watching a movie, the beginning of a movie, which is so cool. And I noticed that in all his videos he has a pretty monotone voice. That's pretty much all I can think of. So I wrote down, he uses full screen text writing like this. He uses really nice background music and makes it like a cinematic vibe, which I really need to implement. And he also, he promotes his book in the intro. That's interesting. What if I promoted the community in the intro? My intros. Thumbnails, nothing special. Promises one single. I've actually used this type of title before. So establishes credibility, saying all his experience. I do this as well with my educational videos. Monotone voice, no. Leaves room, no. What I might do is definitely use this. So copy and paste that. Fade into talking head. I might do fade into talking head too. Yeah, I might really like steal his whole cinematic vibe, because that's what my channel is about too, cinematic stuff. So yeah, I might have to really steal that vibe. Once again, is go to my weekly implementations, and for long form videos, I'll just copy and paste this. Slow paced education, definitely need to do that with filming and editing. So I'll duplicate that into both these lists. Fade into talking head, yes. Editing. Cinematic music, yes, definitely need that, 100%. I need to steal that completely. All right, that is pretty much it for how I analyze my competitors' long form videos. Now for short form videos, here's how I do it. So for example, let's take a look at one of Hein's videos.
I don't care who's doing better than me. I am doing better than I was last year. It is me versus me. Iron sharpens iron, right? Other people's success, we have to look at it.
First of all, what I write about the captions is what their editing style is for their captions. So I wrote the captions stay in the same position, right in the middle of the screen, or like right here. Same color, which I probably need to implement, because I always like to switch up colors with my captions and it's kind of confusing. Fast 1 to 2 word captions. Yes, he does that. He doesn't do full sentence captions, which I like to do as well. So he does single words. 1 to 2 word captions. Writing, it's improvised. So there's no script. Like he just rambles on and he's good at it. Right. Filming notes, obviously improvised. There's nothing special. Editing, it's tracking. One thing that I learned is a lot of creators like to track their head movement. So the video moves along with their head. See?
I'm human. They were able
See?
to create that.
So I just wrote that down, tracking talking head movement. And no cuts, all in one take, which was so good. I wish I could do no cuts all in one take. Clip from long form video. I think this is also a clip from one of his long form videos. So it's repurposed pretty much, right? So those are my notes, right? And what I got for the implementations, let's close all of these, is just this, the tracking head, talking head movement, and the fast 1 to 2 word captions, right? Cool. Let's look at one of Hormozy's videos.
Nervous. You're underprepared. If I have anxiety about something that's coming up, that has become my telltale sign that I am underprepared, that I didn't do the work that I know I should have done, and that's when you get nervous. When you can get up on stage and you can do, or whatever your version of the performance is, and have absolutely zero anxiety, it's because you've absolutely habituated to the stressor.
First of all, in terms of captions, I wrote down glow plus shadow. I like using those captions too. 2 lines at a time. So he uses, instead of like Heinz, he used 1 word to 2 words at a time. He used 2 lines at a time. So you can see. And 1 different color for keywords. So he uses 1 different color for keywords, which I like to do too. All right. Now for writing, I wrote down negative bias, because he said, you are not nervous. You're underprepared, right? And that's just a good reality check that he tells his audience, which is a direct call out, right? It's a negative bias. You are not. Uses simple example.
Get them into a room with spiders and let them sit there, have a fucking panic attack, pass out, wake up again, pass out, wake up again, until eventually they just realize that they don't die and they're still there and there are spiders and they keep living. And then the phobia is gone. They habituate. You are not
So that's a pretty simple example of that most people can relate to. I should probably write that down. Relatable fear, right? Because he uses the fear factor in this video. So yeah, he uses a relatable fear of spiders. Everyone is scared of spiders. ... So using simple examples, I should probably incorporate that too in my implementations. Filming, there's only one POV. He also does the tracking head movement. So that's why I wrote this down first. We'll do one more from Hormozy.
Sign that you're hiring dumb people. You start having to make dumb rules. So you have to start saying things like, don't steal food, don't drink on the job, make sure that you don't watch Netflix while you're on the clock. You have to start making these really stupid rules where you're like, I can't even believe I have to say this.
All right, so the first thing I can pick out was the captions was in the middle of the screen. He does glow captions and shadow. He uses 2 colors and he does little pop animation effects for every caption that pops up.
You're gonna start making this big book of rules.
You can see here. I personally don't really like to do that because it's kind of distracting. It's not really, it doesn't really help with educational type of content, but I might incorporate that. So I'll put that somewhere here. So animations for each caption text. Unknown problem hook. Here's a sign that you're hiring dumb people. So this is a pretty underrated problem that his target audience is suffering from, hiring dumb people. And, you know, when his target audience is comes across a video like this, then, you know, they get curious. Maybe I'm making this mistake. Maybe I have this unknown problem that I don't know about, right? So that's why, did I write it? Yeah, I wrote it down here. Use an unknown problem hook. Here's an unknown problem, right? Filming notes, 1 POV, and he does an activity, which helps with retaining an audience because when you're moving or doing an activity, or doing any type of movement when you're talking, it helps with, you know, engaging people and staying on your video. In this case, he's walking. Editing, not really anything besides the captions, right? So that is how I analyze my competitors' short form content. Now, I'm going to copy and paste some of these in the weekly implementations that I have. I already did, but so under short form videos, underneath captions, I would put animations for each caption text, ? I put ? Because like, it's an indication for me to try it out and see what happens. Maybe I like it, maybe I won't. But yeah, that's just me. Cool. In the world of content creation and business, we all share the same problem, coming up with content ideas. I've created thousands of pieces of content for both my business brand and my personal brand. So in this course, I'm going to be sharing all my secrets to generating infinite content ideas. The first method I will be going through is called topic listing. This strategy is very common when writing down multiple ideas, and it's also very easy. All you have to do is write down a list of topics of whatever ideas you have for your content, whether it's for your YouTube videos, your TikTok shorts, or whatever content you do on social media. Content is everywhere, literally, and every single piece of content stems from a single topic. These topics can range from extremely broad to extremely specific, aka niche. For the content that I made for my business, topic listing was one of the methods that I used to generate multiple ideas in a single page in my notebook, in a short period of time. The interesting thing about listing ideas is that one topic can lead to another, and another, and another, and so on. Once you spark a single idea, any idea, it starts a chain reaction, which switches on your creative mind to generate similar or related topics. For starters, this might be easy, but eventually you're going to run out of ideas, you're going to burn out. And throughout time, you're going to start struggling to write your first idea on your page. So how do we make sure we never run out of content ideas? There's a method to which I call niche down. Once you master this strategy, it's going to be pretty hard for you to run out of content. So how does it work? You start with one really broad topic. For example, gym advice. Then from there, you can niche down by adding a specific target audience. So for example, gym advice for younger people. Then you can add more elements by being more specific. For example, gym advice for under 18 beginners. Then you can bring it down even more by being even more specific about your target audience. So for example, gym advice for under 18 basketball players. And if you want to go crazy, go ahead, because you can use your creativity to get as specific as you want. For instance, beginner gym advice for under 18 basketball teenage players looking to gain muscle mass without having a strict diet. Now, it might sound unnecessary to go down this deep in the rabbit hole, but the more you niche down, the higher the chance a specific target avatar will consume your content. This method is extremely effective whenever you run into a creator's block, which is basically a period where your creativity just stops working. Our goal is to avoid this creator's block as much as we can, or completely erase it with all the methods that I'm teaching you here. So whenever you're struggling to create a good idea for your content, don't be afraid to niche down on a specific or broad topic. Once again, one good idea sparks another, so keep your creative mind running. But what if you're tired of using really specific and niche ideas? What if you want something more attention stealing? I call this the hook method. But before I get into it, let's review what a hook is. A hook is the very beginning of every piece of content. It's the part that grabs people's attention and gives them a reason why they should continue to consume your content. For short form video content, the hook is usually the first 3 to 5 seconds. For long form videos, it's often the first 10 to 15 seconds. For audio or written content, it's usually the first line or sentence. You get it. A hook contains 7 forms: a problem, a question, a desire, a topic, a trend, a fact, statistic, or a piece of data, and a belief, value, or moral. Think of your hook as the intro to your content. The more you work on creating a better hook, the more likely your people are going to consume it. But what makes a good hook? I use a framework called the AAA rule to make my content much more valuable for my audience. What is the AAA rule? Essentially, it has 3 components: appealing, effective, and authentic. Appealing is the level of relevance or attractiveness that your hook has. What does your hook have that catches that person's eye? How does your hook grab that person's attention? How does your hook stop them from scrolling? How relevant is your hook to your target audience? Effective is the level of emotion or empathy that your hook conveys. How much emotion is your hook expressing? How do you want the audience to feel during your hook? And finally, authentic is the level of truth and originality that your hook displays. How does your hook, or your content in general, stay true to your character? What makes your hook authentic to your consumers? These are the questions that we need to be asking ourselves whenever we write our content, whenever we write our hooks. But the thing is, we always forget, and that's okay. Hooks can never be perfect, and neither can any piece of content, but it's worth chasing that perfection. Now, in terms of the hook method, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is just list a bunch of one-line hooks. It might sound easy, but whenever you start listing them, you're going to have to consider the appealing, the effective, and the authentic factors. So if you want good hooks, it won't be easy after all. On the positive side, it's a great practice to learn the art of content hooks. The more you write hooks and the more you try them out in your content, the better you will get throughout time. But what do I mean by more and better? Well, there's an amazing framework for that coming right up. I call this framework more, better, new. If you want to grow an audience, if you want better content in general, you're going to need more content, better content, and new content. And you can't have those without more ideas, better ideas, and new ideas. How it works is, it starts with generating more ideas, more volume of content, writing more topics, and writing more hooks. This is where you focus on the quantity that you put out rather than the quality of your content. For now. Of course, at some point, this will eventually burn out for you. So once more stops working for your content, then you have to move on to better. This is where you focus on the quality aspect of your content rather than the quantity. Better ideas, better topics, better hooks, better niches. This is where you analyze and review all your past content and collect the data that your audience has given you. Which topic did they enjoy the most? Which idea got the most views, the most listens, the most followers or subscribers? Then, using that winning idea, you double down on it, improving the appealing, the effective, and the authentic factors. But throughout time, the better strategy will burn out as well. So you're going to need to shift into the final stage. New. The thing about new is that it works completely different to more and better, because you need to come up with something completely new. New ideas, new ways of approaching your content, new ways of speaking, new ways of filming, new ways of creating that you have never tried before. Whatever it is that you shift into, it has to be an entirely new realm. For example, I started creating educational videos for YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. After creating a huge chunk of that niche, I moved on to improving my video editing skills and making the overall quality of my videos better. Once my more and better stopped giving me results, I had to come up with something new. And I found my new content strategy with cinematic short films. Then the cycle repeats. The useful thing about this framework is that you can use it in any aspect of content creation and business. If the views on your weekly videos are slowing down, then you might have to spend more time creating more videos throughout the week. If your posts aren't doing as well as you think they would, then you might have to go back to the drawing board and improve the tiny little details. Just remember, more, better, new. Now let's say you've tried all of these methods already and you're still struggling to generate ideas. Well, there's one final method that any creator or business can use. This method is called content recycling. It's a strategy that works really well if you're a content creator who has plenty of content to work with and has gotten positive results in the past, or if you're a veteran who has a ton of content that you can go back to and look at. Recycling content works best when the original idea has gotten the best results, which means it's gotten views, followers, subscribers, and all that good stuff. If you're a beginner, this might not be relevant to you yet. If you already have skin in the game, this method is really useful for you, especially when you don't have any ideas left in your brain. So reuse your old ideas. You can even use the more better new framework to recycle your old content. For example, if you talked about a specific topic on your business podcast and your audience enjoys it, then spend more time talking about it in the second time around. Or make the topic even better by adding relevant and interesting ideas. Or you can throw in some completely new discussions in there. This is how you recycle your content. Welcome to the Dream Avatar Overview module. Now, first and foremost, what is a dream avatar? Your dream avatar is the younger version of you, the person you're creating content for initially. They have the same struggles, the same dreams, the same habits, the same questions that you were asking when you were younger, and the same personality that you once had. So when you speak directly to this one person, your younger self, your content feels more personal. It feels more relational. It feels like the audience is actually hearing someone speak directly to them. So there's a power dynamic there, and it feels real, right? Like an authentic relationship. So you can go viral authentically. This is how you attract your true audience, not just by guessing trends and trend hopping, but by serving the person you understand the best, which is the younger self of you. Now, this is one of the most basic viral principles that I teach, at least inside Creatopia, and a lot of these content gurus also teach this as well, but I just like to call it the dream avatar. But within the dream avatar itself, the key principle is specificity. That's the one thing you need to remember with the dream avatar, specificity. If you're trying to talk to everyone, right, and if you're trying to be broad, if you're trying to talk to an audience, like a room full of 30 people, let's say, you'll connect with no one. The words that you're saying, the stories that you're trying to tell, if it's so generic and not specific, you're not going to reach out to anyone. You're not going to touch people's hearts. You're not going to connect or develop that audience-creator relationship that you want to create. At the end of the day, we're trying to build true fans here, right? So for those who are struggling to get views, it's because your videos are not being specific enough with your keywords and your storytelling. Why do you want to use specificity? Because it allows creative storytelling. It allows vulnerability. You can get really deep really quickly. Obviously some deep lessons and an insane amount of relatability between you and the viewer. You might not recognize this yet because you haven't tried it out, perhaps, but once you do and it starts to work like I have, I was actually surprised. 10 million views of me talking about like 5 different bad habits that I used to do. Like, come on. And whenever I look at DM requests or comment sections, right, and just see the amount of people that can relate to the exact same insecurity, for example, the exact same mental health problem or the bad habit that they're going through, and I'm just there like, wow, people actually relate to me and people are experiencing the same thing. And then I kind of reversed engineered it and looked at it from a zoomed out perspective, and I'm like, yeah, it's natural, we're human, and there has to be someone who is struggling with the same pain or looking forward to the same dream as me. And that's who you pretty much want to target. That's who your true fans are going to be, the same people who relate to your pains and your dreams. So whenever you script, you don't want to script or talk to an audience, quote unquote. You want to talk to one single person, just one. That's the mindset that you should approach in every time before you talk to a camera, before you turn on that camera, before you press record. You literally just want to approach it as if it's just one person you're talking to, having a conversation with, or just pretend to text them whenever you're scripting, for example, or whenever you're talking, right? For example, in my videos, I never say you guys. I never address the audience itself. I actually address the viewer themselves using words like you. Why? Because you want to treat them like a real person, like I am with you right now, right? Why do you want to treat them like a real person? Because they are. They're not robots that you're trying to serve. They're real people with real feelings, right? So the more you know your younger self, the easier it is to write and attract your avatar. And here's a fun fact. There are actually millions of these quote-unquote avatars waiting for you, the content creator, the influencer, to be the one hyper-relatable vessel to share and relate to with problems and pains and struggles and also dreams and goals and aspirations. They're literally waiting for you to be that one person to bring everything together, to be hyper-relatable and hyper-specific about what they're struggling with, what they're dreaming about, what they desire. It's powerful, right? Again, don't script, talk to an audience. This is such a good reminder. That's why I put it twice in these slides. Don't script or talk to an audience, talk to one person. Please get it, embed it into your head. This is literally how I went from getting 3,000 views on average per video to on average now it's like 100k, at least 100k per video. Take it as it is. Now this also means we have to be specific with our writing. I touched on this before, but for note takers, you can write this word hyper specific as a great reminder. Put it in all caps, take notes down, all right? For example, like scripts, in your hooks, in your storytelling, whenever you speak on camera, but mainly with hyper-specific writing, it helps you a lot with reminding yourself, oh, okay, I'm actually going deep into this hook, or I'm actually going deep into this script, or this story that I'm trying to tell. Okay, it's not just me trying to talk to an audience and pretend to be this viral influencer. No, it's actually me talking to this one person because I genuinely want to help this one person. Now, this is where your dreams and your pains come into play. Before that, I'm going to explain this storytelling on camera concept. Your content, whenever you talk to a camera, is basically just you talking to your younger self, right? It might sound too specific. This is the warning here. Whenever you speak and be hyper specific with your dreams and your pain points and whatever you talk about in your story, it might sound too deep or too personal or too like, oh, bro, nobody's gonna like this. Like, this is like, it's so personal and it's only gonna appeal to me. But this is exactly how I blew up my account, right? Using more specific dreams and pains because people do relate, believe it or not. Try it out and you'll see. This is my dream avatar document. It's also a template you can find in this course. But first and foremost, let's look at the dreams, okay? Let's go down to health because I usually separate them from health, wealth, and relationships. It's easier to organize. The template is also like this, so you don't have to worry about making this. But as you can see, my dreams are very, very long. Like, they're pretty long form. And this is literally how I like to get deep with my dream avatars, pains, and dreams. All right, let me read out an example to you guys so you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Train the art of boxing to defend himself, get people on the street to think I shouldn't mess with him, and protect his closest friends and family in any worst case scenario while showing an innocent personality around others to evoke the lion and lamb character of Christ. That is a somewhat recent desire or dream that I have, that 20-year-old, 19-year-old Ken has. Now, if I talk about this one thing in a video, that would be so relatable to the target avatar that I'm trying to attract right here, which is my younger self. Once again, there's millions of versions of that one avatar, right? That my younger self, which means a lot of people can relate to different aspects of this. Not necessarily the entire thing, but maybe different aspects. Maybe they can relate to the lion and lamb characteristic of Jesus that people are trying to evoke. Maybe they relate to the innocent personality. They might want to give other people an impression that they're innocent, but they're actually tough on the inside. They might want to just train the art of boxing. Maybe they're just interested in the sport. So you see how it touches on different niches as well. And it also touches on something important, which is, what do other people think? That's a big motivational drive that we all have as just humans, right? We always seek validation in one way or another. So the more you get into the specific behaviors that people do just to get other people, for example, protection, like closest friends and family, or impressions from strangers, or a crush, random people on the street to think I shouldn't mess with them. And that's the thing, you know your own. So you have to be pretty honest with your dreams. Whenever you write them down, it might take a while, but it's a really good exercise as well. It's kind of like a journal. So don't be afraid of getting really deep into your avatar's inside world, inside heart. Right, so let's go to my pains now. Let's go to the same dream, right? Train the art of boxing, drop down menu, and then you can see that these are my pains right here. Usually I like to separate my pains between 3 major or macro pains and then some micro pains at the bottom, underneath each one. So these are mine for the same dream that I was talking about, struggling with his pride when mixing up different feelings of the lion and lamb, quote unquote. Now that's one of the macro pains and struggles, right? Struggling with his pride. Now if you get deeper with it, which is the micro problems, here's what I wrote down. I basically said dealing with cockiness. So struggling with pride, I got to deal with cockiness every time I punch the boxing bag hard. Still do. Right? And the next one is looking in the mirror every time he shadow boxes or hits the bag for validation. Next to my boxing bag, I have a reflection, like a slide door, and it's glass, so I can see myself whenever I train. And every time I look in the mirror, like every time I shadow box or hit the bag, I do that just to kind of show off to myself, but in a way also make sure I look good, you know? And it's a very subtle mental wrestle, you know, that I have with myself. But if you get this deep and you share this on camera, imagine how effective it'll be to a new viewer who's watching you for the first time, who can actually relate to you, right? And maybe some of you guys relate to this if you box, I don't know. But let me read out the other examples. The second micro pain that I wrote is urge to express angry emotions with every punch he throws, leading to showing off. Micro problem, hitting harder to feel better about his insecurity of being seen as weak or soft. That's true about me. Like, I literally hit harder just so I can feel numb from my insecurities, right? Just so I can avoid the insecurity about being seen from other people like a weak character. That's just me, you know? And you gotta be really honest with yourself, especially with the pain points that you are still struggling with today. That's what you have to do. You just gotta be really honest. Once you write them down, you're gonna have to really read them again, and whenever you script your videos, we'll get to this in the further courses, but like, the dream avatar will open up your own eyes, not only the dream avatar's eyes, but it will open up doors of you becoming a more vulnerable creator, a creator that can open up to a lot of different things, a lot of different struggles, past or present, right? And also share specific ambitions as well, hence the dreams. But usually the pain points are the most effective, but usually pain points are more effective than dreams. I'll get into this later. But usually pain points are way more effective than the dreams itself. Like, people will listen to negative connotation videos than dreamy, lovey-dovey, like talking about desires and goals and aspirations type of thing. Like, the best motivational videos, for example, on Instagram, they work whenever it starts with a negative connotation, right? For example, a negative hook, negative bias, I think that's what they say. But if they start with like, if you want to train the art of boxing, like, nobody's going to listen to that. But for example, if someone says, are you dealing with cockiness every time you punch a boxing bag hard? Bro, I would literally lock in on that video. If a video said that and I'm scrolling and I hear that, bro, I am locking in on that video. I'm not even kidding. We all know what it's like being a consumer, but from the other point of view, as a content creator, it's so fun getting into the specifics because it keeps us accountable and it keeps other people accountable. So at the end of the day, sharing pains is not a bad thing. Sharing specific and being vulnerable, that's not a bad thing. It's a really good thing. It opens the doors to so many opportunities to heal. Right? Praise God. Let's just say, let me show you guys my wealth pains, right? Whenever you write down your pains, don't be afraid of getting deep into it. You want to write down your own hidden, insecure, secret struggles that's inside your head. Why? Because those are the ones that are going to hit your audience and you the hardest. When you share specific pains and even specific dreams, it becomes more powerful. I've said this time and time again. Specificity. Now, do you guys remember the AAA rule that I talked about in the brand course? These pain points actually tick off two things, two A's. Number one is effective and number two is authentic. That's why these pain points in general, are more effective than dreams, because dreams only tick off appealing. Dreams only tick off appealing, which is the first A. I think this is the first A or the first A, yeah. So it's appealing, effective, and authentic, right? Pains tick off the bottom two, which is authentic and effective, emotional stuff. Oh, whoa, look at that. But dreams, however, only tick off appealing. All right, let's go move on to the solutions, okay? With your dream avatar, you're going to need to write down some solutions. This isn't fully required unless you actually want to give advice on social media, which is pretty much like 99% of us, unless you just want to entertain people and not give any value. But most of us are here to give value, so if that is you, you're going to need to write a list of solutions. So for each and every dream that you wrote, for example, in health, wealth, and relationships, this is my health dreams here, you can see in the yellow. You want to write a list of solutions side by side with your pains. Okay, this is what I did. This is all a template, by the way. You can find it here in these modules, but this is pretty much what I did. So you want to copy and paste the same list of pains that you wrote down previously, and then when it comes to solutions, you want to write them side by side. So falling back into lustful habits, for example, of sinful habits, lust, greed, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth, like the 7 deadly sins, basically. The solution, the general solution, the macro solution, let's say, is pray with a repentant heart until the sin in his heart or daily habits goes away, right? So this is the macro pain. This is the macro solution. And then we get into the micro pains and then the micro solutions. Now, here's the most important part about solutions. You want to make the solutions authentic to you, right? You actually want to tell your own experiences and what you solved personally in your life. If not, if you're still going through these pains, you can just write down exactly what you're going through, exactly what you're doing and the steps that you're taking. For example, daily journaling. That's it. Okay, if you want to be specific with daily journaling at 8 p.m. every night, 1 page, don't skip a line in your book, write down the date at the top, talk about what you did in the day, do a little prayer at the end of the journal, and write down 5 things that you are grateful for the day. Something like that, right? That might not be the solution, but that's what you're going through. Okay, maybe you're still going through these bad habits, but that daily journaling is helping, fine, write it down, be specific with it. And the template itself that I gave you guys for free is pretty much, it has all my examples there. Alright, sorry, no, it only has 1 example, but just by watching this module, you guys already know the main concept of the dream avatar is specificity. So you don't just give people solutions or tips and tricks, you actually give them credible stuff that you are experiencing. You give them experiences. That's why storytelling is so important. You can't give a valuable lesson and just regurgitate it just because you read it in a book once. You actually have to take action and implement it in your own life first. Then you have proof. Like, I can say this because I've made mistakes before. I've regurgitated lessons from Alex Hormozy and Hamza, and like literally I was just preaching pretty much their advice on social media when I haven't taken accountability and I haven't implemented it in action with my own content, with my own business. So what I did with, for example, the dream avatar comes from Hamza and Alex Hormozy, right? If you guys are familiar, I added my own authentic blend. I made this template by myself, right, on Notion. Like, I made, add the photos, talk about the type of profile, write down 10 dreams, 15 dreams, split it into health, wealth, and relationships, write down a list of solutions, micro and macro. So add your own authentic blend. That's just a story that I've been through. Add your own authentic blend to your own solutions. Now, in the next module, I'll show you guys my new avatar and walk through how I use it. Okay, so once you have your dream avatar dialed in, everything else gets easier. Trust me, it's worth doing this dream avatar out of everything else. I mean, besides the dream avatar is like the ikigai, and that's it. Like, these 2 frameworks are the most important things, and they're actionable too. So let's get it. Let's get to work. Scripting, hooks, and edits. Even captions get easier once you've done the dream avatar. Remember, you're not creating for people, okay? You're creating for that one lost sheep. Amen. Let's go. All right, in this module, I'm going to start off with showing you guys what my new dream avatar looks like. So this is what the general template looks like. So first, there's 4 sections: profile, dreams, pains, and solutions. Let's start off with profile here first and foremost. You can see this is my name. Obviously, I'm writing about my younger self, but in this case, what I changed with my my dream avatar is the age. So like, I'm not writing about my 18-year-old self anymore. I'm actually writing about my 20-year-old self. The 20-year-old self who just turned 20 last year in November and who was going through like this huge transition phase, being super strategic with business and entrepreneurship and mindset, self-improvement, into the more spiritual journey, which is like following God, prioritizing Christ, learning about the gospel, daily prayer. There's a lot more that I'll get into with my dreams, but that's basically the backstory behind these 3 pictures pretty much. Now, if you guys remember my old dream avatar, this profile isn't too different from the previous one. Yeah, I only changed like a few keywords since then, and that's pretty much it. Nothing too deep, but it's good to remember who you're writing about, okay? Next section is the dreams, the one and only. So what I did here with all dreams, pain, solutions is separate them into 3 sections, which is health, wealth, and relationships. I was actually about to do spiritual as the 4th section, but I decided to split spiritual into health and relationships as well, and sometimes wealth. But let's get into health, because this is probably my main one that I do. All right, this is what my health dreams look like. As you can see, I've written 10 in this section. Same with wealth and relationships, but let's read another one different from the last module. It's a good specific example. Overthinking with his head and deny his Stop overthinking. That's the important word. Stop overthinking with his head and deny his prideful flesh, to quit being arrogant, seek validation, and showing off for attention, by practicing emotional discipline over his thoughts and feelings, and learning to make righteous decisions from the Bible, or rooted in the Bible, and his fear of God. So you can tell that I've used specific keywords in Ken's vocabulary up here to write down a 3-line dream, okay? Very specific, straight to the point, no fluff at all. With your dreams, you don't need to explain like the entire solution of like what stop overthinking means, what prideful flesh means, what emotional discipline is. Like, if you look at a key word, for example, like seeking validation, I could go on and on. I could make a video on that just by those two words itself, right? Arrogance, I could make a video on that. You know, stop overthinking, banger video that I can make. So that's just one example from my health. Let me go to my wealth ones. As you can see here, there's a line that I split between these two sections because I haven't achieved any of these bottom halves yet. This is just the general dreams that 20-year-old Ken has. So right now, from number 4 to number 10, it's just all wishy-washy goals. But from 1 to 3, this is the more realistic things that I have achieved. Thank God I got 100,000 followers now. Thank God that I can mentor men and women on their journeys of self-improvement, spiritual blah, blah, blah. And then thank God that I can or am starting to detach my mindset from worldly metrics, right? Most of these are also just going to be journey dreams. For example, detach his mindset. You can't really detach your mindset from anything and just go to this finish line of, oh, I don't care about money all of a sudden. No, that's unrealistic. Obviously, a lot of us have attachments, but the goal is the journey. Once again, if you've watched the Cinemix playbook, if you get that reference. Grow to 100,000 followers on social media to be able to grab attention from any consumer, get validation by proving himself, reap the benefits of his achievements and accolades, and build an online personal brand empire by creating high-quality cinematic storytelling content while seeking God's kingdom first to avoid the temptations of social media numbers. It's weird when... it's funny because I said while seeking God's kingdom first when it should be at the top of the sentence. But anyways, this is related to wealth, right? Related to my wealth journey, career. Hopefully you guys can notice the specific keywords that I used in these dreams more than the health ones. For example, social media, grab attention, get validation, achievements and accolades, online personal brand empire, right? I love using the word personal brand empire because it sounds cool. It's like Star Wars. Creating high quality cinematic storytelling content, seeking God's kingdom first, avoid temptation. Like, all of these are keywords, right? Key phrases that you use. So if you're able to like bunch these keywords and key phrases up into one single dream that relates to one topic, I guess, or to one goal, which is build a personal brand empire on social media, and then you can add the metric, let's say 100k followers, 1 million followers, your avatar will notice and your avatar will relate so much. Okay, let's move on to relationships. Again, split it up because these ones are all wishy-washy. I can't really preach about these because I haven't achieved them yet, but the ones that I have been working on and the ones that I have been improving on is these two, right? Love God. This is pretty much the summary of these two. Love God and love others. That's pretty much it. I forgot what the Bible verse was, but that's what Jesus called us to do, right? Love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and love your neighbors as yourself. Build an eternal relationship with God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit while being able to confess, weep, and ramble about anything he wouldn't with anybody else by talking in private, daily prayers, curiously learning the gospel, embracing the true forms of faith, hope, and love, and surrendering his life to him every day. You notice how I can't even say my own dream? Like, it's hard for me to say the sentence because it's not like a sentence that you would use in your script, for example. This one dream, let's say maximum 10 videos, 10 video ideas, you know, talking about having or building an eternal relationship with God, and or a content series, better yet. One video I could be talking about how do I curiously learn the gospel? Like, how do I genuinely open my Bible and be like, okay, I actually want to learn something here instead of being bored? How do I pray every day and stay consistent with that? Like, these are all video ideas, right? So you want to mash them into one single dream that relates to one topic or one goal dream, right? Now, that was relationships. That was all my dreams, actually. Now I'm going to go through my health, wealth, and relationship pains. Let's use the same example as before. Stop overthinking. Here's what my pains look like for this one specific dream. Battling a toxic mindset of constant negativity, guilty conscience, and self-hatred, right? Then some more micro pains there. Feeling sorry for himself when there's no reason or right to. Victimization. Dealing with personal insecurities of his physical appearance and current state of life. Now, when you write your pains, right, you can't write in the same way you would with your dreams. With my dreams, I just mash them, right? Like what I said before, you just merge keywords and key phrases together within one single generic topic or dream or goal or desire. But with pains, you got to come up with at least 3 specific problems within this dream. Sometimes, actually, you might not even come up with 3, and that's okay because the dream itself, for example, this one's about fasting. I don't really have any major pains. All right, I'm not like dedicated to fasting or anything. I do fast every day, but it's like really tiny. You know, it's like 16/8 fasting, if you guys know that. So I wouldn't have too many problems besides dealing with physical hunger, right? Or the urge to satisfy my food cravings, or finding it difficult to resist the temptation of every snack around the house that I have. But with things like mental health, for me, that's big. You know, I've had plenty of problems. So feel free to write down everything and anything. Again, everything, anything, hyper specific. Okay, so those are my health problems. Let's go to the same wealth problems. One of the main problems that I talk about and preach a lot in this community and in my content is actually the lack of hardware and software with limited skills to make high quality videos. For example, terrible writing skills. Welcome to the course. Causing boring and unengaging first hooks and storytelling. You're literally watching the solution right now. Missing knowledge and quality gear for cinematography and filming aesthetic shots. You're going to get into that in the next stage. Low quality editing, slow time management, using inauthentic tactics to make videos. You're going to get that into the third stage. Lack of knowledge in branding and design, causing him to have an unattractive profile. You just watch that in the Cinemix playbook, and you have all the resources there. Dealing with self-doubt caused by his secret insecurities of seeking attention and vanity. I did talk about this sometimes. I do talk about it in like the Cinemix playbook, some of the videos there. But I haven't really talked about like the deeper insecurities and stereotypes of creating content or being an influencer on social media, which I want to get deeper into with my next series that I'm actually going to do. So stay tuned for that, yeah? Another one is lack of an efficient content system that optimizes for viral and consistent growth. This right here is literally stage 4. Create your content series and build a system. Low quality content strategy that is missing a daily series and purposeful mission. Stuck with creating consistent content instead of prioritizing better quality videos. A lot of you guys have these problems, and that's why you're in this community, right? Now, with relationships, pretty much the same thing. Fear of committing and surrendering his pride to God because of his deep insecurities, dealing with self-doubt, struggling with toxic awareness, creating false scenarios in his head to comfort his ego like violence and cuddling. Only I would know what this means. And that's what you want to do with your dream avatar too. When someone else reads it, or someone random in this world reads it, 99% of the time, they're not going to understand. You want these types of dreams and pains. But that 1% audience, that's who you want to attract. That's your dream avatar, which is why you guys are here, because you can relate to my content. You can relate to my stories. And then it goes on because I actually didn't write any problems with these, because again, these ones are the wishy-washy ones that I haven't achieved yet, or that I haven't improved on. Okay, so that's my pains, right? Now we go on to solutions, which is not too complicated. It's very similar to the pains, and I showed you guys before in the previous module, but I'll go to the one that I read for my health one. Which one was it? Spend more time? No. Oh, here. Yeah, sorry. Kill pride. Stop overthinking and kill my pride, right? These are the pains that I just read out to you guys. I already templatized this, so when you click on the template, you can write your own using it. Like, you don't have to create these drop-down lists. It's already there. But basically, one side is the pains, another side is the dreams. The solution for this first pain right here is right next to it. Same with this second one. Same with this third one. You can see that I actually, when I was writing the dream avatar, this one, like I have major OCDs. So what I did was write the exact same line length. So the same number of lines with the problems and the solutions as well, which it took me longer, but it's more neat for me at least. If my solutions are, let's say like 6 lines long, it's hard for me to find which ones are related. Okay, you guys can also do this too if you want to. If it's equal lines, then you can tell, okay, this saying unwholesome, foul, unrighteous, and demotivating words in his head. The solution for that is replace his inner voice with the Holy Spirit's word by studying scripture and praying on daily lessons. Yeah, that's pretty much the solution for this one micro pain. Let's go to the second one. Feeling sorry for himself when there's no reason to, which is victimization. Pray for a repentant heart. That's the solution. Weep for God, not himself. Don't feel sorry for myself. Feel sorry for disappointing God. Feel sorry for abusing his grace, right? Purify his daily behavior. Using false words to label himself as depressed or lost or weird. Study scripture to find better keyword replacements. Stick to the facts, not your feelings. Not his feelings, sorry. You can tell that I also wrote my dreams, pains, and solutions in third person's perspectives. So I don't say tackle my doubts. I say tackle his doubts. So I'm pointing it to him, right? Because if you say my, it's going to be too specific for what you are doing currently. You can do that if you want to, but I'm trying to serve my younger self, not my current self right now. It really, there's not much difference. I like to, again, Stick to your profile. Don't try and, expand your avatar. Stick to the younger version of you, okay? So that was health. Let's go to one of the wealth ones. The one that we read before. 100k followers. Lack of hardware and software with limited skills, okay? Terrible writing skills. Study and copy hooks from viral creators and reverse engineer their methods of scripting stories. Matter of fact, I might as well write here dream avatar. Write his dream avatar. Again, this is 2 lines, so I want to keep it at 2 lines. Major OCD. Study hooks. Copy. I'd say copy. Copy hooks from viral creators and reverse engineer their methods, their ways of scripting story. Okay, so I'm just shortening the words here so it can fit 2 lines. But anyways, so this is the solution, and you guys are actually going through this solution right now as we speak. So pretty cool, right? Dealing with self-doubt. Prioritize God in every situation. Confess his insecurities to God, right? Dealing with self-doubt as a content creator. You don't want to share your insecurities. Share it with God first. Literally, I did not want to share my insecurities. I did not want to create a specific dream avatar because I was insecure. I was still going through a phase where I was just hiding from my problems, hiding from my mental health, hiding from my trauma, right? Hiding from my past, or being disappointed and dwelling in this toxic mental pool of victimization and blah, 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 right? But as soon as I confessed my insecurities to him and spent time just rambling about what I'm thinking about, rambling about my problems and insecurities, I got more curious to read his word. And then this is how I came to this quote-unquote solution, personal solution. Again, what I mentioned in the last module. Overthinking from the fear of failing, lack of validation, never being enough. Embrace imperfections and being vulnerably funny. Again, vulnerably funny. Just embrace being childish. Seek God's validation instead of others. That's powerful. And I'm still going through that today, but I know that's the solution, right? Because it says in the Word of God itself. I forgot I wish I could just pull up Bible verses out of my head, but I'm not there yet. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Give me some time. I know there's a Bible verse that talks about seeking God's validation and impressing him instead of impressing others. But yeah, anyways, let's go to the final one in relationships, which is fear of committing and surrendering his pride to God because of his deep insecurities. So again, this is the dream about loving God. This is the solution. Surrender is simple. Relax and untense his mind, heart, and body and confess everything. So if you're afraid of committing and surrendering your ego to God, if you keep attaching yourself to your pride, this is how I did it. This is how I usually pray, or this is how I usually repent. Dealing with self-doubt, like even reading this one single pain and this one solution, I could come up with like 3 different content ideas right there. I could talk about how do I surrender with my mind, how do I surrender with my heart and body. That could be one mini content series. Confession, surrender, dealing with self-doubt from past mistakes and future anxiety of failing his father. Acknowledge his doubt and anxiety. I'll probably just say that in heaven, just be more specific. Acknowledge his doubt and anxiety to God and remember he's not worthy, but Christ did everything. So these are the type of things that you have to open up to. Number 1, to yourself and to God, most importantly. Then to your dream avatar. Then you'll be okay to do it with your audience. And eventually, how I did it was with my family, with the closest people around me. Wrestling his self-hatred, guilty conscience with God's true love. I think you guys get the point. You guys get the whole mojo of what the dream avatar is and how important it actually is to write it. And to spend time, at least like 1 week, 3 days, 4 days, just grinding it out and writing as many things as you can. And then you can always go back into it and change it up. Continue to evolve your avatar as you grow too. Finally, let's get into the secret source of how I actually script using this dream avatar. Should I just do it tomorrow? Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. The first habit is notebook writing. Now, it might sound really cliche and simple, but here's the thing. When you physically write with a pen and paper, your brain starts to take the entire process more seriously. Writing on paper makes your ideas feel real, and it's a great way to help you get out of a creator's block. Also, if you're a computer geek like me, you're probably writing your ideas on your computer. The negative aspect of using all these digital tools is distraction. Whether it's social media, text messages, notifications, whatever. Your attention can be stolen from you in seconds, and attention is your number 1 asset. More on this later. Writing on paper works extremely well for me. Matter of fact, I used to write all the content for my brand in my notebooks. Or you're just struggling to write new ideas on your computer, or you're just struggling to type ideas down, use a pen and paper. Try writing on a notebook instead. But this habit doesn't guarantee that you won't get distracted. Eventually, you're going to need to put a lot more focused effort. The second secret habit that I practice is listening to background music whenever I write ideas down. Now, this obviously depends on your personal preference, right? But if you like listening to music and that helps you, get going in your creative process, go ahead and listen to music. But me personally, I get distracted whenever I listen to lyrics and words. The stuff that I listen to is called ambience sounds. If you search ambient sounds on YouTube, you'll find lots of calm and peaceful background music, soundtracks, and instrumentals. And there are lots of different themes available out there. For example, if you're into Star Wars, you may enjoy listening to Star Wars ambience. For me, I'm into sci-fi films like Interstellar and Dune, so I search for sci-fi ambience. So if you're struggling to write ideas down, ambient sounds may help you a lot, because it did for me and I was really surprised. But if this habit doesn't work and you're still being pulled around from all your distractions, it's time to face them and eliminate them. So how do you erase your distractions? First of all, you're going to need to label them as distractions. Is it your parents? Is it your children? Is it your partner? Is it your mobile phone? Is it your notifications? Find them and take note that they are distractions. Second, you need to block them out as much as possible, visually and auditorily. If you can see your phone in your eyesight, then you should probably hide it. If your notifications have a ring to them, then turn it off. If you're getting bombarded with text messages from your group chats, then obviously turn on your do not disturb mode. If your family is being too loud around the house, tell them to dial it down a little. Overall, it shouldn't take more than an hour of just deep focused work for generating content ideas. Speaking of deep focused work, that is next up. If you're looking to come up with some banger ideas, you're going to need to isolate yourself. If you want the most input and the highest output from your work, you have to be alone, in solitude, with the least amount of noise around you as possible. Isolation can work with many different activities, whether it's walking, showering, stretching, or just sitting down with a pen and paper until something comes to your mind. That one works for me. Once you've eliminated as many distractions as you can, set your environment with only yourself. What helps is to have your tools ready whenever ideas come to you, like a notebook or a notes app or something. This will guarantee that you'll come up with something, anything. But if you're struggling to deal with all your chaotic chain of thoughts, this next habit will help you out a lot. Meditation plays a huge role in my life. It helps me stay on task whenever distractions pop up, it helps my mind stay clear, and it helps me stay mindful and present in all aspects of my life. Win-win. To those of you who are uncomfortable with isolating yourself and, being with your own thoughts, you're going to need to get used to it in order to generate really good ideas. And if you're a real noob, meditation is a great practice to start. Plus, it doesn't hurt to try it out for a week. I believe everyone should try meditating for at least 5 to 10 minutes at least once in their life, right? And, seeing where it takes them mentally and spiritually. To those of you who've already made it a practice, who've already made meditation a habit, then use that discipline whenever you generate ideas. Whenever you meditate, you focus on your breath, right? Whenever you generate ideas, it's the exact same, but you just focus on your creative thinking. It should help you stay calm, have a clear thought process, not get distracted by any internal or external things, and keep your attention on one single task, generating ideas. The best time to optimize meditation is, in my opinion, straight after you wake up. Meditation works efficiently when it's a part of your morning routine, which is perfect for generating ideas. And speaking of morning routines, that's what I will be talking about in the next module. I wrote the script for this course in the early morning, around 5 a.m. when I wake up. I find early morning work extremely effective because that's when my brain is at 100% capacity. And it's really common to those who sleep and wake up earlier. The thing is, it might be different for you, but it doesn't hurt to wake up tomorrow earlier and, just try writing some ideas down. As long as you have a good sleeping schedule, who knows? You might be surprised how well it works for you. Waking up after a good night's rest is a great feeling when you have that energy surge and when you're just ready to grind it out for the day. So use that energy to write down and generate as many content ideas. Don't waste it scrolling on social media looking for inspiration. On the other hand, if you want to maximize your focus as much as possible, if you're a workaholic like me, then the next module is for you. This habit is something called intermittent fasting. You may have heard this around the internet before, but I'll quickly run it out for you. Intermittent fasting is a prolonged period of time in your day when you don't eat. The time frame that you choose to fast and eat is up to you. Some do it for hours, some do it for multiple days. I do it by skipping my breakfast meal, which is basically 16 hours of fasting from dinner time all the way to lunchtime the next day, and 8 hours of eating from lunchtime to dinner time. The specific method is called 16-8 fasting, and I practice this at least once or twice or maybe even 3 times a week. Intermittent fasting has multiple benefits that I won't dwell into on this course. But speaking from first-hand experience, this habit has resulted in better focus, especially in the morning, so I definitely recommend it. Fasting can also be dangerous for people with health issues, so please do your own research before attempting this, and stay safe. Welcome to the official scripting course. This is where we turn your ideas into impact. If you've ever said, I don't know what to say in my videos, I can't write like that, this course is for you. Now, here's the purpose of this course. We're going to help you write authentic, scroll-stopping, viral scripts. We're going to teach you strictly short-form storytelling content writing. This is the key words here. Short-form, storytelling, content writing. We're going to build your content on truth and not just trends. And we want to develop your own language and flow, not just copy others, including me. You don't want to copy me. You want to develop your own language. You'll also learn how to write with word-for-word scripts, so it's more clean and powerful and rehearsed. Dot point scripts, so it's more natural, off the cuff, authentic, just like this. Screenplay scripts for cinematic storytelling content. You want to script your shots and stuff like that. Dream avatar writing, so you want to use your dreams and pains that we talked about in the last course, and we want to speak directly to your younger self. And I'll be showing you my exact walkthroughs in the next modules. Now you also get 2 bonus blueprints underneath this one module. Number 1 is social media language, so you can actually learn how to speak the language of your audience. There's some keywords there inside, so your videos and your scripts become fast and engaging and made for short form platforms. You can also check out the modern terms blueprints, which is a huge list of words and phrases for youth avatars and adult avatars, senior avatars. I'm pretty sure there's senior avatars in there who actually use in 2025 and actually say, for example, updated slang, relatable energy, no cringy words. I mean, at least for now, there's not going to be any cringe. And remember, you don't need to be a writer to be a good scripter. It's 2 different things. You just need to learn how to say the right thing to the right person, the way you would say it in real life. And I always like to say this, but also it's the way you text your best friend. Scripting is pretty much like that. That's what I do whenever I script. And we'll build that skill together in this course. All right, welcome to the tools module. I'm going to really quickly just go by the tools that I recommend all of you guys use for scripting your videos, of course. On a side note, I do not recommend scripting on paper. Dude, that is literally so hard. Whenever you script, there's always going to be refining and editing, deleting this and that. So on paper is definitely not recommended. All right, here are my recommendations. Only 2 things. Let's keep it simple. Notion Desktop is number 1 and Apple Notes is number 2. Both of them can be used on desktop. 100% recommend using or just writing on desktop. Typing on your laptop, on your computer, on your Mac like I do, on your PC. These are the recommendations. Please don't do it on your phone. Oh my goodness. Whenever I see someone's script, for example, if they upload it in one of these quests and I see it's a screenshot on their phone, I get so stressed out. It's not even funny. Script on your desktop, please. Of course, if you have one, okay? If you don't have one yet, that makes sense. Script on your phone. Now, here's a bonus. Here's a new addition to the course as well. We have an AI bot. Woohoo! Meet Quillmate. This is Quillmate, right? This is going to be your personal content writer. So whenever you have questions, whenever you want help with your scripts, you don't even have to ask me because I can be busy. I might not have time. So instead, you can ask the AI version of me. I built this AI using Creatopia's blueprint. So every single blueprint that you've read so far and that you will read is inside this AI bot. So it's not only for scripting, but it is built for content writing. So use it like it's me helping you write. Get feedback for hooks and scripts and captions and threads and even emails. I use Quillbot for all of these things. Sometimes you might even have seen me in the forum post like a really long value post about, let's say, like a framework or a strategy. That is usually written by Quillmate. Obviously, I have the original idea and like Quillmate doesn't make it up. I have the original idea, paste it into Quillmate, and then they write like the entire framework in a way where it makes sense, where it's simple. Sometimes you might have even seen me reply really long and neat notes underneath people's feedback videos. That's usually Quillmate. So I like to type in my feedback as normal, paste it into Quillmate, and then Quillmate will pretty much organize it with emojis and stuff to make it engaging. So yeah, enjoy Quillmate. Enjoy the rest of this course. Welcome to the Hook, Retain, Reward Framework module. This is the most foundational framework for content writing. Because if your video cannot hook, retain, or reward a viewer, it will not work out. Period. So let's break it down into these 3 stages. First and foremost, we have the hook, which is used to grab attention. That's the entire purpose of the hook. This is usually the first 1 to 3 seconds of your short form video. Your hook will decide if people keep watching or if they are going to just scroll off and say goodbye to you. It can either be verbal, the reason why you're still broke, quote unquote, for example, right? It can also be visual, face pop in, maybe a talking head shot, maybe if I show an object like my Bible, camera motion, that's really nice and effective. Or it can be text, a crazy title in the first frame, okay? I like to use all of them. Your hook should also target a dream or a pain. Remember the dream avatar, okay? We're going to get into that in the further walkthrough, in the dream avatar walkthrough that you're going to watch in a few days' time. So your hook should include a specific, hyper-specific dream or a hyper-specific pain inside. What do they want or struggle with? Not just lust, not even just porn, like get into it in the hook. What do they struggle with? What's their insecurity about this bad habit, etc., etc. We're gonna get into it later anyways. But basically, if your hook is weak, nothing else matters. You might as well throw away the rest of the video, because your hook is the most important and priority. That's first priority, and then it funnels down. The next in the funnel is actually retain, which is used to hold attention. Now that they're here on your video, you have their attention. How do you keep them? How do you keep them watching throughout, from start to finish? From the very end, not just from 3/4 of the way, halfway, no, from the very end, okay? How do you do this? Retention. Retention is structure, rhythm, and story. Most people have the natural skill to make a good video, a good structured video, for example, a beginning, middle, and end. But a lot of people are missing out on the rhythm. Rhythm helps when you have music, that's cool, but it also helps when you have pattern breaks, okay? I didn't write it here in these dot points, but pattern breaks are also very, very important to get that rhythm. Okay, so for example, when you cut music just to make a joke in the middle of a video, or just to make a joke out of your story that you're trying to tell, that is unexpected, and you always want your videos to be unexpected. Every time you take your viewer through your story, you have them hooked. You want to take them even more than just an average story. This is 19 lessons by 19. Sorry, I'm calling out someone. So a member inside Creatopia, but basically, like, if you're just talking about being impatient as an 18-year-old, and then the solution is meditation, like, nobody is going, dude, you have to take them through the ups and downs, and like make jokes, make pattern breaks, interrupt your own video and just be like, yeah, I thought that happened, but that didn't happen. Instead, this happened. And then you just take them on this roller coaster. That's what storytelling is. So you want to use short, fast-paced edits. For example, mid-sentence cuts, okay? B-roll, subtle zooms, all of these things hold people's attentions. And that's the thing about attention spans these days. They're really cooked. That's not even just to be funny. Like, they are genuinely cooked. People's attention spans are faster than you think. You need to realize that as a content creator. I didn't realize that until I actually tried it, and I'm like, dude, this video is really fast paced. I don't know if anyone is actually going to understand this, but as soon as I started using J-cuts, for example, you'll learn that soon. As soon as I started speaking on camera extremely fast, like really, really fast, I was like, dude, I don't know if anyone is going to understand this video at all. I've had feedback before from my own family saying you need to slow down whenever you talk in your videos. But then I posted it, right? I kept posting, and I just kept talking faster and faster in every video. And surprisingly, people understand. People are like, wow, this video is deep and meaningful and this and that. Like, so yeah, people's attention spans are faster and more microwaved than you think, and more brain rot. So don't worry about going faster than you usually are. At the end of the day, these are short form platforms like TikTok. It's hard to hold your attention to a talking video in itself. You got to be fast with it. You got to be quick. You know, you can't waste a millisecond. We'll get into that in editing as well, which is why you need to switch up your visuals every few seconds. You will learn that in the filming course and in the editing course. So from, for example, talking head shot to cinematic shot to a handheld vlog shot. This is what these stand for, by the way. So you want to make every line count. Every sentence in your script, they have to count. You can't have filler stuff. Every sentence should move the story forward or break the pattern to move the story forward. Next and finally, we have the reward, which is used to deliver the final value of the video. Most people think, quote unquote, reward means just tips and tricks and like value, quote unquote, but you don't know what value is, right? In storytelling, value is the real emotion that people feel, or the solution. Remember the dream avatar we talked about? The solution that you've been through and that you share. For example, Jesus saved me, and this is literally how I recovered from this insane hyper-specific pain, this struggle, this bad habit, and then this is the solution. The real reward is the emotional or spiritual payoff, or physical if you're like a fitness guru. What will the viewer feel at the end? Will they feel inspired? Will they feel understood? You don't want them to understand you. The priority here is to make them feel understood, which is why, hence specificity. Again, I am spamming this word, but do they feel called out? Okay. Fear is also a big factor with calling out people's pains and dreams. Do they feel convicted? Now, a reward can be a shift in someone's mindset. your viewer's mindset, a spiritual truth, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, for example, or a tangible takeaway that they can act on, an actionable step. Comment this to get this free template. Meditate for 5 minutes after watching this video and comment how you feel afterwards, or something like that. Now, here's a quick tip, alright? The reward doesn't have to be at the very end. Usually in short form content, it is at the end because you don't have time, because you may not have time to reward them throughout the video. But in short form, it's still possible. For example, if you have a 1-minute video, you can continue to reward people throughout, right? Your reward can be your way of retaining people. But at the same time, you still need to keep their attention. You still need to keep pushing through the story, describing your dreams and describing your pains. And then you can have these little drops, value drops, I like to call them, throughout your video. A lot of people actually do this in long form YouTube videos too, but this is a short form course. So you can drop value every 5 to 10 seconds, let's say. If you don't know whether to drop value at the very end or whether to drop value throughout your video, you have to look and consider at your original video idea. Is this video idea something that I can ramble on and explain for the entire video? Or is it something that I can lead the audience to until the very end? Think about the solution that you wrote down. And yes, dropping value every 5 to 10 seconds, it does keep people watching for longer. For example, top 10 tips to quit eating snacks. I don't know. And if your video rewards well, they'll rewatch. Like it's guaranteed. If they feel rewarded, genuinely rewarded, they will rewatch or follow or share. Even better, by the way. Better than rewatch, in my opinion. Like better than rewatching is a follow or a share. A share, oh, that's what you want, especially on Instagram. Instagram is a very shareable platform. People hop on Reels so they can send memes to each other, to their friends, sorry. And if they can send your video because of your reward, which is really hard to drop value, and that's actually actionable or emotional, dude, you have cracked the code, literally. And storytelling opens the avenue for that. It opens the doors for that. So why does this matter? Hook, retain, reward. Most creators know how to hook. Some know how to retain. Very few know how to actually reward. Rewarding is actually the hardest part of the video because you need to consider rest of the video. For example, the dreams and the pains that you're using has to lead on to the final solution that you talk about. Hence why it's really important to actually write your dream avatar. And by now you guys should have written, or at least have started, or at least are halfway through your dreams and pains. But the solutions itself, the reward, it's really important because that's like the final guarantee that your video is going to blow up. Viral content has to hit all three. That's just the reality of it. Now that you know the formula, every video you make moving forward should pass this test. Does it hook in 1 second or 3 seconds, let's say? Does it retain with structure and rhythm and breaks? Does it have a story, pretty much? Does it have a story that flows and goes ups and downs and is a roller coaster full of emotions? Does it reward the viewer emotionally or practically? So these are the 3 questions. This is the test that it needs to pass. If not, you can always make another video tomorrow. And we'll walk through the most important part of this framework in the next module, which is hook writing. All right, welcome to the hook walkthrough. Hook writing walkthrough, let's get it. So basically I have this little template that I have for all of my usual hooks that I use. Okay, now here's the list of hooks that I use. Feel free to screenshot this, or I'm pretty sure this is free. Is it free? Pretty sure it's free. Let me check if it's free or not. I'm gonna leave this uncut. I'm planning to just leave this walkthrough uncut because I'm not bothered to. Number one, I'm a little bit lazy to bother to edit these walkthroughs, and number 2, I think it's more raw and authentic if you guys just stay with me throughout this entire thing. Hook writing checklist. I think this is it, right? Story starter. Yeah, this is it. Okay, so I'm just gonna paste my hooks. Yeah, Ken's favorite hooks. I'm just gonna paste it all here. There you go. Oh, everybody was kung fu fighting. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each and every one of these. I'm going to write a hook for every one of those, okay? For every one of these, sorry. So I'm going to just drag it down here. Forget these for now. I'm just going to draw a line, okay? Now, okay, what I'm going to do is write a hook at the bottom of each and every one of these. Everybody was kung fu fighting. See, I'm not editing. I'm not gonna be editing this, so I might as well just be like, just singing. Well, hopefully this module will help you guys out when we actually get started on writing these hooks. Okay, you can always speed this up. Like, this is gonna be a long walkthrough. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be more than 20 minutes. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Okay. Hello, I'm Ken. This is pretty much the simplest, the shortest hook that I have. Hello, I'm Ken, or just hello, or hi. Hello, I'm Ken. I usually say hello, I'm Ken. Hello, hey. Ken. Just add a full stop usually. That's what I do. I usually say hello, full stop, and then I'm Ken. Hey, I'm Ken. Hi, I'm Ken. Yeah. And then I just start with the story there. Or I continue with, I'm a 20-year-old university student who is struggling to grow his personal brand, blah blah. Right. So I get into that there. I'm gonna get more into it in this hook, but the next one is I dream or pain in time frame. So an example of this would be I started reading the no, that's such a bad hook. That's so overused nowadays. I went to I flew 7,000 kilometers to Japan because I wanted to, because I was sick of my hometown in Sydney. Okay, so this is, I'm gonna color code it as well. I flew 7,000 kilometers to Japan. This is a dream, right? So I'm gonna color code it yellow because I finished studying 50 hours worth of 50 hours worth of university because I was finished studying 50 hours in my final year because I finished I don't know, I'll make it a bigger pain. I flew 7,000 kilometers to Japan to leave my annoying university. And take a fat break from normal life and take a fat break for at least for the next 50 days, let's say, right? Okay, so I wanted to leave my annoying university. That is a pain. Take a fat break. That could be counted as a dream. Sorry, dream. Next 50 days, that is time. Got it? Cool. So you wanna, whenever you see these dream and pain and like this template in general, it allows you to be really flexible and personalize your own dreams and pains, right? which is why the dream avatar is really important. Hopefully you guys have your dream avatar done by now, or you're continuing to work on it every day for at least 30 minutes a day before you sleep or when you wake up, because it really keeps you accountable with the key words that you use whenever you market yourself out there. So the more specific your dreams and pains are, and when you bundle them up together, it becomes a really good story, especially when you have reasons why, right? So it doesn't have to be like physical pains, like, oh, because I like injured my arm or something like that. It doesn't have to be that dramatic. You can dramatize it. You can make it more dramatic by giving a mental or spiritual pain reason. Because I wanted to leave my annoying university. Or because I wanted to get closer to God. Because I wanted to stop being lukewarm or something like that, right? Let's get into it more. Here's how to. Okay, this is a tutorial hook. So whenever I use here's how to, it's always like just value posts. It's almost never storytelling. Here's how to grow to get 3 million views in under 24 hours as a university student, as a broke 20-year-old. There. Here's how to get 3 million views in under 24 hours. I would count all of this as a dream, but realistically, this one is time. So just there, broke 20-year-old. This is profile, which I usually color code as pink. Alright, the reason why you pain, okay. The reason why this is also a mentoring guru type of hook. So expect value with these type of hooks. The reason why you can't color grade your personal brand, the reason why you can't choose a good color combination for your personal brand, the reason why you can't grow on social media, blah, 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 right? That always leads to, I mean, it never really leads to stories. It's always like a guru type of video. So the reason why you're struggling to reach your first 100,000 followers on Instagram is because of your captions or video quality. And then I cut the sentence short. I'll make this a pain. Maybe a dream. Yeah, a false dream. Captions isn't because pain. 100,000 followers, dream. So I kind of mixed dreams and pains here, but struggling to reach your first 100,000 followers. So that would be a pain, right? I'm a profile. This is usually just an introduction of who you are, basically. So I usually like to do this because it really categorizes and niches down your target audience in the most indirect way, which pretty much means like I'm a 20-year-old university student from Sydney, Australia, who is struggling, who's growing a personal brand, who's growing an online business, for example, right? That pretty much niches down to people who are around my age group, who are in Sydney, Australia, who are also growing an online business, and who are also studying in university or close to studying to university, right? So those are like four or five different niches that are already touched on in one single sentence. Like, it's just, the more relatable it is, and the more you combine these different, what do you call them, demographics, right, in your profile, the more easier it is for you to target true fans, basically, right? So, for example, I'm a 20-year-old, I'm going to say that again, I'm a 20-year-old university student from, this is my, like, typical combo, 20-year-old university student from Sydney, Australia, and I'm planning to, and I'm about to launch my launch my first online business, social media content creation business, for example, right? All of this would be pink, about to launch my first online content creation business. This could be a dream as well. That's a dream, yeah. Okay, cool. Time. For the past 3 years, I've been contemplating. I've been struggling to balance university, my study, my university assessments with building an online business, building a social media marketing business. Because my parents, nah, I wouldn't get that personal. I mean, you guys can talk about your family if you want to, but I like to keep my family out of it. For the past 3 years, I've been struggling to balance my university assessments with building a social media business, because I hate get so lazy. Because I'm addicted to scrolling. Because I'm addicted to gaming, playing Minecraft. Because I'm addicted to playing Minecraft. And I'll probably emphasize playing Minecraft, just capitalize playing. So I'll be like, for the past 3 years, I've been struggling to balance my university assessments. Okay, wait, hold on. I've been balancing... Okay, hold on. Okay, wait, never mind. Let me redo this. I've been building a social media marketing business. I've been building my solo social media business. I've been building my solo social media business because I'm genuinely sick of dealing with my university assessment degree. Because I'm genuinely sick of dealing with my... building my own social media business, that is dream. Because I'm genuinely sick of dealing with my university degree. That's pain, right? Boom, done. Another hook done. Is it possible to dream in time? Is it possible to make your first $10,000 a month in 50 days? Without actually, I'm gonna make your first... grow your first 100,000 followers in 50 days time. Usually, I actually like to add... I like to extend this hook by saying without pain. So I make it even more heavier, right? So the hooks that you see here, for example, the ones that are 2 lines, one here, another here, another here, another here, I love doing them. Why? Because they're called heavy hooks, quote unquote, heavy hooks, right? And these heavy hooks are usually the ones with either a time frame, dream, pain, all together combined, right? You can see here, profile and dream, pain and dream, pain, dream, time, dream, pain, okay? And this one's also time, dream, pain. Is it possible to grow your first 100k followers in 50 days, in under 50 days, in the next 50 days? Actually, no. in under 50 days. In under 50 days time, without, sorry, let me just color code it. So this would also be a heavy hook, because I'm going to add a pane after this. So the pane would be, is it possible to go to your first 100k followers in under 50 days time without without spending 5 hours? Actually, no. Without learning any social media hacks. Sure, that counts. Without learning any social media hacks. Complicated. You also want to add keywords to emphasize the dreams and pains. For example, like I could add a keyword here to grow your first 100,000 true followers, loyal followers, right? You can. I like to do that sometimes, but in this case, I wouldn't, because it's, I mean, it does. Is it possible to grow your first 100k follow? Yeah, no, it does. I wouldn't say that, but I would say this though: complicated, right? Without learning any complicated social media hacks and strategy, yeah, I'll probably say and strategies. Just extend it a little bit more to make it even heavier, right? And obviously, you want to say this in one go. I noticed a lot of Creatopians, when I watch their videos and they ask for feedback, they usually don't say the first hook, the first line in one single go. They cut it up. For example, is it possible to grow 100k followers? Cut. And then they film another bit. In under 50 days time, cut. Without learning any complicated social media hacks, cut. And strategies. That does not sound natural. You want to practice your speaking on camera a lot, okay? Even if you're doing long form, right? You can use long form platforms to practice authentic speaking, so that you're able to ramble on camera, so that you're able to say lines like this, heavy hooks like this. Because if you are, you set the pace, number one, for the rest of your video, and number two, people are immediately hooked, immediately, because you just spam them with dreams, a time frame, a pain point, like more than one pain point, right? So yeah, make sure you're able to say this in one whole go during your filming sessions, okay? If not, work towards it. Practice your speaking. Use a microphone. Use your voice memos to practice any scripts. And yeah, use your time wisely, okay? Today I woke up and dream in pain. Today I woke up and found out that I got 30,000 new followers on TikTok. Simple, very simple. This is a dream. Today I woke up and found out I got 30,000 new followers on TikTok. That's a dream, okay? Very simple. Welcome to day episode X of series. Welcome to day 5 of building fellowship. Right, so whatever your series name is. Day 5 is the time frame. If you're using Notion and you want a shortcut to color your text, or the last color that you used, it's Shift Command H or Shift Control H if you're on PC. I'm on Mac, so Shift Control H, and it's usually the recent color that you used. So if it's yellow, now uncolor it. So color it, highlight yellow, Shift Command H, and it'll turn yellow. In this case, it's blue because it's series name, right? Welcome to day 5 of Building Fellowship. Welcome to episode 6 of Raw Faith. One thing you need to know, I usually extend this a bit. The one thing you need to know if you actually want to grow an audience over 100,000 loyal followers, loyal fans, loyal followers, is is this one rule. One simple rule. Very simple, not too complicated. Time ago, 600 days ago, I promised the world I'd make my first $10,000 online just by making videos, reels on Instagram. Okay, so there's two dreams here that I like. Make my first 10K online, making reels. On Instagram, okay, and this is the time frame, 600 days ago. I also did a hook, very similar, 600 days ago. Started reading. Whoops! Whoa, you can do this. I didn't know you could do that. That's crazy. Okay, started reading this book, show, Bible, because I thought the answer to life was magically inside. It was magically inside. This is my like second video from my first content series, and it blew up. So when I started my content series stuff, that was when I blew up, and this was the second video, the second hook. Started reading this book because I thought the answer to life was magically somewhere inside. Give them a teaser, a dream teaser, right? So that's an example. I made a website called, I don't suggest doing this. This is just a trend that I participated in, but it's always funny to make a joke out of it. So I usually say, I made a website called I love, okay, just make it like this. I love Jesus, but I still don't have a girlfriend.com, like that. So if you want to break it down, I'll duplicate this. I love Jesus, dream, but I still don't have a girlfriend.com, pain. Alright, so this is referring to, I said product here because I'm monetizing, right? So I usually just make a reference to my product. I love Jesus, but I don't have a girlfriend.com, or I am a content creator. Nah, let me just create another one. I made a website called that's relevant to Creatopia. Yeah, I made a website called my content sucks, and I don't know if this is for me. My content sucks, and I don't know if this is for me. Maybe I'll do a different pane. Let me look at my avatar. Ooh, life hack. Wealth. Grow 100k followers. Okay, my content sucks, but I don't have a fancy camera. Nah. And I'm insecure. Insecure, I love that. I love using that pane. Insecure. When I'm on camera. My content sucks, and I'm insecure when I'm on camera. Or even better, to be honest, and I cringe at my own videos. Cringe at my own videos. .com. 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 I'll probably use this one. My content sucks. That's a dream. That's a pain, and I cringe at my own videos. Pain. We'll leave the rest as purple. Sorry, I have OCD, dude. Like, I can't leave anything unneat. Anyways, as soon as I started dream pain. Okay. As soon as I started. Dream started building my online business, social content marketing business to last year. A year ago, I felt disconnected. A massive I felt an insane I felt like I completely disconnected with God. In my relationship with God. I felt like I completely disconnected in my relationship with God. Dream time. As soon as I started building my content marketing business a year ago, I felt like I completely disconnected in my relationship with God. Felt like I'd probably use a better keyword than completely or disconnected. Ran away. I started to ignore my relationship with God and lost my faith. Something like that, right? Became completely lukewarm. Heavy hook, once again, I love this type of thing, right? So the more heavy you make it, the more chance, like, bro, this is really important. It's hard to make a hook like this because it's really heavy. Sorry, let me say that again. The loom video cut out. It's hard to make a heavy hook like this, and it's also hard to say this on camera in one go, but it is worth the practice, right? So if there's one thing you want to practice when coming up with hooks, is writing heavier hooks with more dreams and pains and saying it on camera in one go or in voice. Just practice speaking, right? So yeah, because once you get this, once your hooks are heavier and heavier and more specific, it's going to be so easy for you to go viral. Like you'll recognize your views skyrocket. I'm not even kidding. As soon as I started building my content marketing business a year ago, I started to ignore my relationship with God and became completely lukewarm. Okay, next one, reference. Here's my strategy to dream in life. Oh, okay, this is like, reference is usually like a meme or something, so I'd say I don't know any. What's up? What's up? Here's my dream strategy to grow get over 10,000 followers in before the New Year's. before New Year's Eve. There. What's up? I think that's a meme, right? It took me longer to... We're almost there. It took me longer to small dream than to big dream. Okay. It took me longer to stop procrastinating. I know this one. This one's going to be a really nice hook. To stop eating junk food than to make my first $10,000 with my online business, or than to grow my first 100,000, than to reach my first 100,000 followers on Instagram. Right. Stop eating junk food. That's a dream. That's also a dream. For me, at least. Okay, here's everything. Sorry, I'll say it again. It took me longer to stop eating junk food than to make my first than to make my first 10,000. It took me longer to stop eating junk food than to make my first $10,000 with my online business. This is true, by the way. Wait, is it? Not really. I don't really eat junk food these days. I mean, questionable. Anyways, here's everything you need to dream. Everything you need to Okay, here's everything you need to make your next video go viral in Fortnite terms, in Minecraft terms, because it's Minecraft season apparently. It's April 2025 right now, so you know, the Minecraft movie just came out. So why not just celebrate that? Go viral. Make your next video go viral. That's a dream. Okay? Very simple. I figured out. So I definitely suggest you guys practice using this template or create your own template. The things that you guys have consumed from other creators, because at this point you guys should be consuming different types of content, right? And reverse engineering different types of hooks that content creators use. Okay, so these are just mine and my favorite ones. Most of these actually come from other creators, so they're not mine originally. Struggling to grow a personal brand, that's a pain. But yeah, make sure you practice, alright? Because practice makes perfection. I figured out how to dream, make money online with figured out how to make money online with one iMac and with my rusty iMac, and I'm gonna prove it in under 45 seconds, 56 seconds, 57 seconds. Just make a random time so it's like, you know, more unexpected. Like 57 seconds. Why is it so specific? Because it is. Because it is specific, and that's what you want. I'm gonna prove it. Rusty iMac, make money online. That's the dream. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I would say this is a pain though. So yeah, make sure watch this module back, watch this walkthrough, and create your own hooks, practice writing, and you guys got this, right? Specificity, dreams, pains, time frames, profile, demographics, right? Keywords, you want to use all of them. Good luck, have fun. Welcome to the mood method module. So this is where you will learn how to speak without being awkward or faking your personality on camera. Your script's tone should match your current emotional state. This is the main key rule for this framework. So your mood has to exactly match your script. Why? Because your authenticity is louder than your words, and mood affects both delivery and your writing. So here's when to use the mood method framework. When documenting your real-time journey, is really important to actually express yourself and your current emotions. This is why documentation content, or I call it present storytelling, is usually important when you use mood method. This also includes story-based reflections and any raw and present tense narrative. So how do you use the mood method framework? You basically ask yourself, how am I actually feeling right now? What you want to do with that feeling itself is double that feeling in your tone. I call it enhancement. So you enhance that feeling, you enhance that mood by 2 times. This is where you align your script's energy with your actual emotion. So your mood is the character that you're trying to play, which is pretty easy. You just got to enhance whatever you're feeling right now. For example, if you're feeling happy, if you wake up on the right side of the bed this morning, then you could just express a light tone, energetic delivery. You know how, when you're full of serotonin and like when you're just happy vibes, right? Life is good. Express that. Make sure you really encapsulate that energy on camera because you want to make the most of it, right? You might as well care less. Happy days, ignorance is bliss. Expressive hands too. Have good body language if you are that type of person. Or if you're more of a light speaker, if you're more of a speaking play, then go ahead and use your voice to express that emotion. Whereas if you're sad, then obviously use the opposite, the low volume, the slower rhythm, the less eye contact, like more shy, preserved body language, for example. Now, most of you guys are going to be neutral when you actually write your scripts. So whenever I'm neutral, I'm usually just chill and nonchalant. Like right now, I'm not crazy excited or hyped like I would be in the first example. So I don't want to force any type of, hype emotions. I don't want to hype myself up. There's no point doing that because it's, first of all, it just feels forced. Second of all, people can tell. Third of all, you're going to feel bad faking yourself, and it's just going to be awkward and cringy whenever you whenever you prepare a script and then you move on to filming and it's going to be like, wait, man, this feels so unnatural. I just feel cringe right now. I'm just trying to play this character that isn't similar to what I'm feeling right now. So it's important to relate both your script and both your speaking whenever you're filming to your mood. Why does this work? It builds trust because it's real. Right, so whenever you enhance your current emotion, your current mood, your energy becomes the vibe of the video. Even if it's nonchalant, you really just want to go all in on that nonchalant, neutral, chill, laid back type of vibe. Plus, you're not even acting anymore. Like you're just aligning and enhancing the current mood that you're in right now, which is so much more efficient than trying to force yourself to be all of a sudden like so hyped on camera and playing this type of persona online. It just becomes a burden that you don't need to lift anymore. So here's a reminder, don't fake the hype and don't script against your spirit. Welcome to the pattern interrupts or pattern breaks module. Pattern interrupts are used to keep your audience on the edge of your seats. We do this to make content unexpected. That's the key word here, unexpectations. Because it's great for retention. It's great to keep your audience, your viewers, onto your video and just stay there until the very end. That's what we want. Or even better, replay it from the start. We interrupt our own flow. We interrupt our own story on purpose. So it's supposed to be intentional to shock, surprise, or re-engage the viewer. Why does this pattern break method work? Well, it keeps your audience off of autopilot, right? So it resets the attention when they are starting to zone out. You don't want your audience to be brainless. You want your audience to actually emerge into your video. And unexpected storytelling, pattern breaks, and always interrupting your own flow helps with retention, helps with this resetting the attention when they are starting to zone out, when they're starting to lose attention, starting to feel bored, right? Pattern breaks allow this to happen. So it creates mini hooks throughout your video inside your script. How do you do it? Well, insert an unexpected joke. You can just like make a funny face. I like to make funny faces. I like to make weird noises too, which is like, it's so out of pocket, but that's me, right? If that's you too, then feel free to do that, or you can zoom in into your eye or your mouth or whatever, You can even break a sentence with a sound or a meme. I like to use meme sound effects. You can shift from serious to a casual voice. So you can switch tones, you can switch emotions if you can do that. Obviously don't force it. You just watched the mood method module last time. So I definitely don't recommend you forcing yourself to switch between different like moods and tones unless you can actually really do it well. If not, then just stick to a tone and then insert an unexpected joke, make a funny face, or like zoom in or shoot an unserious point of view, a POV of you or something like from the floor, or you can just go silent. Like that's a pattern break. And then suddenly suddenly loud. So you always want to keep the story flowing, like up and down, up and down, up, down. You know what I mean? So like it's always this roller coaster of unexpected events happening. And you can even mess up on purpose for comedic pause, you know? So like whatever you mess up a line, you can even put that on camera, to be honest, because people know, right? Like when when you're recording talking head videos or just talking videos in general, people know that you set up a tripod just to talk to a camera with a microphone, right? So you might as well not fake it and make a joke out of it, you know? Be that vulnerable vessel. Be that person who clowns on himself or herself to create space, to create fresh air in the social media space, you know? You want to be that person to set realistic expectations, to be real. That's it. Here's my favorite examples. You can cut music, you can insert meme sound effects again, and make weird face close-ups. So these are my personal favorites that I like to do. Pro tip, don't overdo it. So like one pattern break every 7 to 10 seconds is golden. That's really good. Or every 2 to 3 lines. Okay, so don't overdo it. You don't want to do that. It should feel chaotic on purpose. Okay, so don't worry if it's always like so all over the place. As long as you don't put the pattern interrupts every 1 to 2, 3 seconds, like after every line, you should be good. It might still feel chaotic every 7 to 10 seconds, but that's the point. Okay. Now I'm going to be teaching you 2 methods on how to write efficient and authentic video scripts for your talking head and voiceover content. This counts for both long form and short form videos. In this module, I'm going to share the first method, which is called word for word scripting. This is only one of the 2 main methods of planning a cinematic video. Word for word scripting is where you write your scripts sentence by sentence, word for word exactly. Creators do this so that they sound more professional and formal in front of the camera. Right now, I'm reading off of a word for word script because this is a course, not one of my normal YouTube videos. The advantages of using this method include better hooks, less improvising, less rambling, more professional, and easier speaking. The disadvantages of scripting word for word include time consuming, harder writing, requires editing, less authenticity, and less fun. I use the word for word method only in my short form videos because I want to use it to perfect my hook retain reward process. The types of content that work well with this method include educational tutorials, talking head videos, role plays videos, comedy skits, video essays, and short films. If you're someone who's not very good at speaking in front of the camera, then word for word scripting is something I definitely recommend you start off with. It optimizes for accurate and formal speaking. However, it does take away lots of aspects of authentic communication. That's why I script word for only my short form videos and not my long form videos. And I have to say, the biggest con when it comes to word for word scripting is the fact that it takes so much time. Even for my shorts, it takes at least 30 minutes to write a 30-second video. However, the biggest pro for scripting sentence by sentence is the amount of improvement that you will find in your speaking skills. Using word for word scripts is the best way to practice your volume, your tone, and your pacing in every video you make. What I do is try and implement new ways of approaching my talking head speech, whether it's with my tone or my volume or my speed. You can do the exact same just by putting in the reps and recording yourself consistently. But you gotta expect yourself to have lots of mistakes and faults whenever you look back at your footage. And it's completely normal to feel uncomfortable and cringe whenever you listen to your own voice. I get it. It will only sound weird because it's not your natural way of speaking. That's one of the other disadvantages of word for word scripting. But until you're comfortable with your speaking approach, then just keep practicing. Once you're ready, you can move on to the next scripting method, which is dot point scripting. But before that, let me walk you through how to write a word for word script for a video in the next module. Welcome to the official walkthrough where I take you through how to write a word for word script. First of all, this is a module where you can follow along and do the exact same thing that I am doing. If you don't wish to follow along, it's going to be pretty boring for you, so just a heads up. So go ahead and grab your writing tool. I'm going to be using Notion for this. What I'm going to go through is the process of writing a short form video script using the word for word method. I'm going to write a short because it's going to take way too long if I write a long form video. But the concept is the exact same for both, so don't worry. First and foremost, you want to write your hook. What is a hook? A hook is one sentence that steals your viewer's attention and gives them a reason why they should consume the rest of your video. Now, there are 7 types of hooks out there. The first one is a problem, second one is a question, third one is a desire, fourth one is a topic, fifth is a trend, sixth is a fact / statistic or a piece of data, and 7 is a belief, value, or a moral. Alright? Now, what you want to do is choose a hook that fits your video or the topic or your niche the most. I like to mix multiple hooks together so that it creates a nice little hybrid. For this script right here, I'm going to do a problem and a fact. I'm just going to delete the rest of these, so keep those two up there. I'm just going to write something based on my personal experience. So 1 year ago, I was filming content with my iPhone, and because I couldn't afford a video camera, but I had no idea how to film cinematically. Alright, so that's kind of a pretty long hook, but it works, right? Now, this hook is based on the past experiences from my real life. So it's pretty much the easiest type of hook that you can write yourself, because personal experience is the easiest source to tell a story. So for the rest of the script, I'm going to write a story for my video. And if you notice that my hook also sounds like an introduction to a story, like 1 year ago, I set the time frame and then I gave some backstory. I actually purposely do this because I try to incorporate storytelling in all of my shorts as much as I can. And a lot of personal brands through Instagram and TikTok also do this storytelling method as well. Now, let's delete this part. When you start the rest of your script, your goal is to retain your viewers, which pretty much means to keep your viewers watching until the end of your content. And I do this by telling a story using sentence starters. Now, sentence starters, for example, include and, because, then, but, therefore, however, and so. So these are pretty much the words that I use to start each and every one of my sentences in my shorts. These words actually make your entire piece of content flow like a story. Just like a movie, I use these words to convey like twists and ups and downs throughout my story. Because you want to take your audience through a roller coaster of emotions and thoughts using your words, pretty much. So, from my hook, I continue with my story. Until I discovered how filming with an iPhone actually works. Now, my pieces of content are based on educational, right? It's tutorials, it's stories that help people learn and make better content, pretty much. But the way I engage people might help you engage your audience as well. So what I did with this sentence here is pretty much like give a little teaser of what's to come and what to expect in my video. It's also like a second version of my hook. The reason for this is to really give them a good reason to stay and watch through. So my next sentence would be, so the key to getting amazing shots doesn't depend on your camera quality, and it's actually the equipment that you have. I'm going to remove this, that, because I don't want to repeat two that's. If you have like multiple words, repeating words in one sentence especially, try and delete it. It's actually the equipment you have that's going to make your videos look cinematic. Now, here's the thing about these two sentences. I can actually merge them together. You need to be very, very careful with this, because if you write two short sentences like this, it might lose your audiences and your viewers' attention because it takes too much time. So if you speak each sentence one by one, people might scroll away, and you don't want that. Therefore, every second counts. That's why I'm going to merge these two sentences together. So what I'm going to do is delete this and actually make this into a longer sentence. Put a comma here in between and put the word but it's actually the equipment. So the key to getting amazing shots doesn't depend on your camera quality, but it's actually the equipment you have that's going to make your videos look cinematic. So that's the entire sentence. Now, this is kind of the part where I reward my audience by giving them answers and solutions. So I have to be very careful with what type of value I'm giving, because at the end of the day, I want to satisfy my viewers with the initial hook that I gave them. How I see it is like, you want to satisfy your viewers to the point where they are left wanting more. Just like a Netflix TV show where they leave you with a cliffhanger or a really good ending, and then all of a sudden you're like so hyped up for the next season, right? And I pretty much do this by providing valuable knowledge and education as much as I can, right? And you can do this by doing whatever you do, for whether it's entertainment, whether it's storytelling, whether it's documenting your whatever, right? So what I'm going to say is, therefore, gonna need two things: a tripod and a light stand, because using a tripod will help you film dope shots with high and low angles, and having lighting will literally determine whether your videos are boring or effective. Having lighting in your shot literally determines your videos are boring or more effective. See what I did there? I kind of made my sentence a lot more simpler than it was. I tried not to use like really big words and complicated sentence structures, because at the end of the day, personally, I try to write in third grade language as much as I can. Also notice that I used all of the sentence starters in each and every one of my lines, right? Until, so, therefore, because, and. Pretty cool. You'll get used to it once you start practicing. Now, the thing about this is I can still merge these 3 sentences somehow. So what I'm going to do is list them one by... Okay, so I'm going to say... So you're going to need 2 things. A tripod that will help you film dope shots with high and low angles, comma, and a small light stand because it will literally determine if your shot looks boring or effective. See how there's like many iterations of each sentence? If you want to prioritize quality, that's what you're going to need to do. But if you're not used to perfecting your script, obviously, start with quantity. Start with putting out as many scripts as possible and writing as much as you can. You don't have to be perfect once you start out. Once you get used to it and, get used to your own style of content, you know what you want, you know what your audience likes. Now, what I want to do with the last section of my script is leave my audience with a CTA, which is a call to action. I don't want my viewers to scroll away and forget about me and my profile and my video. I want them to actually take a clear action. So what I say is comment the word blah, 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 and then I'll send you blah, blah, blah. You might have heard of this before. And how I send these templates is through ManyChat. ManyChat is a little software or platform that helps automate, DMs, comments, and all of the things that are inside Instagram. Whereas in TikTok and YouTube Shorts, not really. So this is my CTA, right? I'm just going to color it green and I'm going to write my line. Starting with the sentence starter. So I put together a list of the cheapest phone tripods and lighting kits that's available online, which I can send to you if you comment the word quotation marks cinema in all caps. And that is pretty much my script. Okay, as you can see, I used the sentence starters, gave them a clear call to action, rewarded them with some knowledge, and a clear hook and a teaser. This is pretty much how you write a word-for-word script. You write every single word down. With this method, it's pretty much all in the details, okay? Now let's move on to the next method, which is dot point scripting. The next method for scripting your content is called dot point scripting. The key to writing with dot points is to start off with a prompt. A prompt is essentially a main idea or a main topic of your video. For example, I wrote a prompt for one of my old YouTube videos that said, mediocrity is my worst fear. After your prompt, you continue writing the rest of your script in dot point format. The way I do it is writing each dot point as quotes and sentences. And I try to keep my dot point sentences as short as possible, otherwise it's going to be really hard for me to improvise in front of the camera. This scripting style will also require you to do a little bit of improv in front of the camera. So I suggest getting comfortable with recording yourself or just using your voice before you write any dot point script. The advantages of using dot point scripts include saves a ton of writing time, super easy to write down, more natural and authentic, more fun and enjoyable, and good for improvising skills. The disadvantages of using dot point scripts include can lead to stutters, long pauses during filming, easy to go off topic and ramble, takes more time to film videos, and requires more attempts and retries. I use dot point scripts whenever I want a video to be more natural and authentic. Although it's a bit harder and it takes a little bit longer than word for word scripts, I still use dot point scripts for my long form videos. I'm kind of used to speaking in front of the camera now, and I'm comfortable enough to say that I found my way of communicating, so I won't really need to write as many word for word scripts for my long form videos anymore, because it takes a long time to write. However, this is completely different with short form content. If you're thinking about scripting your reels or TikToks or YouTube shorts using dot points, then I would just be careful with rambling and going off topic. That's something that I've always struggled with, which resulted in lower retention with my viewers. I tend to waffle a lot using like long and complex sentences that don't really make sense, which is also another big disadvantage whenever you use dot point scripts. It does take a ton of speaking practice to get used to though. But once you do, speaking in front of the camera becomes pretty fun. And if you figure out a way to improvise authentically, then it's 100 times better than reading out a word for word script. I post daily YouTube videos and most of them are dot point scripted, so I have plenty of practice throughout the week to do speaking. Dot point scripting is suitable for multiple content styles and niches, which include long walkthrough tutorials, lifestyle vlogs, video journals, gaming walkthroughs, and cooking vlogs. Now let's head to the next module where I walk you through the steps on how to write a dot point script. Welcome to the official walkthrough where I take you through how to write a dot point script. Again, this is a module where you can follow along and copy the exact same thing that I am doing. I hope you still have your writing tool or whatever you're using, because I'm going to be using Notion once again. What I'm going to go through is the process of how I write a long form video script using the dot point method. First things first is to write a prompt. Like I said before, you need to have a main prompt before you start scripting any dot points. This can be a topic, an idea, a quote, or a hook. For this script, I'm going to write working on your physical health is not enough. I'm going to put that in quotation marks, right? And I'm actually going to change this into a little quote. Now, it's completely up to you on how long you want your prompt to be, but I'm going to make it as simple as possible and as short as I can. However, the more longer your prompt is, the more easier it is to write about it, to write dot points and to ramble on, right? Now, let's start with your main points, your first dot point. You want to start writing the major dot points that's related to your main prompt. Now, this is where you can ask rhetorical questions, raise any problems and issues, or use one of the 7 main hooks. A problem, a question, or desire, topic, trend, fact, stat, piece of data, or a belief, value, and moral, just like last time. Now, what I usually do is I make my very first dot point the most valuable one. This is a lesson that I learned back when I was watching Alex Hormozy, and he says whenever you give anything away, make sure you give the best thing first. It's kind of like a quick, fast value. That's what he says. For your first dot point or your hook, you want to really shock your audience of what they're going to expect. And your goal for this is to pretty much blow their minds with the amount of value you're giving. Now, my main points for the script includes obviously the prompt. Now I'm going to write, yes, being physically healthy helps develop your mind and spirit. And then the next point, you don't want to be 100% wrong. And I also want to raise a question. How do you improve your mind? And another one, how do you improve your spirit? So these points are pretty much my chapters of my video. The last one is, it's not so different with physical development. Now, these are my main points for the video, right? The way we continue using these main points is to write multiple sub points under each one. So I'm going to copy and paste that under each one and use one of the main retaining methods. Number 1 is experience, personal experience. Number 2 is empathy, which is using emotions. Number 3 is entertainment, just pure fun, comedy. Number 3 is education, valuable knowledge. And number 5 is anecdote. And number 6 is debate. So you can use any of these. I'm going to make that green. Now, for your sub points, it's where you dive deeper into your main points. So anything related to the main points that you wrote down, dive deeper into your sub points. And it's going to be pretty easy for you to write these sub points down if your main points are actually good and valuable. Like if it's worth talking about, it's easy to write about. But if your points, lack conviction, then you're going to struggle with it. So starting with the top, my first main point, I'm going to write, you can't focus on your physique. Fitness isn't everything. I'm also going to write some problems with my opinions on today's world. Young people are way too obsessed with going to the gym. I'm also going to write another sub point underneath this one. Okay, and you can do that as well. So they forget to work on their mental and spiritual health. Now I'm going to refer to a movie for this script. So Doctor Strange learned this the hard way. He was known for his surgical hand until he got into a car accident. Now, that is all of the sub points for my first main point, okay? And I'm going to do that for each and every main point in the video. So this is my entire finished script. What you want to do whenever you script the remaining of your dot points, you want to write as much without thinking about how perfect your lines are. You want to write as much as you can without thinking how good your points are. Think of it as spam as many points as possible. Then once you've finished, you can go back and refine them and delete the ones that are irrelevant. So you can start cutting points out. You kind of need to delete points. Just like the last module in the word for word walkthrough, I was merging sentences together and deleting specific words. It's the exact same with dot point scripts. You can delete points because you don't want to lose your audience's attention. You want to keep it. In order to keep it, you need to be able to tell a story with twists and turns and constant changes. Whenever I write my script, at least 30% of all my dot points aren't actually relevant to my video. And if they aren't relevant, then most of them are actually not valuable. And you have to be pretty harsh on yourself and very honest to be able to delete and sacrifice multiple points. But then again, if you prefer rambling on and you know just going through each and everything that's on your mind, then go ahead. You don't have to delete the points. But like if you want to optimize for retaining and keeping viewers on your video, then I suggest deleting points and keeping the ones that are most valuable. So in this case, I already deleted the ones that aren't actually like, they don't add anything to my video. What I do is I ask myself, if I cut, for example, this sentence, right? Will my video change? If I cut this point right here, will my video change? Now, if the answer is no, then you should probably cut it out. If the answer is yes, it means it's important, so you keep it in. Just like the word for word method, you can merge points together. Like if you have multiple small points, then just put them into one dot point. But I don't really like doing that. I just like spamming as many dot points as I can, just like this, right? Instead of like doing commas and stuff. I like to put them in separate dot points. I also like putting dot points like this inside different main points. Or, for example, like this point right here, you can just put it under a main point. Another tip is to avoid repetition, okay? I struggled with repetition a lot, especially in dot point scripts. So just a heads up, you might find yourself like writing multiple repetitive points throughout your scripting process. So what you want to do is delete them. You don't need them. Now, the final part of your video is obviously the reward, right? The outro. You want to make sure that your final segment, your outro, is the cherry on top of your cake, because you want to get your audience to go to your profile and, you know, watch more videos and consume more of your content. So my advice is to avoid saying thanks for watching or like and subscribe. I don't think you should do that. What I do is I cut abruptly. I cut my video just like that as soon as I finish talking all of my points. Like as soon as I stop providing value, if I can't add anything more, then there's no point of me, you know, doing anything else or extending the video longer, unless I have a sponsor or an ad at the end of the video. But at the end of the day, it's just my preference. It's up to you how you want to end your videos. And that is pretty much it. This is how you write a dot point script. With this method, you prioritize writing the important points only. Next, let's move on to how to script and plan for your cinematic shots. The final scripting method isn't really considered as a scripting method, but it does help you plan for your film shots. I call this screenplay scripting. It's where you take your talking script and write each and every individual shot that you want to shoot for your video. These types of shots are called B-roll. The useful thing about B-rolls is that you can reuse them multiple times in future videos. So once you've shot your footage, you can store everything into a large folder of B-roll and name each file. Screenplay writing can get as specific or as generic as you want. What I mean by this is you can either write exactly what you want your shot to look like, or just a quick overview of what you have in mind. For this shot, I wrote down kitchen, behind back, long shot, eating breakfast on table. For this shot, I wrote down backyard, medium shot, behind shoulder, sitting in backyard chair. And for this shot, I wrote down couch, right side face, close-up shot, sitting and watching TV. This is my way of scripting my shots, which you can copy or make it a little bit simpler so that you don't have to spend too much time scripting. It's essentially a storyboarding process without actually drawing anything. And the main tool you're going to need is a checkbox. We use checkboxes so that we can tick them off once we've taken the shots. So whatever note-taking software you use, make sure it has a tick box feature. I write everything on Notion, right? And the checkboxes in Notion are called to-do lists. So let me walk you through how to write your screenplay shots in the next module. Welcome to the official walkthrough where I take you through how to write a screenplay script. This is a module where you can follow along and do the exact same thing that I am doing. Just a heads up, grab your notebook or your writing tool just in case, because it might be a little bit boring if you're just watching me. What I'm going to go through is how I write a screenplay plan for my word-for-word script. Don't worry, this applies to both short-form and long-form videos, as well as word-for-word and dot point scripts. But in this case, I'm going to be writing the exact same script that I used in the previous modules for a short-form video. Now, a general rule of thumb that I do for my cinematic videos is cut to different shots every 2 to 5 seconds, especially in short form videos. This helps keep your audience visually engaged, especially if you want to stand out with your cinematic style. So for each sentence, right, in your script, you're going to estimate how many shots are going to be there. For example, this sentence right here, until I discovered how filming with an iPhone actually works, that is the shortest one there. So therefore, I would put one shot or 1 or 2 shots in there. I do this by writing a checkbox. As you can see, the to-do list in Notion, and I write the shot in here. I want this shot to be in my room desk table, so I would write the location first, room desk, and then I describe what type of shot I'm using and what angle. So it's going to be a medium. In this case, I'm actually going to put my camera inside my desk cupboard. So it's going to be room desk cupboard close up shot. And then I'm going to put a dash, and then I'm going to write what activity I'm doing, or what action or movement. And then I put a dash to describe what action or movement or activity that I'm doing in the shot. In this footage, I'm going to be pulling out the cupboard so that the camera reveals my face and sees my reaction to something inside the cupboard. You can get as creative as you want with your shots, but as long as it helps with your visual storytelling with the entire video. So for my action, I'm going to write open cupboard, reveal face, shock reaction. And this is what my final shot of the video looks like. What I'm also going to do is color these shots blue so that I can determine which is which. Okay, so this is a talking and this is a visual shot. With the bigger sentences, you're going to need to write multiple shots down. That's what I do. I always usually write 2 or 3 checklist shots. I wouldn't go over 5 because that's just too fast paced, unless that's what your pacing is. But I wouldn't go over 3 or 4. Of course, if your content is like quick and flashy montages of you filming yourself, then yes, that would count. With my first line, I'm gonna insert another checkbox here. I'm gonna write talking head as my first shot because I want to show my audience that I'm actually talking into the camera. And a quick note, my talking head clip is actually my A-roll, okay? These types of clips are my B-roll. Now, you can do the same or just record shots for your entire video. You don't have to use B-roll and A-roll like I do. It's up to you. What I suggest is to actually record a video of yourself, a talking head like I do, because you might not have as many B-roll clips to use. So for my next shot, it's going to be a shot in my room of me browsing like Amazon products on my computer. So room, medium shot, and then dash, browsing expensive cameras on Amazon. I'm going to color that blue again. Now, this is what the final shot looks like. Now, welcome to the story scripting walkthrough. In this module, I'm going to take you through the entire process of me scripting a short form video from A to Z. So I'm going to start off by showing you guys, this is what my content series looks like, and these are the ideas that I have. There's 7 videos in this series. This is the description, and it's basically me committing to the cross, you know, breaking down the steps to committing a life to Christ. And today's video is going to be about Christianity itself, like the religion of Christianity. And one of my main missions for this content series is to debunk the entire religion of Christianity and just push out the name of Christ instead. Every video I make usually has this, which is my ideas. This stuff usually comes from my idea dumps that I write in my notes, and I usually just copy and paste it into this little guy right here, this little tab. But for today's video, I'm going to make it simple and just say I don't promote Christianity. So I'm going to completely freestyle it. Now the thing about my scripts is that I actually have a template that I made on Notion. If you're using Notion, you can make a template your own. Just click new template. Here is mine. And as you can see, all my hooks are there, all my checklists are here. And I also have to paste some implementations. I didn't put my implementations here into the template. I didn't integrate it into the template because it always changes. So like all my writing stuff, the checklist that I make, they always change. All the filming shots that I get inspiration from, they always change. Editing too. All right, let's get started. So I don't promote Christianity. That's a great way to start. First and foremost is obviously the hook. So I usually just open my template and look at this. Now I can either do a past story for this, a present story, or a future mentor. Now I'm definitely not planning to do a future mentor hook, because if you read it here, like, hi, my name is Ken, blah, 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 blah. If I do that, you know, it doesn't really fit well with the actual idea of the video. Or if I say like, here's how to blah, 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 or the reason why you blah, 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 these don't fit too well. Whereas with the past and the present story hooks, they're more storytelling aspect. I'll probably do a past story because that fits more with the actual idea and the story that I'm trying to tell. Yeah, it's more relevant to my past. I'm going to use a time hook, I think. Yeah, I'm going to use a time hook. Now I'm going to break down how I usually write a hook. This hook itself starts off with a time frame. So I usually replace this little time keyword with jumping back to years or weeks or days or even hours. Usually I do years. This is probably going to be a story about me as a content creator making Christ related content. So it has to be within like the past 2-3 months. Okay, I'll just say 4 months ago. Actually, that doesn't sound the stakes aren't too high, so I'm going to say 4 months to weeks. That's 17 weeks. I'm just going to say 17 weeks. That's also a little life hack, a little writing hack for you guys. 17 weeks ago, I started making Christian content on social media. I might make it short. So 17 weeks ago, I started making Christian content on social media, but a lot of people got the wrong impression. But a lot of my friends got the wrong impression. Maybe I'll say friends, because make it more personal. A lot of my friends got the wrong impression. ... 17 weeks ago, I started making Christian content on social media, but a lot of my friends got the wrong impression. I'm going to do a mix today of dot point and word for word scripting, so I get a little bit of taste of both, and you guys can see. For now, we're going to skip this checklist, so ignore this. We're going to focus on words first. So like the sentences and the verbal communication. Because I'm not here to promote Christianity. Because I don't... Okay, I'm going to say so. I'm just going to be really honest with this. So I want to set things straight. I'm going to set things straight. I don't... I'm going to put on all caps. Don't. Okay, so I don't promote Christianity. So I want to get things straight. Set things straight. Hear me out, bro. I want to set things straight. Nah, it's too long. Because I want to extend this, right? So I want to be like, so hear me out, bro. I want to set things straight, alright? Something like that. But like, I just feel like I would cut that and merge that anyway. So again, cutting and merging is very, very important. And I need to get the message out there as soon as possible. Maybe like, a lot of my friends got the wrong impression. Maybe I'll raise the stakes and say, but 300,000 people, let's just say like all of my followers got the wrong impression. 300,000 people got the wrong impression. So it raises the stakes, right? So I want to set things straight. I don't promote Christianity. Okay, maybe I'll just delete it. Because it's like 17 weeks ago I started making Christian content on social media, but 300,000 people got the wrong impression. I don't promote Christianity. And I'll probably do like one of those meme sounds. Because like I'm at the stage where I just want to embrace my meme personality more. So yeah. Alright, I don't promote Christianity. And then I'll probably do the intro to my series here. It's probably like the best time to do this. Okay, I'll probably also do like a extreme close-up compilation here, which is like one of the advanced techniques that I'm going to make a module about soon. I don't promote Christianity. Welcome to episode 2 of... Oh, I hate this. Because so many people do this nowadays. Like, welcome to episode 2 of... Welcome to part 2. Welcome back to... Welcome to another episode of Committing to the Cross. I don't promote Christianity. Welcome to another episode of Committing to the Cross. Okay, I'm probably just gonna write dot points about this, because like I don't want to be too exact with what I'm gonna say, but I just want to get the main message out there for this, because it's usually... Well, the main message, I don't really have the idea. It's just I don't promote Christianity. But like the main message is I'm here to promote Christ and his gospel. That's it. Not the religion, not the church, not Catholicism, not Orthodox, not even Protestant. Like, bro, I'm just here to promote Jesus. I don't promote Christianity. Now it all started. Ooh, should I be like more rebellious and say I don't support... No. I do support Christianity, but it's like I don't promote it. So yeah. I don't know if there's another key word for promote, but yeah, whatever. Now it all started... Now started September or August? Was it September? Yeah, September. Now all started September 24. So like I cut specific filler words like and or the in these dot points so that they can be smaller and that I can like improvise better. So the shorter your dot points are and the more concise they are, it's going to be easier for you to improvise and speak and sound more natural too, which is one of the main benefits of dot point scripting. And it all started at September 2024, reading Bible verses started filming myself reading Bible verses on camera. But here's where the story starter technique comes in. But I was never the best Christian. But I would say I was pretty lukewarm. But I wasn't the typical good Christian boy. Good Christian boy. See, I'll cut this word out. Good Christian boy. I was just interested in one thing only. I was only interested, or curious or interested? Curious about one, because I was only curious about one person. Jesus. And ever since then, I blew up on social media, gained my dream audience. I'll probably say it went viral, then blew up on social media. Since then, my videos went viral and I blew up on social media, and people still got the wrong impression. Still don't understand. And since then, my videos went viral, blew up on social media, but people still don't. I want to replace this because I'm already saying and here, and I want to say and here. So I need to replace this word. I don't know. And since then, my videos went viral, I blew up on social media, but people still. My videos went viral, I blew up on social media, but people still don't understand the main message. Still don't understand the main message. Film myself reading my favorite Bible verses on camera. Okay, I'll probably just read it again because I feel like I need to cut things out. Welcome to another episode of Committing to the Cross. Now, it all started in September of 2024 when I started filming myself. I can't say started twice. Now, it all started in September of 2024 where I began filming myself reading my favorite Bible verses on camera. But I wasn't a typical good Christian boy because I was only curious about one person, Jesus. Good Christian boy because I was only curious about one person, and that was Jesus. Which was Jesus. One person who goes by the name of Jesus. Yeshua. Maybe I'll just say Yeshua because it sounds cooler. Yeshua. It means Jesus. Okay, I'll do a word for word thing. It means Jesus. Meaning Jesus. And since then, my videos... Okay, I'll probably do like a whisper here or something. Whisper nerd voice. It means Jesus. Whisper nerd. Meaning Jesus. Alright. And since then, videos went viral, blew up on social media, but people still don't understand the main message. I'm not here to uplift the religion. I'm not here for my religion. I'm not here for any religion. I'm not here to uplift any religion. I'm not here to support any religion. Any religion. Not the church, not the denominations. This is going to be a pretty, pretty controversial video. I'm not here to support any religion, not the church, not the denominations, because there's going to be like one of those, I already know there's going to be some of those church nerds who think church is the truth. Oh, come on, man. I'm just here to support any religion, not the church, not the denominations, except... Okay, I'll probably add a, rhetorical question here, because it's important to do that and to keep that suspense up, and it is missing in here. So I'm going to say, I wasn't the good Christian boy. Why? Because I was only curious. Okay, no. And since then, videos went viral, blew up on social media, but people still don't understand the main message. Why? What is it? I'm not here to... What is it? I'm not here to support any religion, not the church, not the denominations, create content for any religion. I don't create content. I'm not creating content for any religion. I don't create content for any religion. I don't. I want to be as straightforward as possible, so I'll just be like, I don't create content. I don't create content for any religion, not the church, not even any religion. Not the church, not the denominations. Religion, not the church, not the denominations. I create content for Christ only. For the gospel only. That includes the things that he said in the gospel. Things that he said in the gospel. That includes the things that he said in the gospel. So if you think you're going to find... Okay, I'm going to be really tough on this. So if you think you can find the truth within Christianity, you're wrong. You're already looking the wrong way. So if you think you can find the truth within Christianity, you're already looking the wrong way. You find the truth through one person. Because you find the truth. Because you can only find the truth through one person in one word. Jesus. How many times do I have to say this? I have to say this. How many times do I have to say this, bro? Complaining. How many times do I have to say this? Because you can only find the truth. You can only be saved by one person. By one person. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. One person, one Messiah. One God. Jesus Christ. And one God. Jesus Christ. How many times do I have to say this? I think it's time. It's time to remove all of the stereotypes. I think it's time to remove all of the stereotypes. I gotta do dot points. I think it's time to remove stereotypes. All the Christian stereotypes. And start searching for what's Jesus said, that I am the way, the truth, and the life. I'll probably just end it off with John, what is it? I forgot. I'm embarrassed. Sorry. So I have to pull up a Bible verse. Let me see. The way, truth, life. 14:6-7. 14:6. I'll probably just write it here. Bible verse. John 14:6. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. In the gospel. So if you think you can find the truth within Christianity, you're already looking the wrong way. Because you can only be saved by one person, one Messiah, and one God. Jesus Christ. How many times do I have to say this? I think it's time to remove all these Christian stereotypes and start searching for the truth of this universe. And there's only one person. No, there's only one person who's said, who claimed that the way, and backed it up by resurrecting himself. Backed it up. Standing on business, bro. Okay, now there's only one person who claimed this, and backed it up. And backed it up by resurrecting. By literally resurrecting from the dead. I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man cometh unto the Father but by me. Now that's how you stand on business. But there's only one person who claimed this and backed it up by literally resurrecting from the dead. I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man cometh unto the Father but by me. Okay, now that is how you stand on business. Is how you stand on business, bro. Okay, let me see how many lines there are. Let me just list it all here. Hopefully it doesn't change this. Oh no. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, I'll probably have to cut it up a bit because it's like 20 lines right now. 17 weeks ago, I started making Christian content on social media, but 300,000 people got the wrong impression. I don't promote Christianity. Welcome to another episode of Committing to the Cross. Now, it all started in September 2024 when I filmed myself. When I was filming myself reading my favorite Bible verses on camera. But I wasn't the typical good Christian boy. Because I was only curious about one person who goes by the name of Yeshua. Meaning Jesus. Since then, but people still... Okay, I might cut this out because this is unnecessary. Yeah, really, if I remove this, it really doesn't change anything. So like, meaning Jesus. But people still don't understand the main message. What is it? I don't create content for any religion. Not the church, not the denominations. I create content. Not the church, not the denominations. I create content for Christ only. Christ only. Probably just put a full stop there. Or like a dash there so I can emphasize it more. That includes the things that he said in the gospel. So if you think you can find the truth within Christianity, you're already looking the wrong way. The wrong way. Because you can only be saved by one person, one Messiah, and one God. Jesus Christ. How many times do I have to say this? I think it's time to remove all the Christian stereotypes and start. And he literally claimed this. And he literally backed this up. And start searching for the truth of this universe. But there's only one person who claimed this. And there's only one person who claimed this. Nah, let's say but. And one God, Jesus Christ. I need to cut and merge this. These last few lines need to be merged. At least remove one or two. They're already looking the wrong way. Because you can only be saved by one person, one Messiah, and one God, Jesus Christ. How many times do I have to say this? It's time to remove all these Christian stereotypes and start searching for the truth. And start realizing that there's only one searching for the truth of this universe. But there's only one person who claimed this and backed it up. Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. But Jesus said this. But Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Now that is how you stand on business, bro. The truth and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Now that is how you stand on business. Stand on business. Alright, that is probably my script for today. Now the next step is to insert these checklists. So, for those of you who don't know, these are abbreviations of different content styles. The first one is TH, which is talking head. That means talking head. It's technically talking body, it counts as well, but I'm used to saying talking head. So anything to do with you on camera, speaking directly to the camera, and you in the actual frame of the shot, that is a talking head or a talking body. CS means cinematic shot or scene, right? So that's literally just you acting out something and filming yourself, or just filming an object or any other subject, obviously cinematically. VO means voice over. Pretty simple, you just speak onto the mic and you don't show your face speaking on camera. Again, this one is cinematic shots. PP means post-production, or I like to call it Premiere Pro, same thing for me. So like anything to do with editing, effects, transitions, they're all underneath this one checklist, which is post-production. HV means handheld vlog. So whenever I hold my camera in my hand and just film anything, including my face, that is a handheld vlog. That's what I label all of these as, okay? You can create your own, you can use the same as me, I don't mind at all. But basically what we're going to do now is connect them to each and every line, okay? And if you are scripting on Notion, I'm going to show you some really cool shortcuts. So first and foremost, I always start with a talking head, just because it visually introduces me as the main, the main subject or the main character of my video. That always has to be the first shot. Me talking on camera, talking head, talking body. So talking head is first, 17 weeks ago, I say this on camera, and then usually I back it up with either B-roll or a cinematic shot. Now for each and every line, I have to read it again and again until I get an idea of how I want to visualize it, right? During the scripting process, I used to actually describe exactly what type of shot that I wanted to do for each and every CS, cinematic shot. But nowadays, I'm kind of used to it, not to brag or anything, but I am really used to it. And this actually takes a long time. So if you are confident with free play and like free playing your cinematography, then definitely skip the entire describing the shot process. Unless you really want to dial down into the quality of your video and you don't care about, putting in your reps or consistency. Right now I'm in a stage of more, again, the more better news stage. So I'm prioritizing quantity and like daily uploads as much as I can. And with daily uploads, I don't have time to like describe each and every single cinematic shot. But of course, you know what stage you're in. And if you're in something like the better stage or the new stage, then yes, feel free to write a description of like, let's say a long shot, high angle, and then just tell your action here, whatever, right? I pretty much talked about it in the previous modules anyway. Plus, I have this filming checklist here, which is like a lot of inspiration. These are from the creators that I watch and the movies that I watch. As you can see, this is from a Scarlett Johansson movie. This is from a Liam Neeson. This is Gok's art. This is one of the other creators that I watch. This is from a Japanese movie. This is from Instagram. So like I have a lot of cinematic inspiration that I take from, and I like to do screenshots. I like to draw on the pictures because this is a freeze frame and stuff. But yeah, you guys get it. It's also good to have something like this because if you're not planning to write the description of each shot like I am, then you should definitely have something like this just to have inspiration whenever you film. It's just a little practical lesson there. But anyways, when I read this line, I started making Christian content on social media, blah, blah, blah. I can either do a cinematic shot for this and visualize it, or I can use B-roll from my camera roll or anything else from my B-roll library. So I'm not too sure, but I'm going to film some cinematic shot, but I'm also going to write here B-roll with a question mark because I'm not too sure. So we'll see. That I'll leave it for post-production. Okay, so there's some things that you can't really dial down and like confirm during the scripting process, and I really like to be spontaneous with it because if you overplan, let's say, because I've tried plenty of scripts, it just feels horrible when you post a video and it just doesn't do well. So definitely embrace that spontaneity because number one, it makes it like 100 times more fun. Number two, it's very efficient. And number three, if you can figure out your own authentic style and your own authentic process with this, it becomes like, bro, it's amazing. Okay, let's go to the next line. So this is pretty much done. I'll probably do an insert shot for this. So I'll put a question mark too. Okay, yeah, I'll probably do an insert shot of IG. Insert IG, so like show my IG. To be honest, I am kind of tired of showing my IG followers because it's like bragging. I'm literally bragging. I try not to, but it's like, I don't know how else to show off my credibility, Plus, I am talking about the amount of my audience anyway, so I think it's a must for this. I already did it yesterday, but it's okay. I'll let it slide for this. Okay, now this is an extreme close-up compilation. I'm going to remove this and put it here. Now basically, let me show you a quick shortcut. I want to duplicate this CS, right? So I'm going to click on this little 6 boxes over here. I'm going to click duplicate, okay? Or I can just press Command D on Mac or Control D if you're on Windows. So I'm going to drag it onto here for those who are using Notion. And I'm just going to put 4 shots. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. That's just spam at that point. I think I'll get the memo if I just write 1 with extreme close up compilation. And then this is one of the more advanced techniques that I do, the effects, the cinematography stuff. So I will talk about it in a future module. But for now, I'm just going to leave it as this because I know when I read it, I'm like, okay, it's an extreme close-up compilation. Let's film some extreme close-ups. I don't promote Christianity. Yeah, I'll probably do a talking head. Again, Command D. I'm going to put it here, and then I'll just delete that. I don't promote Christianity. I don't promote Christianity. I'm probably going to duplicate this. PP, again, boom, meme sound. So I can remove this part. And I'll also insert meme question mark. So I might just add a little meme photo over there. Maybe, I'll see. Welcome to another episode of Hubba Hubba. That is a voiceover shot. So I will not be speaking on camera in this shot. Usually it's just a voiceover and a cinematic shot, which is like, this is the main combo for voiceover shots. So this is an empty cinematic shot without me in the frame. And I'm just going to say that. Welcome to blah, blah, blah. Also the actual series text that I made. I'm going to put it there too. And then I'm going to... Now it all started in September 2022. Okay, this is probably a voiceover as well because I want to fully visualize this. Another good tip is if you want to fully visualize something, or if you don't know whether to choose a voiceover or a talking head shot, definitely read your line carefully and just be like, okay, does this line need more visuals or need more personal, authentic one-to-one communication? If your answer is the first, then it's obviously you need a voiceover because that allows you to take full control over the visuals, the visual storytelling, which is CS for me. But if it's the second option, then it's definitely the talking head because you want to, talk directly to the camera, to your dream avatar. It all started September 2024, so I filmed myself. Okay, I'll probably maybe insert B-roll question mark. So I'm gonna Command D on that. But I wasn't the good Christian boy. But I wasn't the typical good Christian boy. Okay, I know like this right here. I'm gonna do a mock voice. Like I'm gonna do a silly little voice here. So I'm probably just gonna do a talking head here. So I'm gonna Command D on that. I wasn't the typical good Christian boy. But I wasn't the typical good Christian boy. Person who goes by the name of Yeshua. Okay, I'm going to do that as well. Again, voiceover, meaning Jesus. This is probably another talking head, definitely. But people still don't understand the main message. Okay, I'll probably do another talking head here. And then I'm going to... But people still don't understand the main message. I don't know if I should start with a talking head or a CS to start off the line. Because when I do this, when I have something like this, right? I have two options. I can either start it with a CS or I can start it with a TH. This will either be a CS or a TH, like half of the line, you know what I mean? So, but people still don't understand the main message. Okay, I'll probably start it with a TH then, because I want to visualize main message and not this. Okay, this is probably another TH. Okay, no. This will be a HV. Perfect chance to do a HV. This is like a really good example of what a pattern break is. So this line right here, what is it? That is usually a pattern interrupt or a pattern break, whatever you want to call it. But it's usually where I cut the music and just ask a rhetorical question, have a comedic break, say something funny, or usually it takes like half a second, no longer than 3 seconds. You don't want to drag it too much. If you are planning to make one. I don't create content for any religion. Okay, this is good. I'll probably use B-roll for this too, because I have B-roll of church, and I can see that the line itself has the word church, and I'm saying the word church. So I'll probably just use B-roll, not the church. I don't create content for any religion. Not the church, not the denominations. I'll probably do a question mark here, just in case. Because I want to use B-roll as the main thing, because I have B-roll of creating content, I have B-roll of church, maybe not denominations, but the next one, I create content for Christ only. I create content for Christ only. I create content for Christ only. I'll probably do a talking head and a CS. I want this to be CS and just like maybe write it on a notebook or something. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably do an insert shot, to be honest. Yeah. Writing on notebook, yeah. So sometimes with these shots, I'll probably specify what action I'm doing, not the actual like the distance or the angles, because I'm already used to it. But I do need to specify the action that I'm doing. So this talking head shot, I'll be writing on a notebook, and then this cinematic shot will be an insert shot of that notebook saying Christ only. But usually I don't write this because I already know what it's going to be. So usually I'll just leave it as this, and I'll be like, oh, okay, this is an insert shot. I'll just probably write Christ only in the notebook. But just for you guys, I'll just, make it specific. So if you think that, okay, this one is definitely a voiceover. So B-roll, you're already looking the wrong way because you can only be saved by one person. The thing is, I'm still not sure if I want to remove some of these lines, but it's okay. Like I'm going to still film them if you're not sure, because there's no point in like indulging in confusion, right? So I'll just leave it, film them. Yeah, spend that extra 5 minutes to film that line. And then I'll probably decide whether to cut it or not during the editing process. So, cutting and merging, usually it doesn't, it's not fully relied on the scripting process. You can also do it in editing too. Because you can only be saved by one person, one Messiah. Okay, I'll probably do a talking head. One person, one Messiah. How many times do I have to say this? Okay, I'll probably do a handheld vlog too for this. Because this is also, how many times do I have to say this? Because that's like the attitude that I'm trying to convey. How many times do I have to say this? A handheld vlog would be the best option here because I can just put my camera close to my face and just do something funny with the lens. How many times do I have to say this? It's time to remove all Christian stereotypes, start searching for the truth of this universe. Yeah, I'm really not sure about this one. Okay, I'll probably remove this, yeah. I love that line though, because I want to emphasize like, bro, it's not about Christian stereotypes. Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Inserts. So I'm going to read the Bible here. And then I'm going to do inserts, insert shots. I'm going to do multiple ones because usually this takes more than 2 seconds. And I do follow, I'm very strict with the 2-second rule. Usually whenever I read the Bible, I have insert shots of, let's say, empty shots of the room that I'm in or objects that surround me, you know, just very, very simple. Just to make it, you know, that extra bit of engaging. Because if I just do just one shot of me reading the Bible, this whole entire verse, you know, it risks the potential of losing attention and people scrolling away at the very last sentence too. Especially with this last sentence, like it's not needed, but it definitely emphasizes and makes it more fun. That's what I usually do with my content. That's like my whole vibe. Right. Talking head, reading Bible, CS inserts. Now that is how you stand on business. Okay, I'll probably do a talking head here. Now that is how you stand on business. I'll probably do an insert here too. Insert business. Something like that. I'll probably figure it out during filming too. Because like most of these talking heads and CS, very, very spontaneous. It's like this is optimized, this script is optimized for spontaneous free flow shooting or cinematography, right? You know if you're used to cinematics or not, right? And if you are, you probably have this like resistance to start doing things free flow or start doing things spontaneously. I started doing it because like I just got lazy of writing descriptions down. So I definitely recommend you like try it one time. Even if you are a beginner, just completely try it. Definitely have that checklist with you, even if it's like 5 shots that you saw in a movie or that you saw in one YouTube video. It doesn't matter. Just screenshot them, save them in a checklist like this. And then when you film, it becomes so fun spontaneously. Plus, you don't have to spend like an hour writing down the exact long shot, high angle, action. Nah, like I used to do that. And that's mainly just for beginners to get used to the concept of cinematography. If you are familiar and you have practiced the long shot, the medium shot, and the close-up shot, you're fine, right? Even the high angles and low angles, they're easy. Like anyone can do them. But anyways, that is pretty much how I script my storytelling. And usually at the end, I'll just check this checklist off. Different line length, let me check it. Yes, there is a different line length. That's important too. Rhetorical questions, I did some. I think I did 1 or something. Slow for emotion, I'll probably do a slow part somewhere here and write it down somewhere. Because you can only be... So if you think you can find the truth within Christianity, already looking at one... No, I'm not going to do that as slow. Because you can only be saved one person, one Messiah, and one God. Jesus Christ. How many times that? I am the way, the truth, and the life. So I just write slow here because I know, like when I read this, when I film, I'll be like, okay, I have to read this slow. What else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Slow for emotion. Because you can only be saved by one person, one Messiah, and one God, Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. Cut and merge to 17 lines. This is a checklist that I made, but I never follow it now because I'm afraid of making videos over a minute. Usually my videos these days are like very, very close or over a minute. Yesterday's video I made was over a minute, and I think today's video is going to be over a minute too. But it's okay. I think it really doesn't matter because TikTok doesn't have like any limits to over 1 minute videos. The one thing that's important with long videos is how much value is in that time. So like how many comedic breaks or how many storytelling events, how many twists and turns, and how many good valuable lessons that you have included in that 1 minute, right? Or in that 1 minute and 10 seconds. I think this video would probably be like 1 minute, 5 seconds, something like that. Or just on the dot 1 minute. But yeah, that is pretty much how I script my videos as of February of 2025.
17 weeks ago, I started making Christian content on social media, but 300,000 people got the wrong impression. I don't promote Christianity. Welcome to another episode of Committing to the Cross. Now, it all started in September of 2024 when I began filming myself reading my favorite Bible verses. But I wasn't the typical good Christian boy, because I was only focusing on one person who goes by the name of Yeshua, which means Jesus. But people still don't understand the main message. What is it? I don't create content for any religion, not the church, not the denomination. I create content for Christ only. So if you think you can find the truth within Christianity, you're already looking the wrong way, because you can only be saved by one person, one Messiah, and one God, Jesus Christ. How many times do I have to say that, man? Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Now that is how you stand on business. Never satisfied. Why we would probably never be satisfied.
Yeah.
For the past 3 months, I
you want me to read it or okay?
You read it as if it was as if you were on camera.
Oh shit. Okay.
Put you on the spot.
For the past 3 months, I've lost 7 kilograms during my self-improvement journey because I was sick and tired of being fat. And then, well,
Yeah, keep going.
And I'm planning on losing 7 more. Believe what I... And then it's going to cut to, welcome to Believe What I Say. Episode 1. Hear me out. About a month ago, I completed the 75 hard challenge, but I didn't have this sense of feeling proud. I looked in the mirror and I was still disappointed. Why? Because we're all chasing this feeling that we get once we finally accomplish something. We think that when we finally get there, we'll feel proud, we'll feel like we're enough. But the truth is, it never feels like it's enough. There's always this voice in my head saying, cool, but what now? And on some real...
It's alright, bro. Don't worry about it. You can say what you want to say, bro.
Yeah. No, it's because this is like a Christian...
That's why. I love it, bro. Hey, that's the fear of God in you, bro. That's the fear of God. You don't want to swear in front of us.
I'm trying to offend you guys.
Oh, that's
Anyways,
funny.
on some real... I don't think I'll ever reach this feeling. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the real work is just learning how to breathe in the moment. Not just when we're moving forward, but when we're standing still. Not just when we're doing, but when we're just existing.
Okay. Scroll up. Delete. Scroll up. Anyone got anything to add to that? Fred, you got something on your mind, don't you?
I'm reading the script again.
Yeah. One thing that I would say is delete believe what I and cut off. There's no point doing that. And I'm planning on losing 7 more. So welcome to believe blah 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 blah.
Okay.
And then welcome to believe blah blah blah. About a month ago I completed the 75 hard. But I didn't have this sense of feeling proud. But I wasn't proud of myself.
Also reading.
I don't know why you would say I didn't have this sense of feeling of proud. You would just say, but I didn't feel fulfillment at all. But I didn't feel any sense of fulfillment. But I just felt empty inside.
When he says welcome to believe welcome to believe what I say episode 1. Hear me out. Is that the hear me out? Leave it out maybe? I don't know.
Was it? Were you gonna say it like this? Welcome to believe what I say episode 1. Okay, hear me out. About a month ago, I completed the blah blah blah. Is it like that?
Yeah, it's like the end of.
Okay. End of that ultra wide shot.
Yeah, something like that.
I wouldn't do at the end of the ultra wide. I would do it completely different. I would film a whole. No, not even there. Like.
Or like a new.
Yeah, a new shot, scene. Like a close up shot, like a vlog. Yeah.
Okay.
Close up.
Okay.
Okay, hear me out. So about a month ago, and put so next to about. So about a month ago, I completed the 75 hard challenge, but I didn't have this sense of fulfillment. But I wasn't fulfilled at all. But I was empty inside. But I was completely dead. But I didn't.
Wait, let me think.
Yeah, I'm just throwing ideas at you, you know.
Yeah. It was just like I wasn't satisfied. Like that was a feeling I had.
Bro, say that.
Wow. But I just wasn't satisfied.
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah. You're supposed to speak to the camera like you would speak to us.
Yeah.
Are you gonna you see the dots? The dot? Are you gonna like pause?
No. No, not really. Not really.
So you're just gonna say, so about a month ago I completed the 75 hard challenge, but I wasn't satisfied. Or you're gonna have a pause there.
Wait, so about a month ago I completed 75. I just was. No, I think I'm gonna have no pause.
I'm googling the 75 hard challenge because I don't know what that is.
But I wasn't satisfied.
What would you?
I would do a new sentence. So full stop after challenge.
Yeah.
New line, but I wasn't satisfied. But I wasn't satisfied with myself.
Would his tone change? But I wasn't satisfied that part.
That's up to Gilbert. Do you want to change your tone? I wouldn't.
I think the whole thing is one tone.
Yeah, I think the whole thing would be one tone.
It's like I wasn't satisfied tone. I don't know what that tone is, but
no, but when you read the sentence, so about a month ago I completed the 75 hard challenge. Okay, let me just turn on my Ken voice. So about a month ago, I completed the 75 hard challenge, but I wasn't satisfied. I would say I would extend it a little bit by making wasn't to was not, so you emphasize it a little bit more. But I was not satisfied.
Ah, I like that.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. Something
Yeah.
that emphasize it.
I looked in the mirror and I was still disappointed.
Oh wait,
Fred-
maybe I should just skip this and just do Y. Also
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Wait, or you could just combine the lines. But I looked in the mirror and I was not satisfied. If you want to.
Ah.
See, this is what cutting and merging
Oh
is.
yeah. I like that. I like that.
Yeah. This
Oh,
is
yeah,
what,
do you think?
guys, whoever's listening, this is what cutting and merging is, and I mentioned this in the phase 5 part of the course. Whenever I say cutting and merging, this is what it is. So you merge
Yeah, I remember
different
you
lines
doing that.
together. Yeah.
But I didn't know how to like.
So you gotta look at your lines simultaneously and be like, okay, how can I make this more efficient? Can I combine these two? No. Can I combine that two? No. Most likely, each line has to be a different part of your story. Sometimes, you could join two together with the word and. But I looked in the mirror and this feeling that wait, let me see. So about a month ago, I completed the 75 hard challenge and I looked in the mirror at the end. Something like that, right? No. Don't change it. I'm just saying, like, as an example. So, like, when you cut and merge, when you merge different sentences together, sometimes you could do two different parts of your story. Most of the time, each line has to be one part of your story, right? Different parts, right? But sometimes you can do two parts of your story and join them into one line using the word and. That's what I was saying. But yeah, keep the word but. But I looked in the mirror and I was not satisfied. Why? Because we're all chasing. Because I was chasing this feeling. Don't turn this into a mentoring thing yet.
Okay.
Because I was chasing.
I was chasing.
Because I was chasing this feeling that we get once we're fine.
That I'll get, or that we get.
Because I was chasing a crazy amount of dopamine. I don't know what were you actually chasing.
Like the sense of accomplishment.
Say that.
I was chasing. Okay.
No, not in the second line, in the first.
Oh, this sense.
But I was chasing this sense of accomplishment. Here's a trick. You can also add a keyword in front of sense. I would add fake sense, facade sense. Not facade sense, sorry. Because I was chasing this false sense of accomplishment. Because I was chasing this fake sense of accomplishment. Because I was chasing this dreamy sense of you know what I mean, right?
Okay.
Twisted my own tongue there. Delete the second one. Delete the second one, yeah. Oh, 2 minutes. We think that that when we finally get there, I thought that when
I don't know.
yeah. So
This when did we do we?
This is no. Here's the thing. I always like get trapped into going from storyteller to mentoring, and being a guru. Yeah. That is such a trap because when you say because I was chasing, because I thought, I looked in the mirror, I was not satisfied. That is so indirectly calling them out. So you don't have to worry about saying hey, you guys are not motivated. You guys need to stop doom scrolling. You guys need to you might be looking in the mirror. You might be not satisfied with yourself. Like, that's mentoring language. You want to be directly at yourself. Make yourself the failure and then show the transformation, right, through your story. And then they will be inspired because they want to be like you. Hence follow button. Hence like. Hence comment. Hence share. Right?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
It's very indirect but extremely effective. It might not sound like it, but when you watch influencers, you watch them because you can relate to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, got it.
I thought when I finally got there, I would feel proud.
Oops. I will feel better.
Like I was enough. Okay, proud. Replace the full stop with a dash. So like this dash. Proud dash.
Should will be would?
Yeah, would feel proud.
Uh,
I would feel proud, like I'm enough. So delete I feel, yeah. So can you say that at once?
I thought that I found you that I feel proud, like I'm enough. Oh yeah, I see. That sounds fire actually.
Yeah. But the truth is, it never felt like enough. It was never enough. It was never enough. Never enough for me. Or you can say for me if you want to. Or however you would speak or tell it to us.
No.
Okay.
It was never enough.
But the truth is, it was never enough. There was always this one, was always. There was always this voice in my head saying, okay, we'll finish the script, we'll extend the call just a little bit, and then...
Let's go.
I need to eat dinner. It was never enough. There was always this voice in my head saying... There was always this voice in my head. I wouldn't say inside. I don't think you would say that in real life to your friend. Inside my head. What would you say to me?
Okay,
Just say like, okay. You
there's
thought you
always
finally
this
got.
voice in my head, like.
No. So you're trying too hard. Look at the scenario. You thought you finally got there and you feel proud, right? Like you were enough.
Yeah.
But it was never enough. Why? Why, Gilbert? Why was it never enough?
Because I want more.
Because you want more.
I always want to like. But after I finished the 75 part challenge, I was like, oh no, now I want abs. Like now I want. I was like, I just constantly wanted more.
Okay, hold on. But the truth is, it was never enough. Okay, replace this one line. Triple click.
This one?
Yeah. It was never enough. The truth is, it was never enough. There'd be another voice in my head saying, well, now I want abs. There would. No, don't do that. There would.
Yeah.
Be another voice in my head saying, replace the other quote. The bottom quote.
This one?
Or dash.
Wait, what, sorry?
O dash. OH dash.
Oh.
Or now I want abs. Oh, now I want abs. And on some real on some real stuff, I don't think I'll ever really reach this feeling. Okay, you might have to scrap this, but like, what about after, like, now I want abs? What else were you feeling? You said you wanted more and you were never satisfied, right?
Yeah. Then I was just like, oh.
But the truth is, it was never enough. There would be another voice. Okay, so put because next to before there. Because there would be another voice. I almost forgot the story starters. Because there would be another voice in my head saying, oh, now I want abs. And to be honest with you, I don't think I'll ever be satisfied. Would that be good?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking. Because what I'm thinking like once I do get abs, what would I think after that? Like,
write that down, right?
wait, you reckon I should be talking about it right now?
Yeah.
Like in this.
Say it. So what were you saying just before? Just text it to me. Text it.
Oh wait, like to you?
Pretend. You just said, "Oh, now I want abs" to me in a text message, right? What's the next text message?
Oh, okay. Okay.
You're in iMessage right now.
I'm on iMessage.
Yes.
You can.
No. We're mid conversation. You just said, "Oh, now I want abs."
Okay. Now I want abs.
Bro, to be honest, TBH.
Yeah.
I would never feel satisfied. What are you thinking right now?
Oh, wait, is that what you told me to type? Sorry,
What?
I thought you were saying to be honest. Okay. Okay. No.
What's the next thing you want to say? You want to talk about how you'll never really reach this feeling?
Yeah, like something like every time I've like finished something, right? It could be like uni. I always like want more after.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
now I want abs. So? S-O?
Yeah.
So every time I would finish something, I would always want more. Bro, you don't even have to say like, yeah. Anyways, sorry, my bad. So every time I would finish something, I would always want more. What's next?
So every time I would finish something, I would always want more.
If you're stuck, read the last lines again and again. Out loud.
But the truth is, it was never enough.
There you go.
Because there will always be another voice in my head saying, "Oh, now I want abs." So every time I finish something, I would always want more. And to be honest, I don't think I'll ever be satisfied. Something like that.
There you go. There you go. Now you're using your language. Does that make sense? You get what I'm trying to do to you right now?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I'm writing, like the way I'm writing is like
To one
it's
person.
not
One person.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're not hiding anything from them. To be honest, I don't think I'll ever be satisfied with myself or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Alright. Can you do the rest on your own? And then submit
I
it?
think I'm good.
Alright, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Hopefully that helped.
Welcome to the Dream Avatar overview. At this point, you should be familiar with what the Dream Avatar framework is by watching the Cinemix Playbook course. But in these next two modules, I'm going to show you how to implement your Dream Avatar into your scripts. And I'll also show you my brand new template that I made for everyone to use. The one thing you need to remember when implementing your Dream Avatar into your video script is specificity. This pretty much means we have to be hyper specific with our writing. So if you're taking notes right now, just write down hyper specific. So the more you know your younger self, the more it's going to connect with them when they scroll to your video and watch you tell your story. Plus, when you think about your younger self's motivations, the reason why they act or behave like this, the reason why they do certain things, the reason why they're struggling, the reason why they have these goals, for example, it's going to be easier to write your dream avatar and your scripts as well. That in itself will automatically attract your dream consumer. But the thing is, it might sound a little bit too specific when you actually say it out loud on camera. When you read through the script, it might be like, oh, this is too personal. Like nobody's gonna understand this, you know? But that's completely wrong because this is exactly how I blew up my account, by using specific dreams and pains. Now, as you can see here, go to my health dreams. My dreams are pretty long. You can see I wrote down 10 for health. I have health, wealth, and relationships. I'll read out one of my dreams for health. Train the art of boxing to defend himself, get people on the street to think, oh, I shouldn't mess with him, and protect his closest friends and family in any worst case scenario while showing an innocent personality around others to evoke the lion and lamb character of Christ. You know, every time I read my avatar, it's so specific, it's kind of funny to read it out. But this is like the perfect example of what hyper specific means. That's how deep you want to get into writing your dreams and pains and solutions as well, but we'll get to that. Now, here is what my pains look like. We scroll down to pains and health. Write out train the art of boxing, right? Yeah, so this one. So these are what my pains look like. You can see there's a whole list of pains for this one specific dream, by the way. So each and every dream has more pains. right? And it took me about like a week to write this entire thing. Oh, there's a smudge on my lens. Yeah, it took me about a week or so to write this whole thing, but it's definitely worth the investment, you know. If you want to take a break from content just to focus on writing your entire avatar to the point where you have nothing else to write down, it's worth it, trust me. Okay, I'll read this example, yeah, with the same dream that I read out before. Struggling with his pride when mixing up different feelings of the lion and lamb personality. So as you can see here, I wrote 2 micro problems underneath the macro problem, right? I'll read out the micro. Dealing with cockiness every time he punches his boxing bag hard, and looking in the mirror every time he shadow boxes or hits the bag for validation. Here's another macro. The urge to express angry emotions with every punch he throws, leading to showing off. This is the micro. Hitting harder to feel better about his insecurity of being seen as weak or soft. Here's the last one, I'll just read it out for you. Thinking about the physical violence of boxing in a ring with another man to feel tough. This is the micro. Wrathful thoughts coming to his head in social situations and innocent interactions. And another one, this is the last one. Anxious of losing control of himself during a worst case scenario and conflict. That's one dream and all the list of pains that I wrote down for this one specific dream. Now, for this specific problem, I'll actually show you the solutions that I wrote. If we go to solutions, health solutions, I have this new template for solutions because solutions are really like, it's long. You have to have space for each dream. So these are the dreams. Which one did I write? Okay, I think it was boxing. Yeah, it was boxing. Go down here. This is the problem that we just wrote down. So the red lines here are all the problems that I just read out to you guys with the micro problems underneath. Now the green lines below the red ones are the macro solutions and the micro solutions. I'm going to read it out to you. So I'm going to compare the problem and the solution. Here's the problem. Struggling with his pride when mixing up different feelings of the lion and lamb personality. This is the solution. Humble himself before God during prayer and praise Jesus' name only. Here's the micro solutions. Avoid looking in the mirror when training and prioritize fitness only. Number 2, pray before every training session, focus on cardio and remind himself that he's not an actual boxer. So those are the 2 micro solutions that I have. Now, I'm going to read out another one right here. Hopefully you guys can see. Okay, so this is the problem. This is the solution. The urge to express angry emotions with every punch he throws, leading to showing off. The micro is hitting harder to feel better about his insecurity of being seen as weak or soft, right? Here's the solution for that. Going on a boxing fast to see if he actually needs to train it anymore and find replacements, right? And then the micro solution would be pray before every bag work session and imagine Jesus being next to him every time he trains. So those are like my personal solutions. It's not like something that I got from Hamza or Alex Hormozy. This is like my personal solutions that I came across with the Holy Spirit convicting me during my training session. So like it's very personal and you want to make it personal. That's why I told you guys that when you write your scripts, it's going to feel a bit too specific and you want that actually. You don't want to go generic. That's the worst way to create content. If you want an authentic, true fan base, then this dream avatar, this hyper-specific method of writing the dreams, writing the pains, writing the solutions is the way to gain that audience. So in the next module, I'm going to show you guys a lot more of my new avatar and walk you through my entire process of writing my script using it.
Welcome to the Dream Avatar scripting walkthrough. Mind you, it is 6 a.m., which is why I look very musty right now. But anyways, I'm just going to go take you through my scripting process of how I write my daily videos. So over here we have my implementations, right? And this is pretty much just a checklist of what I should do during writing, what I should do during filming and editing. And if you guys have seen the, what's it called? Consume and Synthesize course, you guys should also have these as well, these implementations. They're very personalized, so don't worry about copying what I do. You usually have good implementations after you analyze, like let's say viral content from your favorite creators. I also have this little template, the scripting template that I have made public. You might have seen it before around the community. I think I might just link it into under this module, but basically it has all the hooks that I like to use. There's an example. This is like the one hook that made me go viral. I think it now has almost 10 million views, this video, with this one hook. And yeah, I have these checklists here. Well, not checklists, but like templates. So TH means talking head. I'll just write it. Talking head. CS means cinematic shot or cinematic scene. VO means voiceover. CS, okay, yeah, that's cinematic shot. PP means post-production. HV means handheld vlog. And that's pretty much it. VO/SD means voiceover/sound design. This is new for me, but it's pretty much the same as just sound design. So yeah, just gonna delete this. Okay, so I already templatized this inside Notion. So whenever you have like a blank page, then you can just press like new template and paste whatever you want inside that template. And then you have something like this. Right, so I have already 2 here. We're going to use the Ken template today. So if you click on that, I already have it down right there. Now, the thing about this new series or these daily videos that I'm doing is I have no idea what I'm doing. Like I'm not batching any ideas like I used to. So I'm trying this new thing where I'm just documenting my process. And today I actually had an idea from yesterday that I wanted to do for the hook for today. So just some context, this is the series that I'm doing right now, documenting my unfiltered journey of growing a Christ-centered business. So we're going to go here, and I'm going to name this, actually I don't know what to name it yet, but basically, I'm not going to fill out the idea, I'm not going to do the caption. Oh yeah, I'm going to paste my implementation. So what I usually do is like Command A, Command C, go down here, back to the page, come in here, Command V, and paste the implementations right here, so it's at the top. And I usually expand the writing checklist so I can see whenever I script, I can see the checklist that I have to tick off. I don't have to tick off all of them necessarily. It would be nice because like this is the latest implementations that I want to try out. Today I'm going to actually try out a conversational hook or a duplicate skit. So what it's going to look like today is I'm not going to use any of my hooks actually, but in this case, yeah, I might actually use it because I'm gonna show you guys how. Yeah, I might as well. Just an example. I might not end up using it for this video exactly, but I will show you guys. Is it possible to dream? Okay, I really like this hook. Is it possible to dream in time frame? So what I usually do is I literally just paste it here, right? At the bottom of this, and then with these ones, with these like little brackets where it says dream and time, and then some of them say pain, right? What I usually do is go back to my dream avatar, or like at least think about my dream avatar, my younger self, which is 20-year-old me at this point, and just think about what dreams can I emphasize, or what pain can I emphasize? What story is it, right? Right now I have no idea what story I'm talking about. So let's just pull up an example. So right now I'm just going to write a random example of a hook, probably delete it and then write my own, just for your sake, so you guys know how I usually write hooks. Is it possible to, let's say, a dream for me would be like stop swearing or quit swearing, right? Quit swearing, okay? Is it possible to quit swearing? Oh, no. I'll probably add more because I always want to, I always want to have like at least either one big dream or 2 or more than 2. Right now, quitting swearing is not big enough, it's just like meh. So I would raise the stakes, quote unquote, raise the stakes even higher by saying, is it possible to love God and quit swearing in 10 days? Let's say, just set like a pretty decent deadline. So it's like, the stakes are high. In 10 days, I'm going to probably add some more stuff. In 10 days without being tempted to cuss ever again. So this is what, my hook would be, and this is actually right here, being tempted to cuss. That's a pain right there. So if you guys want to use the same framework, which I definitely recommend, then you would fill out this like dream, this pain. Profile would be like 20 years old, student, full-time worker, whatever, right? Profile, obviously it's related to this, right? Entrepreneur, university student, Indonesian, whatever. And then dream would obviously be like, you look at your dreams, whether it's health, wealth, relationships. You can mix it up if you want to. Try not to get confused. If you're not familiar with this framework, then definitely just stick to one big dream. Because remember the last walkthrough, we really, like, what I did with this new dream avatar template was emphasize and be like way more hyper specific with every single dream. So yeah, if you're not ready to like expand between health, wealth, and relationships, then definitely like don't bother, because right now I'm using love God, which is in here, build a total relationship with God, like love, right? And then quit swearing, which is probably like somewhere here, quit, denies prideful flesh, something like that, right? Yeah. Well, at least right now this guy doesn't swear too much. Yeah, but it's alright. And then being tempted to cuss. I talked about temptations all the time during when I wrote my dream avatar. Okay. So yeah, that's how I would write a normal hook. But today we're not gonna use my template. Okay, so I'm gonna go free flow. What the idea I had yesterday was a conversational hook where I'm just filming two versions of myself in my room, one standing and one sitting on my desk, and the standing version of me is just talking to the sitting version of me and being like saying something about business or making money, right? I'm pretty much just gonna replicate my younger self, or like what my intrusive thoughts were, let's say 4 months ago. So I'm probably just gonna say, what would this guy say? All we gotta do is act stupid. Because I remember, like, just by looking at these photos, I remember exactly what I wanted to do in terms of like creating content, because I was taking a break, and as soon as I got back, or like even before I got back, I knew what, like, I was planning to change up my content style. And I don't know, but I wanted to, yeah, I probably won't talk about money right now. I'll probably talk about going viral. Probably talk about selling my soul or something. Yeah, I don't know. Like, literally, these ideas that I have right now, I'm just letting the Holy Spirit just free flow, honestly. Just trusting whatever God puts in my heart. But for now, I'm just gonna say, let's go to wealth, because we're obviously talking about wealth. Have a good stare at your dream avatar so you guys get ideas. Okay, I'm just gonna say something like this, because this is probably the one thing that changed. One of the big changes that I did with creating content is just being my authentic, true, childish, quote-unquote self. And I never did that because I wanted to avoid being cringe, but I'll just be like, all we gotta do, just say Ken 1 or Ken 2. All we gotta do is be super weird, insanely weird, all we gotta do is be super weird on camera, act childish on camera, all we gotta do is act childish, say weird things, be super weird, act childish and have no filter, and have zero filter whenever we record in our next video, when we film our next video, See how I'm like going deeper and deeper, more specific? This is what you want to do for your hooks, right? All we gotta do is act childish and have zero filter when we film our next video. All we gotta do on our next video, yeah, okay, that's better. All we gotta do when we film our next video, all we gotta do when we film our next video is act childish, have zero filter, and have zero filter so that we can go have zero filter. While and have zero filter so that all we gotta do when we film our next video is act childish and have zero filter. And then go absolutely viral. Absolutely will blow. Nah. Absolutely viral and blow up. Blow up. Okay. All we gotta do when we film our next video is act childish and have zero filter, and then we'll go absolutely viral and blow up. All we gotta do when we film our next video is act childish and have zero filter, and then we'll have zero filter, then we'll absolutely, and then should it be and then? So we can go is act childish, have zero filter, then we'll go absolutely viral and blow up. So we'll blow, then we can blow up. All we gotta do when we film our next video is act childish, have zero filter, so we can blow up. So we can go viral. So we can go absolutely viral and blow up. I'm gonna cut, my idea from yesterday was like, cut at the very last word, and then pretty much just say, like a pause screen happens, and then I come up with a voiceover saying like, this was me. This is me 3 months ago. This is me 3 months ago, something like that. So I'll probably be like, blow. All we gotta do, okay, I'll just say bro. Bro, all we gotta do when we film our next video is act childish and have zero filter so we can go absolutely viral and blow up. So we can go insanely viral and blow up. All we gotta do on our next video, I'll just probably say on our next video, all we gotta do on our next video is all we gotta do on our next video is act childish and have zero filter so we can go absolutely viral and blow up. I'm gonna cut at the up, and I'll be like, this is me. Was it 3 months? No, 4. Wait. Was it 4 or 5? 5 months ago. 5 months ago, I'll probably be like, what's 5 times 30? 150 days ago. 150 days ago. This is me. 150 days ago. This is me and my intrusive thoughts. This is me 150 days ago. This is me 150 days ago. Should I go slow or fast? Because I have to set the pacing, right? So I'll be like, I can either be like, this is me 150 days ago, or I can be like, this is me 150 days ago. But I'd rather do the slower. This is me 150 days ago. With my intrusive thoughts. Intrusive thoughts. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts while figuring out how to blow up my social, how to grow my personal brand. While figuring out how to grow my personal brand. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts while figuring out how to grow my personal brand. Probably just say like Aussie casual accent because I want to make it like authentic. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts while figuring out how to grow my personal brand. This is me, 150 days ago. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts while figuring out how to grow my personal brand. You know what happened next? But you know what happened next? What happens next? I'll probably just say what happens next. What happens next? Shamalayama. That's what happens. The thing is, I have no idea what I'm saying here. Like, I don't know what the story or the lesson is. So I'm just going to take this off because I've done that. I do want to lead my story into saying that Creatopia is the solution, because at the end of the day, I'm just trying to make money from this whole social media thing. Like, let's be real here. It's no longer about the views, you know, because views does not equal money. So I'm just going to... Okay, these two don't really matter yet. What happens next? How to blow up my personal brand. Is there any other, like, let's see if I have any other synonym for blow up or go viral. How to boom, trend, dominate. How to blow up. Casual, please. Pop off. Go crazy. Take off. Hit different. Go wild. Get off. Smash. Break the algorithm on social media. Break the algorithm on social media and grow my personal brand. Break the algorithm on social media. Yeah, I'll just probably say that, yeah. Thank you, ChatGPT. What happens next? I could either do like an unspoken compilation of me. Yeah, I don't know. That'll take a lot of editing, to be honest, and I'm not bothered. I would rather just film it. What happens next? And what happens next will shock you. Nah, I won't say that. What happens next? I wouldn't... Nah, I don't want to fake it, because I don't have anyone talking about me. Just being like, this guy... Oh, actually, no, I could. I have a video. One of the members here, Sky, if you're watching this, I know you made a video on me. Sky. He made a really cool video about me blowing up. Shout out to Sky, bro. He's the homie. Where is it? Hey, this guy. Easy. I'll probably do this. Okay, I'll probably do Sky's video. Shout out to Sky. I'm like the past couple of videos I've been shouting out like all the community members.
It's fun though. Skies, video, hook. I'll probably remind myself to shout out Sky. Shout out Sky. At Sky. Yeah, shout out to the homie, bro. Sky's video. What happens next? Intro. Okay. Actually, I should probably watch it again. See.
Doing 3,000 views and now he's averaging 600,000 views. And he got 230,000 followers in the span of 2 weeks. I can't even get past 2,000 followers.
It's been 2 weeks. In the span of 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, well, I kind of blew up. Yeah, so I kind of blew up. So I kind of did it. And this is how. No, I'm not gonna make it a tutorial, bro. I could. And this is the 4 steps to how I did it. Because I have to, usually I just have to look back at my notes on my series and just, okay, I'm just gonna delete that and just say like, hey, stick to the thing, bro. Stick to the series. It's called building a community, anyways. It's not about how I blew up, literally. Yeah. So I would say, yeah. So I kind of did it. This has nothing to do with community, bro. Oh no. How do I lead these pains to Creatopia? Was it worth it? Yeah, so I kind of did it. So I did the thing. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of did it. Yeah. That happened. Yeah, that happened. What comes next might shock you. I don't know why I wanted to say that line so badly. How early Christians built fellowship. I'll probably leave this for our next video. Building something for God. Actually, no. That's the thing. This is about content, not community. Bro. I could. This is so hard. I decided to record the process of me scripting the hardest video. Because I have no idea what the lesson's going to be, or no idea what the idea is. Debunking stereotypes. Okay, I might as well debunk stereotypes at this point. Yeah, I might as well debunk. So do number 4. Building a Christ brand. Okay, so I'll do these 2. Probably put this down here. Yeah. Yeah, that happened. So how did I manage to so how did a 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Chindo student from Sydney, Chindo University. Nah, that sounds like a university. Chindo student.
Chinese. For those of you who don't know, Chindo means Chinese Indonesian. How did a 20-year-old student from Sydney, Australia? So how did a 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Australia make it big on... So how did a 20-year-old Chindo from... So how did this 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Australia grow his personal brand to 300k in the span of 50 days? In under 50 days? Under 3... That's a lie, bro. In under 3 months? So how did a 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Australia grow his personal brand to 300k in under 3 months? You're not going to like the answer, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's God. All glory to the Most High. No, I'm just kidding. I wish I could say that, but it's like the retention would be a massive drop. Just be like, praise Jesus. Praise Yeshua. Honestly, I should just end it off there. Praise God. That's it, bro. Laters. Honestly, at this point, I don't care. Because I want this to be a short video. I'm not trying to make it, like, big. Even though the intro is pretty big. Like, this is pretty much the intro. But, yeah, nah, this is the intro. But anyways. So how did a 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Australia grow his personal brand to under 300k in under 3 months? Well, I trusted someone called Yeshua. Well, it all started by putting my faith in Yeshua. It all started when he began putting his faith in Jesus Christ. Well, it all started when he began putting his faith in Jesus Christ. Not in a way where it's some voodoo. Now. This guy didn't... Now. This guy was not a religious person whatsoever. I hated church. I hated church, by the way. Okay, I'll probably say this like really fast. Now, this guy was not a religious person. This guy was not a religious person. Dude, at all. But hold on, this guy was not a religious dude at all. But hold up, this guy was not a religious dude at all. I hated church, by the way. Okay, this is pretty much the solution that I'm going to say. I'm going to go to my solutions and just pretty much like try and copy and paste whatever I did here. Grow brand. Whoops. I'm going to delete that. Nope. Not this. No, not this. It's pretty much this. I'm just pretty much talking about this video. Dealing with self-doubt caused by insecurities. But hold up, this guy was not a religious dude at all. I hated church, by the way. He was shy. Something. I'll probably emphasize the pains. So he... And he was shy. And he struggled with a ton of insecurities. And as a content creator, he struggled with a ton of insecurities. Is that he kept to himself. He struggled with a ton of insecurities that he kept to himself. Prioritize God in the decision. And as a Christian creator, he struggled with a ton of So as a Christian creator, as a follower of Christ, so as someone who loves Christ, this man struggled to handle his not that. I'm just going to niche down, be more specific with what I want to talk about. Temptations, probably not. So as someone who loves Christ, who loves God, this man. So as someone who loves God, this man struggled to handle his spiritual battles. This is the one thing that's hard about making like entrepreneurship type of content, because I want to make it simple, but it's also really niched. Like talking about spiritual battles as a content creator and an entrepreneur, like that. What nobody talks about that. Nobody cares, unfortunately, these days, which is so sad, bro. Like, how do you have meaning in your life if you don't? Yeah, whatever. Anyways, fighting pride, comparison, self-glorification. This man struggled to handle a few spiritual battles. A couple of spiritual battles. Handling pride. With a few spiritual battles. With plenty of spiritual battles. Things like fighting pride, fighting his pride, comparison, fighting his pride, comparing himself to others, self-comparison, okay, I know what to do for this. I'm just going to talk about these three. Things like fighting, okay, so the general idea is going to be like, the intro is where like, this is the wrong mindset of like just blowing up and prioritizing virality. And then the solution that I'm going to say is just prioritize God in every decision. Okay, I'm just going to copy and paste this here. Jesus. Things like fighting his pride, self-comparison, and loneliness. And hypocrisy. I'll probably just say hypocrisy. And being an outright hypocrite. And being a hypocrite. And hypocrisy. Things like fighting his pride, things like pride, self-comparison, and hypocrisy. I can delete that now. Usually I like to have like some extra notes below my scripting so I can just take a look at it. Because like people need, at least I need keywords whenever I script. So it gives me more ideas to use. Literally is wordplay, man. Creating for God's glory versus my own glory. I'm probably not going to edit this walkthrough. I'm just going to leave it raw. Just so you guys actually see my entire scripting process. Creating for God's glory versus my own glory. By the way, again, this is all my dream avatar. Prioritize God in every decision. How many lines is it so far? It's pretty... Okay, I need to hurry up. Hypocrisy. Oh, I need to make the ending good so it's worth watching, bro. I hate doing endings. I love doing hooks, but I don't like doing endings. Conclusions. What's the conclusion? This is the climax too, so like I have to make like 2 more lines. No, not even 2 lines. I wish I could do 2 lines. Too lazy right now. An every decision. Confess his insecurities to him and spend time in nature. Embrace imperfections and be vulnerably funny. So as someone who loves God, this man struggled. Who loves God, this man... Okay, let me just read it again. Bro, all we gotta do on our next video is act childish and have 0 filter so we can go absolutely viral and blow up. This is me. This is me. 150 days ago. 150 days ago. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts while figuring out how to break the algorithm on social media. What happens next? This guy's video. What happens next? I'll probably snap. Do a snap. Should I do a snap? Snap. I hated church, by the way. Yeah, that happened. So how did a 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Australia grow his personal brand to 300k followers in under 3 months? Well, it all started 5 months, bro. Just say 3 months. It was 3 months anyways. Well, it started when he began putting his faith in Jesus Christ. But hold up, this guy was not a religious dude, like at all. Dude, like at all. Remove this, like at all. Yeah, it's unnecessary. Like at all. So as someone who loves God, this man struggled with plenty of spiritual battles. So as a man who loves God, this man... So as a man of God, this man struggled with plenty of spiritual battles. Things like pride, self-comparison, and hypocrisy. This is, bro, I've never done third person storytelling, which is weird because this is so different. But hey, you guys get to see it firsthand. This is me trying out something completely new. Prioritize God in every decision. Difference between... Okay, I'm not going to do that. And hypocrisy. Okay, maybe I'll switch it up to first person. Because I feel so much more comfortable. Because I can't tell this solution without, if I stick to second, third person. This is second, right? Yeah, this is second person. Because it's like he. It's referring to him, he. So I'll probably just switch it up to I now. Let me just read it again. So how did a 20-year-old Chinder from Sydney, Australia grow his personal brand to 300k followers in under 3 months? Well, it all started when he began putting his faith in Jesus Christ. But hold up, this guy was not a religious dude, like at all. So as someone who loves God, this man struggled with plenty of spiritual battles. Spiritual battles. This man had plenty of struggles. Things like pride. Self-comparison, and hypocrisy. I didn't... Okay, I might just completely switch it to an authentic segment. And I'll do dot points here. So you guys can see how I do dot points and how I do word for word. Okay, I got it. I'm supposed to be talking about community here, bro. Until he created his own support system. His own business. To support himself. To serve and help serve himself. Until he created his own business to help serve himself. Created his own business to help serve himself. Yeah. Yes. Yes. I made a community to... Yes. Made community. This is how I do dot points, by the way. I just cut all of the unnecessary words. Made community for the community of my dreams. Started building the community. Wanted to build the community of dreams. My dreams. Until he created his own business to help serve himself. Yes, myself. I wanted to build a community. Yes, I wanted to build a community for my younger self, that younger Ken would have dreamt, always dreamt of. Always dreamt of. That younger Ken always dreamt of. And find friends. Nah, I won't, I'm just gonna cut this out. And to make friends. Should I? And to make friends. And to make genuine friends. And to make genuine friends online. With same interests and with the same passion for creating. This is like an intro video for Creatopia, bro. Okay, but I think it's good though. I have to finish up soon. Because this is more, I don't want it to be more than 1 minute, bro. I cannot be bothered, dude. Today I cannot be bothered. Creating for God's glory. Today this community helps me stay on track. And to make genuine friends online with the same passion for creating content. Fast forward to today. Yes, I wanted. Okay, this is where I switch it up pretty much from first person, second person to first person. And I wanted to make genuine friends, and to make genuine friends online with the same passion for creating content. Authentic friends online with the same authentic online friends with the same faithful passion, with the same faith and passion, build a faithful community. Yes, I wanted to build a faithful community that younger Ken, an authentic community. With the same faith and passion. Yes, I wanted to build an authentic community that younger Ken always dreamt of. And to make genuine online friends. And to make genuine online friends who are genuine with the same, who genuinely have the same faith. And to make online friends who have the same genuine faith. And to make online friends with the same, genuine faith and passion for creating content. Faith in Jesus and passion for creating content. Faith in Jesus and passion for creating content. I'll probably cut the word genuine. And to make genuine friends. And to make online friends. Genuine friends online. Genuine friends online with the same faith in Jesus and passion for creating content. In Christ and passion for creating content. Fast forward to today. The Creatopia family is kept me accountable, keeps me accountable every day. I'll probably do a CTA for this video, it's probably the best. So if you want to join something like this, all you gotta do is just comment something. Fast forward to today, Creatopia family has kept me accountable. Continues to keep me accountable. Continues to keep me accountable every day. Fast forward. Today, the Creatopia family Fast forward. Creatopia family continues. The Creatopia family keeps me accountable every day. Continues to keep me accountable and focused on God's glory instead of my own. Every day, and focused on God's glory every day instead of my own. The Creatopia family continues to keep me accountable and focus on God's glory every day. Focus on God's glory every day. Glorifying God every day instead of myself. Glorifying God instead of myself. That's done. Continues to keep me no one can get caught lacking. I want to say lacking. I want to make a joke here. This is probably the best time to make a joke. Continues to support my authentic self. Okay, I'll just say continues to support. Fast forward to today, Creatopia family continues to support to promote, to uplift, to motivate, to motivate me during the Creatopia family. The Creatopia family continues to motivate me every day. The CEO becomes the customer. The founder becomes the customer. Can't get caught lacking, bro. This is so long, bro. Oh my goodness. Fast forward to today. He had plenty of struggles under the closet, in the closet, inside the closet. This guy, I'm gonna shorten it. I'm gonna cut and merge. Hold up, this guy was not the perfect dude. Good Christian boy. This guy was not the typical good Christian boy. The so-called. This guy was not. hold up. But this guy was not the typical good Christian boy. Good Christian boy. He had plenty of struggles inside. He actually had plenty of struggles inside the closet. He actually had plenty of struggles like pride, struggles like pride, self-comparison, and hypocrisy, until he created his own business to help serve himself. Yes, I wanted to build an authentic community that younger Ken always dreamt of, and to make genuine friends online with the same faith in Christ and passion for creating content. Fast forward to today, the Creatopia family continues to motivate me and to support my weird online persona. Goofy social media persona. The Creatopia family continues to support my goofy social media persona on social media. Goofy social media persona, and while keeping me focused on glorifying God instead of myself. Glorifying God instead of myself. Can't get caught lacking, bro. Yeah, goofy persona. We pray and then we create. Literally. Okay. While keeping me focused on glorifying. Fast forward to today, the Creatopia family continues to support my goofy social media persona. So if you want to join something like this, and yes, you can join us too. And yeah, you can join us too. Just comment. I don't know if this is a powerful CTA. I don't know if I want to make it serious or just casual. And yeah, you can join us too. I'll just make it 2 options. And yeah, you can join us too. Just comment. Send, and I'll just comment start. And I'll send you a discount. And I'll send you a 50% off. And I'll give you 50% off. And I'll give you 50% off. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna write here, lead magnet, write 50% off. Annual plan offer CTA. And yeah, you can join us too. Just comment start and I'll give you 50% off. For a whole year. And I'll literally give you... Okay, and yes. And yeah, you can join us too. Just comment... And yeah, you can join us too. Just comment start and I'll give you 50%. Sounds lazy. And if you want to join us, just comment start. So if you want to join us on this journey, just comment start. Just comment start and I'll literally, yeah. I love saying things like literally, actually, just to emphasize it more. Just comment start and I'll literally give you 50% off. at 50%. So if you want to join us on this journey, just comment start. Just comment start and I'll literally give you 50% off for a whole year. For a whole year. You heard me right, bro. I'll see you inside, broski. See you inside, broski. See you inside, brother. Brother. See you inside, brother. Day 3. Brother, day 3. See you inside, brother. Alright. Just say American accent. See you inside, brother. Alright. And that was day 3 of building fellowship. See you inside, brother. That happened. Actually, I'm sorry, Sky. I probably won't do this part of the video, but still, shout out to you, bro. Match cut. I'll probably do a match cut. Grows personal brand to 300k followers in under 3 months. Bruh. What happens next? Okay, so now we're gonna do. That's pretty much the entire word for word. The script itself. It's probably gonna be more than a minute, but who cares? I'm going to do now the screenplay with the checklists. So I'm going to assign each line with these checkboxes. Alright, lead paints to Creatopia, done. Loop, intro and outro, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do some sound design, because I'm trying this new thing where it's like, I add some sound effects with my voice, like groans and sighs, or like clicks, or something like that. That's why I did this as a new thing, sound design. Match cut shot, show followers, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that happened. Bro, all we gotta do okay, so I'm gonna say duplicates room. I'm very like broad with it. I used to be really specific with writing screenplay and stuff like that, but these days I barely do. I barely describe what shot it is anymore, because number one, I'm used to it. Not to brag or anything, literally bragging, but like not to brag, right? I'm used to it, so there's no point of me trying to overplan my shots, because I feel better. Number one, it's more fun to do it free flow, and number two, it's so quick as well. You don't have to describe anything. This is me days ago. Okay, I'm just gonna do this and this. So I'm just managing it right now. Just ignore me. Pause. Effect. This is me 150 days ago. Okay, I'm just going to leave this up here for now. 150 days ago. Act childish and have zero filter so we can go absolutely viral and blow up. This is me 150 days ago. Bro, all we gotta do is on our next video is act childish and have zero filter so we can absolutely go viral. So we can go absolutely viral and blow up. This is me 150 days ago. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts. Mid. Talking. Freeze. Should I do freeze or slow motion? Not freeze. Yeah, so things like this I do need to describe just very briefly, you know. Because I leave it blank like this if it's just a random scene, but this is not a random scene. I actually want to play in this one. So yeah, try and be efficient with it as possible. Only use keywords. Don't go all in on like long shot, medium shot, unless you're a beginner. That's important, definitely. But these days I just try and not ramble too much. So what happens next? Okay, I'll just probably do Ken 1 or something. I won't do a match shot. I'll do a spin transition. Spin. What happens next? Yeah, that happened. Yeah, that happened. So how did a 20-year-old something gotta delete this. How did a 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Australia? So see how I'm doing it line by line? That is the one that it's so efficient. That's why I keep telling everyone, do it line by line, write sentence by sentence. If it's easier for you to write in paragraphs, go ahead, but then afterwards just split it into lines so that you can go ahead and assign each line to what the visual story is going to be, right? This talking head stuff is usually the A story, and this stuff is usually the B story, the B roll. So how did a 20-year-old, okay, I'm just going to copy and paste this and add B roll here. So whenever I do something like this, CS, B-roll, this is very common in all my scripts, this combo right here, VOCSPP, right? That means like, it's just a voiceover, no talking head, but it's just a bunch of shots, right? Either from my camera roll or the shots that I film in a scene. So how did a 20-year-old Chindo from Sydney, Australia grows personal brand to 20, okay, I'll probably use more B-roll here, to 300,000 followers in under 3 months. Grow his personal brand to under... Yeah, I'll probably do some... Yeah, shot there. Anyways, I'm not going to describe it. This is the one shot that I want to describe. Not the one shot, but I always leave this... Like 90% of the time I leave it blank. Because I have like a checklist here. And you guys should too from the Consume and Synthesize course. Like you should learn to steal screenshot shots, save them in a checklist, save them in a document, and then just come back to them every single day, you know, just try and replicate them. I still do that every day. Every time I create a video, at least one shot is replicated. Like that's just the way stealing like an artist works. When it all started when he began, something. Putting his faith in Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm going to do a duplicate shot here again. I'm just going to name this guy narrator Ken 1. Duplicates. Narrator Ken 1 plus Ken 2 praying. 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 When we're all silent when he began putting his faith in Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm going to do an insert shot of me, Ken, too. Praying. Alright, so that's what I usually say for insert shots. But this guy was not the typical good Christian boy. But see, this guy was not the typical good Christian boy. Okay, I'm going to do another talking head. Unfortunately. I'm just going to film this at home in my living room or something, so it's going to be easy. But see, this guy was not the typical good Christian boy. And I'm late. Yeah, I need to get filming soon. But see, this guy was not the typical good Christian boy. I'm going to describe some shots here. Good Christian boy. I'm just looking at my photos to see which one I should use, but I guess that'll be free flow. Yeah, plenty of struggles. Okay, this is a voiceover. Match shots. Compilation. I'm gonna do a match shot compilation here. Like pride, self-comparison and thing. You can see here that these type of shots, this line at least, I know it's going to be 4 shots because this is one, like pride, self-comparison, hypocrisy. That's 3 shots here. But this one, this is going to be another shot before the match shot compilation. So I have to come up with something here, which is free flow. I don't know what it's going to be, but I usually leave it blank for me to figure out. Until he created his own business to serve himself. Himself? Okay, I know what to do. I'm going to do a talking head of me reading a script. Narrator, Ken 1, reading paper, script. Okay. Yes, I wanted to build an authentic community. Yes. Ken 2, building Creatopia. I'll put B-roll here and CS here too. I'll show photo print. To be honest, I'm too lazy for that. The younger Ken always dreamt of. And to make genuine friends online, yeah, I'll probably do a voiceover here. Copy and paste, duplicate. Genuine friends online, the same face. Okay, do B-roll here too. Fast forward to today. make that voiceover B-roll too. There's plenty of stuff to do here. Every shot has CS, bro. That means it's going to be a long filming session, dog. Alright. Can't get caught lacking, bro. Okay, this is the one shot that I'll do of HV. Which is a handheld vlog. HV sounds weird, bro. It's like pause, hold up. It's not what you think. It's just HV, not the other one. Should I do a sound design anywhere? I'll probably do here. Probably do an sound effect. Clash Royale. Ho ho. Ho ho. Barbarian. Marion. Ho ho. Goblin. I'll probably do Goblin. Sound. I can do this myself. I'd rather do the sound, to be honest. Yeah. So I'll do this. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. Anything else? I just realized it's been like 1.5 hours of doing this. Now I realize that I actually try harder than this. Like, my plan was not to do this much, but hey, you guys are lucky to see me at this point. But yeah, like at this point, like I'm in a cycle of OCD, so I have to get this, you know, the quality right, the script right as well. So like at this point I'm just adding sound effects. Can't get caught lacking. CS, B-roll. I'm gonna do talking head. Wide. Series text. See you inside, brother. See you inside, brother. Smile. American. See you inside, brother. See you inside. Series text. So if you want to join this community, yeah. So if you want to join this community, show notebook. Insert start notebook. And 2% off notebook. Okay, this should be good. Probably do B-roll here too. So much B-roll, bruh. So many B-roll and so many CS. Come on, dog. I gotta cut it. I can't be using both at the same time. You have plenty of struggles like pride, self-comparison, hypocrisy. His own business to help serve himself. Okay. I might not make today's Creatopia video. I might make this. Yeah, sorry Sky. Not today. Might make this viral to Alright, broskies, I'm just going to do the final checkup because I have to go and actually film this before I thing. I might skip today's filming session for Creatopia. I'm going to make this both the posts, so I'm good, yeah. Both accounts. Okay. Counts. Wrestling with my intrusive thoughts. Yeah, I don't want to read it again because, yeah, I'll just go free flow from now. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep getting OCD. Yeah, okay. Thank you for watching, guys. This is pretty much the entire scripting process that I did for today. Today's 1 minute and a half video. Okay, hopefully it's not too long, okay? Thank you. Welcome to the official solo cinematography course inside Creatopia. This is a course where I will be constantly adding new modules every time I learn new methods and insights. The main subject of this entire course will be about filming cinematic shots of yourself by yourself. Our main mission is to get you to film unique and aesthetic shots of ordinary subjects and activities while making it look extraordinary using multiple techniques. And of course, you'll be able to use any of these shots in your self-improvement content. We will also be diving into the following topics: filming easy shots and angles, using cheap and reliable tools around your house, using light sources to make your videos look cinematic, telling a visual story with your film shots, stealing like an artist while staying authentic, speaking in front of the camera like a natural pro, and many more. My mission is to provide you with the simplest and most reliable methods of filming content that I learned from the past 9 years of being a creator. And my goal is to help you film easier content while standing out from the rest of the creators in your niche. So without further ado, let's learn some cinematography. Now let's talk about the main key tools that you will always need as a cinematic content creator. First off, you're obviously going to need a camera. Now in all domains of content creation, any camera is qualified. From iPhones to vlog cameras to professional ones and everything in between. This course will be optimized for simple cinematography techniques, so don't worry if you only have an iPhone. They'll go and grab the best camera that you have at home right now, because that's what you're going to use to create cinematic content. The next tool is a tripod, which is the second most important tool that you will ever need as a solo creator who films themselves. It's pretty obvious as to why a tripod is mandatory for filming videos. Now, there's plenty of tripods out there to buy for mobile phones and cameras. But if you don't have one already, there's a link below this module that will take you to a full list of the cheapest tripods and lighting kits on Amazon. Speaking of lighting, this is probably the next best tool that I would definitely recommend investing into if you haven't already. Unfortunately, if you're on a budget, most lighting kits are going to be a little bit expensive for you. But if you're able to afford 1 or 2 decent light stands, then that will definitely do the job like I have. And you don't have to overcomplicate the tools that you will need for all of this filming. Even a small desk lamp will work if you learn the following techniques in the next modules. I used to use my desk lamp back when my lighting kit stopped working. Now I use 2 light stands that I brought from Amazon, which is also in the link below. Now, when using any other light other than the natural sun, I call this manufactured lighting. We're going to learn how to light a shot using natural and manufactured lights in the next following modules. The reason why lighting is so important in cinematography is because it literally determines whether your shot looks ordinary and boring or extraordinary and aesthetic. And our goal here is to achieve that cinematic look for every single shot that we take. Now, these are the 3 main tools that you're going to need to follow along the rest of this course and make dope cinematic content. Once you have these ready, let's start learning some cinematography. Welcome to the first foundational cinematic technique, the long shot. This is where you capture your entire body in one full frame from head to toe. It's sometimes referred to as a wide shot or a full shot. Long shots are great for capturing your surroundings and telling your audience what is about to happen. These shots are usually used in the start of a film or video to establish the setting of the story. The audience should be able to see everything and know where your story is headed. Now, there's 2 types of cinematic movements, camera movements and frame movements. Because most of us don't have anyone else to help us film content all day, we'll be doing shots with frame movements only. This includes the activities and actions of our everyday lifestyle and habits. Therefore, long shots capture the entire subject, which is us doing the activity as a whole. My personal go-to activities include exercising, reading books, working on my computer, and walking. Based on my experience, it's more difficult to film long shots indoors. But in the next module, I will show you how to make it work. So long shots are best when establishing a new setting or scene. When moving to a new chapter of your video, it's always great to use this shot as your first one. Now let me show you how to shoot cinematic long shots of yourself for your self-improvement content.
Welcome to the official practical long shot demonstration. For the first shot of the day, I'm going to be capturing my living room. I will be sitting on that couch watching TV while my camera captures my entire body. So the distance between my camera here and me is going to be pretty far apart. By the way, for these shot tutorials, I'm not going to be worrying about lighting for now because that's just a whole nother world that I'll get into in the following modules. Alright, so my camera and tripod is set up right now. As you can see, what you want to do is imagine yourself inside this frame. Imagine yourself in the spot that you're going to do your action or movement. For this example, I'm going to be sitting right there in the middle of the couch watching TV. And I want to put the center of my camera where I'm going to be sitting. Then I'm going to zoom in just a little bit because I'll still have that whole body captured if I do. What you also want to do is line up the lines in your camera with any walls or tables. For this shot, I'm going to line up my camera with this table and these lines from my blinds and walls here. Now what we want to do is set the exposure settings on your camera. If you're using a mobile phone, it's pretty easy to set your brightness. You just drag the icon down. But for a camera like mine, I recommend lowering the exposure just a little bit. Now my camera screen can flip just like that, so I'm going to do this and double check that everything's good. Once I'm ready, I'm just going to press the record button and then let's go. So now I'm going to go watch the TV on my couch. There's actually nothing on the TV, but I'm just going to sit here and then pretty much pretend that I'm watching TV. Now, whenever you do your actions, you just want to pretend that the camera isn't there. And of course, you don't want to look at the camera, otherwise it's not very natural. Unless you want to break the fourth wall like I do. Now, once you are finished, you can go back to the camera and stop recording. Now, if you're not sure what the footage looks like, just make sure you go back to your camera and check it first. You want to check the footage and then just make sure that everything's good. That's what the shot you want. The lighting is cool. Just remember to not move this tripod when you want to double check your shot, because otherwise, you're going to ruin your position. And in the case where you're not happy with the shot, you can just reshoot it again and your camera is in the same position. All right, let's move on to the next shot. Alright, so the next shot I'll be showing you will be in my backyard. The reason why I'm doing this is because it's pretty much the best place for me to capture myself training some boxing. I want to record myself shadow boxing right there, right next to the grass, so I have to think about where I'm going to place my camera. There are actually multiple places where I can place my camera, but I'm going to be putting it right here next to my boxing bag so that it can point right there. Once again, I want to align my shot, make sure that everything is good, maybe zoom in a little bit, just make sure that I'm still capturing my full body. Set the exposure, make sure that is good too. 2. I'm gonna make it a little bit lower. Now I'm gonna flip my camera screen, and then once I'm ready, press record. Let's do it. Now this is just pretty ordinary, same thing, just focus on my action. Don't be too aware of the camera, just let the camera do its job, and I'll do mine. The important thing here is to remember where you're actually pointing your camera. Remember where you framed your shot. I remember that this little wall here is pretty much in the middle of the shot, so I want to stay in the middle. And I don't want to go too far because I know that I'm pretty much pushing the frame out. So I want to stay where the frame is. Once you're done, go back to the camera and stop recording. If you're shooting with a camera like mine, I have a wide to zoomed lens, so you can either shoot in both options. I usually like to do it in zoom because it looks more cinematic and fills the screen better. On the other hand, phones are better off recording with no zoom, but it's completely up to you. And that is how you film yourself with a long shot. Now let's move on to the next technique.
Welcome to the second foundational cinematic shot, the medium shot. This is where you capture only half your body in one frame. You can either do this with your upper body from head to waist or your lower body from waist to feet. It's sometimes referred to as the waist shot or the sweet spot shot. Medium shots are great for capturing dialogue in a scene where a person is talking. This is because it allows the viewer to have a solid view of your subject, and in this case, it's you. These shots are usually used to show off the details of your subject as well as the background setting, so 2 birds, 1 stone. The audience should be able to notice your body language and how you're moving with the environment around you. Once again, this includes the activities and actions of our everyday life. My personal go-to activities to capture medium shots include hitting a boxing bag, reading a book, working on my computer, and watching TV. Based on my experience, it's a lot easier to film medium shots indoors than it is to film long shots indoors. Now let me show you how to shoot cinematic medium shots of yourself for your self-improvement videos.
Welcome to the official practical medium shot demonstration. For the first shot, I'm going to be capturing my room setup. So the distance between my camera here and me is going to be at a medium distance. If you remember from the long shot demo, I told you guys about the zooming in trick. I like to do the same trick with pretty much all of my shots, including this one here. This allows me to place my camera a little bit further away and zoom more into my shot. Alright, so for this shot, I'm going to be placing my camera just a tad bit higher, like that, so I can capture my upper body only. And I can tell because I can just see my chair. I'm going to align it up because I have these little green lines on my camera, horizontally, symmetrical, and vertically as well. If you don't have a camera like this, you can obviously refer to these wall lines or your table or anything like symmetrical. Okay, that should be good. As you can see, it's underexposed, which I like to do as well. And then once you're ready, I usually flip my camera and press record. Now in this situation, I have to move away from my camera and I don't want to like put it out of position, so I have to like be really careful with that. Now my action is going to pretty much be me pretending to work on my computer. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lower my chair a little bit. The reason why I'm actually doing this is because I can actually see my frame from the screen of my camera there. So it's much easier than a long shot because you can actually see what you're capturing. Now this is just me pretending to work on my computer. Again, this is where you pretty much improvise your actions and movements. And remember to be natural, just don't be a robot, just pretend that there's no camera there and focus on your action only, you know. And once you're done, you just go back to the camera and stop recording. Remember, if you want to double check your footage, don't move the camera, check your footage, see if it's all good, and if it is, you can move on to the next shot. Alright people, the next shot is going to be in my kitchen. I'm going to be recording myself eating food on this table right here and that chair, so I'm going to have to think about where I'm going to place my camera. There's actually a ton of spots that I can place my camera because it's a medium shot and you know, it's closer to the subject. It's much more accessible than a long shot, especially indoors. But in this case, I'm going to be putting my camera right here and pointing it this way. You want to place your camera, position it up, make sure that everything is symmetrical, use the walls, use any horizontal tables, and then obviously set your exposure to low. Actually going to adjust the blinds a bit. That's a little sneak peek for the lighting modules coming soon. Yeah, that looks much better. And then when I lower the exposure, it doesn't look like it's blinding. You really need to imagine you in that shot doing your actions. It's all about visualizing the final shot and what you want it to look like. All right, once this is ready, double check that everything's good. Flip the screen, press record. Now let me eat this protein bar. And pretty much when you do an action like this, it's pretty easy to look natural. You don't really need to worry about your camera or anything, just do whatever. Like when you're eating, reading a book, it's really easy to act. Just be in the moment, you know? You can add some more actions like looking around, maybe some hand movements. Just try and make it as engaging as possible because, you know, being super still might be a little bit boring unless that's the type of look that you want. Alright, now I'm finished. Once you're done, go back to the camera, stop recording, and then double check your footage if you want to. That looks good. And that is pretty much how you film yourself with a medium shot. Now, let's move on to the next camera technique.
Welcome to the third foundational cinematic shot, the close-up shot. This is where you frame only one part of your body at a close range, typically your face. You can do this to express your emotional state with little details of your face. Your face or the object that you shoot is supposed to take up most of your screen. This is because close-ups are used to tell your audience to pay attention on a certain subject or a specific symbol. The audience should be able to notice your subtle facial movements from your eyes to your mouth. Therefore, you're also able to zoom in a lot closer to get an extreme close-up shot. Extreme close-up shots are used to capture the most tiniest details in your frame. Once again, this includes your facial features or any other tool, object, or appliances. My go-to subjects to capture close-up shots include my face when working or reacting to something, my computer screen, and my keyboard and mouse. Based on my experience, it's a lot easier to film close-up shots indoors than it is outdoors. Now let me show you how to shoot cinematic close-ups by yourself for your self-improvement content.
Alrighty, welcome to the practical close-up demonstration. For the first shot, I'm going to be capturing my face as I read a book on my couch. I'll be reading through a few sentences and flipping through some pages so that my camera captures my natural reaction and emotions. So the distance between my camera here and my subject, which is me, is going to be at a pretty close distance. The same zooming in trick from the other practical modules can be used in here too. I actually zoom all the way with my 50mm lens with pretty much every single close-up shot that I take. Alright, so I'm going to put my camera right here. Turn the camera, make sure it's set horizontally and vertically. Okay, now I'm just trying to imagine where my face is going to be at because this is a very close-up shot and I really want my face to be in frame. Okay, let's pretend that's it. Now I'm going to lower the exposure just a little bit. And then once that's done, everything's double checked. You can flip the screen and we're going to press record. Now I'm going to pretend to read a book. Remember to act natural, do the actual action. Don't just pretend to act. Read a couple of sentences, you know, blah, 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 blah. Flip through some pages because you still want some movement in your shot. Maybe do some eye movements, mouth movements. Once you're finished, go back to the camera, stop recording. Now let's double check our shot. Wow, that is actually really nice. And you can see the reflection from the, oh, that's actually very nice, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, what I'm gonna do is actually reshoot this one more time. And instead of focusing in the middle, I'm going to put the flexible focus zone towards my face a little bit. Let's see what happens. Let's try this for real. As you can see, my incredible acting skills, and then boom. We'll see how it looks. That is much better. Yeah, that is a lot better. I actually like this a lot. All right, let's move on to the next shot. All right, this next shot is going to be in my room and we're going to be doing a extreme close-up shot. I'm going to be recording myself writing on my notebook right here on my desk. And there's actually one position that I have in mind for this action. And I'll be placing my camera right here at a higher position next to my chair so that I can capture a high angle shot like this. This is pretty much called an over the shoulder shot because this camera is capturing the shot over the shoulder. I'll also get more into this in the next following modules about camera angles. All right, let's do this. Once again, place the camera on tripod just like that. It's still at a high position. Point it towards the actual notebook. And of course, we want to zoom in all the way because it's an extreme close-up shot. And we want to lower the exposure just a little bit. Once we're ready, double checked, done. Press record, flip the screen. Let's go. Remember to be careful with the tripod. You don't want to move it. That's the last thing you want. Now with the action, just be normal with it. Write whatever you want and don't be too stressed about it. I'm going to be writing, this is an extreme close-up shot. And this is a very easy shot to take because I can just check my camera right there. My frame is right there. I can see what I'm looking at, and yeah. The best part is my face isn't in the frame, so I can just literally just look at the camera while I'm writing it down. It's very efficient. All right, once that's done, you can stop recording, check your footage if you want to. If not, that's pretty much how you shoot an extreme close-up shot. Now, let's move on to the next modules, low and high angles.
In this module, I will be going through the exact techniques of using camera angles to capture shots like these. To get straight into it, first we have the high angle shot. This is a cinematography method where you set your camera at a higher position while it points downwards on the subject from above. High angles are used to make the subject, in this case you, feel vulnerable, powerless, or weak, as if the camera is a person looking down on you. Therefore, this gives your audience a sense of power or authority over you. This shot can also show your viewers a better perspective of the setting and environment around you. For the second technique, we have the low angle shot. This is basically the opposite of the high angle, where you position your camera lower to the ground, mostly below eye level, while it points upwards on the subject. Low angles have a psychological effect by making the subject look strong and powerful from above. When shooting low angles of yourself as the main character of your story, it makes you seem vulnerable and relatable. Another cool way to use low angles is to make a subject's height look way taller than it actually is. So for the short kings out there, this shot is for you. Now the next technique is called the over the shoulder shot. This shot is very commonly used in films when more than two characters are talking to one another and having a conversation. It's a very subtle way of capturing an eye level shot where the subject is looking towards a subject. It's a very subtle way of capturing an eye level shot where the subject is looking towards. In this case, over shoulder shots are mostly framed with a medium shot or a close-up shot. So when filming yourself, you can shoot over shoulder shots to tell your audience that you're seeing something important. I like to do this whenever I want to show something on my phone or laptop, like scrolling on social media, watching a video, or browsing on my school community. For the next technique, we have the bird's eye view shot, aka the aerial shot. This is where the camera is located above, over your head, capturing the stuff happening down below. Bird's eye shots are mostly captured using drones, but most of us don't have that. So don't worry, because there are a few tricks to get this shot on your own, which I'll show in the next module. My go-to actions for bird's eye shots include smaller activities like typing on a keyboard and lying on a couch. The final technique is called the Dutch angle shot, aka the tilt shot. This is where you tilt your camera to the left or right side using your tripod, which results in a frame that is not horizontally or vertically symmetrical. Dutch angles are a more unconventional and unique approach to cinematography. Therefore, filming shots like this can make your audience feel uneasy and a sense of drunkenness. Personally, I rarely do any Dutch angles myself, but if you use it at the perfect moment in your film or video, then it becomes very effective. Now let's move on to the next module where I show you how to shoot all of these shots in practice.
Welcome to the practical camera angle demonstration. For the first shot, I'm going to be capturing a low angle close-up of my face as I eat food on my kitchen table. So the distance between me and my camera is going to be like this. And I'll also be zooming in all the way with my lens. This close-up is actually very common with low angles and high angles. So let me show you how to do it. So this low angle is going to be just below my hip, and then I'm going to point it upwards to my subject. I'm going to imagine that my face is right there. Now the camera is all positioned. Flip the camera, make sure everything is good, and press record. Let's go to the spot. Open up this yummy little snack that I have. This is an excuse for me to cheat. Alright, now the problem with this shot is actually I can see my frame there. It is actually too low, so I have to point it a little bit higher. Sometimes you're going to have these hiccups, but my advice is to just keep rolling and you can cut it out later in editing. So the camera is still rolling, no problems, and I can see that my face is in the shot now. Remember to act natural, focus on your movements, do not look at the camera. And remember that this is a close-up shot, so my facial expressions are very important. And that's pretty much it. Once we stop recording, you can go back and check the footage if we want to. Yep, that's cool. I'm happy with that. Clearly shooting in the shadow side as well. And then once we're done, we can move on to the next shot. The next shot that I'll be showing you will be a medium high angle shot of me editing a video on my computer. I will be placing my camera at a medium distance from my chair where I'll be sitting and setting the tripod at a high position while pointing the camera slightly downwards. As you can see here, it's slightly at an angle. This is called an over the shoulder shot, which is mostly common with medium shots and close-up shots. Alright, let's get it. I'm going to imagine that I am sitting right there while my video is being edited right there. I'm trying to capture everything in one frame, but at the same time, I don't want it to look like a close-up shot. So, okay, that would look good. It's a bit dark, so I'm going to raise the exposure a little bit. It's still lower than 0, so should be good. Press record, flip the camera, press record, flip the screen. It's good that I can actually see the actual frame, and then pretend to edit. Of course, you want to keep acting natural, just pretend you're actually working. Do this for a few seconds. Whatever you want to capture, capture it. And then once you're done, you can go back, stop recording, double check your footage if you want to, and that's pretty much it. And that is how you film yourself with low and high angle shots. Now, for the next shot, I'm going to be filming a bird's eye view of my laptop in my living room. So I'll be sitting on the floor next to my table here and pretending to work on my laptop. Now, the camera will actually be placed on the same table as the laptop. Now, the key to a bird's eye view is to really set your tripod to its highest height. And you want to be really careful with this because it's kind of fragile and it doesn't really stand as well as it would if you spread it out. So the legs are very narrow and you want to be careful with it because this camera and tripod has fallen down plenty of times because I've been doing plenty of bird's eye views. And of course, the height of your tripod has to be medium size. It doesn't have to be huge. I believe that this height right here is the minimum you should have for bird's eye shots. Now what you want to do with your camera is tilt it all the way down using your tripod, and then pretty much look at your screen to see what your frame looks like. And the key here is to zoom in because we want a close-up shot, right? So I'm going to tilt it a little bit down. There you go. That looks better. I think this looks good. Everything looks aligned. Just double check your alignment because sometimes bird's eye shots can be a little bit trippy. Remember to lower your exposure and then flip the screen downwards, and it's going to be very easy because you can look at the frame. Now I'm going to sit down here. Now I'm just going to pretend to type some random keys on the keyboard. And whenever you're doing this, don't fake it, you know, just try and type something. Like I usually just type my name again and again. My name, my last name, and yeah, just to make it look natural, you know. And once you're done, you can go up. Be careful to not knock your tripod down because I've done that plenty of times, and then you just stop recording. You can check your footage if you want to because bird's eye shots can tend to really be pretty difficult to shoot. But other than that, let's move on to the next shot. The final technique for the demo is the Dutch angle shot. I will be capturing a medium shot of me punching my boxing bag in my backyard. Now with my camera, I'm going to tilt it slightly to the left at an angle like this. So it creates this imbalanced effect. And that's pretty much what a Dutch shot is. And this is actually pretty fun to do because when you look at your frame, you don't have to worry about any aligning or anything because it's already imbalanced. So what I'm going to do is just adjust the exposure, make it a bit lower. And once that's set up, all I got to do is just double check it just in case. And then boom, press record, flip the camera screen so I can see it. Don't touch the tripod. Let me just wear my boxing gloves. Obviously I haven't dressed up for this occasion, but that is okay. This is just for example's sake and it's only a demonstration. All right, let's do it. Now you obviously don't want to look at the camera for this type of shot, especially when you're exercising. So just do your exercise and call it a day. You can look at the camera if you want to just to check the frame. Other than that, it should be good. Okay, once that's done, make sure it's safe to go back to the camera and stop recording. Check your footage if you want to. And that is how you shoot a bird's eye angle and a Dutch shot with your camera. Now, let's move on to the next module.
Welcome to the rule of thirds module. Now, the one thing I see a lot of creators do inside Creatopia especially is misalign their shots. So sometimes our shots don't end up looking the way we want to. Looking neat, looking clean. What does clean mean? What does aesthetic mean? Usually it's subjective, right? A lot of people like messy shots that are misaligned, but for me, and I'm assuming you guys too, because you guys joined Creatopia, but generally good shots are the ones that are aligned horizontally and vertically. You don't want your talking head to look like this, okay? Like completely jagged. It's just awkward. It makes it awkward. You don't want to start off your video with a Dutch shot unless it's purposeful. I'll get into this later. But you want to make it clean, right? The cross is here, okay? You can see that this wall is aligned vertically. That wall is aligned horizontally. Same with the cross, okay? It's symmetrical, right? It just looks neat. And it's worth the effort when you are recording talking heads or when you are recording cinematic shots, especially cinematic shots, right? And we miss out on this because we actually do not use the rule of thirds. Now, the rule of thirds, this is the basic framing principle, right? It's used in photography, it's used in videography, and also design. It helps you frame your shots with intention and not just guessing. So you use the rule of thirds by dividing your frame into a 3x3 grid, just like this. So it's like a hashtag shape, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then rectangle. You can do it horizontally or vertically, same thing. So 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines. Most phone cameras actually have this grid option. You can turn it on if you want to. Definitely recommend if you are filming on iPhone. I'm pretty sure the default, yeah, it is. It's default on iPhone, right? You can see there's a grid lines. Use them to align your shot. They're there for a reason. So using the rule of thirds, you want to place your subject or point of interest. Whatever you're shooting has to be purposeful. There has to be the main subject or the main object that you're trying to capture. Point of interest, quote unquote. Along the lines or at the intersections. This is where you should place your subject or point of interests. Along these vertical lines or these horizontal lines, right? Usually my subjects are at the center, on the right or left, on the top. Never really usually at the bottom, but I like to keep them at center. These are usually called power points. You see these intersections here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and these lines too, they're power points. And this works great with background elements too. For example, walls and doors and windows and desks, things with straight objects and straight lines. For example, I just showed you guys the wall behind me. Why do we do this? Because it creates balance, it creates tension, and it creates visual interest. It looks aesthetic, it looks clean. It's better than centering everything every time you film, right? So it adds intentional asymmetry to your composition. And it also works best in talking head shots, in cinematic shots, and in handheld vlog shots even. It helps you position people, it helps you position objects, and it helps you position your text effectively, your captions, right? Even in editing, you can use the rule of thirds. It's fine. And yes, I'm going to say the word, it makes your scene feel more cinematic. The rule of thirds actually guides the viewer's eye naturally across the frame. So the human eye is drawn to PowerPoints first. Remember here, these PowerPoints? The human eye is drawn to this center box first. And it gives you control over where the audience looks at. Once you understand it, the general rule of thirds, you can feel free to break it anytime you want. Obviously, don't overdo it unless that's really your content style, like a really chaotic content style. But most of you guys want clean and aesthetic videos, cinematic videos, so feel free to break it anytime, maybe once a video. Usually I like to break it with Dutch angles. For example, you can center your frame for a more intense shot. And breaking the rule is completely fine. Just do it intentionally. Make sure it has an actual effect to it. Make sure you do it on purpose, okay? You don't want to do it on accident because people can tell.
What up, dudes and duets? Today I'm going to do a demonstration of how to use the rule of thirds on your camera, alright? Or on your iPhone, it doesn't matter. It's even better on an iPhone because it's set to default with the grid, the 9x9 grid, sorry, 3x3 grid. I'm gonna shoot a medium shot of me sitting at the on my sofa, just I don't know what I'm like watching TV or something, and I'm gonna show you guys first how. Okay, wait, let me see. First and foremost is obviously to set the camera, so I'm gonna set it up here. I'll probably keep this raw as well because I can't bother cutting anymore. I'm afraid a little bit you are late on that. I'm fake, a little on my take, that's all. Hope I'm not too late. Send my demons straight. Right now I'm doing the exposure, just setting it up, making sure it's good. I'll probably open up the blinds. Usually what I do with the blinds is that. So like I turn it down, which is not the usual shape. Like nobody has their blinds like this. We don't, me and my family don't have our blinds like this. But usually with shots that I film near light sources, near natural, I don't think you can see me, sorry. Near natural light sources like that, like these blinds, I usually turn them down so the lights point downwards. So if you have blinds like me, you can do the same. Because usually if you point them upwards, it's not going to look very cinematic. Like the light isn't strong enough. And I want the light to be strong enough so that the shadow side pops out more, you know? So you guys can see it in all my shots anyways. You usually kiss me, so send me. I hope I'm not too late. Send my demons straight. Now I'm just adjusting the exposure. You guys want to see that? Alright, I'll probably do it like that. Now, I'm gonna show you exactly what it looks like and how I use the rule of thirds here. Okay, so this is my setup. This is what the camera looks like. Right, sorry, this goofy phone tripod. Anyways, so you set the exposure, right? What I use to align by the rule of thirds, I don't even have the grid set up, which doesn't really matter, because like once you practice without the grid, it becomes, or at least practice with some lines on your camera. Every single camera has some sort of straight lines that you can use. I have these 4 corners and these 2 lines and that horizontal line across, right? So I pretty much use them. Even though they're not used for alignment, I still use them for alignment, you know? So zoom in, that's what I want. I'm gonna be right there, sitting there, looking at the TV, and pretty much, I'm just going to check if I can align it more with the blinds. So you can see that there's these straight lines on the blinds, right? The strings. And I'm gonna use these red corners to align them up, and this middle part and this horizontal part to make sure it's aligned vertically and horizontally, okay? So you wanna make it really as perfect as possible, okay? Because it's worth a shot, especially if you're shooting at home, like you have time and you have space. So you wanna maximize it, even if you're filming with an iPhone. Come later, need you for great. So I just adjusted it with these four corners as close to these two lines as possible, if you can see. And this horizontal line is also aligned with the blinds, the horizontal blinds, okay? Okay, I'm pretty much just gonna shoot the shot. Just press the button. Hello? There you go. Right, it's been so long since I've filmed, but alright, you guys can see now. Hold on. Alright, I'm gonna go now. I'm just gonna pretend like that I'm playing my PlayStation or something. I actually I can't see what it looks like, but hopefully it's good. I know that these are the ones that I aligned it with, so you can just, yeah, whatever. I bet it looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, do your little action and that's pretty much it. Right. Stop recording. And yeah, that is pretty much how you use the rule of thirds in any shot. Always try and find like subtle lines within your house or wherever you're shooting. There's always going to be straight lines or pillars that you can use, right? So you can use tables, even the floor, like cupboards and stuff like that. Walls, blinds, TV, obviously. Yeah, and even on your camera, let's say you have a similar camera to me, right? You're gonna have a setting where you can set this little balance line. You see how it's green? When it's imbalanced, it doesn't become green anymore. See, so these ones are orange. So you want to make them aligned. If you have a Sony like me, or any DSLR, anything like that, you want to make them green. That means it's aligned, okay? That's pretty much the simplest way to use the rule of thirds in any environment. Welcome to the exposure triangle. This is the three main aspects of cinematography exposure explained in the most simplest way possible. First, we have aperture. The aperture is basically your camera's eye. Having a big aperture means that the camera eye is wide open, which lets in more light to your lens. Having a small aperture lets in less light into your lens because it's like squinting your eyes. Next, we have shutter speed. The shutter speed is how fast your camera blinks. Your camera has to blink in order to take a picture. So every time it blinks, it takes a shot. Now, having fast shutter speed allows your camera to catch fast-moving things. But having a slow shutter speed allows your camera to take shots that look a little bit more blurry. Finally, we have ISO. The ISO is your camera's sensitivity to light. Everyone's eyes has a different sensitivity to light. Therefore, having a high ISO means that your camera is very sensitive to light. When your lens is sensitive to light, it's very helpful in dark places to capture your subjects. But it does make your shot have this little grainy look. However, low ISO means that your camera is not very sensitive to light. This is good for shooting in bright and sunny locations, which means your shot will also look smooth and clear. Now, with this in mind, let's move on to the practical module. Welcome to the lighting guide. In this module, we're going to start by learning what natural lighting is all about. Just by hearing the name, it's kind of obvious what natural lighting I'm talking about. It's the sun, and that's literally it. Filmmakers love to overcomplicate lighting, but it's literally just that simple. The hard part about lighting isn't understanding the whole thing. It's actually putting it into practice when capturing your shots. So you can learn all you want about lighting this and lighting that and still suck when it comes to shooting cinematic shots of yourself. But there are some special aspects that you need to keep in mind before we head on to the practical module soon. First, we have golden hour. Golden hour, also known as magic hour, is set in two periods of the day. Right after sunrise
and right before sunset. This is where the quality of the sun is soft, warm, and diffused. At least here in Australia, it looks beautiful. You can capture this aesthetic look with subtle shadows and a golden glow. Sunlight can be used as your main light source that provides most of the lighting in your shots. We all know that the sun's intensity and direction can be different depending on what time of day, weather conditions, and where you're located. But some of us, including me, don't want to be nitpicky with how good the sun looks. So what I do with my camera is adjust the exposure settings according to the light. Most cinematographers wait for the perfect moment to shoot under perfect lighting. I believe that we should be able to adapt to any environment so that we can shoot whenever we want. That is the best way to becoming an efficient and reliable content creator. Next, we have soft diffusion. Diffusion can come from the sun when it passes through a variety of elements like clouds, curtains, covers, or trees. This soft light can help reduce harsh shadows and create a gentle lighting effect when filming yourself. Diffusion allows space for a ton of creativity and experimentation, especially if you have different types of windows, blinds, and covers inside your house. Now, there are also some special considerations that are important. This includes selecting a location. Now, let me get this straight. 99% of the time where you use natural lighting in your shot, the location does not matter. So no matter where you go, there's always going to be natural light for you to use. But it's all about this one key framework that all cinematographers use. Shoot towards the shadow side. This is where you place your camera closer to the shadow side of your subject, in most cases your face. For those of you who are having trouble with understanding what shadow means, this is what it is. Here's a shot that I took towards the shadow side with some circles. Over here is what you call the light side, and over here is what you call the shadow side. So when people say shadow, it doesn't actually mean your actual reflection shadow. It's a very subtle technique, but extremely crucial when filming cinematic shots of yourself. I'm also going to be showing you how to do this in the next few modules. The next consideration to take in mind is the continuous changes. The sun can change quickly, especially in Australia. One minute it's all sunshine and rainbows, the next minute it's all hailing. I'm not even exaggerating. So once again, you have to adapt to this. If you're recording a shot and the natural light changes up from a cloud or the weather, then that's just unlucky. You can't beat nature, but you can adapt to it. This is where you use your creativity to come up with another way to shoot your shot. You can even use weather changes to your advantage. For example, you can keep recording your shot if it starts to rain all of a sudden. So embrace your spontaneity in your filmmaking. Trust me, it's a lot more fun this way. The final point is balancing exposure. We all know that natural lighting is unpredictable, right? So it's up to us to balance our exposure in our camera settings. Most cameras like my Sony ZV-E10 have automatic exposure settings available. If you prefer to leave all the work for your camera, go ahead and do that. I prefer to use manual exposure because my camera tends to change up the lighting whenever I record talking head videos like this. The diffusion from my room window here always changes, which makes my automatic settings react. When shooting with your phone, I suggest adjusting your brightness icon down a little bit. I used to do this every time I filmed content for my clothing brand, Mizushi. Decreasing your exposure just a little bit creates this heavy effect on your shadows, which allows you to color grade easier in post-production. Plus, it just looks cooler than increasing your exposure. So now that you have the fundamentals of natural lighting, let's move on to the next module.
Alright, welcome to the natural lighting demonstration. For the first shot, I'm going to be capturing a long shot of me skipping some rope in my backyard. Luckily, it's a nice day, so for the first shot, we're going to be doing an example of normal sunlight lighting. So the distance between my camera there and me over here is going to be pretty long, and I'm also going to be using my zoom just a little bit. Now, the key to adapting to natural light is setting your exposure. As a beginner, however, it is better to use automatic exposure if you don't know how to operate a camera well. But at the same time, eventually we will all have to use manual exposure, so it's better to learn straight away. Now, referring back to our previous modules, the exposure triangle is basically the aperture, shutter speed, and the ISO. Now, if we turn on our camera, this little control wheel is what we use to set our aperture, as you can see. And this little small wheel is what we use to set our shutter speed. And if we click here on this ISO button, we can set our ISO. And that is pretty much how I set my exposure manually. And of course, all of these settings depend on the environment and the lighting around me. So in this case, I adjusted all three of those according to this natural sunlight. Now, let's get started with shooting. Everything's good. Double check. Press record. You guys can see. Now I'm just going to grab my skipping rope and do some jumps. The next shot I'll be showing you will be a low angle close-up shot of me reading a book in my living room. The light source we'll be using is the soft diffusion light from my window blinds. Now I'll be placing my camera at a closer distance at a lower angle like this, tilted upwards. I'm also going to adjust my blinds so that the light comes in from here and the diffusion is like that. And it also gives off an effect called side lighting. I'm also using the rule to shoot near the shadow side, as you can see in this side of my face here. This creates a clean cinematic effect when I do read my book and film myself. It's a better option than putting on all the blinds and letting all of the light in. Alright, once again, let's set my exposure. Double check that everything is good. I can see that my frame is there. Yeah, that's nice. I'm just going to change the focus up a little bit. Okay, and once it's cool, just press record, check it. Alright, it's focused. I'll just pretend to read. Once again, this is a close-up shot, so my facial expressions is important to this. So I'm just going to double check the frame just in case. I'm going to double check that because I actually didn't see too much of that. It was actually having trouble focusing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reshoot it. This time I'm going to change the focus up a little bit. Let's try that again. Okay. Alright, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think that's cool. Much better. Focus was better. Everything was much better. That's why it's important to actually check your footage, especially when you're really not sure about how it looks. And that is how you film with soft diffusion lighting. Now let's move on to the next shot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final shot of this module. Right now, we're going to be doing a silhouette shot of me in this field during the sunset, aka golden hour. I'll be standing right over there at a medium distance because it's going to be in a medium shot, and it's going to be capturing my upper body looking that way with a little silhouette effect of the sunset. It's going to look very nice. So right now the camera is at about my chest height, and I'm going to turn it on. Make sure the exposure is lowered once again as per usual, and then once we're ready, everything is aligned, double check, press record, and I can look at my body at the frame right there, move back slowly to see where I want to be, and then once I'm ready, turn to the side, and there's my shot. I'm going to look up, I'm going to look down, just for dramatic effect. And that's it. Go back, and I definitely suggest you guys check out your shot before you go anywhere, because these outdoor shots are probably, the most unpredictable. Yeah, looks good. Alrighty. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you shoot a cinematic shot during golden hour. On to the next module.
Welcome to part 2 of the lighting guide. In this module, we're going to be learning what manufactured lighting is. I refer to it as manufactured lighting because that's where you use extra gear to light up your shot. This can include light stands, desk lamps, lighting kits, room lights, TV screens, computer screens, phone screens, and any other light that isn't natural. Now, there's some key rules to lighting up a scene for your content. There are actually 2 main aspects of light: light direction and light color. First, let's dive into light direction for talking head shots only. You always want to have a lighting setup that creates depth for your shot. Depth pretty much means making your subject look 3-dimensional and cinematic. As you can see here, I use a key light to light up my face as I do in all of my videos. This is something that you're going to need for your self-improvement content as well. And sometimes we can't rely on natural lighting to light up our talking head shots because it always changes. I like to support the diffusion from my window with my yellow light stand over here. Now, the direction that I'm pointing this light stand is the exact same as my window light. It's coming this way. That is a more natural approach compared to if I put my light in this side. Now you can put your light up high if you want to add more depth to a light from above. For example, a room light. You don't want to make this really intense for talking head shots unless you really want that dramatic effect. Now, I recommend not making your talking head shot look like this unless you're doing some sort of B-roll shot. I also don't recommend pointing your light from down below because your videos are going to look spooky. When filming B-roll, however, or just footage with your films, you can go ahead and experiment with this. I would just avoid any dramatic lighting for my talking head shots. When lighting up your talking shot, you also want to position your light just a little bit above your head. This is because you'll get this cool effect called the drop shadow, which is on this side of the face. Now, if we position our light right in front of our face, this is what we call flat lighting. Flat lighting means your subject is well lit and you can't see any shadows between the foreground or the background. This is often used for more light-hearted shots like commercials, which is not often in cinematic shots. Plus, it doesn't really give too much depth to your subject. Now, if I make my light stand higher up like this, we get this effect called paramount lighting. When done correctly, this shot is very effective for feminine looks because you want to get this drop shadow below your chin here and below your nose here. Just remember, if you like this shot, don't place it too low or too high. Now, if I place my light stand just to the right a bit, we get this effect called loop lighting. It's called loop because we get this little loop circle shape here next to my nose. This is generally used for more rounder faces like mine, as the shadows helps create a slimmer look. As we move the light 45 degrees from the camera, we get this little effect called Rembrandt lighting. This Rembrandt effect is extremely popular in Hollywood movies because we get this little triangle shape in our cheek here. Now you can either place your camera on the dark side or on the light side of your face. But as you learned from the previous modules, it's better to shoot towards the shadow side of your face. Now if we place our light completely to the side of our face, we get this effect called side lighting. We call it side lighting because it splits one side of the face with light and the other side with dark. While paramount lighting tends to make your subject look a little bit more feminine, side lighting makes your subject look more masculine. Now if I turn on my LED lights from my desk back here, we call this backlighting. This is something that I like to do to light up the background of my shots, but most of us don't have the multiple tools to do this. So if you have any more light sources to light up your back, go ahead and use that. Now that we know the directions of light, let's talk about light color. I like to use yellow for a specific reason because it's my brand's color palette. This is what my color scale looks like, and I chose this a while back when I rebranded my social media. But if you don't have a color combination to stick to consistently for your personal brand, make sure to choose 2 to 3 colors that you think work well together. Now obviously you have to consider what your favorite colors are as well as your target audience. You can also listen to the personal branding podcast that's also inside the classroom. In this case, I'm going to list out all the main colors as well as their themes and emotions that they convey. Red conveys excitement, strength, love, and energy. Orange conveys confidence, success, bravery, and sociability. Yellow conveys creativity, happiness, warmth, and cheer. Green conveys nature, healing, freshness, and quality. Blue conveys trust, peace, loyalty, and competence. Pink conveys compassion, sincerity, sophistication, and sweetness. Purple conveys royalty, luxury, spiritual, and ambition. Brown conveys dependable, rugged, trustworthy, and simple. Black conveys formal, dramatic, sophistication, and secure. And white conveys clear, simplistic, innocent, and honest. I suggest choosing a color palette to stick to because I made the mistake of choosing random and multiple colors back when I started. Now some of my old b-roll shots are mixed with like green, red, and yellow lighting, which is weird and inconsistent. I pretty much use yellow lighting from now on just to light up all of my manufactured shots indoors. I did this with a little yellow filter that came with this light kit. If you search up light kit on eBay or Amazon, most of them already have a variety of color filters to use. So now that you know the fundamentals of manufactured lighting, let's move on to the next module. Welcome to the visual storytelling module. In here, we're going to learn the easiest methods to tell a visual story with your self-improvement content. We'll be going through the following things: how to use the 5-second rule in every video, using different shots with the same subject, writing scripts for talking on camera, writing screenplay for cinematic b-roll, and separating your content into chapters. First off, we have the 5-second rule. The 5-second rule applies to both long form and short form content. This is a method used when editing your videos in post-production, and it means to cut to a different shot every 5 seconds or less. Some creators like to say 2 or 3 seconds, but I like to say keep your shots at a limit of 5 seconds. Now, if you don't have that many b-roll clips, you're not going to be able to use this rule. But that's okay as long as you're consistently filming new shots of yourself doing activities, habits, and any actions until you have more than enough to play around with. I manage all my b-roll shots in 2 folders, one for horizontal videos and another for vertical videos. With my shorts, I usually cut every 1 to 3 seconds because that's the pace that I like to set for myself. I suggest trying the same so you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Number 1 is to engage your audience with a wide range of visuals, and number 2 is to tell a visual story with every shot you use. Therefore, all the cinematic shots that you will ever film from now on will need to convey some sort of message or story in itself. For example, this shot of me eating at my kitchen table can evoke a sense of loneliness and a theme of peace at the same time. And this shot of me hitting the bag can express discipline, hard work, and solitude. So when talking to the camera, you can add footage on top of that to support the story that you're trying to tell. This actually leads to the second point of taking different shots with the same subjects. Let me get this straight. Most of your shots are going to have you as the only subject. Sometimes you're going to have background elements, but most of the time it's just going to be you trying to tell a story without talking. And there are different scenes in a visual story. So if you want to structure yours like a film, then you can shoot yourself doing the same activity with different POVs. This is the best way to tell a story because it will take your audience through an experience. Whether you're eating food, reading a book, or working on a computer, you can add more shots of the same subject to reveal more parts of your story. This is why I put this module after all the practical stuff, because now you know how to use distances, angles, and lighting to create cinematic shots of yourself. For example, I could film myself watching TV with 3 different shots. And that right there is a story in itself that can support whatever I'm talking about in my video. Next up, we have your scripts. Your scripts are typically separated into 2 parts, talking and screenplay. For your talking scripts, your story can be written in two different ways, word for word and dot points. I go much deeper into this in the Authentic Writing course, which you can check out in the classroom. The important part that I want to emphasize when scripting your self-improvement videos is removing any fluff. Fluff refers to any unnecessary or irrelevant points and sentences. So when you look back at your script after you finish writing, you have to ask yourself this question. If I remove this point, will my video change? If the answer is no, then you should probably remove that point because it doesn't add anything to the story. It doesn't add any value to your piece of content. This helps with your viewer retention because it keeps your audience engaged with your video. I learned this by making a ton of fast-paced short form videos. Now, screenplay is the description of each and every shot that you want to take. I also go through everything about writing screenplay in my writing course. But when planning your shots, you want to consider the visual story that you're trying to tell. So every single shot that you write down, just like your talking points, is worth the shot and isn't considered any fluff. This saves you a lot of time and helps you prioritize the shots that actually matter in the story, even if it's just used for 1 second, because every second counts. The final point I want to share is to separate your story into chapters. When scripting your videos, use headings or titles to help you structure your story. You want to write it like a book so that it is simple for you to film and edit rather than making it very messy and full of random points. I recommend separating your scripts into paragraphs for different topics and ideas like this. You can even show it in your films like I do sometimes. For example, I say chapter 1 or chapter 2, etc. A good guide to help you separate your story into chapters is to consider these three things: the topic, the location, and the timeline. As you talk on camera, when you move on to a completely different topic, that is the perfect time for you to separate into a different chapter. Maybe your way of moving to a new segment or a new chapter is using text titles or b-roll like I do. After showing one setting with multiple shots, you can also move on to another chapter by moving to another location. And the same goes for timelines. You can say day 1 or 1 hour later in your content to separate the chapters in your video. Welcome to the speaking modules of this course. When it comes to recording yourself speaking on camera, the most important fundamental is the amount of repetitions that you put in. The more reps, the more better you get. So let's just say that you're creating 7 long form videos and 7 short form videos per week, all with speaking on camera. Now in each piece of content, you can either read from 2 types of scripts, word for word and dot points. Now the way we speak using these 2 methods are going to be very different. So the advantages of word for word speaking include quick to read, easy to speak, and more accurate. The disadvantages of this method include lots of retries, hard to memorize, and lack of authenticity. However, the advantages of dot point speaking include more authentic, natural and personal, and great for impromptu. And the disadvantages include time consuming, lots of rambling, and all over the place. Now with self-improvement content, one thing rules above all else, and that is authenticity. The more honest you are in front of the camera with whatever you're talking about, the more your audience can engage with you on a personal level. You've probably watched creators like Hamza and Dan Koh who both have their own authentic and real way of talking because they avoid that fake influencer type of persona. That means if you don't feel great, if your mood is shit, then it's fine to show it on camera. You don't need to feel on top of the world to be able to do that. If you want to talk about your struggles and insecurities like I do sometimes, then go ahead and do it. This is one of the biggest steps that most people aren't willing to do because they are afraid of judgment. Although sharing your stories and documenting your journey can invade your privacy, you can keep yourself accountable with the videos you create by talking about it. So the next time you deal with fear, doubts, insecurities, or anything negative that comes to your life, then you can go ramble to your audience on camera about it. There's also a way where you can ramble without losing track of the main topic of your video. But before we get into that, let's decide what scripting method you're going to use for your content. I myself use word for word writing for my intros only, so the first 10 to 15 seconds of my self-improvement videos. Then I use dot point writing for the rest of my videos to retain my viewers and keep them watching as I talk. I believe that this method is the most efficient and optimized way to make engaging and valuable talking head videos that actually makes a connection with you and your audience. Some of you might be able to read a prompt or an idea and go rambling about it for 20 minutes straight, and that's great. As long as the original video idea is interesting to you, then your dream avatar, aka your younger self, is going to love it even more. Plus, it'll be really easy for you to improvise using dot points, which I'll show you in the following modules next. However, I don't suggest writing your long form videos with word for word scripts. It'll take way too much time to script even 3 videos a week. For me, I at least write one of these word for word scripts for 1 video a week, which is what I'm going to demonstrate in the next module. Welcome to the official Authentic Stealing module. In this part of the course, we're going to learn how to steal cinematic shots like an artist and recreate them in your own authentic style. First things first, there's only 3 sources of inspiration that you can collect and analyze shots from. They include movies, creators, and websites. Now let's start with the first one, movies. With movies, life is easy. All you gotta do is have your notes ready next to you, as well as your phone every time you watch something new. Why notes? Because you can analyze and write about the film's editing style. This is also a clue for the upcoming editing course that's coming out soon. But the main tool you will always need will be your phone to take pictures of any shots. And please don't go out taking pictures inside your local cinema, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. If you have Netflix or any other streaming services, they probably do not allow screenshots or any screen recordings, which is why I say to take a picture on your phone. Always bear in mind that whenever you take pictures of cool shots, make sure that you know exactly where you're going to recreate them. I know my house very well because it's pretty much my filming studio, so whenever I look at a shot, I know exactly where I can replicate it and which location I want to shoot it at. This will definitely take time to get used to because not a lot of shots are going to be replicable for you. So you might as well have fun watching these movies, but also be on the lookout for these cool shots. Realistically, I take about 3 to 5 photos for every movie that I watch. Next up, we have content creators themselves. Stealing from creators is actually a lot easier than stealing from movies. It's because they have the most similar format of content as you. This means that you can take notes on how they speak, how they light up their shots, how they distance themselves from their camera, etc. But I already showed you how to analyze your creator competitors in the Consume and Synthesize course that's also in the classroom. So today is only about stealing visual shots from creators, which is pretty much the exact same as you would with movies. You take photos or screenshots with your phone. Only this time you can actually screenshot or screen record other people's content on your computer or your laptop. But the big difference is that you should expect a lot of shots that you can steal. Because creators are like amateur filmmakers and a lot of us aren't even in the actual film industry. Even then, if you spend a night consuming a lot of content, you're going to feel humbled with the amount of talent that you see. And that's a good thing because you should be happy with a million sources of inspiration to steal from. In my opinion, I think this is the best way to learn authentic skills, which is to just steal from other people who are better than us. And of course, the more similar their style or location is to you, the easier it is for you to steal. I love to recreate shots from a creator named Gox Art because I just love his cinematic style. It's amazing. Some other creators that inspire me and that you might want to check out include Life of Reza, Andrew Paul, Dylan Batista, Obe Williams, Patrick Tomaso, and YC Imaging. The final part is the easiest of them all, websites. This is where you go on internet pages with tons of cinematic images and GIFs. And all you have to do is download your favorite shots and save them into a document. Then when you have time, you can go out there and recreate them on your own. So here's a list of my favorite web pages to steal cinematic shots from. iCandy.com, filmgrab.com, Instagram of course, and Pinterest.com, and I type in usually film, cinematic, and all that stuff. So with websites like Instagram and Pinterest, you gotta use certain keywords like cinematic, film, movies, and all that stuff. Now for every shot that I want to steal, I like to save them all into one single Notion page. In this page, I have a list of each and every location that I want to shoot in. A lot of you guys might be indoors creators like me, and some of you may be outdoors. Either way, you should always have a list of locations that you can go to shoot your cinematic shots without disturbing anyone. So here I have all of the following locations down written in a document. My room, my living room, my kitchen, my backyard, my front living room, and outside. Once you have plenty of shots inside your document, you can allocate your own time to film them once a week or twice a week. I definitely recommend doing this at least once a week, taking 1 hour or 2 hours just to replicate these shots. Another good tip is to add this as a task in your batching system timetable. Now, in terms of authenticity, you don't need to worry too much about it. Why, you ask? Because in the process of recreating these shots, you will find your own unique and authentic way to recreate them. From the way you distance your shots, the way you position your tripod and camera, the way you angle your frames, position your lights, it's all true to you. As long as you have multiple sources of inspiration like movies, creators, or websites, you will always have your own style. There's also a link below for all of my cinematic sources of inspiration that you can check out. Now let's move on to the next module. In this little demo, I'm going to demonstrate the mood method framework that you guys learned in the previous phase, which is the scripting phase. I'm going to show you guys how I basically enhance my mood for any type of script, right? For example, this is the first exhibit A right here. It's about Christ's love. Okay, this is a big idea. All of this is the content idea itself. So, this is basically the idea. So overthinking prevented me. Okay, the day Christ came into my heart, after months of trying to think with God, I finally felt His love into my heart. The day I opened my heart to Christ. So it's a pretty deep and meaningful topic, right? So it's pretty much my testimony, kind of. So it's an old video. So this is an old script, by the way. So I already wrote it down a long time ago. And it says the hook is 5 months ago I started reading the gospel because I spent years struggling with an overthinking mentality that was separating me from God. Okay, so... Okay, let me see. Did I find a magical answer? No. But I did find... Okay, I'm just going to read through this script just to see what type of mood I was trying to get to with this, alright? So that we can do a little demonstration. And I can speak through this microphone, and you guys can hear and see how I would speak it with my mood, right? But I did find out my biggest curse is my own mind, because overthinking held me back from experiencing new relationships and the true love God has for me. So I always assumed He makes certain things happen for a reason, like, oh, my life is a test. But see, don't think we're qualified to make these assumptions. I don't think we're qualified. Okay, even though life is so... Dude, I can already tell the mistakes I did with the script. Anyways, even though life is way too unfair, God is fair. Oof. Now, we can't get the two mixed up because that's when we close off our hearts from the Lord. I didn't open it up again until months later during my last prayer of 2024, where I felt the Holy Spirit's love for the first time again. Aww. The love that's patient, kind, and doesn't envy. And when this feeling took over, I immediately broke down into tears, because all I ever wanted was love, and I never found it until I dug deep into the depths. This is so long, but now I know that God's got me, no matter how many times I fall short. And that was the first episode of my new series, Art of Repentance. Oh, okay, so this is episode 1 of Art of Repentance. I see. Alright, so basically there are some pattern breaks in here that I also want to demonstrate. And those pattern breaks are going to be a different type of mood or tone compared to the normal lines that I'm going to tell the story with in this script. Okay, so the general mood of the script that I'm trying to evoke here is like neutral, deep and meaningful, and kind of sad. I wouldn't say sad, but like, yeah, more deep and serious, right? So 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel because I spent years struggling with an overthinking mentality that was separating me from God. I would say 5 months ago, no, because usually I would say it pretty quickly, and I'll demonstrate it to you guys in the next module with the speed speaking. But 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel because I spent years struggling with an overthinking mentality that was separating me from God. Obviously, I would like pray before every time I like film, because I need God like to speak through me, through my stories, and share my testimony, right? So usually in that prayer, I usually just say like, hey God, I need you to speak through me. I need you to let your will be done with this script, let your will be done with this video, and then I'll usually like read the first hook, and I would immediately click and try and relate to what type of mood I'm trying to express here. And obviously, if you guys have seen the mood method overview that I was talking about in the script course, I literally said it has to be the exact same mood that you are currently in. So when you're filming, you should be in the same mood as your hook that your hook is trying to evoke, right? Right now, I have to kind of like manufacture it, like make it up. So don't take my example, but this is literally just how I would say it, right? 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel because I spent years struggling with an overthinking mentality that was separating me from God. I would probably like emphasize some words. So usually in my script, I would capitalize certain words: overthinking, separating, overthinking, mentality, reading the gospel because I spent years struggling. So I would usually capitalize the first letters of the words that I want to emphasize. So I would say it like this then: 5 months ago, 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel. Okay, I'm going to leave this entire demo raw. I'm not going to edit it because I think you guys would rather me like see the entire thing anyways. So yeah, if I mess up saying stuff to the camera, mind me. Okay. 5 months ago, I started reading Nah, that's too bright. 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel because I spent... Nah, that's too fast. 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel because I spent years struggling with an overthinking mentality that was separate... Okay. With an overthinking mentality. I wouldn't emphasize that. Years struggling with an overthinking... Nah. Because I spent years struggling with an overthinking... Yeah, I would emphasize struggling, but not years. So you pretty much want to keep on drafting on the spot. So when you're actually like in the middle of recording, like camera on, filming yourself, and you're saying the line, no matter where you are, in public, in private, in your house, like, you want to continue to draft and kind of script your speaking style. You know what I mean? So you want to keep on repeating, putting in the reps on camera as well, right? So it might take you 10 tries, sometimes 15. Like, bro, I remember how many tries it took me to get the perfect line or say it correctly, because usually my hooks are really heavy, right? You guys know what heavy hooks are. And like, for me to say all of this, like 2 lines, sometimes even 3 lines, because it's so, like, sometimes I like doing really, really heavy lines. It's hard, you know, it's really difficult. So practice makes perfect though, you know. Everyone has high standards, and if you guys just be like, convince yourself, oh, okay, this is good enough. Okay, I just said that line, it took me 2 tries, and then, yeah, that's fine. I guess I can cut it up later. No, you can't do that. I noticed that some Creatopians have posted their reps, and like, their hooks are structured like cuts. So they say one part of the sentence 5 months ago, and then they cut the pause. So it's like, 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel, because, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to say it on with my voice, but they cut it up because they, I think it's because you guys are struggling with pauses and stuff like that, and it's hard for you guys to say the whole entire line without looking at the script and reading it, which is okay. But at the same time, this is your chance to practice. If you can get a line like this in one single go without reading from anything, and like, at the same time expressing your mood using the mood method, that's bingo right there. You got the perfect hook. All right, so let me try this again. 5 months ago, I started reading the gospel because I spent years struggling with an overthinking mentality that was separating me from God. That's exactly how I would say it, right? So it took me a few tries, and if I was to say exactly that on a filming session, then I would be like, okay, next line, let's do it. That was good. I would usually say that on camera too. Okay, that was good. That's the one, you know. Perfect, something like that, you know. So you kind of want that perfectionism mindset whenever you do your hook, because it's the hook, right? It's the first 3 seconds, 4, 5 seconds of your video, and you don't want to mess it up, you know. If you want to mess anything up, it can be any pattern break, any other line, right? It's fine, but the hook, you got to make it perfect, man. All right. So that was one example of like a really deep and meaningful topic. This one's about hibernation. Okay, taking a break, got 300k a month. Okay, cool. All right, I'm a 20-year-old university student from Sydney. In the past 60 days, I grew in personal brand. Okay, this is pretty much like, I would say neutral. Okay, I'm gonna do a neutral mood, and I'm gonna do a happy mood, or a hyped mood. All right, so I'm gonna do a hyped mood, right? For me, when I'm hyped, I don't really like, I'm not full on excited. Yo, I'm a 20-year-old university. No, I'm not like that, right? I'm usually like, I'm a 20-year-old university student, so I'm like kind of expressive, a little bit of body language, and my voice is like lit. You know, it's like, it's light and bright. Happy days, right? Whereas if it, okay, I'm just gonna demonstrate what that would sound like. I'm a 20-year-old university student from Sydney, and in the past 60 days, I grew my personal brand to over 340,000 followers on Instagram. So that's how I would do it. And even then, like, it still sounds fake because I am manufacturing it. I'm making it up. So I'm not sure if I actually used that. I don't think I did use that same tone. But you guys can tell that I was faking it. Sorry, the loom cut out. Anyways, I'm using free loom. Cheapskate. Anyways, I'm a 20-year-old. Where was I? Yeah, like, you can tell that I was faking this line when I was saying it with a hyped or like with a happy tone, because that's not my mood right now. You know, I mean, yeah, it's life is good and all that, but I'm not like full on excited, you know, as I should be. And this script, I don't think it really requires you to, I don't know. I mean, it would be great if I could, if my mood was exciting, right? Was excited and hyped. But right now I'm not hyped. It's literally 8 a.m. I'm about to hop on a coaching call with you guys. So, like, you know, I'm not, it's a Monday morning too. I'm not hyped, right? Anyways, I'm gonna say it in a neutral voice, right? So I think I said this script because this is an old video as well. I think I said this in a neutral voice, so I'm gonna say it as I would. I'm a 20-year-old university student from Sydney, and in the past 60 days, I grew my personal brand to over 340,000 followers on Instagram. That's exactly how I would say it. I think that's exactly how I said it in the video itself. So, yeah. But in the midst of all the hype, I decided to quit for 2 weeks. How come? Because anxious. Oh, okay, this is a dull point. Because I had an anxious obsession to stay consistent and see this one number on a screen go up. So I had to talk to God about it. A lot. And during my break, I started doing deep prayers, fasting every day till I was lightheaded, and took my time reading scripture. Why? Because I love my religion. No, I'm just kidding. Suck. And I think I this is a pattern break, right? And I cut it up a little bit just to make it faster. Because I don't think I could do this. I don't think I could. Yeah. When I said this on camera, it didn't feel natural. So I had to cut it up a little bit. So I was like, because I love my religion. Nah, I'm just kidding. And then I cut. And then I did a little segment. Psych. And then I sped it up so that my voice sounded like funny. Anyways, because I want to know more about Jesus. But the first step is to always deny yourself. So rushing your relationship with Christ only leads to more disappointment. So even though studying your Bible can be boring, you still gotta let these verses sink in and digest it properly. Okay, I don't know why bro, I'm just reading it off right now, but I noticed that my mood or like my tone started to be more bright. You can do that if you want to. I think that's a better option because it really depends on your script and what you're saying and what lesson you're trying to tell here, right? So once I'm from here to here is the transition from story to lesson, right? So, but the first step is to always deny yourself. So I can like switch up kind of the mood here just to like express and deliver the message and deliver the lesson correctly. Because if I said it like, but the first step is to always deny yourself, that's boring. You know, like there's no point. So it's nice to like switch it up, you know. Obviously you got to do it purposefully. And I did it naturally. I didn't even notice until like here, right? But I noticed that. But the first step is always deny yourself. Rushing your relationship with Christ only leads to disappointment. So even though studying the Bible can be boring, you still got to let these verses sink in and digest it properly. Also, when you actually do more lines from your hook, the hook is going to be the hardest line, like hands down, obviously, right? But when you get down and more, when you get more shots done, more lines done as well, you're going to get used to it. So you're going to notice yourself kind of speaking faster sometimes, having more fun. Maybe your mood is being lifted up, so that's okay. I would say try and stick to the mood of each and every line that you're trying to evoke, right? Rushing your relationship with Christ, but the first step, this is a solution line. The first step is to deny yourself, right? So I wouldn't say it in a neutral way. I wouldn't say it in a nonchalant way. I would say, excuse me. But the first step is to always deny, how did I say it? Because I want to know more about Jesus. But the first step is to always deny yourself. Rushing your relationship, okay, I already said this. Anyways, but when I do, I start crying in tears, bro. Okay, maybe with this one, I would switch up the mood as well. Yeah, so I would be like, but when I do, I start crying in tears, bro. You see what I did there? I just switched up the mood in a more low tone, right? Okay, here. I think I did that with the actual video too. Like I switched it up. So it's very subtle, but these little details really appeal to your audience's emotion. Sorry, the loom cut out again. But I was just saying, like, it appeals to your audience's emotions. Again, the triple A rule, right? So when I do, I start crying in tears, bro. Because God has been... Okay, let me do it again. And when I do, I start crying in tears, bro. Because God has been so good to a dirty, filthy sinner. So no. That's not how I said it. Because God has been so good to a dirty, filthy sinner who doesn't deserve his grace. So I was like, really, I got deep into it, right? Only for these two lines. That's it. That's what I'm saying. So for every line, not for every script, but for every line, you want to evoke the exact mood that you're trying to evoke. And if you can manufacture it and if you can make it up like I can, then it's like, it depends if you want to make it up or not. when you purposefully try and hype yourself up or dial down your mood, it's not going to sound natural. But when you read the line and you feel some type of way with your story, right? Because God has been so good to it. Like, this means a lot to me because he has, you know, like God has been so good to someone like me, you know, with a bad past, right? Who used to indulge in bad habits. So a dirty, filthy sinner. Like, these key words mean a lot to me, right? And this is like a part of my testimony too, who doesn't deserve his grace. And when I read it out, it's like, okay, I can't read it out like hyped up, you know. I have to read it out in a way where it's meaningful and deep and low and kind of sad a little bit, right? Because God has been so good to a dirty, filthy sinner who doesn't deserve his grace. Even though that's not your mood right now, you can make it your quote-unquote mood for only this line. You know what I mean? So, and then I went on to do a pattern break. That's gratitude 101 for you. I don't think I did this. I think I cut it out though. Yeah. But anyways. But hey, life's good, know what I'm saying? So this is exactly what I'm saying. I switched up the mood again. I literally said this here. Like, people can tell. Even as a viewer, you can tell that I switched it up and said, hey, life's good. Now I'm doing this bright mood again, this bright tone. But hey, life's good. Now I'm saying found a new church. Okay, I said it like this. But hey, life's good. Now I'm saying I found a new church, I'm building a new business. Now I'm back to making videos. I remember saying that in the park. And then I said this verse, Philippians 4:7. Oof. And then I did ooh. That's the pattern break again. And that was part 1 of my new mission, committing to the cross. Right. And I usually, with my series callouts, I do not make your series callouts like, and that was episode 1. Like, bro, you want to make it theatrical. You want to make it cinematic. You want to make it like, hey, this is my message. This is my content series. Follow me. Now, don't say follow me, but like, say it in a way where it's like, you mean it. You know what I mean? Like, mean what you say. Believe in your content series. Believe that God is using you for the good, right? To spread his word. That's what I did with all my content series, especially the Christ related ones, which is committing to the cross, art of repentance, raw faith, detaching self. Like, all of these things mean so much to me because God put it in my heart to share it. Right? So you got to do the same thing. You can't just say, and this is what episode 1 of Raw Faith. Let's go. You're doing the same thing that I did, bro. Like, come on, dude. It's so, yeah. Anyways, that is how you use the mood method speaking framework. This was the demonstration. Hope you enjoyed. Have fun scripting. Have fun speaking. All right. I'm going to make this module, the speed speaking demo, raw as well, like the last one, the mood method. And I'm going to choose a random script. So I have one here about church. And I'm going to demonstrate how I speak fast, okay? I also have some notes here that I wanted to... This is pretty much my script. I'm going to just show you guys, just be completely raw with you. But these are the main... This is the main framework for speed speaking, right? You want to talk at 1.5 speed. Why? Because it's more efficient and engaging for viewers, right? So it's amazing for short form content. If you've ever watched Mino Lee or if you've ever watched my content, you notice that we speak really quickly. And it's because that's how and that's how, let's say, if Mino, for example, that's how he rambles to his best friend. That's how he talks to his best friend, right? And once again, with your dream avatar, all of this connects. Like, it's not only the pains that you use, the dreams, the things that you've learned in scripting, but also with filming and speaking as well. You want to establish that same connection where you're speaking at the same speed, at the same tone, at the same mood as you would when you're telling a story to your younger self, when you're teaching them, when you're telling a story to them, right? So 1.5 speed is the general framework that I personally use and that most of you will too, right? In your own authentic language. Also, attention spans are short. You guys would know that. So you need to be faster than them. You need to be faster than the viewers. You need to be the ones who, people would say keep up with the attention spans, but I say be faster than the attention spans because that's what I did. When I used to keep up with the quote unquote keep up with the attention spans because I thought, okay, let me just cut every 3 seconds just because, you know, audiences might feel bored, so I got to keep up with their attention spans. No, that's not it. What I did was I went faster. So I did like 1 second cuts, 2 second cuts, even less than that. So that's with filming as well, and with speaking. Okay, so it's not only visual, but it's verbal as well, right? So fast is key, but it must be understandable. Make sure when you are speaking fast that you're doing it intentionally and that you can actually understand yourself. Most people can't understand themselves. That's why you got to be really honest with your lines. Okay, so if you can't speak fast, that's okay, right? But I definitely recommend learning how to speak fast and learning how to teach efficiently. If you want to become like this guru, right? Eventually, if you want to coach people, if you want to tell stories, even telling stories requires some sort of consistent pace, right? And you want to stick to an efficient one. If it's slow, it's probably not going to retain viewers, especially in short form platforms, right? So fast is key. Efficient rambling, quote unquote. So you basically, yeah, that's what I said with the dream avatar, talking to your camera like it's your younger self. So you want to talk fast, but make sense, all right? Make it understandable, make it easy to make sense. And then you can switch up the pace in any line of your script to shift the emotion and mood. So you saw that in the last demo, in the mood method one. And you can always, in this as well, with speed speaking, you can always switch up your pace. Like you can always talk fast in the hook, but then in the next one, you could be like, nah, not really. You know what I mean? So you can break the pattern. That's how you break the pattern as well. So you can switch the emotion and mood by switching up the pace in your story. Okay? Click that. That script is done, which is this video that you're watching right now. I'm going to just type a random letter and see which one of my scripts I can pull out. We'll read the church one after this. But for now, okay, let me see. Boxing, fasting, watching, gratitude, maturing. Okay, these look interesting. All right, so I'm going to demonstrate how I would usually speak with a pace. Yeah, with speed speaking. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. That was faster than I actually said it in my video. But I'm pretty sure the way I said it in my video was, going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. I should have, honestly, when I look back now, when I reminisce, I should have said it faster. Should have said it like, going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Something like that, right? I hated people, I hated preachers, I thought everyone was a kid. Okay, sorry. See, sometimes when you're speaking your script on camera, you're going to mess up because you want to keep up with this pace, right? But that's okay. You can retry. Keep trying. It's such a good challenge as well. Well, if you can... Sorry, once again, the loom cut out. Anyways, I was saying, dude, it's such a good feeling when you notice, when you're speaking quickly in your script, right? And you're saying all these lines like at 1.5 speed and it's challenge. It's such a good challenge. And when you actually get the line correctly with the perfect pace, with the perfect mood, dude, it's such a good feeling. And you're like, oh yes, that's the one, you know? And it's like this constant dopamine hit that you get every single line that you say, you know? So let me try that again. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. I hated people. I hated the preachers. I thought everyone was a hypocrite except one person. Again, mood method, right? You want to make it engaging. Tone play. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. Okay, I would have probably said it in a different way. I would probably be like, episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. Now I'll probably say like, committing to the cross, episode 3. Let's go. Now my first mistake was letting the church influence my perspective on who Jesus was. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. So you see how I played around with these words? Like whenever I do quotation marks, I usually try and meme it. Well, not meme it. Like, what do you call it? Like, what do you call it? Mock? No, not mock. But you know what I mean. I try and make it sound funny, you know, because it's like, it's stereotypes. I'm like making fun of stereotypes. So usually what helps me recognize is like messing up the capitals. So making it funky. So presence of God. So whenever I see this and I read this, I know, oh, okay, I have to make this one sound funky. So let me try that again. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. And usually on camera, I would do the little quotation marks so that people know that I'm like not mocking. I shouldn't say mocking. Now I sound like a blasphemer. No. Then I'm making fun of the stereotype, right? The stereotype. Until 4 months ago, I started looking. Okay, until 4 months ago, I started looking at a different direction. So you see how it took me a few tries to get that line done, right? To say that line. The first try was I said like until 4 months ago, but that wasn't. It didn't link to the mood that I was evoking in the previous lines. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God until 4 months ago. If I did that, it wouldn't sound natural, right? So I had to re-enter the state of the script. What is my story? Okay. Right, okay. I was talking about, usually what I do is I read the previous line and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So this is the emotion that I was trying to evoke here. I got to keep it consistent, right? Especially in this next line. I'm not changing the pace or I'm not changing the mood. So I have to say it like this. Until 4 months ago, I started looking at a different direction. Which direction? This direction. Definitely not these directions. All right, so I do a little what do you call it, scoff here whenever I say lol. But that's when I realized I'm kind of a hypocrite too. You see what I did there? I did like a retry. But that's when I realized I'm kind of a hypocrite too. Because Jesus says blah blah blah. Okay, this is one of the long lines that I'm gonna say right now. All right, so because Jesus says, "Why do you look at the speck of sawdust?" Okay, so whenever I quote Bible quotes, it's usually hard for me because they're not my own words, right? So it takes me a few tries. Because Jesus says, "Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye?" Ouch. You hypocrite! First take the plank out of... You see how I separated these two lines? Because this is like one passage, right, in the Bible. But I separated it with a pattern break to emphasize the emotion even more. So this is also scripting, some scripting advice. If you're trying to teach or tell a big part of your story or explain something with a lot of words, split it up with a pattern break. So split it into 2, even split it into 3, right? Because it's worth it. It just drags the story even on. And it keeps the audience on the edge of their seats, once again, like pattern breaks. And then, yeah, it just keeps them on this roller coaster ride. You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye. You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck of your... See? You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, then you will... Let me try that again. The loom cut out, sorry. You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. That's how I would do. Right? Sheesh. Look, bro. Okay, this is where I get like, this is so funny because it's so obvious. This is where I'm like locked in on me and my dream avatar, you know? So it's like me and you. It's just me and you in this room. Look, bro. Christianity didn't save the world. Jesus did. And I did a little eyebrow raise. I'm pretty sure I did like a meme sound effect or something. God doesn't call you to follow a religion. He calls you to be in a loving relationship for eternity. And literally what... Oh, okay. And that's literally what 400 God-fearing creators are building inside Creatopia. But I'm gonna be real. Okay, this is such bad marketing. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't know why I did this, bro. Anyways, but I'm gonna be real. It is a paid community. So if you're a driven entrepreneur who's actually... Okay, these CTA lines that I usually do at the end of my videos, they're usually humongous. Because I usually say comment, and I usually give them the benefit. Like, this is what you'll get. Actually willing to take action and build a personal brand like this. And then there's the comment CTA, and then join us at 50% discount. Like, it's a lot. It's heavy, right? So it's a heavy reward, you can say. So if you're a driven entrepreneur who's actually willing to take action and build a personal brand like this, comment the word church to join us at a 50% discount. Even then, that sounds unnatural because it doesn't connect to my previous lines. Because I was like, even before I was like, but I'm gonna be real, it is a paid community. So it's like chill type of mood, right? Again, mood method. So even though you are trying to speed up this line and you're trying to say this with consistent pacing without cutting it up, like, so if you're a driven entrepreneur who's actually willing to take action and build a personal brand. Like, a lot of people do that. Do not do that, okay? Practice your lines. Please get them all in one go because it's going to be perfect, right? Especially, don't forget to keep it consistent, the mood and the speed, right? So here's I literally, if I notice myself saying this line, for example, the way I just said it, with like this bright sort of salesy type of tone, then I would do it again because I'm like, bro, that sounds so salesy. You got to be real with yourself, right? So, so when I say be real, it is a paid community. You got to drag it on. It's the same. Just pretend everything is in the same sentence, okay? So if you're a driven entrepreneur who's actually willing to take action and build a personal brand like this, comment the word church to join us at a 50% discount. So see, like it sounds more like a, you know, like a nice little offer, like a real offer that I'm trying to help you guys out with, right? So 50% discount. 50% what? And then I did a little pattern break there just to make jokes. But yeah, that's how I would say, that's how I would do this little, what am I doing again? Speed speaking, yeah, speed speaking. I don't even know what what walkthrough I'm doing. Okay, let's do this one, boxing. Oh, this is really short. Wow. Oh, this is one of my old scripts. I spent a year lifting weights trying to stop being insecure about my body, but it made me more self-conscious instead. I wouldn't say it like that. I spent a year lifting weights trying to stop being insecure about my body, but it made me more self-conscious instead. Now, I would say it even lower. Lower mood, still fast-paced. Actually, a little bit less faster. A little bit slower. I spent a year lifting weights trying to stop being insecure about my body, but it made me more self-conscious instead. I don't like that. I spent a year lifting weights trying to stop being insecure about my own body, but it made me more self-conscious instead. Okay, that was good. Yeah. So I would say it like that. Until I started to train boxing, which pretty much became my way of therapy. And I believe that everyone under 25 should be trying at least one martial art because of one word. Okay, no, I didn't say that correctly. And I believe that everyone under 25 should be trying at least one martial art because of this one word. Humility. Usually I cut this out. I can cut it and then edit it up. But that's okay. If you can get it in one go, that's fine. It's even better. Now for me, being humble is one of the core values that Jesus Christ teaches, but it never came from my bodybuilding journey. However, as soon as I began taking boxing more serious, you see how this is an old script and there's no pattern breaks at all, dude. It's crazy. You see, like there's no pattern breaks. I could have added a pattern breaks in between here, in between these two lines, in between these two, but it's like giving me OCD. But anyways, like this is how I would say it anyways. But now for me, being humble is one of the core values that Jesus Christ teaches, but it never came from my bodybuilding journey. However, as soon as I began taking boxing more seriously, learning different styles, watching a lot of fights. Okay, let me say that again. However, as soon as I began taking boxing more seriously, learning different style. Okay, see, I want to say this. You see how I said however as soon as I? I don't pause here. I didn't put a comma here because I want to make it fast paced, right? So usually how I would speak to people, or like even if I would speak to my younger self, I wouldn't say however, bro. However, like I wouldn't say it like that. But in this script, clearly I didn't know what I was doing. I don't use however anymore. But if I was to say it today, I would say it in a quick way. Right, so it's not formal because however is a formal type of word, and like as a viewer, like what are you trying to do, bro? however, you know what I mean? Like so I would say it like this. However, as soon as I began taking, instead of this. However, as soon as I began taking boxing more seriously, so it's faster, sounds more natural, way more efficient. Okay. Now, sorry, Tutor just messaged me. Tutor, get back to work, bro. However, as soon as I began taking boxing more seriously, learning different styles, watching a lot of fights, reality slapped me in the face. Now, I would say like reality slapped me in the face. So I would say it more, not chill. I would say more blandly, like more plain. So reality slapped me in the face. However, as soon as I began taking boxing more seriously, learning different styles, watching a lot of fights, reality slapped me in the face. So it's a nice little pattern break that I would do there if I were to redo this video. Because I realized that ego is a sin, and no matter how good you are at fighting, see how I changed up the mood a little bit, right? I kept the consistency, I kept the pace going, right? I'm still talking at the same speed, 1.5 times, and I changed up the mood because this is actually the lesson here. Ego is a sin. No matter how good you are, there's always someone better than you. You're always going to be a student in the game. 3 lessons right there, right? So I just value dropped, and the mood changes. Because I realized that ego is a sin, and no matter how good you are at fighting, wait, let me do that again. See, I lost it, so I have to repeat from the last line to get back on track, to get back to the same vibe, the same mood. However, as soon as I began taking boxing more seriously, learning different styles, watching a lot of fights, reality slapped me in the face. Because I realized that ego is a sin. Because I realized that ego is a sin, and no matter how good you are at fighting, there's always someone better, and you're always okay. Because I realized that ego is a sin, and no matter how good you are at fighting, there's always going to be someone better, and you're always going to be a student of the game. Something like that, right? So it's like more comforting, more lovey-dovey. I don't even go to a boxing gym. I literally train in my backyard. Okay, this is such a bad outro. But anyways, that's how I would say it, right? We'll do a few more. Let me choose which one. Oh, I didn't even have that. Nope. What? Nope. Wow, this is so old. Okay, I'll do this last one, alright? 2 weeks ago, I started fasting. 2 weeks ago, I started fasting thinking I would get closer to God, but I couldn't have been more right. Okay, cool. That is a horrible hook, by the way. Do not do that. 2 weeks ago, I started fasting thinking I would get closer to God, and I couldn't have been more... Sorry, excuse me. Oh my goodness. 2 weeks ago, I started fasting thinking I would get closer to God, and I couldn't have been more right. So I would say it like that. I think I said it like that in the video as well. But I did it just by quitting breakfast every morning and replacing it with amazing habits like prayer, talking to God, getting some sun, drinking tea. So see how this is like a really long line? Anything more than 1.5 here. I mean, on Notion measurements, sorry. Anything more than 1.5 amount of words on a sentence is a lot, okay? Because it's heavy. And I did it just by quitting breakfast every morning and replacing it with amazing habits like prayer, talking to God, getting some sun, drinking tea. So see how I list things as well and change up the mood or change up the tone, right? Prayer, talking to God. So like I'm actually listing it. And my tone sounds like I'm listing things as well, like a to-do list. Prayer. Anyway, sorry, cut out again. So I actually list these things as if I'm saying a list of like groceries. Prayer, talking to God. So I kind of drag it as well, like prayer, talking to God. See? So it's more casual. This is how I would say. Yeah, this is how I would say lists to my friends, to anyone really, because usually when I drag the word like prayer, that's usually because I'm thinking of the next thing, right? So if you guys list things, make sure try that as well. If that's not you, obviously don't do it. But this is how I do it, right? But I did it just by quitting breakfast every morning and replacing it with amazing habits like prayer, talking to God, getting some sun, drinking tea. And then in editing, I can cut that tea out. I can cut that tea midway. So it's like a pattern break. And I can start this line earlier. Again, J-cut. You will learn that in the editing course, by the way. Anyways, sorry, might be confusing. Let's continue. So to those young people, okay, this is the start of the lesson. So I'm gonna have to switch the tone a little bit. Prayer, talking to God, drinking tea. So to those young people who want to know what getting closer to God actually means, I can't really describe it to you. So you want to make these scripts, you want to make your scripts in general, or speak your lines in a conversational way, like you're actually talking to someone. I cannot believe the amount of times I've repeated this throughout the entire course, all these phases. But the more you can make it conversational, the more natural and more fun your content creation journey is going to be. and the more success you're going to find as well, right? So to those young people, obviously I should have said you, like directed it at my dream avatar. I don't like what I did here, but you guys know what I mean. So to those young people who want to know what getting closer to God actually means, I can't really describe it to you. I would say this. So to those young people who want to know what getting closer to God actually means, I can't really describe it to you. So I would say this as a pattern break as well. Because it's an individual experience. Okay, I have to switch it up now. This is a lesson. Because it's an individual experience that we have. And that's how God gives us his love and grace. Oh, sorry. Wait, no, that's not it. Because it's an individual experience that we have. That's how God gives us his love and grace. Something like that, right? And I can guarantee if you simply skip breakfast every day, you're going to take delayed gratification to a whole new level. It's crazy, right? So scripts like this, I like to add these little dashes next to the line or next to the word whenever I want to interrupt myself with another thing. Because when I'm rambling, I always do that, right? I always say right. Whenever I... This is one thing as well. I'm going to do a little side segment. But whenever I record courses, I notice that I say right, question mark, to you guys a lot. Right. Because that's how I talk. And if you should script like that too. Like really just tap into, okay, how would I say this line? Oh, I would say it this way, right? Okay, cool. Let me tap it down. You know what I mean? So if it's like this, and I can guarantee if you simply skip breakfast every day, you're going to take delayed gratification to a whole new level. It's crazy. So it's like conversational. It's crazy, bro. Bro, it's insane. Bro, you won't believe it. To a whole new level, bro. It's insane. You won't believe it. Right? It doesn't have to be formal. Like, literally, be weird about it as well. Be you. And I can guarantee if you simply skip breakfast every day, you're going to take delayed gratification. Okay, I already did that. By the way, I think it's safer to do this. Okay. By the way, I think it's safer to do it this way instead of fasting the entire day, which is pretty dangerous according to research. I don't know what I was doing with this video. This is so irrelevant to my niche as well. But anyways, and I would say the age limit for intermittent, okay, what? And I would say the age limit for intermittent fasting would be 16. So if you're younger than that, I'm sorry, you just gotta wait. So that's how I would speak this script today. All right. That's how you keep a consistent pace throughout your video, and that's how you'd speed speak as well, okay? So remember, 1.5 times speed, fast is key, okay? Mood method, don't forget that. Welcome to the official word-for-word speaking demonstration. I'm going to show you the reality of what it's like using a word-for-word script while giving you some tips at the same time. So right now, this entire module is uncut, unedited, and it's just me and my laptop and my script written down. I also have my phone set up. I also have my phone set up to record. I also have my phone set up as my second POV to show you what it looks like. I also have my phone set up to show you my I also have my phone set up as my second POV to show you what it's like. To show you what it looks like when recording videos. Fuck. This is gonna be so bad. Now a word-for-word script usually requires you to read the lines first to memorize it one by one. Now, a word-for-word script is usually required for you to read your lines first one by one and memorize them. That's not the line, but whatever. Because you want to say it while looking at a camera, which is your first challenge. Because you want to say it while looking at the camera, which is your first challenge. This won't be too hard for anyone. This won't be too hard for anyone as long as you're... The lighting is ruining the shot, as always, man. Now I gotta adjust the exposure. Alright, that should be good. What was the line? This won't be too hard for anyone as long as they have the courage to speak out in front of the camera. The second challenge is messing up your lines. Now it's getting darker. Alright. Should be good. You're going to stutter and fumble a lot of words, especially if you're a beginner who hasn't written their script authentically. You're going to stutter and fumble with a lot of words, especially if you haven't scripted a dog. Oh my goodness. You're going to stutter and fumble with a lot of words, especially if you don't have your script written authentically. Oh my goodness. This never happens, by the way. It's just today. It's a sunny day, but Australia doesn't know what weather to pick. Even if your script is written the way you speak, you're still gonna. I was about to swear. Sorry. Even if your script is written the way you speak, you're still gonna mess up. And the only solution to this is to keep rolling. Especially when the light does this. If you don't like the way you said one line, then just redo it. If you don't like the way you said one line, just keep rolling and redo it. That's why editing and post-production is there to save us. It's going to get really discouraging sometimes, but if you have this is a very long sentence, by the way, so I'm gonna it's gonna take a while for me to. It's going to get really discouraging sometimes, but if you have a strong purpose behind all the content you create, which all of us in Creatopia must have, then you won't struggle too much. Okay. It's going to get really discouraging at sometimes, but if you have a strong... It's going to get really discouraging sometimes, but if you have a strong purpose behind all of the content you create, like most of us in Creatopia, then you won't struggle as much. Yeah, got it. Should be a skill issue. This should be a skill issue, not a doubt issue. You know, the light is really pissing me off, sorry. As you record yourself more and more, you're obviously going to get really used to it. Speaking using word-for-word scripts is actually very useful to practice your speech. Speaking using word-for-word scripts is actually very useful to practice your speech. Whether it's your tone, pacing, facial expressions, body language, or volume, there's a lot of things that you can just dedicate each video to work on. Whether it's your pace... Oh my goodness. Please. Oh... Alright. Whether it's your tone, pacing, facial expressions, body language, or volume. Whether it's your tone, pacing, facial expressions, body language, or volume, there's going to be plenty of things that you can focus on in each and every video that you make. For example, today I will be focusing only on my facial expressions and body language if I wanted to. For example, today I could be focusing... For example, today I could be focusing on my facial expressions and body language if I wanted to. Whereas in dot point scripts is a lot harder because you're thinking about what you're going to say. You're just thinking about what you're going to say. Finally, the third challenge is speaking in an authentic way. Obviously, it's a little hard to do this with word-for-word scripts, but then again, as long as you write in a similar way as you speak, you're good. Obviously, it's a little hard to do this with word-for-word scripts, but... Obviously, it's a little hard to do this when you... Obviously, it's a little hard to do this with word-for-word scripts, but then again, if you write the way you speak, then you're good. Oh, man. Really testing my patience today. Okay. Don't try to be professional. No one watches professional. Don't try to be professional. No one watches professional self-improvement videos. They watch personal self-improvement videos. They want to get to know you, so show up for your audience. They want to get to know you, so show up for your audience. Now you see the raw and uncut footage of what it's like speaking. Now you see the raw and uncut footage of what it's like speaking using a word-for-word script. Once again, if you haven't watched my writing course yet, that's something to do. Once again, if you haven't watched my writing course yet, that's something to do afterwards. Now let's move on to the next module. Welcome to the official dot point speaking demonstration. In this module, it's going to look the same as the previous demo. Raw and uncut footage of this entire module, starting now. Okay. I'm a bit nervous. Okay, so right now there's like, my script looks like just a bunch of dot points, right? So I'm going to start with the first one, read it off, and then, enter that flow state. Currently reading off dot points right now. So yeah, I am currently reading off dot points right now with my laptop script, and this is what it's pretty much like, right? With dot point scripting, it requires you to read each and every point first before you actually speak it on camera. Therefore, each point should have a purpose in your script. There can't be any fluff. You don't have time for that. We like to spam as many dot points and as many words and sentences in our script as possible just to make our videos longer, but that's not the point. We're trying to squeeze as much valuable stuff into our videos as much as possible. So avoid the fluff and only focus on value, even though it makes your videos less than 5 minutes or 10 minutes, My videos are barely like 10 minutes even. And then there goes the light again. My nightmare. Oh, I think I just have to wait until the light chills out. Maybe not. Watch, as soon as I adjust the exposure, it's gonna dial down again. We're gonna get through this, it's okay. I just said so. My goodness. Okay. Using dot point scripts this is painful. This is torture. I might as well just go film outside. Okay. Using dot point scripts is a lot harder for a lot of people. Using dot point scripts is going to be a lot harder. For a lot of people it's going to be very hard to use dot point scripts rather than word for word. Because this is pretty much where you improvise your filler words. Because each point is short, not complete sentences, therefore you need to fill these sentences with improv. Filler words are basically the words that you put in between sentences, because when you read your dot points, they're not supposed to be complete sentences. So when you read through them, you're going to have to fill in your own words so that they become complete sentences for you to speak on camera. That is pretty much what improvising is with dot points. Now, the first challenge of dot point speaking is improvising. When reading through your dot points, you need to refresh your mind. So when you read through your dot points, you need to refresh your mind with the script that you've written down. And my camera is almost about to cook. You should just click like this, alright? You should just remember what you've written down in your script. You're like, oh yeah, I remember this, I remember that. So like you enter the flow state of your script. Which is why it's actually important to know what you're talking about in your video. You don't want to just say random bullshit and just... Sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. You don't want to just say random stuff and, you know, not know what you're talking about. You don't want to say, this is where I repeat the line so I can make it better. That's what happens all the time with dot points scripting. You don't want to say random stuff that you don't truly believe in. The key to improvising is conviction. You want to mean what you say. It's not really conviction with the way you speak, but more with your focus on the script and with the camera. The second challenge is messing up, obviously. Just like word for word, you're going to mess up your lines a lot. Just like word for word scripting, just like speaking on camera with a word for word script, you're going to mess up a lot of lines. Like, a lot. But it's pretty much the same solution though, just keep rolling the camera. Like you guys can see right now that the light keeps on changing, right? And I'm not stopping the camera at all. I just keep on rolling. Even though it says the temperature is high on my camera right now, I'm just gonna keep rolling until it eventually turns off. You can obviously edit your bloopers out later. It's more discouraging if you mess up with dot point scripts. However, it is more discouraging if you mess up with dot point scripts. Because sometimes there's going to be moments where you just have no idea what to say and your brain is just completely blank. But it's not actually a skill issue here, it's a focus issue. Therefore, you need to focus on your video topic. Below the video topic is obviously your point, so focus on each point one by one, and that's it. Go through your script one by one. Don't have anything else in mind, just enter the flow state of your script and talk to the camera like you're talking to your younger self. The third challenge is rambling. As you can tell, this module is probably different to the rest. As you can probably tell, this module is a little bit different to the rest. Because I'm reading off dot points. So it sounds a little bit more natural to the camera. I also tend to ramble my points on too far and just come up with complex sentences. This is a big problem, especially for me, because it doesn't help with your viewers. It actually discourages them from staying into your video and keep on watching. It actually discourages them to keep on watching your video. It's hard for them to understand your ramble, they're going to click off. Because if it's hard for them to understand your ramble, they're going to click off. If you want to ramble, make sure to stay on topic. So, if you want to ramble, just make sure to stay on topic. It takes practice for this, but it's worth it. Stay on your dot points and ramble about them only, not anything else. You don't want to bring up something that's completely off topic from your video that you haven't even written down in your script. Now you know the reality of what speaking on camera using dot points looks like. Now you know the reality of what speaking on camera using dot points looks like. Now let's move on to the next module. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the daily filming demo. Today I'm going to film a short form video and take you through pretty much the entire A to Z process of me filming. Right now I got my laptop with me because I'm going to be recording with my phone, and usually I use my phone to read the script and all that stuff, but today I'll be using a laptop, extra effort. Here's my camera right here. Got some props behind my laptop. First and foremost, I'm just going to tell you guys and describe like what the shot I'm taking. I might as well grab my camera. The first shot, the hook of my video is going to be pointing towards this direction, and I'm gonna have my bench press there with the boxing stuff behind me. It's pretty much gonna be like a little home gym setup, and so I'm gonna put my camera here and pretty much set it up. I'll show you guys when I stand on this phone. All right, so right now I'm planning to sit right here and talk straight to the camera for this initial shot. So because I'm sitting, this camera shot is going to be at a sort of lower distance. Not too low, but not too high as well, because I don't want it to be a high angle or a low angle. Usually I start off with like a straight angle shot directly pointing to me, the subject. Alright, first and foremost, you want to turn on your camera, obviously. I usually grab this, the lens cap, put it in my pocket, try not to forget it later. And let me adjust this tripod a little bit more. Okay, this is the height that I'm going to shoot my first shot in. So let me take you through what's in the camera. As you can see here, the exposure is +2, right? And you can see on the screen that it's very, very bright. Usually what I do, again from the previous modules, is that I lower the exposure. So right now I'm playing with the shutter speed. Let's put that at 1000 and then adjust the ISO to about 100 or maybe 200. Usually in outdoor shots, I usually do 100 ISO, but right now it's still early morning, so the sun is not too bright yet, so I'll just leave it at 200 ISO, and then I'll probably leave the aperture at 2.8, maybe increase or decrease the shutter speed for about 800. So it's right on the dot, 0.0. And usually what I do is zoom in. So I usually have a lot of distance between the camera itself and the subject. With these hook shots, the initial shots that I do, I never do a wide lens, which is very interesting. I always set it up with a zoom in cinematic type of vibe. So I always use my zoom lens for the first shot. I don't zoom in completely to 50 millimeters, which is the maximum length of my lens, focal length. Usually I just go in between, let's say 28 to 50 or 40. So let's just do like about 35 here. I think this is cool. I also want the frame to be like symmetrical, so I'm gonna align this boxing bag pillar thing, the stand, with the center of the screen. So you can see right there, and I'm gonna move this little bench press to align it properly. Also, I'm gonna be walking like a leprechaun because I'm injured. I busted up my pinky toe trying to save this camera. Okay, anyways, this is the first shot that I'm gonna do. I'm going to set my focus to the middle of the screen, so you can see here. If you are using a Sony ZV, if you're doing manual focus, definitely recommend it, by the way. I usually press FN and go to here, focus area, press it, go down to center, and then that'll be right in the center. Oh, I think I misplaced the tripod. Okay, fixed it back. Cool. Now what we do is, I'm already connected to my mic. Don't know if you can see, but like my mic is here, and then this right here is the receiver. It's a Hollyland mic, by the way. I think this should be good for the first shot. Like my head will probably be up here somewhere, so I might have to raise it up a bit. So let's adjust this. I'm gonna raise it up a little bit. As you can see, that's the shot. All right, what I'm gonna do now is shoot the first shot. This is probably the most important shot of your entire video because it is the first line and you cannot mess it up. So I'm gonna take you through the entire thing. Whatever I say, I'm not gonna cut it at all, so you guys can see the reality of what it's like, you know, speaking your first line of the day. And yeah, cool. I have my script right here. I'm not sure if you can see it, but it's the same chair, my laptop is there, and my script is loading. Usually I have my phone with me, and I hide my phone in my pocket or something whenever I film, and when I forget the line I just take it out and read the line again. But I'm using my phone to record this, so I'm just gonna use my laptop. The first line is, going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Very simple. Usually it's way more like heavier than that. But today I'm trying out this very simple hook
Pretty relatable to a lot of people, and let's see how it goes. Make sure to double check every time, like your exposure, your focus as well. And if your camera can like flip the screen like that, then definitely I recommend doing that. What else is there? Oh yes, I'm using a prop as well. So I'm going to be showing this photo of me. It's a baby photo, so you can see here, right? It's a baby photo of me, and I'm going to be showing it while reading the line itself. So it's a bit of acting, a bit of a self-awareness that you have to do with your speaking and your acting and your actions. So here's how it goes. Usually I just read the line again out loud. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Okay, ready? Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. That's really easy. Like compared to my usual books, they're like 2 lines. This one's like barely a line. So this is really good demo. I'm gonna do it again, obviously, because I want multiple takes. I'm just trying to peek at the camera just to see where I am. I'm in the middle of the screen, everything's symmetrical. Because I have that OCD, you know what I mean? Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do. I'm gonna make it a little bit more relatable. So like I'm just gonna pretend, again, we always want to pretend to talk to our dream avatar, right? And the screen is a little bit bright. You can see the sun is out. Good morning, Sydney. Alright. Basically, I'm going to do it again. Going to church always felt like a little chore. Weekly chore. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Ooh, double check that the mic is actually moving. Yeah, I can see the audio receiver. Going to church always felt like Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Okay, so I'm trying different dialects and seeing like which tone of voice sounds more relatable. And you guys should definitely try this out, especially with your books. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore. No, I'm gonna show this at the very end of the sentence. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore. Come on. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Okay, I like that. I need a time showing this correctly. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. I think that was the perfect one. That was, yeah. I don't know what it was about that, but like when you do it repetitively, right? You're gonna know which one's the best one because you do it repetitively until one just hits, and usually it's the very last one. And once you're done, turn it off, and on to the next line. All right, what I'm gonna do now is something called an insert shot. If you guys have been studying the modules, an insert shot is usually the same action showing the same subject in different distances or in a closer distance. So with this, in this case, I'm going to be showing this photo, again, doing the same action with a close-up shot. So it's gonna look like this. Usually I just set up my camera like so. Right here, because I know that I'm gonna be showing it like this, right? So I want my camera to be right in front of it. So this is what I usually do. It's probably a bit too high. Make sure it's aligned. I love how Sony has these like little green lines that we can use to make sure that the camera is aligned horizontally and vertically. Usually for insert shots as well,
or for extreme close-up shots in general, I usually do full zoom, so like 50 millimeters with my lens. And then yeah, right here. So when I show this, should be, yeah, okay. The balance should be good. Okay, cool. Oh no, what did I do? See, like the problem is you need to remember, if you want to do something like this, you need to remember the exact action that you were doing. So I was like, going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Obviously you don't need to speak it again. I mean, this is just a waste of time. Just do the visuals, right? Because you already spoke it, and this is going to be on top of that footage. Usually I do like maximum 10 repetitions, because like sometimes my hands start shaking and I miss a line. Okay, so this is how the camera looks, and this is what I'm looking at whenever I film. So right now it's still recording, it's still rolling. I'm gonna do the action. See, sometimes I miss a line like that, right? And that's not good. You don't want that. So I have to repeat it until I get it right, until I am satisfied. See how I'm shaking? I don't know why I'm shaking, bro. It's a Wednesday morning. I might do it slower, just in case. Again, one more. Oh, no. Oh, no. One more. No. Alright, that was the one. So you see how I did like different distances as well? It's pretty important, not distances, different speeds, right? It's pretty important to try out different speeds, especially if you're doing actions, because you never know what your actual pacing is in the final edit. All right, what I'm gonna do here is, I already took this off. I'm gonna take off the insert photo. Okay, I don't need to worry about that. Another one is the talking head. So I'm gonna say this dot point script. Yeah, talking head shot, another one. I don't know where though. Okay, I know where. What I'm gonna do for this shot is do a low angle and pointing at my face. So it's a bit of a close-up shot, and it's gonna be wide. So double trouble. I'm gonna set this up. I might just leave this like raw footage, to be honest, because I think you guys would prefer that, because it's a daily demo anyway. So I might as well show you guys like the completely raw, authentic A to Z process of me filming. Okay. Line 2 is another talking head shot where I talk about like how I hated people, I hated preachers, and I thought everyone was a hypocrite except one person, right? So that's a dot point script, by the way. It's not word for word, and I'm currently right now I'm like experimenting with dot point scripts. It's really fun, very easy to write, and it's also fun to talk as well because it sounds more authentic. All right. Basically, I'm going to make it a wide lens, right, like that, right? It's misaligned, but it doesn't matter because it's a weird angle anyways. But it is getting the shot right here. It's like a low angle, and it's making me feel like the authority here. Again, low angle theory, if you guys listen to the modules. And the script is something like, I'm just gonna start recording. What is it? Hated people, hated preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, and except one person, all right? Usually what I do with the lines that aren't the hook, so every other line besides the hook, usually I read the line before. So it sounds more natural. So for example, I'm gonna read like, going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. So I reenact the previous line so that the next line sounds smooth. So when I edit and cut it up, all of the sentences sound smooth. Does that make sense? Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. I hated the people. I hated the people. I hated all the people, all the preachers. I hated all the people, the preachers, everyone. I hated all the people, the preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, except one person. Except one person. Or should I do this? Okay, I'll probably do this. Boom. Not this. Boom. Okay, ready? I hated all the people, all the preachers. I hated everyone. I hated all the people. I hated all the people, the preachers. I hated all the people, the preachers. I thought everyone was a hypocrite, except... I want to try and make it smooth. I hated all the people, the preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, except one person. Except one person. Oh, I keep doing it with this hand. One person. Alright. I hated all the people, the preachers. I hated all the people, the preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, except one person. I hated all the people, the preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, except one person. Okay, maybe that was the one. Except one. Okay, let me try it again. The very last thing I want to get it right. Because this is like the post-hook teaser, right? The second line. It's always a teaser. Because I'm introducing the series name after this. I hated all the people, the preachers, except... No. I hated all the people. I hated all the people. I hated the people, the preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, except one person. I don't really care about which hand I use anymore. It really doesn't matter. One person. Except one person. I hated all the people, the preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, except one person. Alright, that's the best one. I'm probably going to use the last one of that. And yeah, let's move on to the next shot. Tick that off, alright? Next shot is breathe in intent. Oh, okay, so this is like one of those goofy little things that I do. Okay, I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to show you guys how. So this shot that I'm going to do is like a really goofy shot. It's just going to be me breathing in like that. It just adds to the suspense, you know. Sometimes you need pattern breaks like that. Sometimes you can't just continue, you know, with all your sentences at once. Sometimes you need that pattern break. And this is one of them, but it's like 2 milliseconds. So it's just a nice cherry on top or cherry on bottom because it's still the first 5 seconds. I'm probably going to do no, I'm going to put it higher. I'm going to put it leveled up to my face because I want it to be leveled up to my face. And I'll probably... Okay, so this is the light side, right? This is the shadow side because the sun is there. So I'm going to... I don't know if you can see this camera. Hopefully you can. But I'm going to shoot the shadow side and then I'm going to sniff like that, right? I'm going to align it. I'm going to take a risk here and show you guys the POV instead. Hopefully you guys can see. I can't see it, so let's do it. Okay, I have to do it faster, I think. That's why, again, practice with do repetitions with different speeds, right? All right. This is like one of those examples where it feels awkward in the moment. Like you're just filming and you're doing the exact same action. Basically, you just want to embrace the chaotic energy, you know? Don't treat it like a job. Yeah, really just have fun with it. Just be playful. Have a laugh too. This next shot that I'm going to do is a empty shot, usually, because as you can see in the script, I'm talking about episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. That's what I'm saying, right? So what I'm going to say here, because it's already connected to the mic, you can see right here, right? And what I'm going to do, I already set up this beautiful shot, started recording, and I know that I'm going to put my text, my series text on this top half of the screen. So I'm just going to leave this grass near the bottom so it's not completely empty, you know? So yeah, I'm going to do the voiceover now. The script is episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. That's what I have to say. And yeah, you can just hear my voice as I say this. Oh, wait, no. I actually have to breathe out first because like the previous shot was me breathing in like, right? So now I have to breathe out and then say it. So episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. Something like that, right? But maybe not too chaotic because it's just, yeah, it doesn't fit right with the rest of the script. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. Let's go. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Episode 3. I don't know if I should breathe in or not. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. All right, I'll probably do that last one. Cool. Now what we're gonna do, move on here. Tick these boxes off. Voiceover is done. By the way, that's an example of a voiceover that I just did. Empty shot, done. That's done. Okay, another voiceover. Now, first mistake was letting church influence my perspective on who Jesus was. Okay, so usually this is how I do my voiceovers, right? I just turn my camera and face it to me. to my face. And I really don't care what's in the frame. Like, I just like to have it towards me so I can focus, because my mic is already connected here. So if I just press record, right, and say the line, I'm just going to use the audio in this clip, so it doesn't matter. What's the audio again? Now, first mistake was letting church influence my perspective on who Jesus was. Okay, so this is how I would say my voiceover. Now, my first mistake was... Okay, usually I film outside and there's some annoying birds. Welcome to Australia. And it's got to be patient sometimes. You got to be really patient, especially when I go to the park. It's it's a zoo out there. I'm not even kidding. All right. Now my first mistake was something. Now my first mistake was letting the church influence my perspective on who Jesus was. Now my first mistake was letting the church influence my perspective on who Jesus was. So see how I'm like, you know, focusing on my voice only, because I know this is not going to be like, I'm not using this, right? I'm not using this the video. I'm using the audio. So I need to focus on my dialect, and I can fully just put my attention on my voice and my speaking and my communication. And my first mistake was letting the church influence my perspective on who Jesus was. Okay, I think that was the best one. Stop recording, and then tick that off. Where is it? Tick, scroll down. Another talking head shot. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. Okay, so during praise and worship, okay, what I'm gonna do, let me think where I should do this talking head. I'm thinking of doing a weightlifting effect where I just put my camera on the floor. I'll probably do that. Like, I have no other idea of what I'm gonna do. I could do a high angle. Actually, yeah, we'll do a high angle. Just to switch it up, because we've already done low angle before, so might as well do high angle. And I'm just gonna rest. Now, this is where I get nervous, because like this tripod is pretty skinny, and whenever I like make it really high, give me a sec, like this, and then like this again. I don't know if you guys can see, but like whenever I do this, right, whenever I make it this high, it makes me nervous, especially when I do this. and like the entire leg is like very, you know, it looks weird, it looks wonky. Like this camera is so fat and this, you know, it's just skinny. But basically the lesson here is be careful, because yes, this thing has fell over plenty of times, and my foot has been sacrificed because I tried saving this. And that was like 2 days ago. Now my pinky toe is like busted up and I can barely walk. Anything for the shot, right? Anything for the shot. All right, I'm gonna set it to center focus again. I'll show you guys what it looks like in a second. But basically it's gonna be me. Oh my goodness. All right, just relax. Okay, I'm probably gonna do it here. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll show you guys. This is what it looks like. All right, I'm just gonna be there pressing, doing like bench press or something. I don't know. So we'll see. Okay. Now, I forgot the line. What's the line? So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. Okay, I'm gonna grab these dumbbells. I'm supposed to do quotation marks, like, I never felt the presence of God. But like, I'm holding dumbbells, so I don't know how I'm gonna do this. We'll see. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. Okay, I know how to do it now. Basically, I'm going to do the bench press, down, and then do the quotation marks here, because I can see that it's in the shot. I made it in the shot. Moving forward just a bit. Try not to tip over my tripod.
It's a pretty close-up shot, so they can't see my leg up. Alright, I'm gonna do this. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. Again. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. The presence of God. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. Did I get it? I don't even know if I got it. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I got it anyway. That's what Safety first. Safety first. Alright. We good. Next up, we have a talking head shot. So I'm gonna say, but that's when I realized I'm kind of a hypocrite too. Okay, so I'm gonna do. So this is what the shot is going to look like. Press record. Make it aligned. Okay, faces in the middle. What's the line again? But that's when I realized I'm kind of a hypocrite too. But that's when I realized I'm kind of a hypocrite too. But that's when I realized I'm kind of a hypocrite too. But that's when I realized I'm kind of a hypocrite too. Okay. Alright, let's see what we have here. Tick that off. Another talking head of me reading the Bible. Okay. Cool, because Jesus says blah blah blah. Alright, and I have to do some insert shots for that. Cool. Let's do that. Place my camera here. So this is what the shot looks like. Alright. Record. Face it to me. Let's go. I have to read the Bible. Matthew 7:3-5. A bit bright. Gotta decrease. Hey yo, chill. Because Jesus says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Because Jesus says, why do you... Because Jesus says, why do you... Because Jesus says, why... I'm gonna shoot that, sorry. Because Jesus says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your own? Because Jesus says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Because Jesus says, why do you pay attention? No. Because Jesus says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Because Jesus says, why do you... Bro, this bird is like... Hello. Hey. Because Jesus says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? I'm going to... Okay. I'm not going to do anything, but it's just frustrating. Patience, it's okay. Okay. That's one done. I'm going to do handheld vlog. I'm supposed to say ouch. 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 Alright, that's me saying ouch. Handheld vlog. Supposed to do 6 insert shots. That's amazing. I don't have to, I can use B-roll. Okay, I'm gonna do another talking head. Probably do it low angles. Alright, here is the shot. Boom. Here is the setup. Almost there. Getting hot. Alright. Your brother's like, ouch. You hypocrite. First, you hypocrite. First take the plank out of your own eye You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. From your brother's eye. Okay, I might do a different dialect again. You hypocrite. You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. Okay, cool. That's cool. Now what I'm gonna do, insert shots. Yay! Okay, insert shots. First and foremost is obviously the actual Bible that I'm reading. So I'm gonna shoot the actual verse. My camera is about to die and I'm so nervous. Better hurry up. That's one. Count that as two. Here's two. Here's four. Alright, ladies and gents, I'm gonna film this last walkthrough, this demo with my camera because my phone is out of storage. Plus, I need to use my phone for this shot, so might as well. Very final shot. I'm gonna walk in frame. If you're a driven entrepreneur who's actually willing to take action and build a personal brand like this, comment the word church to join us at a 50% discount. It is a CTA video anyways, so I think it's a pretty good CTA video. I don't know. So if you're a driven entrepreneur who's actually willing to take action and build a personal brand like this, comment the word church to get a 50. Comment the word church to join us at a 50% discount. Comment the word church to join us at a 50% discount. Comment the word church to join us at a 50% discount. What I'm gonna do now is an insert shot. Battery's running out again. Hurry up. All right, ladies and gents, this is the very last shot. I'm just gonna record it as a handheld vlog. Do it right here. And my battery's about to die, so I'm kind of panicking right now. The very last shot is like 50% what? Okay, ready? 50% what? 50% what? 50% what? 50 what? 50 what? Okay, that's enough. Alright, I hope you enjoyed the little daily filming demo. Going to church always felt like a weekly chore that I had to do when I was a kid. I hated all the people, the preachers, thought everyone was a hypocrite, except one person. Episode 3, committing to the cross. Let's go. Now, my first mistake was letting the church influence my perspective on who Jesus was. So during praise and worship, I never felt the presence of God. Until 4 months ago, I started looking at a different direction. Which direction? This direction. Definitely not these directions. So that's what I realized. I'm kind of a hypocrite too, because Jesus says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Ouch. Hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. Bro, Christianity didn't save the world. Jesus did. God doesn't call you to follow a religion. He calls you to be in a loving relationship with him for eternity. And that's literally what 400 God-fearing creators are building inside Creatopia. But I'll be real, it is a big community. So if you're a driven entrepreneur who's actually willing to take action and build a personal brand like this, comment the word church to join us at a 50% discount. 50 what? Alright, hello. Today I'm going to show you how to do a spin transition. So right now I'm filming an insert shot of me showing this little Polaroid photo. I'm going to film an insert shot and then that's going to spin to another shot of the keyboard. So first shot will be, first I've got to set up the camera obviously. It has to be an extreme close-up, so full zoom, and then I did this, boom, boom, that's the action, boom, boom. Make sure it's focused, alright, boom, boom. So basically I'm gonna unscrew the rotation on my tripod. Right here, I'm gonna unscrew that so that it's more loose when I rotate it, right? And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do the insert, do the action, boom, boom, but I'm gonna hold my camera at the same time. Okay, I'm just gonna do this, got the shot, boom, spin, like that. So usually I just spin really quickly, the rotation on the tripod. And I do a few takes of that. That's 2, do it again but closer. Okay. Now that's the first half of the spin. Now we're going to do the second half. Okay, this next shot is going to be a high angle or a bird's eye view of the keyboard. Careful, don't drop the camera when you do this. It's a pretty risky shot. Don't hurt yourself, eyes up. Setting up the exposure just right now. Okay, right now it's like that. That's what it looks like. And the action is I'm gonna spin and then show off my 3 fingers like that. Boom, boom, boom. I have to get it completely aligned horizontally. Wait, I wasn't even recording, bro. Man. Alright, my bad. Sorry, let me do that again. I'll zoom out just a little bit so you can see my finger. Boom. So I keep doing this just to have multiple takes. So during editing I can see which one's the best. Okay, cool. We got it. When I was in high school, me and the boys used to compete for whoever was the most heartless, racist, degenerate bozo out of the bunch. And it took 3 years after graduating to realize how much it actually ruined my life. Episode 5, Committing to the Cross. Now I despised all my class peers and pretty much everyone I saw in school for absolutely no reason. World-class professional hater right here, I'm telling you. So as a teenager, I struggled with the concept of love. I couldn't give it or receive it. But when I started diving deeper into the gospel, that's when I realized we can't heal ourselves. The Holy Spirit does. Now I know it sounds like a bunch of voodoo nonsense, but we both know you have a soul. Or better yet, we know that love is the one thing that brings us together. So when I read that love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy or boast, and let it sink into my heart, I started bawling my eyes out. Because God is so graceful to a dumb 16-year-old Asian kid who's rejected him for so long. To this day, I still barely understand his love. And maybe it's not about understanding, but surrendering to the King of Kings. Welcome to the one-shot time-lapse. So usually what I do with this one-shot time-lapse is that I film, most of them are usually in my room, right? So I film a quote-unquote time-lapse of me doing different activities in different shots with the same position of the camera. So that means this little camera will be filming for at least like 5 to 6 minutes, okay? And that requires, these time-lapse usually requires like 3, 4, 5 shots, maybe even more. Usually I do on average about 4 or 5 shots. And basically what we want to do, I already set up the shot right here so you can see, right? And I have this little challenge thing here, which I'm going to explain in a bit. But basically, this is the little framing that I have, and I want all of my shots to capture me doing something on my computer, or basically my room. So this pretty much captures half of my room, and it's a wide lens. And it's always good to do your one-shot time lapses with a wide lens. Now, what I'm going to do here is in each shot, I'm going to tick these boxes. This is pretty much a demonstration of how to visualize you going through different days or different time periods. So this captures this, it's like a, It's like a cinematic effect that helps you capture a time-lapse effect, if that makes sense. But basically, when you write a challenge, for example, monk mode here, right? You can tick these off in each shot that you take. And then eventually, when you put all the clips together in editing, it's going to look very, very cool. Especially when you do different actions on my, let's say if I do different actions on my chair, standing up, different objects and props as well. And then I tick each box as I go through each shot. It's like a little calendar that you have. And you can put any challenge, any type of mission, any type of topic here. Okay, what we're gonna do here, I'm just gonna do some random stuff on my computer, play around in my room, and just show you how it usually works when I shoot different shots. And then, because you guys, at the end of the day, come up with the ideas of what you're doing and the actions that you're taking. So I'm gonna press record on this camera. Now, let me tick off this first box. So yeah, the first thing to do is tick this off. And you don't have to like explain which day it is or which time period it is in each box, because the audience isn't dumb, right? They don't have time to like read everything on the screen anyways. So I usually just have boxes and they can assume it. Like you know. So it's very, very simple concept. You don't want to overcomplicate it. Okay, so that's the first box ticked. Now it's already recording, so what I'm going to do is just pretend to work. Pretend to work. Usually each shot takes like 2-3 milliseconds anyways, or like half a second. So I'm just gonna pretend to tap on the keyboard, put a hover there. I'll also show you guys how to edit this on Premiere Pro. Okay, that should be cool. You don't want to get stuck into the whole filming for 5 minutes in each shot thing. As long as you got the action recorded on camera, the next thing you want to do is do not stop recording. That's the key here. Just keep rolling, and your clip is going to be like, you know, 5-6 minutes once again, sometimes 8 minutes if you're not used to this. And don't worry about it. As long as you have footage, you don't have to stress out. So when I tick off in another box in this challenge thing, in this whiteboard, and when I change to a blue shirt, people are going to recognize that it's a different time period. So let's yoink, boom. What I'm going to do now, what am I going to do? I might as well just like grab my bottle and just pretend to drink. Okay, so you guys can see. Just make sure I'm in frame. That one action right there, that's enough, literally. Anything less than a second, because again, this is one whole shot, right? Like you're gonna put multiple clips together. And if we're following the 2-second rule, if you guys remember, you know, each shot has to be less than 1 second, or less than half a second, right? So think about it. Okay. Next up, what we're gonna do is the third one. I don't know what action I'm gonna do. I'm literally just freestyling this. Still rolling, again, that's the key here, still rolling. And what I'm gonna do is change clothes. Okay, now I'm in a different shirt. And I remember that my last action was me standing up and drinking, right? I want this one to be completely different, because in each shot, the more different the actions are, the more engaging it's gonna be, right? Because you want different movements every time. So I'm just gonna, okay, what I'm thinking right now is I'm gonna spin on my chair and I'm going to read my Bible while spinning on that chair. All right, so I'll record it like this. Hopefully you guys can see. I'm gonna go here. I can see that I'm in the frame. Always make sure you're in frame, okay? Okay, now I'm gonna do this. Make it expressive, you know, you wanna make it, you don't wanna just half-ass it, if you know what I mean. You wanna make it as visually expressive as possible. I'll also explain that in the acting on camera module. Okay, should be cool. Very simple. Don't get too stuck into it. If you did the action, that's it, right? Because you don't have time. You don't have, and you have limited storage anyway. So I'm gonna change into that shirt now. First off, I'm gonna tick this off. Always remember to tick it off, because when I started doing these, I always forgot literally to tick it off. And I used to film like full-on compilations, full-on time lapses without even ticking any boxes off, and I just had to restart. So yeah, don't make my mistake. Gonna change into this. Now, you'll notice that I haven't changed my pants, which I barely do, because like nobody really recognizes it. Nobody can notice it. Sometimes it's nice, it's just a little, it does take more effort, but if you're in a rush, if you want to be more efficient, just change your shirt, okay? Okay, I ticked the box off. What am I going to do now? This is me trying to think of an action. I'm probably going to write something down on the floor. Yeah, because I've already been on the chair twice. I've already stood up. Maybe I'll stand up again, actually, yeah. Okay, I'll just stand up. I'll stand up. And I'm going to pretend to write something down on my journal. Okay, I'm on frame. Okay, cool. Okay. That should be good, right? Looks so weird when you're doing behind the scenes. Okay. That's about 4. I'll probably do one more just for it to be cool. Was that 4? Yeah, it was 4. Let's get there. Alright. Jesus loves you. What's next? I've already read my Bible, I've already journaled, I've already worked on the computer, I've already drank. I'll pray next. I'll pray. Okay, so I'm gonna change clothes. Okay, I'm gonna change my shirt. Oh, I'm gonna put a hoodie on. Alright. This is my hoodie, and I'm going to go on the floor for this one. As you can see, still rolling. Remember, that's the key. Already ticked it off. Now I'm going to just sit on the floor and pray, pretty much. I'm just trying to position myself where I wasn't in the last shot. So I'm just gonna go in this end. You see how I'm moving, by the way? Like, whenever I do something like an action or like meditation, I'm also going to explain this in the later module, but whenever I do an action, I always want it to be moving. So I always need to be moving, right? Because that's what engages audience in general, movements. So even when I'm praying or like I'm acting out like a meditation, a still action like that can still be, you know, moving. For example, if I'm meditating, I could be like this. Like, make it intense, make it expressive, you know. Okay. I'm gonna do that again. That's Hollywood right there. Alright, so after you film that whole compilation, all of your clips, all of your shots in that one whole take, we're going to go on and import it into CapCut. I'm going to use CapCut because I've already done a lot of Premiere Pro demonstrations, so I'm going to walk through this on CapCut to show you guys how I usually edit on desktop CapCut. Alright, first things first, I want to find the initial action, which is around here. So basically, in each and every quote-unquote shot that you took, or action, you want to find the key moment, or the key segment. So I'm going to use this as my key segment, and then the rest is fine. I'm just going to cut this part. All of it, like 99% of it, you're going to cut anyway, so don't worry about it. Basically, in this shot, you just want to find the key moments, right? This is not a key moment. Okay, here it is. This second one was me drinking, right? Yeah. Okay, no, it's somewhere here. Okay, so this is the key moment right here. As you can see, like, these two are different times, like these two are different lengths. That's okay, because it's going to be less than a second anyway, so you can cut it off later. So what you're trying to do now is find the key moments. Usually it takes about 3 seconds. Don't do more than 5-second moments. That's like, there's no point doing that. If you did long actions, you're going to have to sacrifice a lot. That's why I told you guys don't do long actions. Like, be quick with it. You want to be very, very efficient. What did I do? Oh, spin. Oh, yeah, I did the Bible thing. Where is it? Okay, here. I think, yeah, it's right here. Boom, you can see. There you go. That's the key. Okay, gotta cut that. Remember the desktop Mac keybinds to cut your footage in between is Command B. So if I say Command B here, it's gonna cut in between here. Okay. Okay, next one. Remember, I'm using the Q and W keybinds. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, journaling, right? Nah, I think this is fine. Yeah, that right there. Small section. Okay, last one. That's 4 so far. We need the very last one with the hoodie. Okay, cut it up. And prayer, right? Yeah, it's towards the end. Here, right here. Yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. Now we're going to cut that. Now what we do is make each and every one of them the same length, okay? So, I'm going to go here, try and find where I'm moving. This is where I moved. That's a movement right there. Going to cut that. I might turn each clip into, no, that's already 1 second. I want to make them half a second. So 15 is 26, you can see right here, 26 milliseconds. Gonna make it 15. Right here, I just want to capture like my hand moving. You can see my hand moving here, right? I just want to capture that only. Like, that's the one movement, right? So that's the most important part.
I'm gonna capture this. It's me drinking. Okay, that's 13. I'm gonna make it 15. And then me reading the Bible. That's cool. Gonna make that 15. Maybe it's extended a bit. 15. There you go. That's cool. That's cool as well. 15. Done. There you go. 15. Let's check it out. So all of them are 15 milliseconds. Each and every one of them is preferred. Definitely recommend them to have the equal length. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So it's like consistent, right? You don't want one to be bigger than the other or longer than the other. So there you go. And you can also see that the challenge tick boxes, the whiteboard stays in the same place, right? And the tick boxes change throughout time. So it's like this time lapse effect. Okay. And what makes it even more cooler is if you nest it in Premiere Pro or in CapCut, if you group it, so select them all and press Command, not group, compound clip. So you make it a compound clip. Option G, right? And make it one whole clip. And what you do is put a little keyframe at the start for scale. So scale keyframe or transform, that doesn't matter. And then go to the end and scale it up just by like 10. Or maybe, nah, it's maybe just 5, right? And then you watch it back. Has this little zoom effect. Slow zooming in. That's what I do with all my hooks, with most of my scenes too. Make them a compound clip. So it consistently zooms in and makes it more intense. Well, not intense, but like makes the story flow visually. There you go, right? It's a nice little time lapse. And then obviously with this, you have like a million different opportunities to add Easter eggs with your whiteboard, with your props, with your background. Like literally it's amazing. So it does take time to film it, but it is definitely worth it, even if it's just a 2-second clip. Okay, so that is how you do a one-shot time lapse.
All right, good morning, people. Today I'm going to show you how to do a DIY skateboard dolly. So here is my electric skateboard. So like this is a very rare shot that not a lot of people can do unless you have like a really fancy dolly. But I'm the type of cheapskate who would do something like this, right? So this is my electric skateboard. This is my remote here. That is nothing. And usually what I do is stand my camera on this little whiteboard here, right? So let's just move this. So I stand my camera on this whiteboard. My tripod is here, and the one thing that I have to like give you guys a heads up: if you guys have an electric skateboard, definitely be very careful, because this is like the hardest shot ever that I've ever done. All right, so this is my skateboard, and I'm going to set up my tripod here, right there. Usually, what I do is adjust the 3 tripod legs and really just like try and balance it as much as I can, and shake it so that I test whether it's balanced or not. Usually it takes like 2 minutes to set up, so just be patient with it, especially somehow if you're doing the same thing as me right now. But if you are, then definitely be patient with it, because this is really hard. And again, this is like the hardest shot to do, for me at least. What I usually do once I set it up, the tripod, I adjust the skateboard to point to my subject, right? Not the actual camera, because my camera, I want it to be aligned with the direction that the skateboard is going to, which is forward. So it should be aligned vertically. And then usually the most important part is to test whether if it's actually balanced or not. So what I do is move it front and back. Sometimes it shakes more, but right now it looks like it's good. I think, like, I get really nervous with this, because like the last time this fell, I tried to leap and save the camera because it was like mid-air and I had time to just jump and save my camera, right? And I broke my toe. I broke my pinky toe, which is amazing. All right, should be good. Now I'm gonna point it this way. Okay, cool. You good? Alright. I'm just gonna go press record. I'm gonna pull up my little display, which happens to be one of our group calls. And then I'm gonna turn on my remote. Okay, should be good. Now I'm just gonna slightly move this finger because it's a really small action, right? So I have to like be very, very careful with it. It's a really fast skateboard, so be very careful. Usually I just test it out first and look at the skateboard, and then I reverse to, oh my days then, that is making me nervous. No. Okay, let me try that again. A bit much, mate. And keep it rolling even if you mess up, like literally doesn't matter. Like I'm still rolling right now, so. Oh my day, why is it so like... Alright. This should be alright. As long as it really is about remote control. And for me, I just have to like really adjust my finger and press the forward button or back button really, really carefully. Like very slowly. Like that. And if you get it perfectly, it looks so nice in the final shot. Okay, let's reverse. Also make sure if you are reversing, don't rush the reverse too. Because I did, and then I ended up breaking my toe. Alright, let's go. Reset. Oops, that is reverse. Cool. I think that's like the first and best shot. Yeah, you guys saw it just there. Alright, so that is how you do a DIY skateboard dolly. In the past 30 days, I hit my first $6,000 a month as a 20-year-old content creator. But even saying it like that is just like, ugh. Because do you really need me to say exactly how much I make, how long it took me, how old I am? It's just tiring, bro. No matter what reel you scroll to, you'll never be satisfied. Now, that unsatisfaction to chase after something will get you to somewhere for sure. But what I realized from making money online is, what is it really for? Is it for my family, my future self, or for my own pride? Matter of fact, making my first 3K, 4K, 5K a month gave me more temptations than I had with lust. It's literally chasing this number go up on a screen of pixels, bro. Pixels! Which is how I found out, no matter how much I make, it'll never be enough because there's always more. But thank God that he gave us something that is enough, and that is his only begotten son, Jesus Christ. Now that was episode 1 of my new series, Digital Discipleship.
Welcome to the cinematic video editing course. My name is Ken and these are my current results on social media so far. I have gathered over 40 million views on social media, 400k followers across all platforms like TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, created multiple 1 million plus view shorts, and I'm currently coaching social media creators and brands, as well as spreading the gospel of Jesus Christ. In the following modules, you're going to learn how to edit viral shorts like me using 3 main concepts: cinema, storytelling, and authenticity. And this editing style that I'm about to teach is only for those who want to grow an authentic, loyal audience, aka I like to call them true fans. So we'll be going through the following things: the software that I use, my content styles, how I tell stories with editing, visual effects, sound effects, and some complete editing walkthroughs at the end of this course. And yes, I will be adding new modules as I learn new stuff about video editing in the future. In this module, I'm going to be talking about the editing software I use. First off, we have Premiere Pro, the one and only. This is what I use to edit clips, transitions, colors, effects, and sound. In this software, there's plenty of like professional and advanced tools that you can experiment with, but I usually just use the basic stuff. In my opinion, I think Premiere Pro is the most suitable tool for editors with over a year of experience. I think it's not so good for beginners below 1 year of experience. So for example, if you've been editing with CapCut for like a few months now, then I don't think Premiere Pro would be, would suit you too much. You can purchase Premiere Pro with Adobe. And here's a list of the shortcuts that I personally use every time I edit videos. So I press the Q key to cut the left side of my footage, of my clip, and the W key to cut the right side of my footage. You can also press the up and down arrows to move through the start and end of your clips. You can also zoom in on your timeline using the plus and minus keys on your keyboard. And usually how I edit my footage is to put my main talking head footage in the first timeline layer and all of the B-roll stuff on my second timeline. I'll get into that in the walkthroughs in the following modules. Second, we have CapCut. This is what I use to edit captions, text, and some sound effects, extra sound effects. This tool has a library, a huge library of free effects, animations, and templates, even sound effects. I use them all. And I think this is the most suitable software tool for beginners with below 1 year of experience in editing. It's available on mobile and desktop. It's free to download. I think it got banned in the US. I'm not too sure. You're going to have to check yourself. But I'm in Australia, so yeah, lucky me. If you're more of an advanced editor, I don't recommend you using CapCut to like cut your clips and manage your footage and all that stuff. But unless you're using it for, let's say, to create captions like me, then that's reasonable enough. Here are the shortcuts on CapCut. Same thing with Premiere Pro. You press Q on your keyboard to cut the left side of your footage, W to cut the right side. You press the up and down arrows to move through the start and ends of your clips. And you actually hold Command or Control if you're on Windows to zoom in and out of your timeline. So you hold Command or Control and then you zoom in with your mouse or so. And again, if you are a beginner using CapCut, put your main talking head footage in the first timeline layer and your B-roll footage on the second timeline layer. It's much easier to manage all of your clips. Now, as for the other software tools out there, it's completely up to you if you want to use them or not. I don't have the experience with Final Cut Pro or DaVinci Resolve and all these other editing softwares out there, so it's not fair for me to actually teach you how to use them because I don't know how to use them. If you have an editing software you're comfortable with, stick to it. At the end of the course with the long walkthroughs that I'm going to do, I'll only be using Premiere Pro and CapCut, right?
Next up, we have talking head content. This is the main style that I usually film with when I communicate with my audience. And it counts with long forms too, not only short form. As long as your head is in the shot or your body of you speaking to the camera, that is called a talking head shot. So when editing talking clips of you speaking on camera, I always refer to that as talking head clips. And with short form content, we obviously need to cut these talking head clips up. This means we cut the pauses, the unnecessary parts, the parts where we mess up our sentences, etc. This is called cutting out the fluff, quote unquote fluff. So my advice to you would be to get used to cutting out this fluff in all of your short form videos. Why? Because it makes your content so much more engaging. People don't want to watch a video of you rambling on camera with stutters and a lot of sentence mistakes, speaking mistakes on Instagram Reels or TikTok. Short form platforms require fast-paced, high-value, straight-to-the-point delivery with every single video you make. With personal branding as well, you actually have to communicate in a faster way than you usually would with a long-form video. So if you're cutting a talking head clip and you're not sure if this one segment is a fluffy part or not, ask yourself this question. If I remove this sentence or line, will my video change? If not, then it's probably something that you should remove. Why? Because it's not important. The video doesn't change if you remove that sentence, which means it's most likely fluff that nobody needs to know because it doesn't add to your story. And sometimes it could be a really good line that you personally love delivering, right? But when picking out the fluff in your editing process, you have to be very picky and very strict. That's why I always advise the people I coach to cut out the fluff during the scripting process, not the editing process, because then it's just, it ruins the video. In short form content, every second counts and every second is pretty much a video in itself. You cannot afford to sacrifice or waste any second in your video. Even if it's 60 seconds, I don't care if it's 5 seconds, you can't waste any time. Why? Because every second has to have meaning and a purpose. Talking head content is the style of content that lets that happen, to have more meaning, to have value, to communicate a story. Speaking allows verbal communication with your audience, so it establishes a connection between you and the viewer. So it's up to you to edit that talking head clip in order to share the right message to your audience. So whenever you're on camera or you're recording a voiceover, that's pretty much what verbal communication or a talking head clip is. I'll get more into this when I actually go through the walkthroughs of me editing my videos. B-roll is the most useful resource that you can have as a creator. This can be cinematic shots, videos from your phone camera roll, or even pictures and images that you have. I use the following B-roll: film shots that I took for specific videos, videos from my camera roll taken from my iPhone, insert shots to add on top of my original talking footage, and cinematic shots from my library of B-roll. So whatever clip or footage that you choose as B-roll, make sure that it sticks to your style. This is a little subjective, but for me and my style, I like to stay consistent with all my film shots. And whenever I use a video from my camera roll, for example, it's pretty obvious, right? So I don't just insert one random video from my camera roll in the middle of my film or my short form video. I usually have like a 3-second, 4-second compilation of multiple camera roll videos from my photos. And it's very obvious, you can tell, because, you know, usually my camera roll stuff is like me moving with my iPhone recording and having movements and all that. Whereas with my normal film shots or my normal talking head and stuff like that, it's just my camera on a tripod filming me doing an activity or talking to the camera. So there's going to be a significant difference between your talking head and your B-roll. And this is probably the biggest advice I can give you. Do not use random B-roll from the internet, please. Don't be lazy about it, right? If you scroll down far enough in my Instagram reels and watch my very first like series of videos, it's not authentic, and authenticity is what we're trying to achieve here. So don't just edit random B-roll for no reason, just stick to your brand. That's why it's super important to film lots and lots of film shots, more than you actually need. And for that, you can check out the solo cinematography course for more.
Now here are the most common types of cinematic cuts. First, we have the hard cut. This is the most basic cut out there, one clip to the next, and it's pretty much the best transition out there. And it is the most common one that I use for all of my shorts. So from here, one clip to the next. Next, we have the B-roll cut. This means you cut between the original clip and a B-roll shot. It's also another common cut that I like to use as well. As you can see, this is the main talking head footage, and up here is the B-roll, right? So this clip right here would be on the second timeline that I mentioned before. Next, we have the L cut. This is pretty much where your audio stays the same between multiple clips. In short form content, most of your talking clips or your voiceover clips has L cuts. So when you add B-roll on top of like a talking head clip like this, for example, not only is it going to be a B-roll cut, it's going to be an L cut as well. Next, we have the J cut. This is where the clip stays the same while the audio from the next scene or the next clip starts. Now, here's a short form hack that I'll get into a little bit later on, but I'll mention it now. Start the audio early with each clip. This is what I do with everything. This is like the best tip that I can give to all the creators that I work with out there. You can see that this little audio bar is the one that comes from this second clip right here. Usually this is what my timeline would look like with all of my clips. So the audio from the clip afterwards would start like a millisecond before this one ends, the previous one ends. I'll definitely get into this later because it's a huge hack in short form content. Next, we have the match cut. This is where you cut from one object to another similar object. So you want to think about the shape of your object or the subject that you have that you're shooting. Sometimes it can be you, like these 3 shots. Sometimes it can be paper signs. I like to do them with paper signs. Sometimes actions like scrolling on my phone. And then I just film them in different locations with the exact same film distance, focal length, height of my tripod, so that it's all matching. So you can see these 3 shots right here is called a match cut. These are a series of match cuts right here. Next, we have the insert cut. This is probably my favorite cut out there. It's where you cut to a specific object or subject inside your shot. So for example, if you're holding something in a long shot where you're talking to the camera like I am here, you can film another close-up shot of you showing that object. In these 2 shots, I'm pretty much doing the exact same action, which is turning my hand and showing my Bible, and it looks smooth when you put it together. That is what an insert cut is. Again, this is one of my favorite shots to do, one of my favorite cuts to do, because it shows, or let's say emphasizes, you know, small objects. It also emphasizes the idea of that object and the idea that I'm talking about. Next, we have the 2-second rule. This is one of the most fundamental rules I follow with all of my short form content. This is probably the most important rule, actually. The 2-second rule is basically a rule of thumb to cut every 1 to 5 seconds. I personally keep all of my clips below 5 seconds and no longer than that. Otherwise, people will lose attention. That's just natural like that. We got to adapt to the social media audience these days, because especially with brain rot culture, TikTok type of content, very short, fast paced, you know, we have to keep up with the pacing and maximize the amount of value that we can give in the short amount of time. So I usually cut every 1 to 2 seconds, which is very fast paced. That's my style. And I definitely recommend you guys adapt to that style too, because you want to show as many shots or as many footage of yourself or your life as possible, because nobody knows who you are. So you want to really spam them with as much clips, with as much footage, right, with as many shots of yourself as possible. And that is only possible with the 2-second rule. This helps retain, quote unquote, retain your viewers visually, right? So it's a visual hook that retains and keeps their attention onto your video. That's also a little reference to the hook, retain, reward framework. Now, here's how it works. Basically, every 1 to 2 seconds, the visuals must change. That means different subjects, different objects. So from one shot to another, it has to be a different picture shown, or a different POV, a different distance from your camera to your subject, a different angle, right? A different focal length. You can be zoomed in on one shot and wide on the other. Different actions, different movements, different activities. Everything has to be different. every 1 to 2 seconds or 1 to 5 seconds. So as you can see, this is what my timeline usually would look like in Premiere Pro. One clip would be like 1 second, another would be 2. Rarely it would be like 3 to 4. If it is 3 to 4, it would be something like a zoom compilation or a time lapse with the same shot of me doing different activities throughout time. But other than that, usually it's just 1 to 2 second cuts. Now here are the requirements to actually follow this 2-second rule. It obviously requires a ton of shots and footage, but I'm telling you right now, it is 100% worth it. I used to be pretty lazy with this because I had a whole B-roll library, and I definitely recommend you still build a library of B-roll to reuse like I do with like my camera roll videos and my cinematic shots. I have it right here. This is like my camera roll stuff. But basically you want to have so many clips available in your library or wherever you save it to the point where you don't know what to do with them, you know. You always want and need, you actually need a lot of footage. You can check out the solo cinematography course for more on B-roll and stuff. Now with this rule, every millisecond counts. I'm not saying every second, I'm saying every millisecond. Why? Because every shot you take must tell a specific story. So it has to play a specific role in your entire video. Every scene you put together is an individual video in itself. So if you think like that, if that is your mindset, oh, okay, every second, every scene is an individual video, I have to really try hard on this. And that is pretty much how I approach all of my content these days. Do not waste, sacrifice, or neglect any millisecond or any second, right, in your short form video. Don't take any of it for granted. I don't care if it's like I don't care if it's a 5-second video or a 60-second video. It has to be worth it, right? Everything has to play a role. Why? Because the audience can lose attention at any time, anytime. It can be the smallest thing that they see or the smallest thing that, you know, will make them feel a little bit bored or uninterested. Maybe the shot is a little bit too long. Maybe your speaking was a little bit too boring. They can lose attention at any time. And all they have to do is use their thumb to swipe up. And that's it, right? You lost their attention. Now here's my secret trick. To create a fast-paced, valuable story, you want to overlap your clips over each other. So for example, you separate the audio from your video footage. Let's say you separate this last clip right here, you separate the audio and the video, and then you overlap this audio clip on top of the previous one so that this whole thing starts early. So before this little scene right here, these 4 clips or this last one ends, you want to start this next audio early. And usually my audio would be me speaking, right? My voiceover or whatnot. And you can do this by overlapping the audio footage through 2 timelines, the first one and then the second one. And then you keep doing that like up and down, first, second. And the overlap itself would be around a millisecond, 2 milliseconds, a few milliseconds, doesn't matter. It just has to be so smooth that both sentences are like joined together. And then when you play it back, it actually sounds like one smooth sentence. Hence why when I script, I use the, what's it called, story starter technique. You know, the keywords like and, because, now, then, you know, that's how you tell a story that is actually smooth and fast paced. All right, now we're going to look at text and captions, the one and only. This is where CapCut comes in, my beloved CapCut. After I finish editing everything on Premiere Pro, I moved to CapCut to edit my text captions. I 1000% recommend editing on the desktop version of CapCut. Do not edit on the mobile because it's going to be so hard, especially when you know, have the 2-second rule in mind and all these details that we don't want to miss. Please go on your laptop, or even an iPad is a lot better than your phone, than your mobile phone. It's much easier and more efficient to work with. If you don't have it, pause this video, pause this module, and go download it on your desktop, please. Now here's the main takeaway that I want to tell everyone. I encourage all of you guys to make captions manually. A key rule I follow is to do 1 to 2 word captions. So as you can see in these 2 screenshots, this is a 1-word caption right here, and this is 2-word captions. And I actually do not show more than 3 words at once. The maximum I will do is 3 because I like to have the size of my captions larger than the normal sentence captions, right? So it's like text displays and it's very fast paced. And if you do more than 3 words, it's not going to feel right. It's going to be too long, and in comparison with the other 1 to 2 word captions, it's going to feel off. So I would rather keep it 1 to 2 words, 1 to 3 words maximum, and then it's all fast paced. And I only show 3 with tiny words. For example, I found a, or so I did, or something like that, right? And here's some more examples with 1 word. So reading, you can see in this screenshot. Born as, that's a 2-word one in this screenshot. And then 3 words, I found her. And usually I speak pretty loudly, so when I say I found her, it's pretty quickly. It goes by for like a millisecond, right? So I don't need to split between I or found or because I'm already saying it too fast. And I hate when I see shorts that don't have synced up captions. Please, please, please sync up your captions. All right, make it smooth with your talking, with your voiceover or whatnot. Don't be lazy with it, especially if you do end up making automatic captions. At least sync it up. The only reason for that is because a lot of editors are lazy. At least for me, it takes about 30 to 45 minutes to add text and subtitles. For me, my CapCut software does not have automatic captions as an option anymore. I mean, it does, but it's limited. I'm not sure for mobile or in the US. I'm not too sure about that. But for me in Australia, using CapCut desktop, I don't have it. It's limited. So my advice would be, do not use default or automatic captions without decorating and styling it up, and also syncing it up, please. That's probably the most important rule of captions, is to sync it up with your voice. And it's not even that hard to do it manually. It just takes time. Just do the work, please. You want to make your fonts authentic to your brand. Your text has to be authentic to your personality, right? So stick to one style. Here's another big tip. Stick to one style, one font, and one color palette. My font is called Molas, right? And I use the bold style. I like to have yellow and reddish text sometimes, and I'll get into that in a bit. I also like to add effects to my captions. For example, shadows. Shadow is my main template that I use. Sometimes I use glow, or at least I used to. Nowadays, I don't really use them anymore because it's too confusing. So I just stick with shadow because it has a nice outline. It's a nice effect that I like personally. You can also have your own outline as well. What is it called? Stroke. Yeah, you can have that. But me personally, I like shadow. You can even add free animation effects. So like on CapCut, they usually have a timer where you can add an animation to your captions, and you can time it to like 0.1 seconds, 0.3 seconds. This is the time frame that I recommend, 0.1 to 0.3 seconds. No more than that, otherwise your captions are going to be like wonky. Like if you have fade-ins for each and every one-word captions, imagine that. It's just weird. That's why I personally don't even recommend adding free animations to your captions. Just keep it simple, 1 to 2 word captions, cut. Now let's talk about big text, all right? I use text with all caps for important words only. So the key words that need emphasis. And it can't be more than 3 to 4 words at once, because I actually upsize the text. I increase the size and I make it all caps, so it's already big, right? And if I use more than 4 words, let's say, it's a little bit awkward, right? I have to fit it into the entire screen, and it takes up most of the screen if it is more than 4 text. Even 3 words itself, like I have to be able to manage it, because I actually like to keep my text in equal horizontal length. So like you can see this text right here, so down bad. It's like shaped like a rectangle, right? And I don't like putting my text in like random places and all that stuff. I noticed that a lot of creators love to do that. If you like to do that, that's fine. But personally, I lose attention whenever I watch a video like that. It's a bit weird. So I like to keep it inside a rectangle shape. So even like upsizing or downsizing, changing the sizes to fit into that rectangle, that's what I recommend. I usually have 2 big bold cap words with different colors. And with these big text words, I usually change the color in itself. So my normal captions would be white, as you saw before, and emphasized captions, the big text, are either yellow or red. I use yellow to show a positive word, like a positive keyword, and red for a negative keyword. All right. Let's talk about music choice. Now, here's my entire process of choosing music or background music for all of my videos. First, we have the audio library. It's important to have a folder library of music files, just like your B-roll footage, right? These can be beats, instrumentals, soundtracks, ambient sounds, etc. Whatever you prefer, okay? Because the music I choose are mostly my personal favorites. So I listen to a wide range of music on Spotify. For example, Christian worship, cinematic scores. I used to listen to a lot of Kendrick, a lot of rap as well. So yeah, I have it all here on Spotify. And you want to do your digging, choose which music you like the most. Usually the music that works well with you and your videos are the ones that you like. So for example, I like the song, let's say, Whacked Out Murals, right, by Kendrick Lamar. And I use that instrumental for one of the intros to my videos. And I actually got 6.5 or 6.7 million views by now, and close to 7. So that's crazy. All right, so step 1, we want to search up the audio instrumental tracks. As you can see here, my history is full of searching up music tracks. For example, let's say Kendrick Lamar, Squabble Up Instrumental. The key here is to search up the word instrumental. That's the key word that you need to search up, because if you search up the actual track and download the, with the rapping or the vocals, it might get copyrighted. Plus, nobody can hear your voice, and it's just too messy. You want to download the instrumentals only, right? So this is, you can see I watched this video already because I downloaded this one. This is the right one, right? So it has the correct intro. You also want to, you know, listen to it first. Don't download the wrong one. Listen to it. It has the drop and everything. Okay, cool. Now what you want to do is go up to the link, copy it. I pressed Command C to copy, or you can just press share, right? And then it has the link right here. So you can just press this button, copy, boom, it's in your clipboard. And then you go to one of the YouTube to MP3 websites. So search up YouTube to MP3, right? So you go here and you want to choose a random website. Most of them work. You just sometimes they don't work. Sometimes some of them are goofy, but most of them should work. All right. So let's go to the first one that comes up. Let's see here. You can paste it, paste, or Command V, Control V. And you can see it's set to MP3. Make sure it is set to MP3 because sometimes websites they're a little bit tricky and they're already default set to MP4. You don't want to download the video. I mean, it's fine, but I would rather download the MP3 version so I can just drag the audio file into my timeline. So you want to press convert first, and then it'll load up, and then it'll have an option for you to download. So you want to press the download button. You can see it's already downloading here. Let's go to my files. So if you click here, there, that's the file, right? And you can rename it. I usually like to use the name only, and then I save it into my audio B-roll, my music library, and then yeah, I can reuse it again and again. What you want to do next is to repeat with all of your favorite songs, right? So that's why I told you guys to browse your Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you listen to music, and then choose which instrumentals that you want. Be very picky with it. I like to pick my very specific songs that sound catchy, that I like personally. Have a wide range of, let's say, themes and genres as well, because obviously you want to appeal to the audience's emotions. And if you stick to, like, let's say if I only use Kendrick Lamar beats all the time, which I do only for the intros, but if I use them for like my entire videos, all of them, it's going to be a little bit boring. It's going to get old. And I did do that actually for a while. So you want to go search for wide range of music and save them as instrumentals. Remember instrumentals. So once you have your music, you want to add it to your timeline, obviously. I always change the track every 5 to 10 seconds. So every 5 to 10 seconds, I always change from, let's say, a Kendrick Lamar track to a Hans Zimmer soundtrack or something like that, right? And this is actually very short. So if you usually create like 30-second videos, 60-second videos, you're going to have to use like multiple tracks. That's why I told you guys to have a library of audio. It is very short, but it helps break the pattern of your story. And you want pattern breaks. Pattern breaks are one of the keys to editing, to scripting, to filming, to making short form content in general. People love when there's twists in stories. People love when something, shocking happens, when an event turns to something, when the tables turn, right? And changing the music, changing the whole emotion or the vibe of the video with audio, with the background music, helps so much. Because you want to keep surprising the viewer. So you match the visual and verbal, which is your filming shots and your scripting, right? Your communication, your voiceover, both stories with the theme of your music. Hence the VVA framework, the visual, verbal, and audio. Those are the 3 stories you need to tell. That will automatically appeal to your audience's emotions. And obviously don't use like a funky pop beat when you're saying something sad, right? Make it appropriate to the topic, to the idea, to the value that you're communicating. It only takes a few minutes to add music, right? For me, it takes 5 minutes maximum to choose the right music from my library, drag it in, edit it, cut it up, add more in. 5 minutes, done, right? It's a small effort that actually does wonders, bro. It's crazy. Here's a little diagram example, right? So let's say this one scene here is one track, and then I automatically switch. And I also like to break the pattern by cutting the music completely for 1 to 3 seconds. And I think you guys can tell from if you have watched my videos before. So yeah, you just basically want to get creative with your music. More music, better videos. More shots, better videos. And obviously you want to decrease the volume. Some tracks are going to be very, very loud. Some tracks are going to be a little bit more quiet, but you want your background music to be consistent throughout your entire video. So you have to decrease, or sometimes maybe even in rare cases, increase the background music, your tracks, to fit according to your story, according to the video, right? Obviously, you want your speaking volume, the voiceover or the talking to the camera audio, louder than your actual music. So I usually decrease the audio of my music tracks to either 10 decibels, minus 10 decibels, or 20 decibels. most commonly 20. Obviously, it depends on your music track, the volume of each track that you download. So you just got to adjust according to your speaking volume. Just make sure the music isn't too loud, otherwise not many people can hear your voice and what you're trying to communicate. At the end of the day, what you're trying to tell, the story that you're trying to tell, is the most important thing, not the music. All right, I'm going to pull up a video of mine to show you a good example of how it should sound, comparing music and speaking.
A year ago, I was reading my Bible from front to back and praying every single night because I was so down bad and I couldn't quit my lustful habits. But even after begging God to forgive me, I kept relapsing again and again until I realized that sin is not an action. Raw Faith, episode 6. Let's go! So these were the no-no activities that my short Asian ass was addicted to. Voila. Then one day I found an interesting verse from Psalms that made me really curious. Wait, hold up. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me? What? Yup. We're all born as sinners. Surprise! So I thought, okay, if there's so much lust in our hearts, then how do we defeat that? I mean, there's got to be some way that... Oh. So that's what he actually went through? Yep. All of that pain? Mm-hmm. And just like that, we're saved? Alright, ladies and gents, this is the first walkthrough of the editing course. I'm assuming that a lot of people have skipped to this part already. My advice is to go back and actually watch the theory videos because it's important. Otherwise, you're not going to have any idea the reason why I do certain tactics and tricks when I edit. Plus, it doesn't take too long. Please just go watch it through, yeah? Alright, so what I have right here is my footage. All of these clips, all these files are video clips of me filming myself and talking to the camera. So this is basically my entire video. In total, there are 46 clips, plus a little text graphic that I made on Adobe Illustrator. And over here is my script on Notion. So the video is called Bible, right? This is the video idea itself. As you can see, I wrote it line by line. Check out the writing course. And the key thing here that I use whenever I edit is actually the checklists. Now there is a checklist up here, but this is mostly for the captions and the color correcting, which I will walk through in a bit after I edit this. But right here, it says PP. That means Premiere Pro or post-production. I like to say post-production, right? So these post-production checklists are actually for me to look at and tick off while I edit. So whenever I script, I always have at least one PP checklist. That sounds wrong, sorry, pause. I always have one double P checklist whenever I script. For example, like this, it says text. It means when I say welcome to episode 5 of The Art of Repentance, I add the text that I showed you guys before. And over here is another example. PP B-roll, right? I'm assuming you guys already know that this means to add the B-roll clips. And I'm assuming you guys already know that this means add B-roll clips to this sentence whenever I say it. All right, let's get started with the very first clip. 700 days ago, I opened my Bible, blah, blah, blah. Now, let's drag all of the footage that I have into my project, Premiere Pro. Now, whenever I filmed from one line to the next, chronological order. So the first clip would obviously be my first line. Drag that in here into my timeline. Make sure it's vertical as well. You don't want it to be horizontal. And usually the line that I get right is towards the end. So whenever I speak on camera, it usually takes 1 to 2 minutes to actually get the line right, to warm up and stuff like that. And yeah, so I usually skip to the end of the clip and press Q, the Q key, to delete the left side of that clip, all of that fluff, and actually capture the line itself. Okay, so this is the line, right? 700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. Now what I do with this, at the end of the sentence, I actually press the W key so that I can delete the right side, so it's only the sentence only, right? And you can see that because the audio file at the bottom here actually shows when I'm speaking. 700 days ago. And you can tell that there is a little bit of a millisecond at the front where it takes a little slight moment of me saying 700. I want it to be really quick, so I have to cut that little S at the front. 700 days ago. See? Can you hear that? Can you hear that slight change? Because I want it to be fast-paced. Again, I cannot lose a millisecond here. 700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. Boom. First clip done, right? It says here in my checklist that I actually filmed a talking head. That was it, check. A cinematic shot of me showing off the Bible, so an insert shot. I'm going to add that, and then some boxing duplicate scene. So I filmed that after filming this talking head scene right here. So I'll show you what I do. I press Command L or Control L to separate the video clip and the audio clip. So Command L, and then I go to the spot where I want to insert my insert shot, which is right about here. And you'll see that the insert shot is actually a closer shot of me doing the exact same action right here. So right about this split second, when I am about to reveal my Bible, that is when the insert shot should start playing. Make sure you press Command L if you are on Premiere Pro. Delete all of the audio clips from your B-roll footage and stuff like that, because you don't want the audio to be in your video. You only want the speaking and the music. That's it. 700 days ago, I opened my Bible. So you can see that split second here. Boom. Right? You want it to be very detailed and precise whenever you film an insert shot. So that's how you edit an insert shot, right? And I'm going to cut over here because as you can see, it's already been 1 second of the insert shot. I'm going to cut that part and I'm going to add, what does it say? The boxing duplicates. I'm going to check that off. Boxing duplicates is somewhere towards the bottom here. Somewhere. Oh, there it is. All right, so we have our first duplicate. This is obviously a part of my visual storytelling, so don't worry too much if you don't understand what boxing duplicates mean. Right now I'm pressing the Q key. I'm going through the video and pressing the Q key. So you can see Q, Q, oh whoops, don't do that. Q, Q, Q. And I'm just trying to find where I got the shot right. And usually it's towards the end. So right here is where I walk up, getting ready to box myself. And yeah, don't worry if you don't know what boxing duplicates or any of the other visual shots that I wrote down in my script, because you'll understand when you actually see the shot. The important thing that you need to know is that usually in every shot is going to be a split second of you doing an activity, like for example this, right? This is the first part of my scene, and most of the time, or what I recommend from the 2 second rule that I explained, is that it has to be in that 2 second range, or even less than a second. This right here is less than a second, because I know actually that I filmed more than 2 shots for this, right? So if you look at the script, whenever I film a scene like this, right, boxing duplicates, I'm pretty spontaneous with it. So in this situation, I actually filmed 3 shots. One of me, duplicate 1 or Ken 1, that's what I usually call it, and then Ken 2, right? And then the third one is a duplicate shot, which I will show you how to do the masking technique soon. So basically what I'm saying is this checklist right here is 3 shots altogether. That's the scene. But here's the thing, it all has to fit in this one sentence. That's why it's super fast paced. Therefore, the 2 second rule is super important, right? So every millisecond counts. And that's pretty much what I do for each and every shot of my videos. Every cinematic scene that I do, everything follows the 2 second rule, and everything is efficient with it. Hello, Ken2. Meet Ken2, everyone. So this guy is the guy that I was versing, because I wanted to like visualize me versus me, or like me versus my flesh, right? Get it? Okay, let's put it right next to here. And you obviously want to show off the main movements and actions that you filmed yourself. So right here, I wouldn't show this off in the video. This little segment right here, I wouldn't show that off. I would show this off just a little bit further, when I'm actually like, you know, clashing the gloves together and acting like a weirdo. You'll see in a bit. Another big tip is to obviously watch your video back every time you add shots, every time you add a scene and cut up stuff. You want to watch it back so that you can review and keep up and make sure the storytelling is good, the visual storytelling is good. And obviously view it as a viewer too. Try and put yourself in the perspective of a viewer who's scrolling on their reels or on the TikTok, right? Put yourself in the mindset of your dream avatar. Now this right here is a duplicate scene. I made this a little wide shot so that one version of me can be on this side and another version of me can be on this side. I simply just rolled it as one whole clip. I shot it as one long clip. It's like 5 minutes in total. And in between I changed clothes and went to the other side and, you know, did the same action, right? So how I do this and put them together is using the masking tool. Funny thing is, this shot only lasts for a millisecond, but it's worth it, I'm telling you. Let's grab the second duplicate. It's somewhere at the end here, right there. Okay, that can be duplicate 1, Ken 1, Crazy Ken. And then duplicate 2 can be the scaredy cat Ken right here. That's not the shot. I want him to get closer a bit. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that should be the shot. Okay, so what you want to do is select one of those clips, go to Effect Controls on Premiere Pro, go to Effect Controls, this tab, and underneath Opacity, select this Free Draw Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce it. Free Draw Bezier. You want to zoom out a little using your scroll button, just zoom out a little bit. And then what I do is usually just split the screen. So I draw a rectangle of half of the screen, half of the frame. There you go. Sorry, my Mac is acting goofy today. And then there you go. Usually though, the lighting is a little bit off and the shadows are a little bit different from your original shot and the duplicate shot, right? So I usually turn up the mask feather right here, as you can see. I usually do that around 50 to 100. So let's just say 70. And then you can see, when you look at the final shot, there you go. You can barely see it. I mean, it's still arguably, you know, visible. So that's why I usually turn it up to 100 if it is like that. Just make sure whenever you film, the shadows stay the same and the lighting stays the same. And that can only happen with manual exposure if you film on that. And there you go. Usually with duplicate shots, I like to right click on both while selecting both of them and then press nest, right? So nest and then nest sequence name. You don't have to worry about the name, just press OK. Then it turns into one whole clip. On CapCut, this is called compound clip. And you can just press Option G, and then it'll do the same thing.
And defeat my lust.
There you go.
Defeat my lust. Defeat my lust.
You got 2 duplicate shots. All right, let's go to the next shot. Now, here's the thing about adding this next one, right? This is my next clip, but again, we're going to use that little secret technique, the secret sauce that I told you guys about before. Let's go to the actual thing. So I'm spamming the Q key right now, just to, okay. Here is where I did the correct line.
2 years of reading it from front to back. Did I learn anything?
Okay, now I'm gonna press W to delete this part of the clip. There you go. Let me just do that again, just to make it more precise. There you go. Right, when I overlap the audio, the technique that I mentioned before in the previous modules is by grabbing the second clip and putting the audio down. So you click on the audio file or the audio timeline, and then you drag it down to the second timeline. Usually on Premiere Pro, it's called A2, right? So drag it down to A2, and then what you do is you go to your first clip, try and see where your sentence ended off. So right here, if you can hear it, so when the sentence ends, it's like last t on the t, right? So what I do is I cut right on the t, not the audio. That's the thing, not the audio, because we want it to overlap. I cut the clip, the visual. So I drag these two, let's just say here, to where it ended on the t, exactly where the sentence ends. Usually I do it a little bit more earlier so the next sentence flows, right? And when you drag the second clip over like that, like so, and you play it back, it sounds like a smooth sentence, and the story is fast-paced.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back, did I learn anything?
Did you hear that? So that's pretty much like, and defeat my lust. So after 2 years, so like it's 2 sentences joined together, and it doesn't even sound like 2 sentences joined together. Does that make sense? It's like one whole sentence, and you want your entire story, you want your entire short form video to be one single, you know, efficient, fast-paced story. Now the next thing that I want to do is add a Bible photo compilation. Now I have photos of my Bible. I think it's somewhere down here, right? I took photos when I read my Bible for the first time. Yes, these 4 photos that I wanted to add. But first, I actually want to add a B-roll clip just to be in the background, right? I'm going to go to my B-roll folder, which is here. I'm going to look at life. I'm going to go to my life folder. So these are my folders of B-roll. My body, right? So me posing in the mirror. Film shots. So you can see like all these cinematic shots that I saved as B-roll. I barely use them anymore. I only use life in Japan, sometimes sin when I'm talking about struggles and stuff like that. So like me drinking and getting drunk and stuff like that. And then usually I just use life or Japan because all that footage has the most you know, lifestyle shots. It's just pretty much just me documenting and showing off my life. It's just my camera roll, simple, right? I'm gonna go find a shot of me. I actually have one in mind. Oh, here it is. Me in the Spider-Man costume during Halloween. I'm gonna drag that in. I'm gonna cut to the part where I want to cut it in. Just say here, that one clip. And here's the thing. I want this clip, this B-roll clip, to cover this entire segment.
And after 2 years of reading it from front to back.
I want that B-roll clip to cover that whole thing, right? And then after the B-roll ends, then you can see me on the flying fox carrying the little seat, right? So that will be my B-roll clip, me in a Spider-Man costume. Now I'm gonna add the photos, right? The Bible photo compilation according to the script. I'm actually gonna press the W key on each of these. Actually, I have to drag it into the first timeline first. W, W, W. I love to spam W and Q just so I can cut the fronts and ends. Because it's so efficient, literally the best tool in editing. It counts in CapCut as well. It works in CapCut as well, and on Premiere. Not sure about the other ones. It's really useful, very efficient. I have all of these photos that I want to add on top of each other because I want to show all four of them at the same time, but they're going to appear at different times, right? So I'm going to make this little staircase shape. 4 photos in a staircase shape as such. Now I'm going to drag it until the clip ends. I'm gonna go here. I'm not gonna press W because it's gonna delete my my original timeline 1 clip. So I'm just gonna press C, right? So this is usually the default one, V. And when you press C, that's the cut tool, okay? That's on Premiere. With CapCut, it's usually B, and I'll show you later. So I'm gonna click on these sections, and then I'm gonna select this and delete that, right? So C is the cut tool. And then to go back to your original select tool, is V. You can actually see it here. Like it says the keybinds. Selection tool is V. Track select forward A. Never use that. Ripple edit tool is B. Never use that. Razor tool, that's the cut tool. It's C. And that's pretty much what I use. Just C and V. So as you can see here. Now what I want to do here is make these photos a little bit smaller. So I'm going to make them, let's say like 55% scale. So you go to scale inside this effect controls underneath motion. You go to scale, and then you can either drag this little option here using your mouse, or you can type in, like, let's say 55 in this case. I'm going to do that for each and every one of these pictures, just so it's more simple. I barely use pictures. Usually I just use camera or B-roll, but in this case, I don't really have old footage of me reading my Bible. I only have pictures because I like to take pictures of good quotes and good verses. And yeah, so in this case, very rare I use a picture or pictures. Now that we have these 4 scaled down, I'm going to edit the position. So usually I like to drag the X and Y coordinates around and to see where I can place my pictures. So I'm going to do that with the X coordinate, and let's just drag it to like 500 and see where it goes, or 600, see where that goes. Okay, so this is where 600 is, right? I like that actually. I'm gonna make this one picture here, another picture here, last one here. So I'm gonna have to raise this a little bit higher. Gonna go to the Y coordinate, drag it up. I think it's up. They're around 2,600. Oh no, that's going down. Never mind. Let's just change it to 1,000 then. Yeah, I think it should be higher up. There you go. Okay, let's go to 1,200 instead. I'm actually going to do this for the first clip because this one appears first, right? I'm going to go here. This little picture appears first. 2,600, no, 1,200, yeah. Okay, that's cool. Now let's go to the second one. In this case, let's just move. I'm going to move it to the right, dragging with my mouse. There you go. All right, cool. I like that. I'm going to do the same thing with the bottom two. And of course, at the end, make sure it's a nest clip because I like to organize my timeline. I don't like a messy timeline with like 5 different timelines stacked on top of each other. So here, nest, sequence name, nest 2. There you go. Press OK, and then it'll turn into one single green little guy right here. All right. So let's look at the video from the start.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back, did I learn anything?
I'm actually going to cut this little gap right here of me not speaking. You see, when you speak with pauses, right? When you have pauses in between your sentences, you want it to fit into your story, right? You don't want it to disturb your entire video. You don't want it to be too long or too short, otherwise it's going to sound unnatural or boring. Play around with it, make sure it sounds, efficient, make sure it sounds natural. The raw footage itself didn't sound really natural. There was a bit of a big gap that I wanted to cut, just a tiny bit.
Reading it from front to back, did I learn anything?
There you go, that's better, right? So it's all in the details with editing. Now I can tick off this Bible compilation thing. Let's go to the next one. It says no, kind of. Now, actually, before I said that, I actually filmed a little compilation of no talking and just shots. So what I did was, what did I do? Oh yeah, I did these two, yeah, right. I'm gonna grab these 2 clips, and I actually didn't talk here, and I remember that, so I'm gonna press Command L and delete the audio files like that. I'm gonna press the Q key to go to the end, because that's where I got the shot correct. So I'm gonna drag these 2 clips down here. And then I'm going to go to where I stepped on this. Okay, this is the first shot of the compilation. Usually I love doing these little extreme close-up compilations of me doing a very small action, but in showing it with extreme close-ups. This is just me stepping on the platform. It's a bit loud, so I'm going to click on the clip. I'm going to be like, let's say -10. And the second clip is me. This is actually a horizontal thing, accidentally. So I'm going to go to rotation underneath motion. I'm going to turn it to 270. And that's what it should look like, right? Sometimes when you film with a camera and you point it up or point it down, the angle will get it wrong and then it'll record as a horizontal video, but it's okay. You can just turn the rotation. Okay, that's the clip that I wanted to capture. So that, as you can see, I love doing pressing the Q and W keys. Again, we want to do the trick that I told you guys before, the millisecond trick. I need to name it. I need to name it something, I swear. I'm going to cut this little bit by one or 2 milliseconds, maybe just 1. And then I'm going to click on this little gap. This is a little neat trick with Premiere Pro. You can click on the gap between clips if it's an empty space and press delete. And then it'll, all of the clips afterwards will link together.
Did I learn anything?
I'm actually going to raise this volume by, just because I want all of the sound to sound consistent. Does that make sense? Just because I want all of the sound and the audio to stay consistent.
Did I learn anything?
There you go. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the exact same millisecond trick with these sound effects, with this compilation. So I'm going to drag this, and drag that there, just like so. So it sounds more smooth, right? It's not like cutty. It's not too... So it sounds smooth, right? I'm actually going to cut this a bit short because I don't want this clip to be too long. I want these two to be actually like very similar. I'm going to put it on top of each other, line it up, same duration. And then what I'm going to do with this audio, because if you play it back, it just cuts, right? I don't want that. I want to select this little box tool here, this little drag option. I'm going to drag this so that the audio ends in a smooth fade out effect, right? And then the next clip can start without it sounding too, you know, jaggedy. And then I filmed this. This is the next clip where I say, no, kind of. And let's see where.
Not really. Kind of. No.
Okay, let's check this out. With this no clip, I don't want it to start immediately when I say no, because after the compilation it's going to sound too fast-paced, right? You want to like master the skill of timing. Okay, so when you show off these, like a compilation of shots like this, like what I did, even if it's 2 shots, you don't want it to go immediately. Like, you want it to give a little bit of a millisecond break, because at the end of the day, you're editing a film here, not a fast-paced speech.
Anything? No.
If it immediately started at no, let's say if I dragged it immediately and started it here, it's gonna sound weird. Watch.
Did I learn anything? No.
See, it sounds too quick, right? So you have to time it very, very specifically. You have to be very precise with the timing. There. I'd rather that. Okay. So it starts, give it a millisecond or 2, and I say no.
No.
And then this is the little break.
Kind of.
There. And then I'm gonna cut after the kind of, and then this next shot is where I introduce the series. So welcome to episode 5 of The Art of Repentance, and that's the shot.
Episode 5. Welcome to episode 5.
Okay, it's a bit loud. I'm gonna turn it down by 5 decibels.
Of The Art of
Maybe 10.
Welcome to episode 5 of The Art of Repentance. Let's go!
For comedic purposes, I'm gonna cut the "let's go" bit just by half.
Let's go!
Okay, see, it's a little bit more funnier if I do that, right? So you can play around with what you edit to, and however you speak.
Kind of. Welcome to episode 5 of The Art of Repentance. Let's go!
I'm not going to do the little millisecond trick, overlapping the audio here, because it's not necessary. Like, I want to emphasize the no, and I want to emphasize the kind of. Right? I don't want it to immediately start the next sentence. Yeah, you have to be very picky with what you want to choose, and the pacing is key here. Like, don't be afraid of having a gap of silence like I have here, because it raises the tension. It makes it more intense. It makes the audience more curious to what you're going to say. Like if you just said no, and the perfect thing to do there afterwards is a pause, you know? So no.
No, kind of.
So it's like it's switching between this happened and then that happened. No, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. You know what I mean? So the story keeps going back and forth and it's engaging. I mean, that's for like scripting in itself, but it's important to also consider that when you edit.
Kind of. Welcome to episode 5 of The Art of Repentance. Let's go!
Okay, I'm gonna raise this down to like 12. It's a bit too loud. I got a little excited there. Now, I also said here that I wanted to add my text, series text, and I have it at the bottom here somewhere, right? Yeah, right here, it's text. And okay. Usually with B-roll in general, I actually put them on the third timeline. So all of my main clips, my main talking head and my main film shots, even some B-roll, I actually put it into my main timeline. So you can see like I did that right there, right?
100 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of...
Okay, now that's basically my entire hook from 1 second to 5 seconds. What I'm gonna do with B-roll clips, for example, specifically on my camera roll, if I use camera roll videos, I want it to be separate from my film shots and my talking head shots. Why? Because I'm actually going to group edit or group color grade all of my film shots, my main talking head timeline. So it's going to all be in one timeline, right? And the B-roll shots or the extra camera roll stuff, even the photos of me in my Bible, right? Even this text graphic here, it's going to be on the third timeline. Why? Because when I color grade all of my main timeline clips, I actually do that as a group, not one by one. So I want to be able to select all of these and then go to Lumetri color and then color grade them, okay? What I usually do, I'll go into that in the color grading module, but basically I have this second timeline empty because I also have a duplicate layer, which I make by holding Option and then dragging it, selecting it, holding Option, dragging it. Then you have this duplicate layer, and then I add some effects. This little glow effect that I do. And I'll actually show you guys in that one module that I'll create after this.
From front to back. Did I learn anything? No. Kind of. Welcome to episode...
Okay, I'm gonna put this next to when the clip starts. Okay, this is a little bit too big. Usually I put it as a 45% scale. Hello, hello. Okay, and then I raise it a little bit higher because I don't want it to bother my subject, which is me on the flying fox. So usually I just raise the text up here. Yeah, that would look cool. But as you can see from the Adobe Illustrator illustration or the graphic that I made for this text, you can see there's a little black line that I made here just for the framing. So what I do is crop it. So I crop the bottom by like 10% and it'll already disappear. It'll make the black line disappear. Make sure to press Command Save or Control S. Make sure to press Control S or Command S if you're on Mac, just in case. I hate whenever my Mac just all of a sudden shuts down and I lose all of my progress in editing, and it's so annoying. But yeah, let's watch it through.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back, did I learn anything? 700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back, did I learn anything? No. Kind of. Welcome to episode 5 of The Art of Repentance. Let's go!
Okay, so that's what it sounds like. That's pretty much the first 15 seconds. Immediately the audience is hooked. That video got, I think right now it's at 250k views. I don't know, but yeah, it's great. Praise God. But mainly this module is to show you how I cut my footage up, right? And the main takeaway here is the art of pacing, right? And using the framework of the 2-second rule. Very, very important if you want to actually capture attention of the general audience of TikTok and Instagram, even YouTube Shorts. And that's basically how I cut the rest of my video. Usually my videos are about like 60 seconds. So that right there took, while explaining it to you guys, it took about 45 minutes. And usually when I don't explain it, when I'm not recording and walking it through, it takes, let's say, 1 hour to cut all throughout my entire video. To like put all the footage in and all the way from like 45 seconds to 60 seconds if the video is that long. usually averaging around 55, 60 seconds. And I might as well show you how I add music as well. So let's go to my audio library, which is here. So this is all my genres and favorite artists that I listen to. Nothing special. Literally what I do is go on Spotify, browse through my favorite songs, choose one. I went through this in the music module, and a lot of people ask me like, oh, how do you get your music? Literally just go on your Spotify and search up the instrumental version of those songs that you love. Once you download them using YouTube MP3, and you do that for like, let's say 50 songs, you have a whole library of instrumentals and different emotions and different genres that you can use throughout your video. Usually I use like 4, 3, 4, 5 different tracks every video, which is like, yeah, it's real brain rot, I know, but I'm trying to evoke different emotions in, every 5 to 10 seconds, right? And music really helps engage the emotions of the audience. You want your audience to have different emotions every 5 to 10 seconds. Really just pay attention to, different topics, different ideas, different sounds, look at different visuals, follow different stories with their eyes and their ears, right? So that's what you want. Again, the VVA rule. Let's just choose a Michael Jackson beat. Okay, let's not wait. I think it's okay. I'm gonna do this. Don't stop till getting up. All right, let's drag it in here. And basically, I usually cut the audio clip to the very, very start, like the very first millisecond starts, the sound starts. And then I minus 10 dB or minus 15. Let's just say minus 15. I usually play it back a lot of times just to see how it sounds. Usually I'm wearing headphones. I definitely recommend you guys wear AirPods or your headphones just so you can hear precisely what the audio sounds like, because it's different when you actually hold it on your phone and hear the sound from your phone, because like the audiences will be looking at it on their phone, right? Usually I raise the audio by a lot, but that's not until we go to CapCut, which I'll go to next.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time. 700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back, did I learn anything?
Okay. Now, here's the thing about cutting music and switching to different beats. I actually time it very carefully, right? So in specific segments where I say,
after 2 years of reading,
and after 2 years of reading the Bible, and that you guys know that there's a pause here, right? That is when I cut the music. Why? Because it creates tension. It creates it opens the curiosity loop for the viewers to stay and find what I'm about to say. They need an answer, right? So if I kept the audio, the music, this Michael Jackson instrumental playing, it wouldn't really help it wouldn't cut the pattern, and you want to cut patterns all the time with editing. Not only storytelling, not only scripting, but with editing, you want to cut the patterns with as much, visuals, verbal, and auditory techniques as you can.
From front to back, did I learn anything?
See, it doesn't sound, it doesn't open that curiosity enough. But when I actually cut the music right before I say, did I learn anything? Hear it out.
My lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back, did I learn anything?
See how that opens like it doesn't create too much tension, but it helps the audience like open that curiosity loop. All of a sudden the music ends and like, oh whoa, what's gonna happen? Like you want to break the pattern every 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, which is like the art of the 2-second rule, short form content, and I love that about it. Some people call it brain rot. I call it cinema.
Did I learn anything? No.
And usually with these little extreme shot compilations, I don't put any music unless I'm starting a track or like the intro to a track. Most of the time I don't though. Okay, so around here when I say
kind of.
So after I say kind of, that's when I start the new track. Not the same track. That's the key here. Not the same track, because it gets boring. Nobody wants to hear the same track, especially in a fast-paced video where nobody knows who you are. You want to retain their attention by switching tracks again and again, which is why it's so important to have a library of audio. A library of audio files and music files. Let's see what I am going to use. Maybe let's choose a old R&B. I'm gonna use this. Use Your Heart. I love this song. I don't listen to secular music anymore, but I still love this beat. It's like majestic, bro. I'm not even kidding. All right, that's -10 or -15. -15 dB. Don't forget to do that first, otherwise if you don't decrease the audio and you play it back, it's gonna shock you. It's pretty loud, you know. So yeah, let's play it back.
2 years of reading it from front to back. Did I learn anything? No. Kind of. Welcome to episode 5 of The Art of It.
Okay, as you can hear, the music is a little bit too loud, so I'll decrease it to like 22, -22 dB. Decibels. But I like the beat drop though, it's majestic. But I like the beat drop though, it's definitely majestic. I love that song. And also, if you do end up doing a beat drop like this, like, you know, having tension or a pause segment like this, like, no, kind of. What did I learn? Nothing much. Not really. Something like that. If you have that type of scene, then the scene afterwards, or the thing that you talk afterwards, has to be supported with something, you know, catchy, you know, like a nice little beat that keeps the viewer retained and rewarded. So retained and rewarded. All right, now let's color grade, okay? I'm gonna stick to this same 15 seconds of the video, because if I do the entire video, you're going to die of boredom. Trust me. All right. These 15 seconds, I'm going to color grade only this first timeline, okay? First and foremost though, I always duplicate the first timeline before I color grade anything. Why? Because the second layer, I mentioned this before, the second layer is actually going to be my glow effect, which I will get into in the next module. But basically, what I do is duplicate it by holding Option and dragging onto the top, and then I press lock. Actually no, before lock I press this toggle track output. I make it invisible basically, and then I toggle the lock so that I can't press it and I can't see it. Okay, for now. What I do when I color grade, first I'd select the first clip, very first clip of the video, and here are my settings. It's actually in my checklist that I showed you before. If you scroll up here, warmth +50, saturation +200, exposure +0.3, contrast +10, highlights -40, shadows +25. You can copy these exact same settings if you do happen to film on a Sony ZV-E10 with a Sigma lens, and if you do use Premiere Pro as your editing software. But this is just my personal color settings, okay? No fancy LUTs, no nothing like that. Otherwise, it's too stressful for me as of today. I don't use any S-Log. I tried that before. You know, I'm not that big of a nerd. So here's what I do. Temperature, I go to the warm side, +50, saturation 200, exposure 0.3. This is actually something that I adjust throughout each clip, so don't worry. Just for now, on the first clip, just do 0.3. Contrast 10, highlights -40, shadows 25. And that's pretty much it, right? What I usually do is go to the effect controls and then select this bar, Lumetri color, right? This is what we just edited. This is what we adjusted with the colors. So you want to select it and then Command C, or you can just right click and press copy. So I usually just say Command C, Control C if you're on PC. And then what you want to do is select all of your other remaining clips in your video, the first timeline, remember, except the first one because you don't want to copy and paste the exact thing. And then you press Command V or Control V. So Command V, then boom. So that's pretty much my color settings. Now what I do, right, because that's not the end of the story, I go through each and every clip. Again, this takes hard work, right? This is not easy. Each and every clip, I go through each one and I adjust the exposure or the shadows, right? The main thing that I adjust is the exposure and shadows, nothing else. Right? I try not to adjust the highlights, just only the exposure. So in this clip, for example, you can see in this display, as I turn up the exposure, yeah, you can see there's a little bit of a slight difference between 0.3 and 0. I would probably do 0.2. Really, it's just subjective, right? I don't follow any typical rules. I just like edit Lumetri color, basic color correction, according to how I like to, you know, look at cinematography and stuff like that. I like the warm color scheme. That's why I turn up the temperature to 50. And it actually doesn't look like this little display when you do export. Or at least for me, it doesn't look like this when I export my videos. It's actually a lot less effective in the export, which is why I turned all the way the saturation to 200. And you'll see when I export it. So that would be my first clip. done. Second clip, I would probably like raise the exposure just a bit by 0.5, maybe, no, 0.7. Yeah, there you go. And then I basically do the exact same thing with every one of my clips, right? Except the B-roll clips. Usually with B-roll, sometimes I raise the saturation, but like there's no point because B-roll is all different. But I like to keep the one thing that's consistent is my film shots and my talking head shots. So like in my script, you can see, for example, these, right? TH, talking head, CS, cinematic shots or cinematic scene, right? This is all the same color scheme, color, settings, everything, all the same. But B-roll is different. Just leave it as default. That's what I do. Okay, you can edit it if you want. You can edit your camera roll videos if you want to, but I leave it because it's a whole nother template that I have to do, and I cannot be bothered with that. I don't see the efficiency in there. I don't see why it's effective. If you want to do it, it's up to you. I just personally don't do it. All right, exposure and shadows looks good in this shot. I kind of like that. This one, I might raise the shadows just a tad bit. For some shots, I actually raise the shadows by a lot because sometimes, well, most of the time, I actually shoot underexposed, which you guys learned in the solo cinematography course. In this shot, it's a little bit underexposed. There's not many whites in there, so I'm just gonna raise the exposure just a tad bit. I like the sky. The sky's like full on blue, and maybe raise the shadows just by like 10. All right, that should be good. You basically want all of your shots to look consistent. All of the color schemes, everything, the warmth, saturation, exposure, shadows, you want it to look consistent. This right here is a bit dark. You can barely tell the difference between my clothes and my body with the forest. So what I'm going to do is raise the shadows. Usually in this case, you raise the shadows, and sometimes the exposure helps too. If I raise it up a bit. Okay, that should be good. And then what I do is basically do the same thing with each and every shot until 60 seconds is over, until the whole video is done. But that's not it. I actually have the glow effect to do afterwards, which is very easy. Next module. If you've binge watched my videos, you probably noticed this little effect is very, very subtle, but I personally love it because it's like this misty glow effect that you just add on top as a very subtle layer. So what I do with the duplicate shot that we did in the last module, I unlock the track, turn it into visible again, and then you can see that it's the original colors without the color grading, without the lumetri colors. And then I go to effects, this little tab up here, and then I go to, or type in Gaussian. Usually it's just GAU and it'll come up, right? So GAU, and you can see that it's Gaussian blur. That's the first thing that you want to double click. Double click on that, make sure your clip is actually selected. You don't have to select all of them. It actually doesn't work if you select all of them. What you want to do is select one, typically your first clip, and then double click the effect. Gaussian blur is inside this effect controls. Great. You want to turn the blurriness right here. You can see here, blurriness to 300. That's what this is just my settings, okay? You can play around with the numbers and all that stuff, but I'm just going to tell you my settings. Then you turn the opacity over here to 50. Yeah, 50. Usually I do 50, sometimes I do 60, 55. A good amount is 50. Blend mode, you want to turn that into lighten. So this right here. So not normal, but lighten. Now what you want to do is search up another effect called Luma Key. So Luma. If you just search up Luma, it'll appear right here. Luma Key, double click. Make sure it is below the Gaussian blur, not above, okay? I like to keep it like that. That's why I do Gaussian blur first and then Luma Key next. And then after that, you don't have to adjust the threshold or anything unless you want to play around with the Luma Key and the Gaussian blur. It's very confusing to me. Sometimes I do like, you know, a 90% threshold and then it turns into something like goofy. I don't know. Usually I just keep it at 100%. It's a very subtle effect, as you can see here. Hold on. So this is the first clip, right? If I toggle this off, the effect off. So this is what it looks like without the glow. And this is what it looks like with the glow. Okay? Very, very subtle. But when you see it on your phone, it's so nice, right? With this shot specifically, it's actually very subtle. You can barely tell. But with some shots where you film near the light, for example, this talking head shot right here, where you film like where the light is right behind you or clearly shown and the exposure is high, this effect will show more. Like it'll be more, you know, poppy or glowy. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, you get what I mean. And then basically how you want to copy and paste it with all the other clips in the second timeline is you go select opacity, hold the command key or control if you are on PC or Windows, click Gaussian, click Luma. Okay, so click all three of these, opacity, Gaussian, and Luma key, okay, while holding command. And what you want to do there is command C or copy, right? Whenever I say command C, it means copy, all right? You guys know what copy and pasting is, right? So I usually press that more than one time just to guarantee it. And then what I do is select the remaining clips of my video, and then I press command V or paste it, control V. Usually my timeline and the display itself will take a while when I do copy and paste this effect, because it is a lot. It's the Gaussian and then the Luma key on top, which takes a lot to render and display on the screen, which is why I do this as the very last thing of my video. So like after I edit all of my music, all of my clips, B-roll and stuff like that, cutting, you know, after all of that, then I do the colors, then I do this Luma key and Gaussian blur glow effect. So as you can see, this timeline is the colors, this timeline is the glow. If you want to play around with the glow and make it more poppy, you can just increase the opacity to like 60, 65, 70. I wouldn't go over 65 because it just looks too, unless you like that style. I personally like, you know, more raw, realistic, but you know, at the same time, aesthetic feel. All right, let's do captions. Here's the thing about captions. I actually do not do them in Premiere Pro. You can do them if you want to, if you are used to Premiere Pro, but for me, I'm way more used to using CapCut for captions because it's so much more efficient in my opinion. So this is my process, my personal process of creating captions. First of all, we got to export it on Premiere Pro. So I usually press Command M while selecting the timeline, or you can just go to this export tab right here. So edit, and then export. I name it, file name, Bible. Make sure the location is all good. This is in downloads, yep, it's supposed to be there. And then I have this little preset that I think might be useful for you. So I'm gonna show you. The video is set to 2160 by 3840, 25 frame rate. And then you go to more, and then you press render at maximum depth, right? So that's the first tick box that you select. Second one, use maximum render quality. Tick that off too. Time interpolation, frame sampling. Performance, hardware encoding. Hardware encoding. HDR graphics, I think this is the default one. And then with bitrate, I do VBR 1 pass. VBR 1 pass. Target bitrate, usually 120. So those are my export settings for Premiere. I don't post this export video because I haven't done the captions yet. I export on CapCut after doing the captions, and then I post it. Okay, so after you've entered all of your presets, all of your export settings, you can go click on this 3 dots and say save preset, and then you can name this preset. I named it Ken. And then you press this little export button at the bottom, and then you just wait until it's done. Now, once you have finished exporting your original video without the captions, here's the key. If you are following through with my entire process, then you should have an edited video without captions such as this.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back, did I learn anything? No. Kind of. Welcome to episode 5 of The Art of Repentance. Let's go!
Right? Cool. What you want to do is open a CapCut project, empty of course, and then I'm going to drag this file inside the timeline. And then the first thing I do, always the first thing I do, is go to the audio tab and increase the volume to about 5 to 10 decibels, or to 7 usually. Sometimes I do 6, 5, 7, it depends on how long or how loud the video is, right? So you can see the audio inflections here on this timeline, on this file. So I'm going to probably just do it around 5.5 and play it back, obviously.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after 2 years of reading it from front to back.
Why do I do this? Because on the phone, when people are scrolling, it's you kind of need to have loud volume, okay? That's already a hard thing to pay attention to. If you're telling a story, it's already an effort for people to follow along, right? It's not like a visual thing, like a meme or something that's easy to digest. So the louder your audio is, the louder your speaking is, even the music included, the better. And I like to do this all in one file. That's why I exported and moved on to CapCut, so that I can do my captions, raise the audio, you know, all in one place, and it's very simple on CapCut too. Now here is how I make my captions template. So obviously you want to go to the text tab, grab this little default text option, drag it down to your timeline. I usually just press this lock button on the main timeline so that I don't disturb it. Now my font is called Molas, that's my brand font, okay? Molas, search it up, and I use the bold setting. What I do is scale the text to about 113%, 113, and then change this font size to 20. So that's my text, that's how big it is usually. Different fonts usually have different sizes as well. So you want to make your captions text and the font and the sizes pretty decently big, because when you paste a whole sentence, for example, if I copy and paste like an entire sentence, like here for example, what do you think is more easier to digest? Something like this or something like this? Which one? Okay, so just pretend you're a viewer. Which one is easier to follow along? That is one of the key secrets to editing captions. Captions is like probably the biggest determining factor to helping your video go viral. Besides the entire content, it's the captions, because that's what the audience actually follows along the entire video, or like 90% of the video. Captions is like the thing that guides your audience through the story. So you really want to be careful with what size and what font, what effects you use. Okay, and I see a lot of community members, even in Creatopia, use like fade in effects and, you know, long sentence captions. And personally, I hate that. Like, sorry to say, but I don't like that, because it's hard to like retain attention with that, because it's just hard to follow along in general. The general audience, especially like the younger generations, the people who are actually on these short form platforms, even the older generations, like they can still follow along fast-paced captions. It's not only exclusive to the young demographics, right? As long as you have 1 to 2 word captions like I discussed in the previous modules, you're gonna be good. Plus your story is already fast-paced anyway, so it's efficient, it's engaging as well, and it looks nice. It looks so nice. Okay, let's delete this. Usually I don't add like
700,
you know, these type of animations, because they take too long, even if I set it to the lowest duration.
700 days ago.
Like it still looks a bit weird, right? So I like to make it just snappy, efficient, normal cuts, okay? So what I do is, after I size it up, and then I go down here to shadow, okay? So I click and toggle the shadow effect on, opacity up to 100%, blurriness down to around 3%, I would say 3%. And then distance, I would do 4. And then obviously I would place the captions in the middle. Most of my captions are placed in the middle of the screen. Not towards the bottom, it's not towards the bottom, because that's where all of the like buttons and the captions and your profile are, and barely towards the top. Only in some specific shots where I place it in random places, but most of the time it's in the middle. So I use the shadow effect just because it makes it pop off more, and it distinguishes between the text and the background, which is the video itself. You can increase the blurriness if you want to. I like to increase the blurriness sometimes because it helps me read the captions more. The audience can distinguish between like what is text and what is the video. Because if you don't have shadow, for example, it's like the text is almost blending in with the video, and it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't pop off. Now what I do here is basically go to my script, and this is why it's so important to have a script, and actually copy and paste every single line into my captions, into the timeline. So for example, this first line, okay, that's Command A, select it, Command C, go to CapCut, and then what I usually do with this text is drag it all over this entire video, the entire 60 seconds or however long your video is, and then cut it up line by line according to your script. So for example, if I want to cut this caption, this line from 700 to the word lust, I go to 700.
700 days.
Right? And then all the way to lust, which is here.
And defeat my lust.
Right here, okay? And usually, how I be very precise with it when I cut is I select the captions, I use my right and left arrow keys, okay? So right here, this shot hasn't ended yet, as you can see. So I usually go to the right, press the right arrow key until it does end to the next shot, okay? So there is like that one split millisecond where it goes from one shot to the next. And when it goes to the next shot, like this, that is when you cut. And that is when I press Command B. Okay, that is where the captions will split together. Command B. Or you can just press B, the B key, and then you can like cut it like that, which is fine. I usually just press Command B. Now, what I do with this sentence, because this is the first sentence of the video, I paste the line in the captions, and then what I do here is actually cut it up individually, 1 to 2 words, right? And it takes time, especially if you're not used to it yet. But if you are used to it like I am, it becomes efficient. But usually if you don't do auto captions, if you do manual captions like I do, it's going to take time and it's going to suck for a little bit. but it's worth it. Why? Because it's authentic, it's raw. You don't depend on AI to make your captions for you. Like, it's literally word for word what you wrote down on a keyboard. Whereas with auto captions, I actually don't have the unlimited captions option here. As you can see, I have one use left to generate auto captions. I think it's because I'm on desktop. Whereas on mobile, you can do that. You can use automatic captions on mobile. But then again, editing on mobile, again, like my previous modules, I don't recommend it. But at the end of the day, it's up to you to choose. Choose your pains. This is my pain right here, making manual captions. So what I do with each and every line or word, I actually have my headphones on and listen very carefully to each and every word I say. I speak very fast. If you're speaking fast too, which I do advise you to do, you have to listen very carefully to when you say each and every word. So let's say the first word is 700.
700 days ago. 2 days ago.
What you want to do is replay and keep replaying the video until you find where to cut, exactly where to cut in each word.
2 days ago. Days ago. Days ago.
So right here, this part right here is very, very tiny, and it's going to be like that for every word. That is where I cut. So Command B again, select it, Command B. This right here becomes 700. A shortcut is with your mouse, you can actually hold and drag down. So hold, drag down, like drag to the bottom right. Usually people would like select it like that. I wouldn't advise you to do that. Some people just go here and then say Shift Command and then right arrow. You can do that too. But usually for me, it's fast when I just drag it down like that. You know, select, drag down like that. And then it selects the whole thing. Boom. You can press delete. There, 700. And then with days ago, I'll do days ago as 2 words.
Days ago. Open my Bible.
So I said I opened. Days ago, I opened. And it's a very, like, you can barely tell the difference between ago and I. So what I do is like really I have to listen to it very carefully.
Open.
And that's just a heads up for you as well. I think it's around here, this I open part.
Open my Bible.
Yeah. So here is the days ago part, right? So that's what I do here again is hold and drag down, boom, delete. And then up here, if I want to delete the 700, I just hold and drag up, okay? Hold, drag up, delete, okay? So there you go.
700 days ago.
That's how I do every single captions basically. Now you can just watch me do the rest.
Open my Bible for the first time.
Usually what I do is do the cutting first and not do it individually. So I do the cutting, each word first, or each 2 words.
Time, because I wanted to find it. I wanted to find out how to quit.
Some words are going to be very small, like this one is 2. So I'm going to do that. 2.
To find out how to quit. How to quit my bad habits.
If you're not used to it yet, definitely I recommend like sticking to 2 word captions. For me, I like to do 1. Sometimes 2.
And defeat.
Sometimes I do 3 words as well, but most cases 3 words looks too long in the video. So I usually do 2 or 1. Like that, right?
Habits and defeat my lust. Yep.
Now I've finished cutting that sentence up. I'm going to do the deleting now. So 700 days ago, I opened. This one is my. Yeah, my. This one is my. Oh, whoops. Yeah, just be careful because sometimes you can delete the actual text. You don't want to do that. My Bible. Oh, again. Bible. For. I think it's for the. Yeah. First.
Time.
Because I wanted to find out how to quit my, actually. Also, don't miss out on any words, otherwise it's gonna look weird. Okay, make sure you actually type in and copy and paste the right sentence according to what you said in the video. Bad habits. And defeat my lust. Okay, now this is what it looks like, just normal captions.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust.
Okay, that looks good, right? But usually, to make it even more engaging, I use the emphasis words. You know, the big text that we discussed in the previous modules. So 700 days ago, I opened my Bible. That's a keyword that I want to use for the first time because I wanted to go to find out how to quit my bad habits. Okay, I'm going to do bad habits as a keyword and defeat my lust. Okay, I'm going to do that. Lust as a keyword. So I usually drag them to the second timeline or the second layer, select them all, press this little TT button, which is uppercase, turn this character to -1, so just press this down arrow, and then I turn this font size to about 35. Usually it's 35, right? So it looks cool. Why do I do character -1? Because if it's 0, it looks a bit spaced out. I don't like that. And the font size is already big, so I like it, you know, more spaced in if the letters are all caps as well. And it looks nice too. But usually, to make it more nicer, I turn down the blurriness of the shadow and I turn down the distance of the shadow too. Because sometimes when you size it up, the blurriness and the distance actually look more heavy. Okay, so you have to turn it down the more you size it up. If you are using shadow, just FYI. Because again, you want to make it consistent. You want to make it look consistent with your other captions.
My Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits.
What I do with, you know, multiple emphasized words, I put the second or third or whatever word that comes after the first one on top. I pretty much layer them together like this, and then I put them, and then remember the previous module, I make a rectangle shape. Usually it's a rectangle, sometimes it's a square. In this case, it's kind of a bit of both. Like it's just, you know, a rectangle shape, square shape. But you get it, right? It looks clean. That's the point, right? And what I usually do with bad keywords or negative connotation keywords is I select them and I turn them red, okay? That's the color palette that I use, okay? So red, like that, just so. Bad habits is a bad connotation, lust is also a bad connotation. Whereas for a keyword like Bible with a positive connotation, I usually color it yellow. And I have this little codex or hex code that I have on Notion. So in my script, this is my template. These are my checklists, right? And in my editing template, you can see all my color settings that I have that I mentioned before, and this little hex code that I can copy and paste into CapCut. So I can Command C on that, go to color, select hex, highlight, copy paste, boom. That's my color right there. This right here. That's my beloved. And usually I would size this up a bit more. Here's what it looks like.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust.
Okay, what I usually do just for extra decoration, I go to audio, go to sound effects, and I have this favorited saved sound effect called click. So I go, it says click right here, right? It's like a mouse click. And I drag it down below each and every keyword. So I use the same click effect, and I usually raise it to like, let's say 3 decibels. And I copy and paste it, right? Copy. And it sounds like this whenever a keyword pops up.
I opened my Bible for the first time.
So it's very subtle, but it helps with the engagement. Anything can help. Now again, with bad habits, I'm going to do the same. Usually you can see that this click starts here. 1 click, 2 click. It's like, right? So 1, and then bad, and then second click. So I usually put it in the middle when the caption starts. Sometimes I do it with both keywords. Sometimes I do it with one. It's your choice. It's really just decoration at this point. Again, with lust, that's another keyword. Make sure it's in the middle between the clicks, and then boom. For me, I zoom in by holding Command on my Mac keyboard, and I just scroll with my mouse to go in and out. Very, very simple. And I hold Option and scroll with my mouse, hold Option, scroll with my mouse to go up and down or side to side on my timeline.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And after...
There you go. Cool. Awesome. I think that's cool. On second thought, I'm actually going to move all of my captions, not in the middle, because usually that's how I do it, but above towards the top. Why? Because the keyword actually covers my face and I want people to see my face. So what I'm going to do is move this keyword to the top, same as lust, right? Make it a bit bigger to emphasize. And then I'm going to highlight the normal captions, the normal white small captions, and move them to about, I think it's like 500 or 600. Yeah, 600, right? Maybe 700. 700, there you go. Okay.
700 days ago.
I forgot the Bible. I forgot. I have to put it here. 700. There you go.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And
okay, lust should be higher. Like you can see that minor detail. It's all in the details, man.
my lust.
Like you gotta have this OCD energy, right? There you go.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible.
And that's pretty much what I do with each and every other sentence of my script, right? And that's only the first 5 seconds of the video. And I know it takes a while, but like at the end of the day, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want to, you know, grow this authentic cinematic viral brand? The content that I make is not easy, right? And I sacrifice a lot of time just to even make captions like this, right? It's really about sacrifice. You don't necessarily have to follow all the rules, like the 2-second rule or the 1 to 2 word captions, but this is literally how I did it, right? This is how I blew up in less than a month, okay? And it took a year for me to find out each and every one of these frameworks and follow them properly, right? And really go all in on content quality instead of making microwavable content.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And
so that's how I do it with each and every one of my captions, okay? Copy and paste the line, cut it up word by word, right? Add the keywords, emphasize it, change the color, minus the character, make it all caps, you know? Create your own style. You don't have to follow exactly what I do. I'm just saying, like, this is literally what made me blow up to over 300k followers on Instagram and 100k on TikTok. This is the specific style, okay? And I think you guys are smart enough not to copy me full on, because otherwise, you know, it's kind of obvious. Nobody likes a copycat. You can also add this glow effect to your captions. I used to do this. It's a pretty nice effect. Just make it subtle if you want to do this. I usually don't do this because it's just, I think shadows is enough for me. It's really up to your personal preference, but the main concept is the 1 to 2 word captions and the 2-second rule, okay? Now let's go on to exporting. Once you've completed all your captions throughout your entire video, we gotta export, right? And I'm exporting on CapCut every time I export on CapCut. First, you wanna go to the export button at the top right, name your file, mine is called Bible, export to the right location on your device. Mine is usually downloads. Resolution, here's the thing. I have 2 different export settings, one for Instagram and one for TikTok. Why? I've been posting for a year and this is literally how I get high quality on Instagram and high quality TikToks. Resolution on Instagram, so let's name this Bible IG, right? This is how I differentiate between the two. So if I'm exporting on IG, I set the resolution to 4K, bitrate to higher, codec to H.264, format MP4, frame rate 30 FPS, okay? Now a lot of you might debate on like, oh no, Instagram's gonna compress. They don't. Literally, I thought they always compress, especially with like 1 minute long videos. But let's say your file is 200 megabytes, right? 60-second video, 200 megabytes. You airdrop it to your phone, send it to your phone however you want it, and then you upload the video, that same file, using Instagram, the normal posting Instagram reel process. It won't compress. If you stay on the app and let it load, it won't compress. Literally, it won't. I don't know why it works for me. Whenever I tried compressing it before I posted it, I used to try this handbrake method and that didn't work out. You can check my old videos, that didn't work out. Only this did, you know, exporting in 4K, high bitrate, you know, format MP4, like literally this is how I export. So yeah, that's the IG Instagram export settings. Let's click that, wait for it to export.
700 days ago, I opened my Bible for the first time because I wanted to find out how to quit my bad habits and defeat my lust. And
there you go, right? That's what the captions look like throughout my whole video. And then what we want to do, if you are posting on Instagram and TikTok, that was Instagram. This is my TikTok export settings. Name it Bible TT for TikTok. This is what I usually do. Export to the right location, video settings, resolution 1080p, right? 1080p. Bitrate, keep it at higher. Codec, same thing, H.264. Format, MP4, frame rate 30 FPS. I was about to say percent. But yeah, the main difference is the resolution. So I set it to 1080p. I don't know how, but I've tested every single one option and like posted it in a private account and compared, and this is the best settings for me, just for me. All right, so you can try it out yourself, see if it works, and I pray that it works for you too. Press export, and that is basically how you edit a Kentagender video. And that's how I export my Instagram and TikTok settings for posting. After this, I basically just send both files, the Instagram and TikTok files, to my phone by airdrop, like so. And go here, airdrop, and then boom, click on Kentagender's iPhone, and then just post on Instagram and TikTok through there. Alright, vlog 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with a new demo. Let's go! Okay, this is going to be a new module in the editing course. Just because like it's always nice to have just because it's always nice to have like extra modules and extra bit of value, right? Today I'm going to edit a short 30-second, 40-second, maybe less film. It's going to be a horizontal reel, and it's going to be a very simple like music video basically, right? I have the track right here, and I have my footage. It's some clips that I shot at the beach. It's going to be pretty simple. And I'm going to take you through like all the little effects that I'm going to pretty much do in this video. It's nothing too complicated, so it's going to be a very simple cutting process as well. And yeah, let's do it. This is a pretty awkward position for me, but I'm just going to do this. Okay, first clip, I want it to be this, because this will be a banger hook, right? I mean, I don't really have any other cool shots besides this, which is alright. And I'm going to make this, actually, first and foremost, I'm not going to make this 16 by 9. I'm going to make this sequence settings. I'm going to make this 4 by 3, which is 4 by 3. Wait, this 380, 40. Okay, it's a 4 by 3. Okay, I already searched this up before, but I forgot like what the aspect ratio is. It is 2880. In the horizontal, 2880. Okay, there. That's 4 by 3. I always like 4 by 3 because it's like, you know, it gives that old school vibe anyways. Yeah, what happened here? What the heck? Oh, whoops. I messed that up. Why did I do that? Okay, whatever. Alright, never mind. Only God can hold me, fill me. Okay, I'm gonna delete that audio. So what I did there, right? I selected everything, and all the clips and the audio timelines are linked together. So what I did is Command L to unlink them. I think it's Control L for what's it called? For Windows. Sorry, I'm not used to walking through my editing process, but this is a good extra module to add, just for you guys. There's one talking head shot here. I'm gonna put this at the very end, I think. So I'm just gonna like save this at the end here, or put this at the back. Okay, and then this is the first shot. Dang, I'm not really in the center. It's giving me OCD. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pillars. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh, damn, bro. Give me OCD. But it's alright. I'm gonna change this back to 4 by 3. Cool. Alright, looks like it's in the center. Maybe I'll just zoom in a little bit. I'll zoom in a little bit and then make it the center. Or maybe this won't be my first shot. I don't know. Okay, this looks like it's in the center. Or maybe I'll just use a different shot, because I have a shot here. Is that even a good shot? No, I have a shot here of me. That looks dope. That looks dope. I'm not gonna lie. I cannot lie to you. That looks amazing. Okay, maybe I will use I'll use that as the first shot then. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay, so I'm gonna move it around. Basically, I'm just like choosing the clip selection, like the order of the clips. By the way, this has no script. I just wanted to use this one really cool song. It's like, Probably just started here because that's the peak of the song. I mean, it's a YouTube acoustic version, but maybe I'll do a fade in because I don't want it to be like start really abruptly. There you go. Sounds better. Maybe a little bit more. Okay, I can either do this or the part where there's not many instrumentals. Okay, low key, that's a good hook. Right here. So I'm going to cut that and I'm going to save it for later. I'm just going to test out. So this is what I usually do with audio as well. I usually just test out which part of the song or the instrumental is like the best to start off with, you know what I mean? Because the hook is really important. And I want the beat to be like, you know, catch your attention, not only with your eyes and my shots, but with your ears and the song selection that I do, right? Okay, I'll probably just do this then. Ooh, dang. Okay, this is the ending though, right? So, I don't know. I mean, it's already like 20 seconds, which is enough for this reel, to be honest. Okay, let me just... This is what I usually do if I'm really unsure about my audio, by the way. Okay, so I go... So, this is the one sample that I want to try. Second sample is the chorus, like, not the chorus, but like the main instrumentals when it comes in. Like right here, right? This is where like DJ Ken comes in. So I basically just put them side by side in two different timelines. And then I mute one, which is this little button, this M thing. I click that. So I can only hear the second one, right? And if I want to do it the other way, I can click the second, I can mute the second timeline and hear the first one. But I want to hear the second one. Yeah, it takes too long. Unless I stop it here, at the can. No, a bit more. See, I like to also do these fade, drag fades. I don't know what they're called, but you usually just drag this little square, or it's a circle on CapCut. And you drag it so that it fades out like that. And it fades in if you drag it at the start. So that's what I want to do in both ends. Okay, that's cool. All right, we're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna listen to the first one again, and I'm just pretty much gonna compare it. Okay, that is way better. I'm not gonna lie, right? That's way better. Okay. Okay, that's way better. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now that I chose my track, the exact sample, I'm going to lock the toggle track lock right here, that little lock button, so that whenever I press Q or W, it won't edit the audio. So it'll stay like that, right? So now I'm just gonna focus on the shots. All right, we're back. My iPhone storage died. Anyways, we're back now. We have more storage. Okay, I'm gonna cut to the point where I want to start my video. I don't want to show this when I'm walking to the shot because I was still aligning where I was at the center. Dude, it is exactly at the center. Oh, dude. Okay, I'm just gonna cut in the details. Okay, basically what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna cut. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just choose which clips to show. I'm not gonna show this clip because it's too short. And I have a few more clips. Oh, whoops. By the way, if this happens in Premiere, all you gotta do is just like Command L and then put it back together again with the audio. I'm gonna put this at the second timeline because I want to lock the first timeline, Command L again so that's linked again, and then yeah, get back to cutting. Okay, I'm gonna basically, what am I doing? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut every single clip to what I want to show, and then I'm gonna sync it up to the music later. Cause it's like 20 seconds, 26-second thing, so it shouldn't be too much. Okay, this is messed up, I think. Okay, whatever, I messed this up. That was like a vlog thing. Shouldn't have done that. Ooh, this looks so clean, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh me. I'm not gonna record my. I'm not gonna show myself recording. It's just weird. That's a nice shot. This is also pretty cool. Gonna cut that up. Gonna cut this up. Oh, nice. Did a little transition there. I'm gonna cut that up. I just want to show the sunset. I don't want to show me tilting. Oh, nice. Okay, there's no need to do that then. The next shot is exactly like that. Dang, this is clean. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Probably gonna do this, yeah. I'm gonna do 2 versions of this clip, so I'm gonna see which one I should do. Okay, that's it. I'm basically choosing what I want to show. And I'm using the Q and W keys, by the way. Oh, wow. You can just see my hand like right there. Anyways. Yeah, I'm basically just using the Q and W. Q to cut the left side, W to cut the right side, right? Such a good shortcut, I don't have to use the cutting tool. And obviously you need this little dragging thing in your timeline, which everyone has anyways. This looks dope. I want to show that. Dang, that looks sick. Okay, that is not a good clip. That's why I restarted. Cool. I want to show that wave crashing. I don't know what happened to that clip, but this is the highlight of my day right here. I always wanted a clip like this because I saw like a bunch of YouTube videos, like short films and stuff who have these type of ocean clips because they're like with the zoom lens. It's so clean, bro. Literally, it looks so amazing. Alright guys, if my iPhone just randomly stops recording, it means my storage is done. But it's okay, I'm gonna keep recording on this camera. It's alright. Wait, okay. I might cut it a little bit short. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it short. 1 second shot. Me, hold, me, cut. So I'm pretty much just cutting at in the lyrics. Yeah, I don't like this shot, to be honest. I might just do this. Actually, no, I don't even like that shot either. Damn, that's like aura right there, bro. Okay, let me check the other shot. Okay, I don't like that. So I'm just gonna keep this shot of me turning my head, because that's like aura farming. That's dope. Okay, the shots are too short. Okay, maybe I will just extend it then. So you gotta know what your pacing is. I tried doing it fast, like this little compilation here, this group of clips, that would be like fairly medium fast paced. But now I have to go slow because like it doesn't even fit the sample, so it's okay. And my iPhone just died. Storage, sorry. Storage is full. It's okay. We're still recording. I'm gonna do this. Okay, I might do something different because this what I did here, like this is like pretty much visual storytelling, how I tell it. I don't like the two of the same similar clips together. This is like ocean rocks as well. This is sunset and me. So I might mix them together, at least these four. So I don't know, let me see. Okay, I'm just gonna do this then. Wait. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna put this here.
Mark chapter
I don't know what to do with this clip though.
12, verse 30. Mark chapter 12. Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your...
Okay, I also wanted to... I'm getting distracted by... Oh, whoops, that's the YouTube video I was watching. Anyways, I also wanted to download a beach sound effect. That's cool. Let me try another one. That's better. I like that. Okay, let me just use those three then. Yoink them all here. Wait, no, that's the walkthroughs that I just recorded. Whoops. Whoopsies. Yoink these two in here and see. Let's compare. Let's do the same thing that we did before. Holy... I'll probably decrease this sound by like -5 decibels and see how it sounds. Cool, cool, cool. I don't know what I did there. Excuse me, sorry. Let me see. What did I just do? Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna extend that. Okay. Okay. Let's mute this and see how this sounds. Yeah, I like that better. Way better, way better. It's more low-key. I like that. I decreased it to -4 just because it's like I don't want to be too loud.
Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the... Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength.
Okay, I'm gonna cut it here. I don't want the sounds to be... Yeah, I'm gonna fade it out.
Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. And with all your strength.
Okay. I'm gonna add a nice little touch. I don't know, should I add a text? Or is that too much? Cool. See, pretty simple video. I mean, it would take me a lot quicker if I wasn't doing a walkthrough. But yeah, basically what I just did, I selected all the clips and I came to my presets. And this is pretty much the preset that I have, as you can see here. That's my preset. Alright, and it's pretty much just Lumetri color. It's different from the previous walkthroughs that you guys just saw. So it's basically 15 temperature to the warm side, 125 saturation, 0.5 exposure, 10 contrast, -30 highlights, shadows are 0, everything else is 0, and then you go to the creative thing, the tab, and I pretty much turn up the faded film to 10, right, so 10, and then shadow tint, I put it, okay, let me just zoom in on the walkthrough, I might as well. Shadow tint, I put it towards the blue side, right, so the shadows are mostly like pointing to the blue, and then the highlights are pointing to the slightly, very, very slightly to the orange yellow side, if you can see, right, you can see there, slight to the blue and slight to the orange. Okay, so that's how I usually, that's my current settings. I always change up my color settings, so it's mostly just what do you call it, it's experimenting as well. And I might do a more of a vignette for this. Actually, no, don't worry about it, it's fine. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each and every basic correction in the lumetric color in every clip and see how I can turn down or turn up the exposure, right? Okay, I'm going to turn down the exposure here. I'm going to turn up the shadows just because I want you to see me more. So this is a turn up shadows, this is turn down. Just maybe like do 25 or something. Maybe do 35. Damn, that looks good. Okay, that's a bit too bright. I'm going to make the 0 exposure. Yeah, so usually I just edit the exposure, that's all. Okay, 0.1, maybe increase the shadows a bit. No, it's fine. Maybe like 7 shadows, I don't know. Okay, increase the shadows here a little bit, just to make it more defined. Is this too bright? No, it's fine. I like it. Damn, that looks clean, dude. Maybe this is too dark. Yeah, I would increase this exposure here. Is this too dark too? No, it's fine. Yeah, it should be good. It's glitching. Sorry, it's glitching. Okay, this is way too dark. I think it's because of the shadows. Yeah, it's the shadows. I don't know, if you increase the shadows it looks really ugly, so I'm just gonna like keep it dark, to be honest, because that's what it looked like in real life anyways. Decrease the exposure here. Let me increase the shadows a tad bit. There you go. Need that exposure here. So 2 exposure, maybe shadows. No, not shadows. Oh, thank you. That's sick. Might increase it a little bit. Increase the shadows a tad bit. Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. Nice. Pretty much it. Okay, I'm gonna add some like Easter eggs, because like I have a creative itch sometimes. So I have some like little overlays that I can do. No, not overlays, sorry. Oh yeah, one thing that I want to add as well is the overlays. So where is it? I have an overlay, default overlay. It's called a grain overlay. So I have this little grainy effect. I don't know if you guys have noticed in my latest videos, but I do have this. This is shaped as a horizontal, vertical, because like I usually do shorts, but I just turn it 90 degrees. And then I usually just go to blend mode and go to overlay, click on overlay, and then boom, you can see there's a slight grain across all the clips. Maybe I'll turn it down to like 60. I want it to be low key. And then I'm gonna go to shapes. I'm gonna add some shapes. These are called cue marks. Like I made this little thing. That's what happens during like when scenes are about to change in films. People usually add cue marks. I'm gonna add a crown of thorns, cross, crucifix. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it at that. And usually what I do is I do this speed duration and I put it like really quick, so like at least 2 milliseconds. And then what I do during in the gaps, quick hack by the way. So there's gaps in between these 2 millisecond shapes, right? So I'm going to, there's a little thing, close the gap, and then boom. Again, if you zoom in, there, it's closed now. You don't have to manually do it. You just go to sequence and close gap with anything, pretty much, with any clip. All right, so with these ones, I'm going to put them at the end. I'm gonna put this together. I'm gonna move them accordingly. Now I'm gonna put them here, like on my left side, because that looks so good. Hold me, love me, feel me. Okay, I'm gonna put the crown of thorns somewhere. Whoops. Okay, where should I put it? Zoom out. Okay, I'll put it here. Actually, no, I don't want to ruin this shot, to be honest. I might just put it like here. Yeah, and I'll put it in the corner. Top right corner. Make it a bit bigger. There you go. So when you watch it back, it's going to be really subtle. Sorry, I just got caught up with the captions. But let's just watch it through. Sorry, I got distracted.
Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength.
Feel me, only God can.
With all your...
Mark chapter 12, verse 30, isn't it?
Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love... With all your soul. Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your...
With all your heart and with all... I'm just going to copy and paste the actual verse. I can't bother. Okay, so it is Mark 12:30 NIV. I'm going to make it red because it's a Jesus quote, right? Yeah. Okay. Now what I usually do with captions is like, there's a transcript, there's an automatic transcript in Premiere. So I go to text, transcript, captions, create captions from transcript, subtitle default, expand this little thing, captioning preferences, keep everything the same, but I usually just go to maximum length in characters all the way down to 7 because I do 1 to 2 word captions. And then minimum durations in seconds is like 1.2. And then I keep the single line, not double, okay? So everything at the start, drag it all the way at the end, and then single, then press create captions. So basically does 1 word at a time, right? And then Where did the rest of it go, bro? Oh my goodness. Okay, whatever. Okay, this is only. Only God can hold me. I'm just gonna drag them all. Okay, this is Phil. Feel me. Okay, this is messed up. These captions are so messed up. Okay, I'm just gonna fix them real quick.
Mark chapter 12, chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord.
Okay, that's love. Love the Lord. The Lord.
The Lord,
Your God. So I pretty much am pressing V. Oh, sorry, C to cut in between the captions, right? Whoops. And then V again to make it a selection. So V for selection tool. You can see it here. V for selection tool. And C for razor tool, cutting. Okay. So I'm switching in my keyboard. CV, CV, CV. C, CV, CV, CV. Okay.
of the Lord your God.
Your God.
With all God, with all your heart, your heart,
With all your heart. I'm going to separate these captions. 1 to 2
all
words.
your heart, all your.
I don't know why, but the transcript is so inaccurate when I made the captions. But anyways. With all. With all your soul. Let me see the actual verse. Oh, there's no commas, sorry. Okay.
With all your soul, all your soul, all your soul, and with all your mind,
And with all your mind. I'm going to make this end with all. And this one is going to be your mind.
and with all your mind, and with all your strength, and with all your.
I'm going to make this all end with all.
All your strength.
I'm going to make this there. Oop. Okay, what I'm going to do is edit the font now. So I'm going to select all the captions like that. I'm going to go to properties and I'm going to go to my browser. I have like a bunch of these. I didn't even realize I made these. Well, one day I click on that browser button and I'm like, oh wow, I already have these. I used to do it manually and type in like molas, the font name and stuff like that. But now I have the default thing, so I can do that. And yeah, edit it from there so you can see the font just changed. I'm going to zoom out. The font just changed. And I might, for these ones, I'm going to, for the song lyrics, I'm going to put it in the middle. Okay, I'm not in the middle apparently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in a little bit, sacrifice. I'm going to do that. Make myself in the middle. Let's go. Hold me. I don't even need to zoom in, bro. I just realized, yeah. Only God can hold. Okay, I'm gonna move that as well. Just a little bit. That I can, it's in the middle. Oh, it's actually giving me OCD, dude. Like, look, this is 3 pillars. This is 5. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore it. Don't worry about it. Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord. Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind. I'm gonna make it a little bit more earlier. All your heart, all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. Mind and with all your. Okay, I'm gonna make this red as well, like a slight red. So I go to properties, fill. I'm gonna make it here, just to emphasize that this is Jesus's quote, not mine. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. Okay, I'm gonna separate your heart, your soul, blah blah blah. Heart. Only God can hold me, love me. Soul. All your soul, and with all your, with all your, with all your soul, and with all your mind, mind, and with all your strength. There you go. Should I do a slow zoom effect? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it simple. Actually. I would have done a slow zoom effect, but I choose not to because this is like, I want to keep it as raw as possible. That's the vibe of this video anyway. So let's go ahead. I pressed Command M to go to the export tab up here, and I'm gonna name my file Sunrise 4x3. 4 to 3. Actually, no, I'm gonna name it Mark 12. That's a pretty cool name. It's like aura farming, dude. Okay, match source. Should I match the source or should I do this? Only God. Okay, this is pretty much my export settings that I changed up for my thing. If you guys want to see it, here it is. Match source. Okay, custom. That's fine. Frame rate 25. Maximum render maximum depth, not depth. Maximum render quality. Frame sampling, software encoding. VVR2 pass 3030. Target and maximum 3030. And then audio is the same. Captions burn captions into video. Alright, that's pretty much it. Okay, let us go ahead and export. Yoink. Alright, and that's pretty much the video. Thank you for watching. Only God can hold me, love me, fill me. Only God can. Mark chapter 12, verse 30. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength.
Welcome to the reps phase. New course, let's go. If you look at all the big creators, all these big influencers and gurus on social media, every single one of them has one thing in common. And that thing is volume. Volume. In Creatopia, we call them reps, which stands for repetitions. And they don't start off by posting once a week. These influencers don't pray until it works. They post consistently, strategically, and repeatedly. Repetition is very important, especially if you're starting out and you have no skills in content creation. You want to prioritize putting in more repetitions, no matter how bad the quality of your video is. Hence the name we use, reps. But repetition alone is not enough to blow up your personal brand, which is why we'll introduce the more, better, new framework. This module is here to help you to evolve through these stages, so I'll explain more in the next few modules. You'll learn how to do reps with strategy. The most important tool that you're going to need is a notes app. You can choose any note-taking app that you prefer as long as it lets you change your notes multiple times over and over. This means your app needs to be efficient. For example, a physical notebook is not efficient, so I would use a better tool called Notion. Notion is, in my opinion, the best software for creators. I've made so many videos recommending Notion and talking about its perks, so I can't recommend it enough. In Notion, you're able to create multiple tables, schedules, lists, Kanban boards, and so much more. I'll be using Notion to teach you guys how to create your video batching system. Just a heads up. Now, if you post videos on YouTube, the main tool that you're going to need is the YouTube Studio page. So pause this video right now and go bookmark your YouTube Studio page in your browser. The link should be studio.youtube.com. If you post Reels on Instagram, the tool that you're going to need is the Meta Business Suite. You can download the app or go to their website, which is business.facebook.com. And make sure you've obviously set up all of your accounts in the Meta Business Suite or the YouTube Studio before you go on to the next modules. If you post on TikTok, the tool you're going to need is the TikTok Creator Center. You can find this at tiktok.com/creator-center. Now, that is all the video platforms that I'll be using in this course. In the case of this video batching system, we are not posting any videos manually. I'll dive deeper into this in the next module. Welcome to the more, better, new framework module. This is a simple 3-stage model that I got from Alex Hormozi's book. Pretty sure it's called $100 Million Leads. Yeah, it is. And I authenticated it with content creation. How to grow your personal brand with intentional reps, not just useless consistency. And that's the thing. Most creators burn out too fast from doing the same thing, or they do the same thing over and over again and get nowhere. So this framework, More, Better, New, helps you know where you are, know what to do, what you need, and how to move forward from it. All right, let's break it down, starting with more. This stage is about volume, so posting as much as possible. This is where you focus on building momentum. Momentum is the key word here, not perfection, because that's for another stage. Quantity helps you develop soft skills. For example, the more repetitions you make, the more videos you make, the more chances you're going to get and the more time you're going to get to practice your speaking skills, to practice your storytelling. Even if it's not a fancy videos like the fancy videos that I make, you can also become more confident on camera throughout repetitions, right? You'll just start to naturally become better through more. This is such a great stage for beginners or creators returning from a long break. I'm on a long break right now, and when I get back to creating content, you guys can expect me to put in daily videos again. So you will improve fast just by doing more. Sorry, I think the word is missing here. But don't worry about numbers yet. In this stage, you don't want to worry about going viral. Your goal here is consistency, and it might be a short period of time. I doubt it's going to be, for you, it might not be 100 days, right? I definitely don't suggest you doing 100 days unless you are a beginner and you really want to invest in your skills and you really want to develop on speaking and storytelling, all that stuff. And if you are a patient person, that's not me, by the way, then yeah, you can go ahead and do 100 videos for 100 days. But eventually that's going to stop working out. It's going to slow down. Like you're going to see your views plateau, and you're going to have to be realistic with where you are, okay? Because when you start becoming too repetitive, it becomes unhealthy. So quantity reps can be a bad thing when you actually should be doing better. Hence why the next stage, better, quality reps. This stage is about refinement, so fewer videos but higher quality. So this is where you focus on scripting, shooting, lighting, editing, thumbnail design, etc. All these like tiny little details inside each and every pieces of content that you create, and the production as well. The production is pretty much what you want to focus on here. Your ideas also need to be better, of course. Like, you have to invest in the ideas that are actually worth creating instead of more. With more, like for example, if you post up for 100 days straight, throughout 100 videos, you can throw away all these ideas out. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to select much. You don't have to cross out ideas. You don't have to be very picky with your ideas. You can just save it for tomorrow. You know, you can have 7 ideas for all the 7 days of the week. But with better, you have to be more selective. Okay, so when you write idea dumps, you're gonna have to cross out the ones that you genuinely think will not work. Sometimes it's gonna be sad, but you know that you're making a better investment in the one idea that works. The one idea in your idea dump of 50, you see that one, and you're gonna be like, yeah, that's the one. That's the one that's gonna work. So every video should feel at least 10 times better than your more stage content. At least 10 times better. That's the difference in quality that you have to guarantee before moving on to better, which is really important, by the way. So listen up. When you're in your more stage, before you move on to the better stage, you have to guarantee that you can actually improve your content 10x. You have to guarantee that the skills that you've learned from your more stage, the things that you've invested in, speaking, storytelling, camera confidence, and then you're at this stage where you're like stuck and your videos are really low, but you're still consistency. You've mastered consistency. You've mastered repetitions, but you know that it's slowing down. You have to guarantee that you're able to raise the quality by 10x in order to be at the better stage. If it's any less, if it's 9x, if you have doubts, right? It's not going to work out if you have doubts. So you will naturally move to this stage after your more repetitions start slowing down, and obviously after you can guarantee that every video you make in the better stage is 10 times better than your more stage. So you got to be aware of your views throughout time. Okay, I know for me at least, I don't really like to look at my views too much. I'm not the type of person to go on my Instagram and just look at my analytics on a random day. Like, I try and avoid those things, but it's good to be aware of like the average views that you get in every video, especially in the more stage. Okay, so your views might dip down or boom up during this better stage because there's going to be a humongous change. There has to be, obviously, because your quality is just raised up, and hopefully the goal is to get your views to boom up compared to the other ones. And this is completely normal. If it dips, then it definitely means you're doing something wrong. This is where you develop your craft. Okay, better. Now, the next stage is the new stage. This is where you put in innovative reps. This is the stage where you experiment and evolve to your next form, right? Try new formats, try new hooks, try new storytelling structures, try new platforms. In this picture over here, you can see that these are the past videos that I did before I uploaded this Instagram reel. This was a series that I was doing, Content Secrets. And so I was at lesson 4, lesson 5. I finished that, couldn't be bothered continuing. So I was like, you know what? Might as well try this new stage for like a week or 2. Maybe put in some innovative reps. Tomorrow I'm going to make a short film about the Holy Spirit speaking to me. Then boom, like a day later, got 3 million views. And then now it's at 6 million. So praise God. Anyways, you're building on the skills from more and better in this new stage, okay? But this time, you have to be more creative with it. Right, so you have to take more risks. You have to get outside that comfort zone. It's going to be a little bit weird, especially if you're used to doing like consistency. You're used to putting in the same type of color grading settings and the same type of cuts, the same music beats. Oh my goodness. But with the new stage, you can't be afraid of anything. Like, it's literally try everything new. This is where your content starts standing out from everyone else's, including yours. Like, it just starts standing out from the rest of your catalog. So you'll create videos that feel different, that feel deeper, hopefully, of course, and feel more you. Okay, so growth here comes from reinvention. Now, here's how to use this framework. Don't rush, first and foremost, to the next stage. I've worked with some people, some Creatopians, always asking me, "Oh, should I move to the better stage now? I feel like I can make videos so much better." Like, dude, if you can't guarantee 10x quality, don't do it. Okay, so master the one you are already in. Be patient with it. There's no rush. Listen to your data and your own creative energy as well. Use this as a self-check tool. Where am I? More, better, or new? What's my next step? Better, new, or is it back to more? Because it repeats. It's a cycle as well. Once you're up to new and you found this new style, this new innovative repetitions that you can put in, all you got to do then is just put more of it. You know, put more of this type of style. I didn't decide to continue doing more repetitions of this content style, this new repetition that I did, because I couldn't see me putting more repetitions from that. So you have to be realistic as well, no matter the views, right? You can trend hop. I don't know, you can trend hop yourself if you end up getting something like this. But in my case, which is really rare, like I just decided not to because it's just not me. And remember, no matter the stage, reps never stops, no matter how often you put them in. Now, this framework isn't about getting viral fast. It's about getting viral efficiently. And it's about becoming the kind of creator who wants to grow with every single post. Now that you've got your tools ready, let me show you my current schedule as of May of 2024. This is what my content creation schedule looks like, and this is what we'll be making for you in this module. But first, why do you need one of these in the first place? The answer is simple. Setting a custom schedule will allow you to post videos consistently. This will be the first step in creating your batching system. So what I want you to do now is to follow my steps in order to create your posting schedule. You'll also find a quest inside this module for you to post your completed schedule after we're finished. Let's get into it. So first of all, open up Notion and create a blank new page. Let's actually name it posting schedule. Now what you want to do is click on an empty space and click the plus button. Now scroll down to where it says table right here. Now click this plus button on your table so you can add 5 more rows to your table. Now in the first column, starting from this second row, write all the days of the week from Monday to Sunday. Thursday, Friday, add 2 more, Saturday and Sunday. Now I'm going to select all of this and make it bold, Command B. Now on the second column on the very top, add your social media platform that you're posting on. Mine would be YouTube. If you're posting on multiple social media platforms, you can click on this plus button right here. I'm going to click 2 more because I'm going to add Instagram and TikTok. All right, going to make that bold as well. I actually like to color code these platforms so that I don't get confused. So I'm going to select YouTube first and click on this little text color option. And then I'm going to put it as red. I'm going to do the same thing for Instagram as orange. The same thing for TikTok as pink. Now you can select this little double arrow option so you can expand the table so it looks nice and big. What you want to do now is allocate all of your video content that you want to post every single week. This is where you need to take your time with it because you need to consider how much time you're spending on creating your videos every week. So pause this module and come back when you've already set everything. For this example, let's say I want to post 1 long form YouTube video every single week and I want to do it on Monday. So I would click on this box and write ×1 LFV, which stands for long form video. Then let's say I want to post 1 short form video on all of these platforms every single day. So I would click on each box and write 1 short form video, SFV. It's easier to just copy and paste it. So I would press Command A, copy and paste that, and then select all of these boxes and Command V or Control V if you're on Windows, and these 2 as well. As you can see, there's 1 missing below the long form video on Monday. So I would hold Shift and Enter, and then I would copy and paste that again. Now you have a basic content schedule, but when you distribute more content throughout the week, it's going to get confusing, so you have to color code all of your content. I would make this one red for long form videos, and for short form videos, I would make this one orange. And I would select short form, copy and paste that to everything again, and there you go. Now you can distinguish which one's which. But let's say I want to post 2 different videos on 2 different times of each day. So I would press this grid button right here next to Monday, and then I would click insert below. I'm also going to do that for every other day. But to make it faster, I can just duplicate it right here. Then I can drag it underneath, or you can just select it and hold Command D and keep dragging, just like that. Cool. Let's say I want to post my short form videos on 6 a.m. every single morning. So what I would write next to every day is 6 a.m. I'll do that for every single day. And let's say I want to post my long form videos on 8 p.m. at night. So what I would do is select the first time, copy that, paste it at the bottom, and then just write 8 p.m. And then I'll copy and paste long form video and paste it into there. I can delete that now. I'm going to do that with every other day too. Cool. Now I have my own official weekly schedule. Don't forget to screenshot your own and upload it in the quest below. Quick side note, your schedule will always change. Don't expect it to stay the same after 1 or 2 months. Mine can't even stay the same after 1 week. Life changes and so will your weekly schedule. So be prepared to change things up. That's why I use Notion to have that accessibility. Once you have your schedule and it's ready to go, let's move on to systemization. Using your completed schedule, we're going to create another table to systemize each and every one of your tasks for your content. This module will help you dedicate all of your tasks for each and every day of the week so that you will know what to post and what to do each and every day. By the end, your system will look something like mine right here. Once again, you can follow along with my instructions and complete the quest after the module is finished. First of all, you're going to need a similar table to your posting schedule just like this. Make sure you have all of the days of the week listed in the first column. Now on the top row, write every single task that you do throughout the process of creating your own content. Most of you guys would be video creators, so our system would look pretty similar. And don't forget to consider your posting timetable too. You're going to use that as a guide. I'm just going to put mine right here just for reference. Now, for example's sake, my video batching system starts with generating ideas first. That's my first task. So on the first row, second column, I'll write ideas down because that's my first task of the week. My next task would probably be writing my script. So I would write scripting right next to ideas. I might as well add some color to each of them just so I don't get confused. The next thing I do after scripting is actually filming the video footage. So I'll write filming right next to that. After I shoot all the footage for my weekly video batch, I do all the editing. So I'll write editing right next to filming. I'll color that yellow. And as you can see from my posting schedule, I upload one long form video as well, which requires a thumbnail for my YouTube channel. So after editing, I usually create my thumbnail. So I'll write thumbnail next to editing. The final task in my process is scheduling the videos. So I would write scheduling as my final task. This is actually a really important part of video batching because I don't manually post all of my videos. I schedule all of them using the websites that I gave you guys in the other module before. So yeah, if you really want to be efficient with your video batching process, you're going to need to schedule all of your videos because batching means you're ahead of schedule. So you're going to have to schedule. This is also where your posting timetable comes really handy because you can literally just post according to these times that you've allocated for your content. What you want to do now is allocate every single task for each day of the week in reference to your posting schedule. For example, I usually start my creation system with ideas, and that is usually on Thursday for me. And in total, my weekly batch is usually 7 short form videos and 1 long form video. So on Thursday, I would write times 1 long form video, shift enter, times 7 short form videos. So that's all the ideas that I write down on Thursday for the week. I'd color that red and orange again. Next, I usually script and write all of my video scripts during Friday and the weekend. So I would write times 1 long form video on Friday. Then I'll probably delegate Saturday and Sunday to write my short form scripts. So I would say times 3 short form video here, and then the times 4 remaining short form videos on Sunday. The thing about this is the amount of scripts that I write from Saturday to Sunday is not really accurate to this. I don't usually write exactly 3 scripts on Saturday or exactly 4 scripts on Sunday. Like it can be spontaneous, right? I could write all of my scripts on Saturday. I could write all of my scripts on Friday and get it done early, or even on Sunday, last minute, right? So it's all spontaneous. So I like to just remove the numbers and just, keep the short form video task, long form video task here so that I know that, I have to write my scripts for long form video and short form video on the weekends. So now I know by the end of the week, I should have all of these scripts ready to film. Speaking of filming, my filming process starts on Monday morning. I usually film all of these videos on Monday. So I would copy this from the ideas section and just copy it right here on the filming on Monday. The next task is editing, which I separate from Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. On Tuesdays, I usually edit my YouTube video. So I would write times 1 LFV, or I can just copy and paste it. Let's just copy and paste things from now on. Then I spend Wednesday and Thursday spontaneously editing my short form videos. So that means I don't, delegate Wednesday for 3 short form videos or Thursday for 4 short form videos. I do it spontaneously. So I'll just copy short form video here, select both of these boxes and then just paste it so that I know by the end of Thursday, I should have all my videos done and dusted. For my YouTube thumbnails, it doesn't really take that long for me. So I just do it on Mondays after I finish filming. So I'll just write here 1 thumb and highlight that in pink. Cool. And then I schedule my YouTube video after I finish editing straight away. So I'll just write times 1, or I'll copy and paste it in here. There you go. And then after I finish editing all of my short form videos on Wednesday and Thursday, I spend Thursday night usually scheduling all of my shorts on all Instagram and TikTok. So I'd paste it right here, 7 short form videos underneath scheduling. And there you go. That's how you systemize your video creation process. Make sure you save this along with your posting timetable that you created before. All right. And don't forget to screenshot it and upload it in the quest down below again. Next up, let's talk about how each and every one of these tasks relate to content batching. First up, idea generation. The first step to creating your video batch is to come up with original ideas. I call it idea generation. In order to batch your videos every single week, you're going to need tons of ideas to work with, and a lot more than what you're thinking right now. I've made an entire course for generating content ideas, but I'm going to run through the most important methods right now so you can get started ASAP. If you're currently struggling to come up with video ideas, you're going to need a place to dump all of your thoughts into. This can be on paper, on your notes app, on Notion, or anything similar. It all starts with an idea dump. The way I like to dump my ideas down is with pen and paper, specifically my notebook. Here's one of the most recent idea dumps that I wrote. As you can see, I list everything that comes to my mind in dot point format. Dot point listing is a great method to start off the creative train of thoughts, because from my experience, writing one dot point can lead to another and another and another, and it becomes easier to write things down. There are 4 things that you want to focus on whenever you're writing ideas down: topics, prompts, hooks, and quotes. These are the 4 main idea generation pillars. Topics are most relevant to your niche. Prompts are creative ideas that you come up with on the spot. Hooks are the very start of all of your content that grabs your viewers' attention. And quotes are relatable sentences that you or other people have said. This is what I write whenever I dump my ideas down in my notebook or in Notion. Speaking of Notion, here is what my current list of ideas look like. That's why dumping ideas is so important, because you get to write as many ideas as you can, no matter how good, bad, or horrible or spectacular they are. You just write whatever comes to your mind. That's why it's called a dump. By the way, there's another quest inside of this module that'll help you write your first idea dump. Now you can do the same thing I do, which is pick and choose the worthy ideas and copy them into Notion. But that's not it. You still need to pick the final ideas that you want to turn into videos. Every week I have about 7 to 8 final ideas before I start scripting. Don't neglect this part of the process because it's the most important part in content creation. That's why I made this module first. So to put it in simple steps, your idea generation process should look like this every single week. Number 1, write a huge dump of topics, prompts, hooks, and quotes, preferably using lists. Number 2, pick the content-worthy ideas and paste them onto an official document list. And number 3, choose the final winning ideas for your next video batch. Now let's move on to the next task, scripting. After you've chosen your finalized ideas, your next job is to script your videos. In this module, I'm going to show you exactly how my scripting process works on Notion. Strap in. So this is what my video scripting page looks like. I'll zoom out a little bit. And these are called boards in Notion. And these little individual things are called cards. So inside each of these cards, there are video scripts. This board is for my long form YouTube videos. There's another board for my short form videos. Now I'm going to show you how to use these Kanban boards for your content. Now this is my ideas list. Let's say I want to create 3 of these ideas into videos. I'm going to copy these 3. I'm going to paste them onto a blank page, just like that. Before you make these into cards and full scripts, you need to make a Kanban board. So press the plus button right here, scroll down to where it says board view right here. Click on that. Now you want to press link or create a database and then press new board. Okay, now you have a completely new board. Now to add all of these into your cards. Now to make these into cards, all you have to do is just select all of them and use this little grid to drag them into your not started column. And there you go. As you can see, these cards are now individual ideas and prompts for your script. Now you can go inside and write your own script inside. Now you can go inside and write your own script. Now the other 2 columns in the Kanban board are for in progress and done. Whenever I put my scripts into in progress, it means I've already finished editing, filming, and just like creating the video, the actual content. I leave it in progress because I still need to schedule it and it still hasn't been posted yet. But when it has been posted and when it has been scheduled, I pretty much just put it into done. Just a quick little tip, click on these 3 little dots next to done here and select hide group because you're going to have a lot of these done content. And that's it. That's how you batch your scripts. Obviously, your boards are going to look completely different from mine, so don't worry. Boards will help you manage multiple pieces of content at once, which is super efficient for creators like us. Now let's move on to the next module, filming. Now that you know how to script your videos as a batch, let me run through how to film all of your content for the week in one single day. Step 1, download Trello. Step 2, create a Trello account. Step 3, create a new board in your Trello workspace. Name it video content. Step 4, create a new list and name it to script. Step 5, create another list and name it to film. Step 6, make another and name it make thumbnail. Step 7, make another and name it to edit. Step 8, add another list and name it to post. Step 9, add one more and name it complete. Step 10, if you post short form videos, repeat everything again from step 3. Now that you've got your Trello system set up, here's how to film your weekly batch. According to your creation system, you should already have set your filming day. And yes, you can have multiple filming days if you want, but it's better to dedicate a few hours in one single day a week than spreading it throughout multiple days. Now, here are the points that you need to keep in mind in every single filming day. Before your filming sessions, make sure that all of your scripts are ready to go. You don't want anything missing or incomplete in your scripts when it comes time to film. Before your filming day, make sure all of your equipment is charged. This includes any chargeable devices like microphones, camera, lighting, or even your phone. And when you start your filming sessions, make sure you don't spend too much time preparing. Press the record button as soon as possible. You can fix things as you go. During your filming sessions, always leave room for spontaneous ideas and experimentation. Never overplan anything, including your script. Always have room for some extra creativity. After recording a shot, make sure the footage is captured. It sucks when you start your editing process and then you find out you didn't even film the footage in the first place. Your script is your right-hand man. Always keep it with you for reference. For the B-roll that I use in my videos, I like to write screenplay in my scripts. So when it comes time to film, I usually have my phone or my laptop next to me with my script open. And finally, always consider the final result. Your bullseye is the final piece of content that you envision. Keep it clear in your mind. Turn your vision into a reality using your videography and your communication skills. That's all of the things you need to consider as a video creator. Obviously, if you're a beginner, you're not going to remember all of that. It's all about the process. So enjoy the journey of improving your skills. And every single week you get the chance to look back, analyze your mistakes, and do better in your next batch. Now let's move on to the next module, editing. After you finish shooting all of your required footage, you're going to need to edit every single piece of content one by one. I use CapCut to edit all my videos in chronological order. This means the first video I edit will be the first video that I post the following week. If you want to look at the entire process of me editing my short form videos, there's a course inside the classroom called Short Form Video Editing. Anyways, here are a few tips that you need to consider whenever you edit your video batch. Don't start a completely new project when you haven't even finished the one you've been working on. Video editing is actually the longest process in content creation, so you might as well don't rush and try to enjoy it. I also recommend dedicating more than 1 or more than 2 days of the week just to edit your videos. This will leave room for lots of experimenting, trying new tools, different effects and transitions, and just being creative. Edit your videos task by task. I usually start with color correcting my uncut footage. Then I move on to cutting up my footage. Then I add my visual effects and transitions. Then I add some sound effects. Then I add my background music. And finally, I create my text captions. Always use your computer's folders to manage your video batches. Every week, I literally name my video batches old batch and new batch so that I don't get confused whenever I put them into folders. I also have all my videos saved in an external hard drive. Once again, video editing is the longest process in your weekly schedule, so you might as well take your time with it, be patient, and really put in that extra hard work to raise the quality of your content. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing well. Now let's move on to the final module of this course, scheduling your content. Now I'm going to show you how to schedule your content on 5 different platforms: YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and X. Let's start with YouTube. Step 1, go to your YouTube studio page at studio.youtube.com. Step 2, click on the create button on the top right corner. Step 3, upload the file of the first video of your entire batch. Step 4, type in your title, description, and add your thumbnail. Step 5, add any video elements that you wish to include in your video. Step 6, go to the visibility tab and click on the drop down menu next to schedule. Step 7, set a date and time according to the posting schedule you created. Step 9, repeat the process from step 1 for every other video in your batch in chronological order. Now let's move on to Instagram and Facebook, which are both connected via the Meta platform. Step 1, go to your Meta Business Suite page at business.facebook.com. Step 2, if you're on both platforms, make sure that your Instagram and Facebook pages are linked together. Step 3, hover over the menu bar on the top left hand side and click on Content. Step 4, click Create Reel on the top right corner. Step 5, click Add Video to upload the file of the first video in your batch. Step 6, write your caption and hashtags. Step 7, choose a thumbnail or upload one if you want to. Step 8, click on Share on the top and open the Schedule tab. Step 9, set a date and time according to the posting schedule you have created. Step 10, press Schedule on the bottom right corner. Step 11, repeat the process from step 1 for every other Instagram reel in your batch in chronological order. Now let me show you how to schedule your videos on TikTok. Step 1, go to your TikTok Creator Center at tiktok.com/creator-center. Step 2, click on the upload button on the top left corner. Step 3, upload the file of the first video of your batch. Step 4, type in your caption and hashtags. Step 5, select your cover thumbnail if you wish. Step 6, click on the schedule option underneath where it says when to post. Step 7, set a date and time according to your posting schedule. Step 8, press schedule on the bottom right corner. Step 9, repeat the process from step 1 for every other TikTok video in your batch in chronological order. And finally, here is how you schedule your videos on X or Twitter. Step 1, go to your X homepage at x.com. Step 2, click on the post button at the bottom right corner. Step 3, click on the first icon on the bottom left corner and upload the file of your video. Step 4, click on the second last icon with the calendar and clock. Step 5, set a date and time according to your posting schedule. Step 6, press schedule on the bottom right corner. Step 7, repeat the process from step 1 for every other video in your batch in chronological order. Congratulations, my friend, you have officially completed the entire course for video content batching. Now that you've made your posting schedule, your creation system, and your first idea dump, it's time to start creating. All the best. Welcome to the content series module. In this module, I'll be teaching you how to create a viral content series. Now, first and foremost, what is a series? It's basically a group of videos that relate to one single broad topic. This topic can be, let's say, packaged as a mission, quote unquote, a challenge, or, a study, case study, etc., anything like that. Basically, it has to be an actionable task at the end of the day. And your series must work towards a main goal. So link back to your dream avatar, remember that? Your content series must be related to your dream avatar. Usually for me, I like to do 5 to 7 videos for one single series. That usually takes a week. And I call each and every video episodes, quote unquote. Or you can call it parts, you can call it chapters, or anything else that you prefer. I like to keep it no more than 7 videos because I like to start a new series every single week. Maybe in the future, I might spread it out across 2-3 weeks or even a month and do more than 7. But as for now, I like to personally keep it no more than 7 because I have a lot of ideas, to be honest. Now, what about content systems? You can actually create a series using 2 methods. Number 1 is the batching system that you just watched in the previous modules. And number 2 is daily creating. You can use weekly batching if you are focusing on consistency only. So if you want to put in more and more reps, for example, 2 videos a day, the weekly batches will do you so much wonders. I do daily creating now. So I moved on from weekly batching to daily creating. How that works is pretty much just making videos every single day, not batching every week. Because I actually want to focus more on the quality aspect more than the quantity. And daily creating allows that to happen. Now, in terms of ideation or coming up with content ideas, I always prep my ideas, so it's always ready to script. As you can see in this screenshot here, these are all my upcoming, by the way, sneak peek, spoilers. These are all my upcoming content series. And let's say for this first one, scripture strategies, I actually have ideas already inside and written and ready to go. So before I start every new series, I already have my ideas stashed. And that means with both systems, I batch ideas. So like with batching, I do weekly idea dumps. With daily, I do also weekly idea dumps. The reason why I do weekly idea dumps is because if I do it daily, me personally, I think I'll get stuck into that perfectionism mindset of like, oh, what if this idea doesn't work out? Maybe I'll just spend another hour coming up with an idea. I would rather dump ideas down, batch them, store them together, pick the ones that are good, using the idea dumping method again, and just prepare them before the series actually starts. Now let's talk about the batching system series, right? I used to do this with day X, like day 1 of video editing tips or something like that. So that type of content is pretty popular these days. It used to be trending. This is where I was batching 7 videos. This is where you batch 7 videos per week because you're pretty much uploading 1 video a day or more, to be honest. The disadvantage for this is that you get lower quality videos, less engagement, you will notice that, and I did, but more repetitions, and that is such a good skill to have. Like if I didn't start off with batching system, I don't think I would have gone viral because I wouldn't know how to stay consistent. Eventually you will get used to this batching system series and you'll probably get bored like I did and move on to the next system, which is daily creating. This is a series where it takes the most time, right? So you focus on individual videos. Now the process starts from scripting, again, not ideas, but scripting to posting. So every day you go from that to that. And the time and effort you put onto daily creating all your daily content really depends on the content quality that you want to put out. So you got to think to yourself, okay, how much can I maximize with this amount of hours that I have? I'm basically unemployed. So I have all the time throughout the week to create daily videos and like focus on each and every shot that I film, all the dot points that I script, all the words that I use, reshooting whenever I mess up my words, etc. And that for me takes about 5 to 6 hours from scripting all the way to posting it on social media as of today, which is February of 2025. Now, how do I get series ideas? First and foremost, I always remember my Ikigai, which if you haven't checked it out yet, the module is in the Cinemix playbook. Definitely check it out because this is really important. If you don't know your Ikigai, it's really hard to come up with your content series because you don't have a mission. Like you don't have a meaningful purpose behind all your content. And it is one of the biggest foundations as a creator. You need a purpose. You need meaning. The second method I do is review my current life. So like what is going on right now, as in the present moment? Like what are my goals and what are the pains and struggles that I'm going through? This is also really important, especially if you don't have like, if you've got no clue what to do, if you don't have any mission, literally this is the best tactic that you can use. Just review your current life. What are your goals? What are your pains? And even if you have like no goals, no pains, you can talk about that. That's how cool content is. Like you can talk about anything and make it interesting. Like just make a series of just trying to find a goal, trying to go through this pain. Third of all, you need to come up with a series name. Usually I have maximum 4 words. For example, The Art of Repentance. That's 4 words. Right now, my content series as of today is Committing to the Cross. Usually my series names average around 2-3 words, and I wouldn't go overboard 4. Make sure the name is catchy as well. Like it it conveys the actual mission that you're trying to achieve here. It conveys the goal. It conveys the niche as well. Like the keywords are important with the name. Usually I just merge 2 keywords together, like raw faith, detaching self, kingdom, wealth. And then finally, I just write a very short description using these keywords that I use. For example, kingdom wealth, that would include money, keywords like entrepreneurship, business, social media, temptations, right, etc. Now, here is your next quest. Create your first content series. Yay! Because you're now in stage 4 of the Storymatic course, this is pretty much the final stage where you post your first content series. So you can check below for the instructions. There will be a post, a little quest below this module where you paste a link to one of your series videos. It can be episode 1, 2, 3, I don't really care. Just paste the link and then you can get content feedback in the forum. Good luck and God bless. What's goody in the hoodie, my birdies and broettes? Today, I'm going to talk about planning in terms of content series. Now, in order to plan a content series, there's a lot behind the scenes that you have to do, right? You can know all the theory that you learned in the previous module, but you're going to have to answer some very specific questions and do plenty of writing before you actually head into making your first episode or making your first rep. Right, in this new series that you're planning to do. And this is pretty much the template. You guys are also going to answer this at the end of the reps course in phase 8. It's the final reps quest. So you guys will be able to answer this by yourselves. And yeah, we're going to go through the questions one by one. This is kind of going to be like a walkthrough demo module. So it's going to be pretty raw. I'm going to try not to cut as much. Yeah, I'm not going to cut that many things in this module, but I'm going to show you guys the answers that I wrote for each question in 2 examples. So one of them was my recent content series that I kind of cancelled, and then another one was a very, very successful content series that grew a lot of members in Creatopia. So I will take you through the first question first and foremost. The first question is that you need to answer is, what do I want to learn while making this series? Usually I have at least 3 things that I want to learn, and everyone is the exact same. If you're not approaching your content series as if you want to learn something, then it's not going to be quote unquote fulfilling for you. So when you approach the content series, you make your first episode, you're like already bored, right? Because you're not learning anything and you're not overcoming a problem. You're not solving anything, right? So you have to learn something while you're making this series. And don't worry, most people are anyways, right? So what do I want to learn while making this series? What I wrote for 1K by Dawn is, let me uncross these and read it to you. Talk on camera without any script, right? So spontaneous ideas and yapping. At this point, when I first planned this series, I wasn't really good at talking on camera without any script. I was okay at making course modules, and usually those aren't scripted. I mean, most of the course modules are scripted. Some of the walkthroughs are not scripted, and that's pretty much all my experience with no script content, you know? So in terms of spontaneous ideas and yapping, I wanted to explore that a bit, and it was successful. I loved it. I love this series. This is probably my favorite series, to be honest, other than like Raw Faith or something like that. But the second one that I wrote is explore artistic shots and color grading, overlays, effects, etc. Because I was at this point I was in my like artistic era, so I wanted to explore like new cinematic techniques, things that I haven't tried before, things that make me uncomfortable, right? In a good way. Third one is shoot faster consecutive cinematic shots under 1 to 2 hours. Back then I was struggling with filming. My time block for filming usually took like 2 to 3 hours. So I wanted to cut that down to 1 to 2, right? If it's less, that's even better. But usually if I spend less than an hour filming shots, filming talking head clips and stuff like that, they don't do really well. They don't perform that well. So yeah, that's another thing that I wanted to learn. These are pretty much goals, I guess. What you want to achieve while making this series, right? Document school member count. Yeah, school member count growth to 1,000. Didn't document it to 1,000. I just quit about halfway. But yeah, this series was amazing because I knew exactly what I was doing. And a lot of people, when they approach a new content series, they don't know what they're doing. And that might be you if you have created a content series before. They just write a name, a description, and that's it, right? They don't know the ins and outs of what, like, the intention behind it, what their heart posture is, what they want to learn, you know, what they want to make people feel, which we'll get into. What is one way you can challenge yourself? So there's plenty of questions that you actually need to answer before you approach a content series. Let's keep going. Create more content that converts viewers to customers. Yes, that's one of my goals. That's one thing that I wanted to learn. Tell stories from painful content experiences. Give strategic and authentic viral content advice. And yeah, document the member count growth. So that's the first question, right? And you're going to have to fill out your own 3 to 5 or even more if you want to learning points. All right, new loom. I would not write more than 10. 10 would be way too many things you would want to learn. You know what I mean? I don't know if okay, no, this is 5. The last one was 6, I think. 6 or 7. 7, right? That's already like pushing the boundaries. If I were to delete one thing or two things, if I were to go back, I would probably delete 1 or 2 things. But yeah, you don't want to stress yourself out because the content series performs better if it's focused on like one goal, one learning point, one mission, you know? And you guys learned this entire concept of, okay, I need to go on this mission and document it and tell stories about it, whether it's from the past or the present moment, or just talking about my future goals, right? Yeah, the more simple and concise the mission is, which means less learning points, right? The better the content series is going to perform online. With Raw Faith, which was my most viewed series, I got so many views from that one series called Raw Faith, and I made it during like January of this year, I think. Was it January? Yeah, January of this year. One of the videos, episode 6, got 11 million views. Now it's accumulated 11 million views. And that's because, I don't know if I put it here somewhere. Did I put it here? It would be really cool if I could show you guys if it is. Let me try and search it up. Raw Faith. I think it is. Nope, it's not. Never mind. So anticlimactic. Anyways, it's not there, but basically the concept of Raw Faith was to show an authentic and document an authentic walk with Christ. A real and realistic journey of being a Christian and what it looks like, not day to day, but like sharing my testimonies and sharing the intricacies of my mind, my internal conflict, my spiritual conflict, my flesh versus spirit, all this stuff, right? And obviously the learnings that I got from the Bible and stuff like that. If I had these questions to answer back then, I would have gotten way more views. I know that for sure. And if I actually, if I got these questions back then, and I patiently answered them, which I definitely recommend you guys do. Please patiently answer them. This takes a while, by the way. It might take I don't know if it'll take the same amount of time as you made your ikigai, but around, that time frame, 1 hour, no, not even 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. If it's more, that's great, because then you will find more clarity and stuff like that. But yeah, I would have gotten way more views if I answered these questions. Because it's clarifying, and clarity is what you need as a content creator. Literally, it's like your superpower, it's your weapon, right? And I think you guys know that already at this point in the reps phase. Okay, we need to move on. Sorry. So write down what you want to learn, and then the rest is pretty much very similar but different. Different questions. Second question is, what do I want people to feel when they watch this series? And I wrote down here 3 as a template. But let's see what I wrote down in 1K by Dawn. I wrote 4. To feel seen, relatable with their struggles, pains, fears, insecurities, identity, and goals. Right? To feel seen and understood. And like, oh yeah, this guy knows me. To feel relieved, a breath of fresh air, like they're having a one-on-one conversation with me. So I know indirectly, consciously, that every video has to be sort of like, it has to establish an authentic one-to-one conversational type of relationship between me and my dream avatar, my viewer. Again, that one person that you're serving, okay? Same mindset, going full circle from phase 2, the brand course, right? How we talked about the ikigai and then the vision board and all of these foundations up to the dream avatar, how we serve one person, and the mindset is to serve that very hyper-specific avatar, that demographic, and then social media will do the rest of the job, right? This is pretty much very, very related to your dream avatar and who you're serving, the one person you're serving, right? To feel like they're on this content creation and entrepreneurship journey with me. To feel like they can trust me and our mission after listening to my content advice. Okay? So that's what I wrote down for 1K by Dawn. I'm going to show you guys what I wrote down for the first and second question in my recent series that I only made 2 videos on. But the first video got 700k views, which is okay. Now it is. Which is okay, which is cool. Build my business and identified and surrendered to Jesus. That's a personal thing that I wanted to learn, right? So things can be personal, things, learning points that you can like keep to yourself and you don't have to announce it in your content series. Create 1 million view videos that converts to paid members. Yeah, most of these are going to be private for you anyways, because like you're not going to like full on announce it and talk about it in your actual content series. Hey guys, I'm making a content series because I want to learn this and this and that. You can if it's a documenting thing, if you're, doing present storytelling, but most of you guys will probably start off like telling past stories anyways, past testimonies. Shoot cinematic and talking head outdoor scenery shots. Yeah, again, grow my students' followers faster, overcome my fear of filming in public areas. That's pretty much what I wanted to learn for this series. Now, what do I want people to feel when they watch the series? To feel peace and no anxiety, to feel important and valued, to relate with their struggles, to feel clarity in Christ Jesus, to feel strong and being vulnerable, right? So these are the things. Hopefully, if I did my job right, you guys felt the same way, at least one of these, right, when you watch my videos. Okay, cool. Let's move on to the third one, which is, what is one way I can challenge myself? Ooh, you only need to write one thing. Unfortunately, I don't know why I wrote 4 here, but like, yeah, I clearly read the question wrong. Just give yourself one thing to challenge yourself, that you can be conscious, like you can keep in at the back of your head every time you record a video. For 21 by Grace, I wanted it to be film outside more. Very simple, right? With 1K by Dawn, it was kind of complicated. It was like a bit personal as well, because I wanted to, live as a disciple, give acknowledge and give credit to and glorify the Lord consistently, and not just do it for views or do it for, on camera. Just do it in private, in my secret place. And yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to challenge myself. But then I came up with 3 more things, like authentic communication, speak very simply to a year 6 version of me, build new vertical B-roll library. Yeah, that's not even a challenge. I wouldn't even write anything like that. Focus on story-based value and unscripted strategic advice. Yeah, that would be the one thing that I would put on top. Everything else is like irrelevant. This one's personal. This one's strategic, which is more relevant to the actual mission of the series, right? So you can ignore this if it's too complicated. This is something that would be a valid one challenge that you can give yourself, right? Film outside, film in public. That's what I'm trying to do these days. Okay, the next question is, what are 3 things I'm most curious about right now? So you want to list 3 things, and what I wrote here is authentic mentoring advice, documenting conversion content. Ooh, success. With this series, it was a success. And artistic musical cinematography. I crossed this out because like I tried it for like a couple of videos, and I'm like, okay, I'm already bored of it. So sometimes the things that you're most curious about right now, you can write it down, but like after 7 episodes, after 10 reps in your content series, you're gonna be like, okay, you know what? I'm not curious about this anymore. I don't want to learn about this anymore. And yeah, you can cross them out. What else is there? Documenting conversion content. Yeah, I don't have to yap about that. You guys know. You guys can go back to my 1K by Dawn series on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube and see that I was literally just documenting my journey, my business growth, my community growth. And like that was an indirect way to promote my community, which is conversions, customers, right? You guys. With this 21 by Grace series, it was gospel truth, viral conversion. And so viral conversion means like getting millions of views while converting customers as efficiently as a series like this. And yeah. And then outdoor filming, which is the same as the challenge, kind of, right? Next question. So make sure to write down 3 things that you're most curious about right now. By the way, if you are wondering where I got this from, literally stole it from Mylene May, which is the first source that I ever watched. She's a creator. I forgot how many followers she has, but she has a lot of followers. And before I blew up, I looked up to her in terms of content series. I actually got the idea to make a content series from Mylene May, right? So if you search up Mylene's Mind or something on Instagram at Mylene's Mind, you can see that she's been doing content series forever. I mean, like 20 lessons by 20 or whatever. I don't know. I forgot what her series was, but as soon as I watched it, like I binge watched a few videos of hers. I'm like, yeah, this is like still rare. Not many people are doing this, so I'm gonna make this a thing with Christianity. And then here we go. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, that's how I got these questions. So I decided to copy and paste it for you guys. I decided to actually use it myself first. Obviously, I wouldn't copy and paste somebody else's thing. But when I first used it for my 1K by Dawn series, and that turned out to be a success, I decided to spill it to you guys. All right. Next question: What life changes or experiences am I currently navigating? All right. So I write here. I only wrote 2, which is okay. Scaling my creative business with authentic conversion content, building a legit online business with Christ at the center, right? So that's 1K by Dawn. 21 by Grace is finding my identity in Christ alone. Ooh, that's a tough one. Surrendering my daily life to Jesus. That's another tough one. Serving in relationships and ministry. Another tough one. So current life changes and experiences is kind of what I'm going through right now too, right? So if I were to make a content series right now, it would be these, right? What type of impact do I want to have with my content? That's the final question that you guys have to answer. I wrote here 3 blanks with the template, but you guys can write more or less if you want to, right? It depends on your mission really. So it's just like copying and pasting what your mission is and what type of impact you want. For 1K by Dawn, I wanted to introduce a relationship with Jesus and show my daily life as a business owner, but also not identifying as my main priority sort of label, quote unquote, right? I'm a child of God who happens to also love making videos and yada yada. I'm not an entrepreneur who also happens to be Christian, you know? Like, yeah. And number 2 was to lead creators to be more authentic, 3 was to break the algorithm and just like go viral. Obviously, that failed. I would cross that out. Break the algorithm with storytelling. That was the impact that I wanted to have. I personally didn't in this series. I didn't go viral in this series in terms of 1 million plus views, but I did blow up Jesse. And we are still blowing up people to this day. Amen. Ordinary people to entrepreneurs. That's pretty much Creatopia's mission. Yeah, so those are the questions and the answers for 1K by Dawn. The 21 by Grace series is share real stories. That's the impact that I wanted to have. Spread biblical truth. Normalize surrender. So normalize letting go of things that you don't really need to stress about. You guys know. I don't want to yap about it. Flee from idolization. Like explaining my answers. Flee from idolization and clean unhealthy feeds. So what are your impacts or impact that you want to have with your content, right? You got to write it down. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, or 3. I just wrote more than 3 usually because there's a lot of things that I want to have an impact on. And it definitely depends on the mission of your series, okay? You can create a mission. Yes, you can create a mission by answering these questions. You could have zero idea what your mission is going to be or what your content series is going to be about. But after answering these questions, you might have the exact mission that you're going to pursue and make a series about and rep, right? And the final nail, the final stamp is writing the name of your series and the description of your series. This is pretty much where you clarify with yourself. It's gonna take a pretty long time. I'm not gonna lie. The name is gonna take a long time. The description, I definitely recommend writing it after you come up with the name. Because this is pretty much where you're going to clarify with yourself, okay, this is what my mission is going to be about. You're going to look at your answers and you're going to be like, okay, so I wrote these down. I want to learn this. This is what I'm curious about. This is one way I can challenge myself. This is the impact I want to have. These are the life changes I'm currently experiencing. And this is how I want people to feel. Okay, so I have all of these answers. So what name would all of these answers relate to, right? What can I package all these answers into one single name or label, right? And with this series, I think, it was mainly the metric. That was the goal. That was the main mission. And then everything else fell under that category of, document school member count to growth to 1,000, right? So I wrote, 1,000 by dawn because I wake up at dawn, literally 5 a.m., 6 a.m., right? And when I started this series, I was recording at that dawn time, so 6 a.m. I just went outside and in the freezing winter Sydney cold and just, recorded my talking head for the video. And then the rest of the day I was recording B-roll and doing my tasks and multitasking, editing as well, right? And this is just some Hebrew that I wanted to put on the graphic on the series template thumbnail thingy. And this is how many drafts I made. Oh, it's not that much, but there was a lot. I mean, I remember writing a lot. Actually, no, there was a lot. These were the ones that I just liked and wanted to keep under this little drop down thing. And I was going to do Dawn Club. Oh no, it was Dawn Club. It was Dawn Club at first, but then I changed it to 1K by Dawn because I wanted the series to be about the member count. What else? 1,000 at dawn. That was gonna be huge. Dawn 1,000. That was gonna be it was close to being that. But yeah, those are my drafts, and then I decided to cross them out and select 1K by dawn. Okay, and then the description was obviously when you select your name, when you find a name. Obviously, I don't mind if you guys use ChatGPT. It's not illegal or anything as a content creator. I use ChatGPT a lot in terms of naming. Everything else, not really. But in terms of naming, oh, dude, I'm always chasing after ChatGPT. Hey, Chat, help me out with this. You guys can use Coolmate as well because Coolmate is really good at that. But yeah, after you find your name, the description is really easy to write because you already know exactly what your mission is going to be about. And you have all your answers here. So you can pretty much I don't know, if you're really, really lazy, which I really don't recommend writing your description with AI and asking him, copying and pasting all your answers and saying oh, can you write a description about my content series based on these answers? Don't, okay? Just write it very simply. I didn't show this in my thumbnails or anything like that, but if you want to show a description under your text title thumbnail of your content series, then write a shorter one. So like that. This is the description that I would write for 1K by Dawn, but I didn't do that because I didn't choose to. Description is not your priority. The main priority is your name, but a description gives you so much more clarity. Okay, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, this is just my idea dump that I trashed. Okay, so that is pretty much the process of answering and planning your content series, getting more clarity in terms of what you want to do in this series, with all of these questions, and then naming and describing it. Okay, if you guys want to see the name of, oh my goodness, you guys should have seen how many names I came up with this series. I had no idea, because you know why? This one content series was so like broad. It was so broad. It was not niche down. I didn't have like a single mission besides documenting my life. That's it. So I'm like, okay, I asked a friend and she was like, you could use your age as the name of this series, and I'm like, okay, that's a good idea. So I decided to use 21. Before that, it was gonna be like in terms of faith and authenticity. So it was about to be like Raw Faith season 2. Be real with like the double E. Light of the world, heaven is real with double E. Oh my goodness, so corny, dude. The faith film, real ones only, real faith. Holy take spirit stories. Yes, I searched up ChatGPT if you are curious. Most of these are ChatGPT anyway. And then I get more ideas from looking at ChatGPT's list. That's first draft. Second draft is like some Aramaic, Hebrew, Greek words, which I didn't end up using. And then the last few drafts were my age, and then relating it back to the keyword of faith in Jesus and Christ. So I basically decided 21 by Grace was the best name out of all of these. It was about to be Grace at 21. It was about to be my 20s with Jesus. Or 21 with Jesus. I don't even know, bro. It's like, yeah. Anyways, description's super, super simple because it was a very broad series. So if you guys are doing a broad documenting series, let's say, you don't have to write a humongous description, okay? And this journal thing, it was the episode count. I used to do episode X, Y, Z, episode 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. This series, I wanted to do journal 1, journal 2. And I gave up on it. Maybe I'll come back to it, I don't even know, next year or something. But that's basically how you plan a content series. Okay, sorry for yapping a lot, but hopefully you guys got an immense amount of value. Yes, these questions are part of your final reps quest. Welcome guys to the scripting module. I had a mind blank just there, but welcome to the scripting module. We're going to talk about, there was a scripting module that you guys watched before in the same phase, but in this one we're going to talk about daily repetitions, right? So there's a section in this phase where it's about batching. This one's about scripting, daily creating. So if you're not planning to batch, which is going to be most of you guys, then it's okay. I'm going to explain how I script and plan my content every single day and the process to do that without batching. Here's what we're covering: how I script every day, different scripting styles, pros and cons of each one, and which formula fits you best. You guys are going to like the formulas. All right. Okay, how I do it is this. I write my scripts every morning, especially for content series. Okay. Script as early as I can. So when I wake up, Bible study, done for an hour, and then after that, I get straight to scripting because I know that filming is next, and I know that after filming, I have to edit and post by the end of the day, right? That's the grind. That's the content life. That's the creator life. I always block 30 minutes to an hour to script. If it goes beyond an hour, I'm like, nope, this is taking way too long. If it is taking too long, if it is over an hour, this video better be good, and I'm banking on it. So I'm going to spend like the entire day just making this one video, right? But yeah, average block would be 30 minutes to an hour. if you can do it in less than 30 minutes, awesome source, right? I film, edit, and post all of everything by night, okay? And my new go-to is to script with dot points, or just have no script at all, just come up with something in my head. These days that I'm trying to do that. And I used to script word for word every single day, back when I was absolutely cranking it out. Okay, so these are the three main, what do you call them, methods of scripting, right? Or two main and one sub method. You guys learned this in phase 5 anyways. I'm going to go through them and the pros and cons of each. Dot points feel more natural. They're more authentic. You guys know that. They are faster, way faster to script. They're so easy to script because you don't have to be clear with your wording. You just have to write random keywords, and just speak on camera as if it's an entrepreneur. Impromptu speech, right? But it has less structure. That's the con. It doesn't have like a structured plan according to, you know, the hook and then what's going to go next and then where's the pattern breaks and all that stuff, right? Word for word, however, does have that structure, right? But it does take a lot of time. That's the only con. That's the con. Not a lot of time. It takes a ton of time. It is so long, word for word. If you want to do a word for word script properly and tell a good testimony and a story and make it go viral, it takes time. It takes practice. It takes reps. But another pro for word scripting is that you get more practice and planning. In terms of practice, you literally just rewrite your script in your head a million times over and rewrite the same line again and again. Say the hook under your breath while you're typing. You know what I mean? Like you just practice the same lines again and again and again. And then you read the script from front to back again and again and again. And you get to plan a lot of things too. But the only two cons, takes the time, less natural delivery, meaning it's less authentic when you script exactly word for word what you're going to say, right? You guys know this, so we're just comparing right now, right? And then the sub method is screenplay, which you can use in both dot points and word for word scripts, which is basically shot planning. Okay, shot based planning, that's the pro. It takes the most time if you're doing word for word and screenplay at the same time. The most time, right? My most viral video, I think it's 11 million views right now. I did both of these in a single day, right? I think. Did I do screenplay? I think I did half screenplay, half no screenplay. All right. I'll talk about this in the formula section, but basically screenplay takes the most amount of time. It's shot planning, and it can be combined with both dot points and word for word. Next, Formula 1. Let's go. Formula 1 is the try hard method. So it's basically word for word hook, a full story word for word script, right? Everything is word for word, and then it includes screenplay. And this formula, you're going to do it every single day. Not every single day, actually. It depends what series you're making and what content you're making, but I used to do this every day, every series. Oof. It includes screenplay as well. So you're typing the description and like what shot you're using and what, every single shot that you're going to take, you're planning it, right? On top of the lines that you're going to say and the pattern breaks and whatnot, right? So you have 100% full control of your content with this try hard formula. Formula 2 is the efficient formula. So you use a word for word hook, right? But you mix the script with word for word and dot points at the same time, right? So it's more efficient for you. It's more faster, okay? But you still have space to do some word for word lines if you want to deliver something with precision, sorry. And then screenplay is optional. You can or don't have to write screenplay if you are used to your own shots, right? If you're used to, I'll talk about this in my recommendations. And this is the best balance of preparation and speed as well, because it's efficient, right? Formula 3 is casual. This is where you use, again, a word-for-word hook. Very important if you do a word-for-word hook, right? I would not do a dot point hook unless you are really, really used to making content and talking on camera, like extremely comfortable. Which is why this one is casual, because the entire script, other than word-for-word, the hook, is going to be in dot points. So everything else besides the hook is going to be in dot points, There's going to be no screenplay because you're already used to the camera and your shots and all that stuff. And it's great for camera comfortable creators. So if you're, natural at talking with the camera and just yapping in general, even with a dot point script or no script, and you don't even need a script, this is great for you, right? Now, Formula 4 is the very final one. I just decided to include this because you just go brazy. You go crazy. You have to... Okay, I'll talk about this soon, but it's basically no script, no screenplay, and you just full freestyle energy, okay? But with the hook, right, we all know that the hook is very, very important. What you need with this formula is you need a clear hook. Usually, these brazy ideas... I've had one brazy idea that got me 7 million views, which is the wake up video where the Holy Spirit was talking to me in my head. You guys know that video? I don't know if you guys know that video. Anyways, yeah, the hook for that video was in my head. Like that whole entire interaction was just like I had the idea in my head. I think it was a shower thought or a bed thought. I don't know, but I got the idea like a day before, and the next day I decided, okay, I might as well make this. Barely scripted. I didn't do no script. I barely scripted. I just wrote the lines and that's it. No screenplay. And yeah, so it's really important to have a clear hook. Usually this brazy formula is the best for if you just have an idea that's crazy, but you know it's going to go viral. And you just want to try it out just for your creative itch, So yeah, make sure you have a clear hook in mind, or you can write it down, right? Because I usually write it down when I forget things. My recommendations is Formula 1, use the try hard method if you are only if you got no job. If you have no job, no food, or no life. This is obviously sarcastic, but if you just need time for the try hard method, right? If you are in this case, like me or Jesse, because he got let go of his job, and then he started creating content and joined Creatopia, right? If you are in a similar position, right, if you have a ton of time in your hands, go crazy with try hard method. Just lock in with try hard method, right? So Formula 1, go all in. Formula 2, and then obviously Formula 1 made me go viral. Formula 2 is the most recommended for average creators, right? So that is the, efficient method, word for word hook, mixed script, screenplay optional, yeah, healthy balance, right? Formula 3 is best for creators who are comfortable on camera and with their shots. If you, my friend, are comfortable with talking on camera, speaking authentically, scripting, and you're comfortable with not scripting sometimes, and you are very, very comfortable with your shot variety, and like just your shots in general, you know how to shoot, you know how to use your camera, you know how to, the long shots and your range, your own personal range as a creator, then this Formula 3 is best for you, the casual method, right? And think about what I'm saying here. I recommend this only for those who are already gone through Formula 1 and 2 in a way, right? So these are kind of phases as well. So everyone must go through their own try-hard method. Everyone must go through their own efficient method, and eventually they're going to be you guys are going to be comfortable on camera to not even write a script or just write dot points, right? And then obviously the final stage is like you're a natural creator. You become iconic, and authenticity is just like second nature to you, right? So yeah, best for comfy creators with shot experience. And then Formula 4 is best when you are lazy but you need to post. I wouldn't use Formula 4 consistently for a content series. That's just like, what are you doing? Because you need crazy ideas for this, right? So these two, Formula 2 and 3, are going to be your default. For those who are absolutely crazy, Formula 1 is for you, right? But yeah, you guys also need to consider which ones are like, fit for you in your condition and season right now. Excuse me. But yeah, these are my recommendations. These are the formulas that I created. And also these are the formulas, of course, that I went through. I wouldn't have written them down if I didn't go through them myself. I've gone through every single stage. Okay. Bonus formula. You can make your own hybrid formula. You can just go back into these slides and just be like, okay, I'm just gonna not follow what Ken says and just create my own formula. But this is how I do it. This is how I went viral. Okay, I went viral with, yes, all of these videos, over 100k views, millions, yada yada. That's pretty much it. Enjoy.
Alright people, this is how I post on Instagram. Let me unlock the app. Okay, so we're going to post on my main account. And I usually post, according from 2025 onwards, I've been posting manually on Instagram. So I made this new module for this reps phase. And I'm going to walk you through how I usually post. So I select the video. This is the reel right here that we're posting. Press next, and then the first thing that I always do is watch all the way from start to the end. Okay, apparently this helps load the full quality of the video. I can't really confirm that. I haven't really tested it out too much, but ever since I heard that from a reel that I watched or a tutorial, it's been stuck in my head, and it just became a really consistent habit. So I just kept watching my video through from start to end before I press this next button. Alright, so, oh whoops, I just realized this is filming in vertical. I'm too used to doing short form. Anyways, let me just edit this. Okay, it should be in horizontal now. But yeah, this is basically me watching through the video. And obviously you want to spend your time giving yourself some self-criticism, because when you watch it, a lot of people don't watch through their own videos from start to finish because they're afraid of finding flaws. But that's exactly what you want. You want to find rooms of improvement. So I just watched the video from start to finish. Now it's replaying, so I'm going to press next. And what you want to do is add a caption, whatever you want. I'm just going to say day 3, Dawn Club day 3. Dawn day 3, sorry. I might change the series name. And then usually I edit the cover, or I upload my own thumbnail with the camera roll, from my camera roll. In this case, I don't have a thumbnail, so I'm just going to select the frame where it has the there you go, the little series title. And yeah, usually I don't do hashtags because hashtags aren't too important from my experience. I've done all the reps, and I used to be a hashtag freak, so I learned the hard way that hashtags really don't matter. If content is good, the content will go viral, so it's the hashtags don't go viral, the content does. And so these days I never do them, but it's completely up to you if you want to waste your time. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. The next thing you want to do is click more options at the very bottom, and then you want to turn on this little option, upload at highest quality. So you want to turn that on, make sure that's always on. Once it's on, I think it's always going to be on, so it's okay. Do not schedule your reel, because I think that'll degrade the quality. So just post it ASAP, okay? Don't over dramatize it, just post it. And then that's pretty much it. Yeah, press share, and it'll take a while because this is like a 900 megabyte video. I'm supposed to post a story here today, so I'm going to show you guys how I post stories. Might as well. I made this little picture, whatever, graphic ad for a clothing brand that I want to support. So I'm going to tag them. Olam. What should I do? Okay. Okay. Am I gonna link the shirt? Yeah, maybe I will. I really love that brand. Okay, maybe copy that, and then go straight to my phone. How convenient when you use Apple. Am I right, guys? Am I right? Sticker. What will the sticker be? Buy here. There you go. Okay, wait, no, I'm gonna say buy it here. Buy it here. Okay, and then I just post. I don't do music these days anymore because from my professional Instagram experience, no, I'm kidding. From my personal Instagram experience, like using an account, a private account, whenever you use music, the quality of the actual Instagram story will degrade or decrease. So it'll ruin the quality. So I don't use music, or at least I try not to as much as I can. Hey, there you go. My video is posted. Is it okay? Yeah, see? So it's full quality, as you can see. Like, damn, look at that. And like, if you switch to a new count and then check the actual video, you can see that it's still full quality, right? 900 megabyte video, by the way, and I uploaded it on my phone, on the Instagram app. No like crazy settings or anything. Just upload at highest quality. Watch the video from front to back, and use Wi-Fi. I don't know. Even if I use mobile data, it's still fine. But I try and upload with Wi-Fi. That's definitely recommended because like mobile data is just, that's just dragging it at that point. I don't know what happened with my bio, but I'm going to fix this. Okay, this module turned out to be a very raw walkthrough, but that's okay. Now you know how I post stories, and now you know how. Okay, no, I need to stop. Now you know how I post reels as well. Okay, so we're gonna go on TikTok, and I'm gonna show you how I post that exact same video on TikTok. Now I'm gonna delete this video because, as you can see, it's 900 megabytes, right? I'm gonna delete it because I usually export two videos, one for, you can see here. I don't think you can see, but it says TikTok TT in the name, which means it's the smaller file video. And you can see in the, look at that, nice little photo, right? Sorry, this is like the most sketchiest course ever, sketchiest course module. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna airdrop this, and now you can see it's 100 megabytes because I'm gonna post this smaller one on TikTok. I'm very afraid of posting large files on TikTok because, from my experience, hey, you can see me, yo, what's up? From my experience, it just turns out horrible. So again, this is how I post on TikTok. Watch all the way through. Okay, there's no what's it called, play thing, timeline. So just watch from start to finish. Turn up the volume so you can hear what I'm saying. I've been obsessed with writing and typing scripts on Notion, so I figured, you know what, I might as well use this content series to practice my authentic speaking on camera. And that's the great thing about creating content as well. It's just like, the more spontaneous you are, I guess the more creative you can get. But other than that, today I'm planning to analyze two content creators that I've interviewed in the past, Mino Lee and Elise Pham. I also have to do a uni assignment that's due in like 4 days time. I haven't even started that one yet. And then I might create a schedule or plan to start doing YouTube videos. Yep, that's right. I might watch it all the way through. Be your own self-critic. Okay. Pick out your mistakes and then improve tomorrow when you do your next rep. Everyday reps, remember. This is the phase where you're doing reps anyway. So, okay, the caption. So after I watched that video from front to back, I wrote my caption. What's the caption? Dawn day 3. I can edit cover here. Press edit cover. I'll go to the same frame I did with Instagram. Sometimes this doesn't work actually on TikTok because it's really sketchy. So if I press save, right? Okay, this time it works because it's on camera. It knows on what we're watching. But usually sometimes the edit cover doesn't work. And whenever you actually upload your own, I tried doing this plenty of times, but it never worked for me. So it's okay. I mean, thumbnails aren't like the determining factor for your video to go viral. What you also want to do is go to more options. Once again, scroll down to allow high quality uploads. Make sure this is on at all times. I always double check, always, because our videos, especially cinematic storytelling, this style is like, the megabytes will be a lot. The quality will, like, the standard of quality is higher than usual content. So you want to keep that on. Is there anything else? No, not really. Okay, so that's pretty much it. With hashtags, actually, I think hashtags are different with TikTok. With hashtags on TikTok, it might be a little bit more important. So sometimes I don't have any hashtags. Sometimes I do. Whenever I do use hashtags, I try and make it as generic as possible. So for example, For You page FYP. That's like the most generic TikTok hashtag. Maybe I'll do Asian or something. Creator. Cinema. Okay, whatever. And then that's pretty much it, right? I'll probably won't do cinema. I'll just do Asian creator For You page. Okay, so anything that's like any generic hashtag will do the job. Okay, once again, good content is good content. If it's good, it will go viral. And then you press post. That's basically it. Oh, whoops! I already posted it yesterday. My bad. But I just wanted to post this again, just to show you guys the process. Okay, and as you can see, I posted this yesterday. It's still full quality. I can check on a different account if it actually is legit full quality. Oops. If it's legit full quality, yes, it is. See? Amazing. Splendid. Okay, so that's how I post on TikTok.
All right, party people. This is how I post on YouTube Studio. I usually just drag the actual file into YouTube Shorts. So press create, upload, and then like a normal video you would on uploading on YouTube. And title would be the caption. So I would say Dawn Day 3. Sometimes I used to use a lot of cinematography. What else? Creator. What else? Entrepreneurs, like self-improvement. Oh, dude, I used to use that hashtag so much. It's crazy. But none of them ever worked. So you delete it. All right. Don't waste your time with captions. If you believe in your own content, that will do well. It will do well. Okay, that's like to really simplify this entire course. Good content will do well. Bad content, you're just too focused on the wrong things. Okay, so there's no need to watch through any your video at all, because YouTube will upload. They have a full-on processing uploading process. Dude, I am so cooked right now. So yeah, usually this is how I do it. Go to add suitability. I also tick off no, it's not made for kids, because if it is, you're gonna have to do some other stuff afterwards. Plus, none of us is really serving children anyway, so just tick no for kids. Add suitability. This is only for monetized creators, monetized channels. So you scroll down. I usually do none of the above. Submit rating, even if it is like one of these, like for example, I don't use inappropriate language anymore. Praise God. Sensitive events, controversial issues. Nah, I don't do any of this. So I usually get in trouble only for copyright. Only for copyright music. I usually use copyrighted songs like Kendrick and all that stuff, but luckily in this video there is no copyright. Okay, so I'll go all the way to visibility, press public, press publish. Okay, and then to make it even simpler, copy the video link, go to Creatopia, go to the forum, rep, paste it, boom, post, done. All right, everyone should do that every time you post. Post on the social media platform, then in the reps category, so you can get feedback and stay accountable and stay motivated because everyone else is doing it. All right, let's get it.